The right actor, hee hee. Looking at Lu Shuiyan's figure and face, she was perfect, still not famous, so the payment for her role wouldn't be high. Perfect. Driving his beloved Maserati President, Wang Hao went on a wild ride on the road. Just then, a man at the roadside caught his eye. About 24 or 25 years old, the young man had a small braid and was smoking a cigarette while flirting with a girl. Hey, isn't that Big Battery? Wang Hao slowed down and took a closer look. It really is. Brother Hao, you know this guy? Xia Sweki looked over and then said, he looks pretty trendy, but why call him Big Battery? This guy's real name is Sun Jian Country, but back in university, a story led us to nickname him Big Battery. Wang Hao drove over and continued. During our school days, this guy was always flirting with our classmates, and even more than a year after graduation, he's still at it, haha. Soon they parked the car, and Wang Hao got out to greet him. Big Battery. Big Battery. Who's calling me? Sun Jian Country turned his head from flirting with the girl, and on seeing Wang Hao, he paused and exclaimed, Holy shit, Brother Hao, what wind blew you over here? Been doing well lately. He smiled and waved at the girl, then walked over to Wang Hao, giving him an up-down look, and exclaimed in surprise, Nice, Brother Hao. It's been over a year, and you've got a Maserati now? Hey, that license plate's not bad either. Ah, it's okay, Wang Hao scratched his head shyly. Speaking of which, it's been more than a year. What have you been up to? Since they were university classmates and had lived in opposite dorms for 3.5 years, Wang Hao felt quite close on seeing him. I've just been the same as usual. Sun Jian Country took out a cigarette and lit one for Wang Hao, saying, Recently, I've been investing in a gaming arcade with a buddy, making some money to spend. How about it? Brother Hao, come by my place when you're free to show some support. Sure thing, no problem. Wang Hao nodded immediately. Where's it at? Just search for Diamond Entertainment City on Baidu Maps. I'll send you the location. Sun Jian Country chuckled while clapping Wang Hao on the shoulder. You're doing so well now. Make sure you come by to support. Of course, definitely. Wang Hao waved at Sun Jian Country, got in the car, and said, Then I'll be off to get busy. If there's nothing up, I'll come by tomorrow. All right, we'll keep in touch by phone. Once they were back in the car, Xia Sweki asked with a smile, Brother Hao, he seems pretty worldly. He sure is. Wang Hao drove while laughing. A brilliant guy. I could rely on him for almost anything during school days. That amazing, laughed Xia Sweki nodding, then asked, By the way, Brother Hao, why is he called Big Battery? That's got a story to it. Wang Hao started to laugh. It's a bit naughty, actually. A bit naughty? Xia Sweki got even more curious, playfully urging, Come on, tell me about it, Brother Haoga. Brother Hao, that whispering voice. Oh, it gave me the goosebumps. Actually, it's because during university he dated this girl. Wang Hao drove and laughed. That was fine, we all thought it was good. But who knew? His girlfriend's desires were pretty strong. And then, Xia Sweki widened her eyes. What does that have to do with the battery? And then he just couldn't satisfy her. Wang Hao's laughter grew. One night, the girl wanted it 3 times, and he couldn't keep up. He scrounged up a vibrator and told her to sort herself out. Then, lo and behold, it ran out of battery. So he went out in the middle of the night to buy batteries for her, and that nickname just stuck. Xia Sweki and Lu Shuiyan were absolutely floored. These days, there are all sorts of people around. Man, exclaimed Xia Sweki, the world is indeed full of wonders. Wang Hao chuckled. Hee hee, that's true. They soon were back with the production team. Director Yang was directing the crew and filming. Today's scene was about the opening sequence where Fuwei Escort Agency gets wiped out. It was an off-script scene because the main characters hadn't yet appeared, so it wasn't very important, and everyone was quite relaxed. The entire site was set up with tracks, several horses were rented, and some idle actors were on the side, cracking seeds and joking. LV Junyu was holding a script and flipping through it. Nonstop. Director Yang, I'm back, Wang Hao shouted from a distance. Busy? Back ya. Director Yang put down his work, stood up, stretched, and said, Day after day, been sitting here all morning, my back and legs ache. Then he yelled to everyone. Everyone, take a break for a bit, gather your thoughts. Then we'll continue after a while. Tired, Director Yang? Wang Hao approached with Lu Shuiyan. I went out for a spin today and happened to discover an actress that's not bad. What do you think about her, Director Yang? This one. Yang Shoulin circled around Lu Shuiyan, his eyes brightening more and more. Then he hurriedly grabbed a screenplay, looked it over carefully, and exclaimed, "Good job, little Wang. This actress really matches the description of Lan Feng Wang." Chapter 443, Casting. How's it? Not bad, right? Wang Hao, with a grin, said, "Director Yang, this role seems perfect. Why don't we sign it now?" "Let's sign." Yang Shoulin nodded directly. "Go find Teacher Tong. She handles the signing and specifics like salary. I don't deal with that." "Sorted, no problem." That's when Wang Hao walked into the hotel lobby with Xia Sueki and Lu Shuiyan. Just as they reached the door of a small conference room, they saw a line of girls at the entrance, stretching over 10 meters long, with about 30 women waiting. These women were all dressed fashionably, fair-skinned, beautiful, with slim waists and long legs, gathered in small clusters and chattering endlessly. "What's going on?" Wang Hao surreptitiously approached a girl at the end of the line, nudged her arm, and asked, "Hey, what's the situation here? What's everyone doing? Are you new here?" The girl glanced at Wang Hao disdainfully and said, "Mind your own business. I'm here to apply, got it?" "Applying? Since when did this become a job fair? Applying for what?" Wang Hao was curious. "What job? Are you blind?" The girl, while applying her makeup, answered, "This is the swordsman crew. They're casting now. Casting for actresses. Actresses, you get it? Today, they are casting female disciples of the Hung Mountain sect. Roles with lines and scenes." Wang Hao, "Do I even need to ask? Of course I get it. I wrote this script." He took Xia Sueki and Lu Shuiyan by the arm and moved inside. "Let's go take a look first." "Hey, don't you know how to line up?" The girl suddenly became upset. "How rude can you be?" "Ah, it's okay." Wang Hao turned and smiled. "I'm not involved in your business, ha." Entering the conference room with Xia Sueki and Lu Shuiyan, upon entering, Wang Hao saw a long table at the front with 3 people sitting behind it, 2 men and 1 woman. These were all crew members. Typically, the level of assistants handle extras casting, so no need for the big bosses to show up. The woman was Jiang Rong, Tong Tong's assistant, who had a quite good relationship with Wang Hao due to Tong Tong. In front of them, about a dozen girls stood in a circle in the middle of the room, surrounded by various types of beauty, and in the center, a girl was performing a talent act. Wang Hao glanced around casually and couldn't help but marvel. This is truly a film crew, casually gathering such a mass of stunning beauties, and with those at the door, it's enough to open a fairyland. "No, no, next," frowned the trio at the front, as Jiang Rong decisively waved her hand. "It doesn't feel right." Taking advantage of the break, Wang Hao grinned and greeted, "Everyone's busy, huh?" Upon seeing Wang Hao, the 3 sighed in relief and smiled. "Is that Brother Hao? Come take a seat." "Yeah, just got back." Wang Hao found a seat and mentioned, "I pulled a female actress from another crew today, Sister Jiang. What do you think of her look? I'm planning to cast her as Lan Feng Wang." "Lan Feng Wang." Jiang Rong scrutinized Lu Shuiyan thoroughly and nodded. "Her looks and figure are fine, but we'll see after she changes her costume." "So, Miss Lu, is it? Go and change into the costume first, then try it on camera." "Have you acted before?" "Yes, I was previously with the Fengyun War crew." Lu Shuiyan's eyes turned red, and she spoke softly. "I ran into some trouble, and Brother Hao got me out." She didn't want to mention her past right now. Jiang Rong, having been in the industry, understood the potential troubles just by looking at Lu Shuiyan's face and reassured, "Don't worry, no one will bother you here. Go, change and let's see how it looks." As Lu Shuiyan went to change, Jiang Rong asked everyone else in the room to leave, then sighed. "Brother Hao, you came at the right time. The 3 of us have been worried about this issue. We've auditioned over 100 this morning, and no matter how we look at it, these people just don't seem right. It's not that they are unattractive or ill-shaped, but something's off. Brother Hao, any ideas?" Over 100 already." Wang Hao's eyes widened. "Aren't today's auditions for the female disciples of the Hung Mountain sect? Is it this hard to find ordinary actors?" "Yes," sighed a male assistant, shrugging his shoulders. "It's tough nowadays to find girls with a classical beauty. If we just cast anyone, those who are in the know understand it's tough finding people. But those who aren't would think we're casting from some Hung Mountain spa center masseuses." At this, everyone in the room laughed. Well, just like the impression I had. Actually, it's simple. Wang Hao thought briefly and understood. Just have them go barefaced. We are doing a historical kung fu film, and it's the Hung Mountain sect. A group with thick makeup just won't do. Just barefaced, and decently fresh-looking is fine. Barefaced. They exchanged looks. That's a great idea. Let's do it barefaced. The male assistant who joked about the spa center ran out. I'll send out the notice right now. He rushed out, then the sound of the crowd outside exploded immediately. What? Barefaced? How do we even go out these days? That's right. How can we meet people without makeup? I haven't even had plastic surgery yet. Have to go barefaced for a TV show, really? Let's go. Chapter 444. The gap is too big. Wang Hao, sitting in the room, shrugged his shoulders and said with a chuckle, "You see, this is much simpler. Only the truly brave would dare to come barefaced. Otherwise, once they remove their makeup, it's unbearable to look at." Indeed, your method works better, Jiang Rong laughed. Coming in barefaced really saves us a lot of trouble. The group chatted casually for a bit, and soon Lu Shuiyan came out of the room after changing her clothes. Wang Hao and the others turned their heads to look, and were stunned with just one glance. At that moment, Lu Shuiyan, with a smile on her face, was wearing a blue cloth outfit embroidered with white flowers, from chest to knee, draped with a brightly colored embroidered apron, resplendent with gold, and sporting a pair of huge gold earrings, as big as the mouth of a wine glass. After a simple makeup session, her skin appeared slightly yellow, her eyes large and black as pitch, and a colorful belt around her waist, though she was barefoot. She slowly walked up to Wang Hao and the others, smiled as she turned around, and a scent wafted through the air as she spoke softly. "Brother Hao, do I look good in this?" "Beautiful. So beautiful." Wang Hao was mesmerized. "It's simply divine." "Brother Hao, your taste is truly divine," exclaimed Jiang Rong. "She looks just like Lan Feng Luang stepping right out of a book." "Wonderful, just wonderful." Yes, yes. The returning staff from the bath center couldn't stop marveling. "This look is simply perfect. There's no need to act at all. Just standing there is enough to draw all eyes. What are we waiting for? Let's sign the contract now." At that moment, the third person suddenly stood up. "Brother Hao, if you have no objections, I'll take her to sign the contract right now." Teacher Tong offered a salary of 300,000. "Is that figure all right?" Wang Hao looked at Lu Shuiyan. "Sister Shuiyan, do you think this price is acceptable?" "Really?" Lu Shuiyan's face lit up with surprise. "Can I really be signed?" Wang Hao laughed. "They've already said so. Could it be false?" "That's great." Lu Shuiyan followed the man to sign the contract. "I'll sign the contract now and then study the script carefully these next few days." The two, along with Xia Sueki, went to sign the contract. It was just the right time as the intermission was ending. Since he had nothing better to do, Wang Hao decided to sit at the table with Jiang Rong and the Bath Center staff, starting to select actors together. Now that Wang Hao had suggested the barefaced entrance, the fun had greatly increased. At that time, the announcement started outside. "Number 116, come in." Soon enough, number 116 came in, and Wang Hao almost jumped. "Oh my, what's going on?" No wonder he was so shocked. Once the girl removed her makeup, her eyebrows were almost invisible, and her small eyes seemed like they couldn't even open. Wang Hao instinctively glanced at the number 116 photo on the table. "Are you sure this is the same person?" Next, Jiang Rong immediately dismissed her without a second word. "The difference is too big." The second one wasn't much different, so they continued with the next. "Number 118. Number 118? The announcer called out for quite a while, but number 118 didn't come. Instead, number 119 came in. "Stop calling." She heard she had to remove her makeup and just turned around and left. Wang Hao, Jiang Rong. Oh well, this really does save trouble. This time things were indeed much faster than before, focusing on appearance first, skipping any showing of talent if the appearance gap was too big. In just a short while, they had interviewed over 30 people when the announcer called out loudly, "Number 158, number 158. Coming, coming." A girl rushed in from the door, her face flushed with excitement. It's me. Can I audition now?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Wang Hao sitting behind the table at the front and was immediately shocked. Why are you sitting here? Where else should I be?" Wang Hao smiled. I told you, I'm not in the same business as you. You're not holding a grudge, are you? The girl cautiously watched Wang Hao's expression. I just said you had no manners. I'm not that petty, Wang Hao shrugged. Just do your audition. I'm just here to see if the appearance fits. So do I fit? Number 158 looked around nervously. Is it not too bad? Wang Hao held back a laugh. The appearance is fine, much better than those garish ones. Jiang Rong very much agreed with Wang Hao's words. This girl seemed quite extroverted, somewhat similar to someone from the Hung Mountain sect. All right, then please start your performance, Jiang Rong smiled. If you have a solid foundation in acting, there should be no problem. Number 158 nodded vigorously. Okay, she began her performance. Speaking of which, she indeed had a bit of an acting foundation. During her dialogue recitation, her expressions and movements were quite on point. After she finished her performance, Wang Hao and the others nodded together, and Jiang Rong said, No problem, go sign the contract. 300 a day, meals included. That's great. Number 158 cheered excitedly, then rushed forward and grabbed Wang Hao's hand, continuously thanking him. Thank you, thank you. You didn't hold a grudge, that's great. I'm so excited. Look how happy you are, Wang Hao laughed. Go sign the contract. In the following time, Wang Hao continued with the audition for the extras, and time flew by. Before he knew it, a whole day had passed. In the days that followed, Wang Hao spent his time leisurely and happily in the production crew. That evening, after Wang Hao had finished dinner, he received a call from Sun Jian Country. Brother Hao, what are you up to? The voice of Sun Jian Country on the phone sounded as lascivious as ever. These past few days have been going well, eh? Didn't you go charm a couple of girls or something? Chapter 445, Diamond Game Hall. You big battery, do you think everyone is like you? Wang Hao laughed and scolded. How do I have so much time to pick up girls and play every day? Haha, that's easy to say. Sun Jian Country laughed. Brother Hao, are you busy tonight? How about coming to my place to hang out? Sure. Wang Hao agreed immediately. Send me the address, and I'll head over. Soon after, Sun Jian Country sent the address. Wang Hao quickly went back to his room, got dressed, and grabbed his phone, keys, wallet, and cards, checking that he wasn't missing anything before setting off. With the GPS, the journey was quick. In roughly 20 minutes, Wang Hao arrived at the address given by Sun Jian Country, beneath the Diamond Entertainment City. It was a building that could be described as resplendent, a 3-story structure with a huge spotlight at the entrance. A sign overhead read Diamond Entertainment City in big, flashy letters, radiating a sense of opulence. Sun Jian Country, with his braided hair, was standing at the door. Spotting Wang Hao, he hurried over and said, Brother Hao, haha, I've been meaning to call you these past few days, but I figured you'd be pretty busy, so I hesitated. Let's skip the formalities between us brothers. Wang Hao patted Sun Jian Country's arm, and then, looking at the grand sign of the entertainment city, smiled. This place looks high-end. Investing in it must have cost a pretty penny, right? Not at all. Sun Jian Country scratched his head sheepishly. This is a big boss's property. The reason I'm here is because it's easy to find. Actually, my buddies and I opened our venue over there. He pointed to a small door next to them, Diamond Game Hall. Wang Hao, do you know what that's like? It's just like the difference between the Rose Hotel and the Rose Hotel in Domestic Agent. One is 5-star, while the other can't even count as having stars. Sorry about that. Sun Jian Country scratched his head again, feeling embarrassed. We really didn't have much capital. We only had enough to open a tiny game hall like this. You must still be able to earn a fair bit in a day with this game hall, right? Wang Hao slapped Sun Jian Country's shoulder with a chuckle. No worries, as buddies. There's no need to be shy. This looks good to me. Does your friend know some people higher up? Running this kind of business won't work without some connections. Know some people? Please. Sun Jian Country took out a cigarette, lit one for Wang Hao, and then lit one for himself. My friend's uncle is just a minor auxiliary police officer at the station. He can't do much, but give us a heads up at most. There was nothing to be done. I didn't learn much at school, couldn't do much after graduation, so I took out all the money my parents had saved for my wedding. Spent $160,000 to open this small game hall. It just about covers some pocket change of about $10,000 or so a month. Well, that'll do. Wang Hao laughed. At least it's a money-making business. That's true. Can't always rely on my parents, right? Sun Jian Country then led Wang Hao inside. Once inside the Diamond Game Hall, Wang Hao took a brief look around. The place was smoky, dense with the scent of cigarettes. There weren't many game machines, about 30 or so. He didn't see the usual King of Fighters series from his past life, but the types were similar: fighting games, platformers, shooter games, and some fruit machines used for betting coins. At that moment, there were about 15 or so people inside, mostly 18 or 19-year-olds who seemed like high school students simply killing time with nothing better to do. These can't earn much in a month, can they? Wang Hao asked as he looked around. How much purchasing power do these kids have? Of course not. Sun Jian Country led Wang Hao upstairs while saying, this stuff is really just for show, a bit of misdirection. Those few fruit machines can maybe make 100 or 2 a day, but for the others, even 10 or so bucks a day is pretty good. Who plays arcade games nowadays with the rise of smartphones and computers? Our real moneymakers are upstairs. Wang Hao was aware of this. A game hall relying solely on arcade machines would starve its owner. The real money was usually made upstairs with fish game machines and poker machines. That's where the significant income flow was. The two of them reached the second floor, and sure enough, as Wang Hao had expected, there was a semblance of a casino vibe. A few fruit machines were scattered about, along with a blackjack table and a high-low game. And there was even a Texas Hold'em table with a few players sitting in front of the dealer, waiting for the cards. In the distance, there were 2 fish shooting game machines and a poker machine, each with a few players engaged in play. These were clearly professional gamblers, particularly those at the poker machine. One guy was hitting the buttons so hard it echoed, and the most impressive one had even taken off his shoes to use them to hit the keys. They're really going at it, huh? Wang Hao observed. Could they be making thousands a day? No way it's that much. Sun Jian Country shook his head. Losing 1,000 or a few hundred in a day is already quite good for them. This is a small establishment. We can't afford to go too big, or else no one would be able to cover for us if real trouble started. Honestly, these people are here because they can't afford to play in the neighboring Diamond Entertainment City. They just come here to satisfy their urge to gamble. If we ever went too large, my place would be trashed in no time. That makes sense. If the stakes were really high, they wouldn't even need the local toughs to join in. The Diamond Entertainment City next door could take care of it by itself. Since Wang Hao was there to support, he should also play something. Pointing at one of the fish game machines in front of him, which was a fish-catching game, he said, I'm not really good at the rest. How about I give this a try? Chapter 446, Bayonet Charge. Brother Hao, look at you. Sun Jian Country draped an arm around Wang Hao's shoulder, and the two stepped aside before Sun Jian Country began to speak in a low voice. I was just thinking it's been so long since we last saw each other. It would be nice to check this place out. But take my advice, brother, there are 3 vices to avoid: drugs, gambling, and prostitution. I won't talk about prostitution. That's something I can't control, and at least when we hook up, it's consensual and no one knows each other afterward. But gambling and drugs, it's best to stay away if you can. I know for you, Brother Hao, a few $100 isn't a big deal now, but getting addicted to gambling or drugs can be bad. We're all brothers here, and I definitely wouldn't want to lead you astray. I'm really happy you could come today. Come on, let's not play this. Some friends of mine are playing Jinhua inside. Let's just watch the fun. Huh, look at you. Wang Hao smiled and immediately followed Sun Jian Country further inside. What Sun Jian Country referred to as inside was actually a room about the size of a small conference room. As Sun Jian Country pulled the door open, Wang Hao was greeted by a plume of smoke pouring out. These guys smoke like it's their last meal or something. As soon as he entered, Wang Hao saw a small round table about 1 meter in diameter, with 6 people sitting around it and a dozen more onlookers. It was indeed a Jinhua game in full swing. Brother Hao, Sun Jian Country called out as he entered. This is the university classmate I was telling you about. He's graced us with his presence today. Oh, hi. A young man in his mid-20s who had been sitting at the card table hurriedly stood up. A big and burly fellow. It was clear at a glance he was a tough guy from SD province. Wearing glasses and with a beer belly as big as a 9-month pregnancy, he hurriedly reached out his hand to Wang Hao, Ho Pingquan, Sun Jian Country's steadfast buddy. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Wang Hao said with a smile as he shook hands with Ho Pingquan. Playing Jinhua, huh? How's the battle going? Just so. Ho Pingquan said as he sat back down and started dealing the cards. Luck hasn't been great today. I've lost more than 20,000 so far. Losing 20,000, that's not a small amount. Wang Hao knew that there were Jinhua games of all sizes, some with just 300 to 500 a night, and some ranging from tens of thousands to even millions. The fact that Ho Pingquan said he'd lost over 20,000 implied the stakes weren't low. Your friend is quite the gambler, Wang Hao whispered to Sun Jian Country. Losing over 20,000 in a day. If someone's luck is off, more than 100,000 could be gone in one night. Brother Ho's family has money, Sun Jian Country whispered back with a grin. They're a displaced household from urban redevelopment. They receive compensation of over $1 million for their house. Now, driving an A6, he doesn't blink at a loss of 10,000 or more. No wonder then. Those who dare to play like this usually have money that comes easily. If you're a business owner or a salaried worker, even if you had a few 100,000, you wouldn't dare lose tens of thousands in a single night. Wang Hao then began to watch the excitement. Speaking of Jinhua, it was indeed thrilling. The stakes in Ho Pingquan's game were not low, with a 500 minimum for each round. To stay in after seeing the cards, you had to bet at least 1,000, with no limit on the raise. It's no exaggeration to say that losing 20,000 in a night was actually not bad luck. A single hand could gobble up tens of thousands if luck was really poor. Around the card table, with 6 players, Wang Hao and Sun Jian Country stood behind Ho Pingquan, and the dozen or so onlookers each had 2 or 3 people standing behind them. Although it was a poker game, the atmosphere was as heated as if they were eating fire. Holy shit, this hand is awesome. Take him down. Jinhua. And it's an ace-high flush, such a stronghold. This hand is good for a few thousand. A few thousand is nothing. The last hand was where the Rattle excitement was, an ace-high flush with a king up against an ace-high flush with a queen. Over 10,000 in one go. The room was full of lively noise. Those playing were as intensely engaged as if they were fixing bayonets, and even the onlookers were watching with great delight. Let's see what cards. Ho Pingquan picked up his hand and leaned back to show Sun Jian Country and Wang Hao. His first card was a spade queen, and the second was a spade 3, prompting all 3 to chant in unison, spades, spades. But obviously, wishing doesn't make it so. When they saw the third card, it was the 9 of hearts. Ho Pingquan immediately threw his cards down in disgust. Damn it, 1 card short. Both Wang Hao and Sun Jian Country felt it was a pity. If it had been a heart, there would have been a chance to fight. After several more hands, Ho Pingquan simply stopped looking at his cards and started betting directly. This looks like he's ready to go for a bayonet charge, said Sun Jian Country excitedly. This is what I love to see. Bayonet charge? What does that mean? Asked Wang Hao curiously. Can you really link Jinhua with bayonet fighting? Sun Jian Country explained. You don't understand, huh? You see there are 6 people, right? By bayonet charge, it means betting without looking at your cards, continuing until there are only 2 players left, neither knowing their own hand, but staying in the game until one person opts out, at which point they both reveal their cards. That's a bayonet charge, huh? Mused Wang Hao, who had played such games himself. I know. That's quite a gamble. Definitely, agreed Sun Jian Country. The most amazing one I've seen was when 2 players bet 20,000. Can you believe it? 3 5s and 8s against 3 5s and 9s. It's enough to make someone die laughing. Wang Hao, 3 5s and 8s against 3 5s and 9s. Look at that tragedy. Meanwhile, only Ho Pingquan and the man sitting opposite him remained at the table. Ho Pingquan chuckled. Just the 2 of us now. Shall we go for a bayonet charge? The other man grinned and replied, Let's do it. Chapter 447. Ho Pingquan started with 5,000. I'm sneaking in. Let's start with 2,000. The other also brought out 5,000. I'm in. Ho Pingquan took out another 5,000. Let's add another 2,000. The other continued. I'll match the 2,000 again. At this point, both players had each taken out 4,000, and the crowd behind them was already heated, constantly talking. This deal shouldn't be played small. It's got to be at least 10,000. Right this. Bayonet fight is thrilling. Hey, whose hand do you think will be stronger? Hard to say, but I think Li should win. I think it should be Ho winning. Sun Jian Country. In my opinion, if it's not Ho winning, Then it's Li. Wang Hao. Well, anyway, whoever wins, it's just one of them. As they were talking, Ho Pingquan put in another 4,000. Now, each person had 8,000 in. Why don't we just look? Li said, indicating he didn't want to follow anymore. No need to play too big. I'll start. He revealed one card, a 10 of hearts, then flipped another. Ah, an ace of diamonds. That's not a small hand. Ho Pingquan also flipped one, 6 of hearts. Damn. Then another, 4 of spades, still not as big as the others. He picked up the last card, blew it a breath of life. Let's see what it is. Damn. He threw it onto the table, 3 of diamonds. Everybody burst out laughing, and Li was laughing so hard he was almost lying on the table. Ha! A 10 of hearts beats you. Oh boy, time to collect money. Wang Hao also laughed until his stomach hurt. Watching them reveal their cards was the most interesting part, as both players did not know their own hand sizes, and winning or losing entirely depended on luck. My luck is really off today, Ho Pingquan sighed. The biggest was a 6 of hearts. How can this be? Sun Jian Country advised from the side. Ho, if you can't, just stop playing. Your luck is too poor today. It's bad, Ho. Pingquan nodded. This is the last hand. Then let's go drink. Your brother Tai is here. I must treat. Today we will eat, drink, and be merry. Wang Hao smiled. I'll treat. We're all friends here. Look at you. Do you look down on people? Ho Pingquan said as he drew his cards. You think this is your home turf? I'm treating. Later we'll have barbecue, then karaoke, and after singing we'll take a bath. This guy was quite true to his word. Jinhua is actually quite a speedy game. Ho Pingquan drew his cards and placed a base of 500. Then all three looked at their cards. The first card, Ace of Hearts, nice. The second card, Ace of Diamonds, damn. These cards are good. So the three looked at the third card together. Ace of Spades, triple aces, the biggest combination. To put it bluntly, 3 aces are the ultimate hand in Jinhua. There's no hand bigger than this. Sun Jian Country and Wang Hao exchanged glances. Sun Jian Country raised his eyebrows. Wang Hao instantly got it. Money for dinner, karaoke, and bath all settled. With the biggest hand, you've absolutely got to follow. Ho Pingquan, an expert performer, casually threw in 1,000. I'll follow 1,000. Li was the first to pick up his cards and look, then decisively matched, 1,000. The other 4 hadn't looked at their cards yet, but followed suit. Bite, a round for each. Ho Pingquan took out another 1,000, another 1,000. By then, 2 had seen their cards, and it was clear the outlook wasn't good. Then 2 more looked at their cards, shook their heads, clearly indicating they had bad hands, and folded. For left. Quickly, 2 more rounds passed. By now, those who stayed were the bold ones. 2 had seen their cards, 2 still blind. What's going on? The onlookers wondered. 2 seeing and 2 not. This hand's getting interesting. In the blink of an eye, 2 more rounds passed. Then Li, having seen his cards, bit his lip and finally shook his head. Ho, this hand can't be small. I'm out. So only Ho and 2 others remained. The 2 remaining were young guys in their late 20s. Watching Ho expressionlessly, one of them smiled. Since it's the last hand, just this size, let's continue. Since those who saw their cards had to double the follow, Ho Pingquan followed 1,000. They each put out just 500. Damn, what hand does Ho Pingquan have? Triple aces. The biggest trio. You too. Even if you have triplets, you're absolutely screwed. What's there to fear? Ho Pingquan boldly threw out 3,000. 3,000. The 2 guys responded with 1,500 each. Damn. By now it was obvious at the table that Ho Pingquan's hand couldn't be small. 5,000. Seeing that his opponents still hadn't revealed their cards, Ho Pingquan didn't hesitate to slam down 5,000. Matched. Both individuals put out 2,500. Still not revealing their cards? At this moment, everyone in the room held their breath. These guys were bold. Nobody dared to speak. 10,000. Ho Pingquan was fearless now, directly slamming down 10,000. The 2 matched with 5,000 each. What's going on? Wang Hao looked at Sun Jian Country and whispered, Something's off? Who are these guys? I don't know. Sun Jian Country shook his head. I don't recognize them. Strangers often come here to play. As long as they have money and don't cheat, they can play. Not recognizable. Wang Hao was also a bit unsure now. If they were cheating, they should know Ho's hand. Even if not that capable, at least they should have seen that his hand wasn't small, yet they dare to follow. Chapter 448. This is a trap. In the blink of an eye, 5 rounds had gone by, and Ho Pingquan had followed with 50,000, while the other two had followed with 25,000 each. Carrying such a large sum of cash was naturally impossible, but since their game had been going on for so long, they naturally had someone in charge of the finances. At this point, the cash on hand was not enough, so they began to check their bank accounts to avoid a situation where they'd run out of money and default on payments. "Brother Ho, I've brought the computer over," Sun Jian Country said as he handed over a laptop. "Let's check the accounts first, so we're not caught empty-handed." "All right, let's see." Ho Pingquan took the laptop, logged into his bank account, and everyone crowded around too. "Look, over 400,000. That's a lot of money." "Not bad." Ho Pingquan pushed the laptop towards the other two, saying as he did, "Guys, do we really need to play for such high stakes? I have a strong hand this round." You both followed without even looking at your cards. "If we weren't confident, we wouldn't dare." One of them took the computer, logged into his account, and soon the bank account information appeared. Wang Hao glanced along with everyone else. Named Xiao Fengming, account balance 560,000 yuan. "Damn, this guy has a lot of capital." Then, the others started to log into his account, and Wang Hao looked along with everyone again. Named Lu Xiaoming, account balance 650,000 yuan. Both of these guys have so much money in their accounts. "So what do you think?" Xiao Fengming smiled. "You've all seen it now, right? That's enough money, isn't it?" "Enough, enough," the group nodded together. "That's certainly plenty. Then I'll follow with another 50,000. Ho Pingquan decisively began to bet again. Only this time he was a bit more cautious. "Buddies, I have a strong hand this round. Let's not go overboard, okay?" Although he meant well, Xiao Fengming scoffed. "Are you joking? If you have a strong hand, should I not follow? What kind of logic is that?" "I'll follow with 25,000. Everyone was puzzled. Hearing such a declaration meant the hand must be strong. So why were they still following? Lu Xiaoming did the same, following with another 25,000. At this point, everyone could see something was off, and Ho Pingquan was already breaking out in a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth. Another 50,000. Xiao Fengming chuckled and continued. Another 25,000. Lu Xiaoming also nodded. 25,000. By now, it was clear that Ho Pingquan was caught in a difficult predicament. He held the strongest hand possible, a trio of aces, which could beat anyone. But the problem was, he didn't have as much money as they did. The rules of Jinhua stipulate that when two players haven't looked at their cards, the one who has seen his cards can't compare sizes. He must either fold or follow. Fold with 3 aces? That was impossible. 100,000. Ho Pingquan was determined. He had the strongest hand. What was there to fear? He slammed down 100,000. "You guys still following?" "Following." Xiao Fengming and Lu Xiaoming said together. 50,000. Wang Hao shook his head and whispered, "This is a setup." By now, Sun Jian Country had also realized it, his voice trembling. "God, what do we do now?" Everyone in the room began to breathe heavily. Ho Pingquan simply threw his cards down on the table, exclaiming, "I have 3 aces, you still dare to follow?" Whoosh. Once they saw the hand, everyone was stunned. 3 aces, that was practically the highest hand possible. No wonder he was so bold. Anyone else would have followed to the death. At this point, victory or defeat seemed already determined. Even if Xiao Fengming and Lu Xiaoming had stronger cards, they were certainly going to lose. But unexpectedly, Xiao Fengming leaned back in his chair and laughed. "Follow? Why wouldn't I follow? I have money, of course I'll follow. If you can't keep up, run out of money, that's just a fold. What do you say?" Hearing this, Wang Hao squinted his eyes. These two were clearly in cahoots, setting up a trap from the start. But the problem was, they had money. If you don't have the money to keep up and can't compete against their hand, all you can do is fold. "I'll follow." Ho Pingquan was fired up. 100,000. Both together, 50,000. In such a high-stakes game, 400,000 was nothing, and quickly, Ho Pingquan ran out of money to continue. He gritted his teeth. "My car, picked it up this year for 500,000, an A6 top trim, 300,000 for the mortgage." By then, the situation was clearly out of control. Sun Jin Country quickly intervened, saying, "Look at you guys, playing poker for such high stakes. If you ask me, let's just call it a draw. How about that? Stay out of this." Xiao Fengming dismissed him with a glance. "What do you know about gambling?" Sun Jin Country could only retreat to one side. So another 300,000 went in. But clearly, with both Xiao Fengming and Lu Xiaoming having over 500,000 in their account each, Ho Pingquan needed to follow with over 1 million to take down one of them. He initially had 400,000. Now with the car mortgage for 300,000, it still wasn't enough. Follow, Xiao Fengming sniffed, 150,000. Me too, Lu Xiaoming followed, 150,000. At this point, Ho Pingquan ran out of money to follow. He still had a set of apartments over 80 square meters, but that apartment was mortgaged, without a deed. "Can anyone lend me some?" Ho Pingquan was frantic, sweat covering his face. He called out to those around him. "I have 3 aces. I have the highest hand." The people around looked at each other, no one daring to speak. Who would dare to interfere? Even knowing he had the highest hand, but who knew how much more money the opponents had? If it still wasn't enough, wouldn't it still be lost? Besides, where could they get that much money? Chapter 449, Not Yielding Except to Money. "I have 3 aces, I have the highest hand. You guys really don't dare to loan me any?" Ho Pingquan said urgently. "I'm certain to win this round. I know you have the highest hand." The crowd looked at each other, and Li said, "The key point is, Ho, we really don't have that much money. What if we can't cover it when the time comes? Won't our money just be thrown away for nothing?" Suddenly, the whole scene fell into silence. Everyone knew it was a setup, but the problem is, if you're willing to gamble, you have to accept losing. Now it was clear the other side simply had more money, and that was within the rules, so you have no move. What's wrong? Out of money?" Xiao Fengming said smugly. "No money? Then fold your cards. What are you waiting for?" Ho Pingquan was frantic. "I have 3 aces. If I still lose, I'll have to jump off a building. Who are you trying to threaten with that talk?" The moment Xiao Fengming heard this, he let out a cold laugh, took out a cigarette, lit it, and said, "What do I care whether you live or die? Since it's a gamble, if you bet and lose, you have to admit it. I'm not afraid to tell you. I just have more money than you. So what if you have 3 aces? Got the guts? Then jump." At this point, everyone was looking at Ho Pingquan, wondering what he would do next. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they had fallen into a trap, and now that the situation was set, Ho Pingquan had almost no hope of turning it around. "Dude." Finally, Wang Hao, who had been watching the excitement, couldn't stand it any longer, fearing that it really might lead to someone's death. "This isn't a very nice way to play, is it? Who the fuck are you? None of your damn business." Xiao Fengming, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked at Wang Hao and said proudly, "Don't talk shit to me. Put up money if you can, or fuck off if you can't, you hear?" Seeing that someone finally stood up for Ho Pingquan, the crowd immediately began whispering amongst themselves. "Who's this guy? Haven't seen him before." "I know, little son mentioned just now that he's his university classmate." "Classmate, huh? That's not much use." "Sigh, who would dare leap onto this setup? They showed us accounts with 5 or 600,000. Who knows if they have other accounts? This setup, even 10 or 20 million might not be enough to bring it down. Actually, it doesn't really matter much to me." Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "But I can't just stand by and watch someone die, right? The guy has already said he'll jump off a building if he loses, and at least he is admitting defeat. In my opinion, you win 100 or 80,000 from him as a lesson, and then call it quits. How about that?" He was actually being kind-hearted. He had already seen that the two were setting up a trap to cheat Ho Pingquan, a man who appeared eager to gamble. Teaching him a lesson would be enough, but if it really led to a death, that wouldn't be good, would it? But the problem was, Wang Hao might have meant well, but the other party didn't see it that way. Xiao Fengming waved his hand disdainfully. "This has nothing to do with you. Get the hell away from me. I only recognize money, not defeat. What does his cowardice have to do with me?" With that said, there was nothing left to discuss. "Fine." Wang Hao took another look at him, then smiled. "Since that's the case, there's nothing I can do. You only recognize money, right? Right? Why, you got money?" Xiao Fengming said, laughing. "Put it on the table if you do, or get lost if you don't. I don't quite have enough funds." Wang Hao stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then asked, "You said you only recognize money, right? All right then, let me make a phone call." Wang Hao walked out the door as he spoke. As soon as he left the room, the whole room began talking. What's happening? Is he going out to get money? How much do you think he can bring in? I guess about 1 million should be about right. 1 million might not be enough. Who knows how much money they actually have? Xiao Fengming sat in his chair, proudly smoking his cigarette. This time, both men had prepared 5 million in cash, so that the other side would have to come up with at least 10 million to match. Beforehand, they had thoroughly investigated Ho Pingquan's background, a relocation household, and he had bought a car, having at most just over 500,000 in cash. Even if there were other channels to get money, it would only amount to 1 or 2 million at most. They were certain of their bet. Xiao Fengming sneered inwardly. Another fat sheep. Huh? Lu Xiaoming raised an eyebrow. Absolutely. Outside. Wang Hao, hey Zhao, it's me. Zhao Zhenhao. Brother Hao, what's up? It's been a while since we last touched base. What have you been up to? Wang Hao. I'm just taking care of some business in Jinhua. You got any cash on hand? I need to move some money around. Zhao Zhenhao, huh? Cash. Brother Hao, are you in some kind of trouble? What's going on? Wang Hao. A friend of mine is playing Jinhua and got set up. Zhao Zhenhao. 3 kings up against 3 aces? Wang Hao. Not exactly. It's 3 aces up against 2 closed cards. And those 2 guys have prepared more than 600,000 in cash, just to be sure my friend runs out of money. Zhao Zhenhao. I see. That's easy. Would 20 million be enough? Wang Hao. No need for that much, 100 for now. I have about 100 myself. Too much might scare them off, and that would be no fun. Zhao Zhenhao. Haha, Brother Hao, that's awesome, got it. I'll get ready on my end, and I'll first transfer 1 million to you. Then whenever you need it on your side, just call me. However much you need, I've got it. Can't miss out on such a sure win. Wang Hao. All right, it's settled then. After putting away his phone, Wang Hao chuckled to himself. Originally, with Ho admitting defeat, you could have taken 30 or 50,000 as his lesson. But you refused the chance to step down, not acknowledging defeat and only recognizing money? If you're looking for death, you can't blame anyone else. Fine, then I only recognize money too. Let's play then. I don't believe you can outplay the financial power of the 4 biggest families. Chapter 450, 6 million. Back in the room, Xiao Fengming, who was sitting in the chair smoking, immediately burst into laughter and said, "Oh, back already? How much money did you move?" Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders. "It should be enough, I guess. I'm not too sure. Let's wait and see." Soon, a text message arrived. Your account has just received a transfer of 1 million.00. Please check in time. There we go. The money is in, Wang Hao said with a smile, calling over the computer. You want to check it first, right? Of course, Xiao Fengming said, with his legs crossed. Let's see how much you moved. Wang Hao typed in the account details and then turned the computer around to show everyone. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Ho Pingquan counted carefully several times, then rubbed his eyes, and suddenly burst into great joy, exclaiming, 2 million. Ha! 2 million. It's definitely good to go this time. A round of exclamations erupted from the surrounding people. Wow, 2 million. This brother is awesome. Now it's stable. With 2 million, we're sure to take it down. 3 aces. What's there to fear as long as the money's enough? Sun Jin's look towards Wang Hao changed. Brother Hao was simply impenetrable. So much. Xiao Fengming feigned a shocked exclamation, then placed his bet directly. 300,000. Lu Xiaoming began to follow suit. 300,000. Wang Hao touched his chin, then said with a smile, 600,000. Indeed a big fat sheep. This is Xiao Fengming. Exchanged a glance with Lu Xiaoming, both snickering. They took over the computer and began to log into their accounts. Once the 2 of them had logged into their accounts, everyone looked again, and this time they were stunned, because on these 2 accounts, each person had 1,005,000 or 600,000. The 2 of them together had 3 million in cash. It's over. This time it's really over. Ho Pingquan collapsed in sheer exhaustion into his chair, his eyes lifeless, murmuring, this time, it's truly over. With so much cash, even adding Wang Hao's money, it was still not enough to fill this hole. I'm really sorry. Xiao Fengming laughed, saying, I still have some money. I can keep up for a few more rounds. 500,000. Me too, Lu Xiaoming nodded, smiling. 500,000. This? Wang Hao lit a cigarette, squinting his eyes as he took a puff. Then after a while, he finally nodded. 1 million. What's going on? Does this guy really dare to keep up? Everyone present was flabbergasted. The opponents had over 3 million in cash. Cash. Your side, with a total of only 2 million, still dares to match? Looks like you've got some strength too. Xiao Fengming started to smile slightly, staring at Wang Hao. I'll follow with another 500,000. Lu Xiaoming nodded. Me too. At this moment, the situation on the field became even more severe. Wang Hao had just followed with 1,600,000, leaving only about 50,000 of the 2 million. And Xiao Fengming and Lu Xiaoming together had 2 million in cash in hand. That meant Wang Hao would need to move another 2 million in cash to fill this pit. Looks like I need to move some more money. Wang Hao touched his chin, then smiled. I'll get some more money. As he said that, he began to make a call. Hello? Yeah, it's not enough. Get me some more. Yeah, okay. After hanging up the phone, the entire room fell completely silent. Nobody dared to make a sound anymore. After all, it had reached the moment of a real bayonet fight, with funds amounting to millions at stake. The money just now had already been transferred into a public notary's account, and everyone present was watching. That was a total of nearly 6 million in cash. If one side couldn't keep up, that cash could be transferred away directly by the winner. Very soon, Wang Hao's text message alert sounded again, and this time after he entered the account details, everyone looked. 3 million. I'll follow with another 1 million. Wang Hao immediately announced. You're a brave kid. Xiao Fengming exchanged a glance with Lu Xiaoming, both nodding. Let's follow. 1 million. Wang Hao, 2 million. At this point, the cash in the betting pool shot up to a total of 10 million. How big was that amount of money? What concept? Many listed companies' net profits for a year are just 1 or 2 million. For any company to come up with 10 million in cash at once, Jinhua probably wouldn't have many that could manage it. Just this money alone was enough to make anyone present go crazy. I'm not seeing things, right? 10 million. Yeah, that's incredible. Just within a moment, a total betting pool of 10 million. If someone wins this. When Xiao Fengming and Lu Xiaoming saw that full 8-digit cash figure, both their eyes exuded sheer greed. Today, they were going to make a huge profit. Looks like we need to get serious now. Xiao Fengming promptly unbuttoned his shirt and threw it to the side of the floor, then started to tap into the account. Once he finished, Lu Xiaoming tapped, and once the two of them were done, they rotated the computer screen around. Everyone present gasped. On the accounts, the cash the two of them had together amounted to 6 million. 6 million in cash, which means Wang Hao would have to come up with another 6 million in cash to fill this huge pit. Come on, continue. Xiao Fengming went straight to the point. 1 million. Lu Xiaoming followed suit. 1 million. It seems you guys were really well prepared. Wang Hao took a deep breath, realizing these two were indeed amply prepared. First it was 500,000 each, then 1,500,000 on reserve, and finally each had 3 million more. Chapter 451. Who are you? Ha. What's the matter, scared now? By that point, Xiao Fengming and his accomplice were finally holding the winning cards. 6 million in cash. That vast amount was shocking wherever it went. Indeed, that's quite a bit of money, Wang Hao sighed. You guys really are ruthless to be able to put forth so much money all at once. Cut the useless talk. Xiao Fengming stood up, his voice fierce. If you have money, follow. If not, fold. The gambling table is a battlefield. It's too late for regrets now. Really have to follow? Wang Hao lifted his head, gazing into Xiao Fengming's eyes. It's too late to back out now, right? It was over. Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank. How could they possibly think of backing out now? What, out of money? Xiao Fengming burst into laughter and said, Don't worry. If you're out of money, you could sell your house. You could sell your car. Oh right, if you have a woman, using her to cover a few 100,000 is also fine, huh? I'm raising another 1 million. Lu Xiaoming decisively followed. I'm also raising another 1 million. Everyone at the scene shook their heads. Today's event seemed to be turning serious. 5 million in cash wasn't enough to fill this pit. Even if this young man was incredible, how much more cash could he possibly produce? Brother Hao, I'm sorry. Sun Jian Country was nearly crying. I shouldn't have called you today. No worries. Surprising everyone, Wang Hao suddenly smiled. You should feel lucky that you called me today. Otherwise, if I hadn't come, maybe Ho would have jumped off a building by now. After saying that, Wang Hao finally stood up and said, All right, the show has almost reached its end here. Honestly, it wasn't easy luring the two of you big fish out. I was actually considering playing a bit longer, but well, I don't usually push people to their limits. As he spoke, he picked up his phone again, and what he said next shocked everyone present. Transfer another 10 million. What's going on? Another 10 million? Can this young man actually produce another 10 million? Indeed, it didn't disappoint them. Soon, another 10 million appeared in Wang Hao's account. You, Xiao Fengming's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. You can actually shift so much money. 2 million, Wang Hao smiled and immediately followed. You both can continue. Don't back down now. I'm a person who recognizes money, not cowardice. I don't believe it. Xiao Fengming broke out in a cold sweat instantly. I'll follow. I'll follow to your death. Xiao Fengming was ready to follow, but suddenly, Lu Xiaoming grabbed his arm. Don't follow anymore. Stop, Brother Qiao. Tears were streaming down Lu Xiaoming's face. Can't you see? He has as much money as he wants. We should admit defeat. Admit defeat? That's impossible. Xiao Fengming shouted with a flushed face and thick neck. How could I possibly admit defeat? I can still sell my house. I can sell my company. I can sell. As many as you want to sell, I can keep playing. Wang Hao sat back down, lit a cigarette, and smiled. As much as you need, I have. He then made another call to Zhao Zhenhao. Zhao, another round. They're preparing to sell their houses. A soft okay came from the other end of the line, and quickly, Wang Hao's account astonishingly received another 20 million. Is your house worth this amount? Wang Hao turned the computer towards Xiao Fengming. If it is, I can transfer more over. The entire room was stunned, staring at the computer screen, speechless with fear. This was terrifying. This young man could actually mobilize so much capital. Just a few phone calls, and in such a short time, over 40 million had been transferred. Who exactly was he? You, who exactly are you? Xiao Fengming stared dumbly at the computer screen and suddenly shouted loud as a madman. This is impossible. Who are you really? Are you here to mess with me? Me mess with you? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh and said, I was purely here to watch the show today, but you guys were just too much. I couldn't bear to watch without stepping in. Enough nonsense. Are you following or not? I'll follow. I'll follow to your death. Xiao Fengming was already delirious as he grabbed the computer to bet money, but this time, he was firmly held back by Lu Xiaoming. Brother Qiao, stop betting. Didn't you hear? The man he called on the phone was surnamed Zhao. Surnamed Zhao. Casually summoning 40 million in cash, also. Surnamed Zhao, we can't compete. Surnamed Zhao? Surnamed Zhao. Xiao Fengming muttered twice and then thudded to the floor, looking at Wang Hao in sheer terror. Is it someone from the Zhao family? Are you with the Zhao family? The Zhao family. Could it be that Zhao family? Oh my God, this young man is incredible. To know the Zhao family and have such influence. Now they're really done for. This is like trying to kick a titanium wall. Even if their feet were made of iron, they wouldn't budge an inch. Sun Jian Country looked at Wang Hao incredulously. Brother Hao, is it really? Just someone I met by chance. Wang Hao leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, his face showing a mocking smile. So, do you keep going or give up? If you continue, I don't mind if you sell your company or your house. But of course, I don't deal in women. Chapter 452. I admit defeat. Actually, if it had been any time before, Wang Hao wouldn't have reacted like this. He was a pretty low-profile guy. But the problem was that these two were truly despicable, pushing to annihilate them completely, so they definitely couldn't be let off lightly. When Xiao Fengming and his companion realized that Wang Hao had the backing of the Zhao family, they knew the game was up, and that struggling was pointless. What a joke. Even if they were badass, could they really fight against one of the four big families, the Zhao family? I give up. Xiao Fengming's entire body slumped to the ground, muttering, I admit defeat. I give up. If only you had pulled back sooner. How good that would have been. Wang Hao gently shook his head. People die in pursuit of wealth as birds die in search of food. In the future, just keep a low profile and run a legitimate business. Don't go around swindling people all day. Go now, make the right choices. Thank you, thank you. Lu Xiaoming helped Xiao Fengming up, expressing gratitude to Wang Hao as they left. Thanks for not being utterly ruthless. Thank you. Wang Hao lightly waved his hand. Go on. Don't mess with this stuff anymore. Otherwise next time it might not be so easy for you to get away. Understood. Understood. Lu Xiaoming nodded repeatedly, supporting Xiao Fengming as they quickly left. Brother Hao. Brother Hao. That's fantastic. After the two had gone, Ho Pingquan jumped up in excitement, shouting, My money is safe. My money is safe. What's there to be proud of? Sun Jian Country said with annoyance. If Brother Hao hadn't come today, you would have been jumping off a building. Ho, if you gamble again, I'll throw you down from the top floor myself. Believe me or not. I believe. Ho Pingquan said hastily. I'm not playing anymore. Getting cheated once is enough. Let's shut down this arcade later. Gambling is no good after all. Wang Hao smiled and shook his head. You're so worked up. But closing down the arcade is fine. Open a restaurant or something. Engage in some honest business. Right, an honest business. Ho Pingquan hugged Wang Hao's shoulder. Brother Hao, there's nothing else to say. I'll treat you tonight. Barbecue, stir-fry, karaoke, bath, the whole shebang. Whatever you want, you've got. Then he waved his hand. Everyone can leave now. I'm no longer gonna run this arcade. Brother Hao saved my life today. I have to treat no matter what. Oh, you really dodged a bullet today. Li, who had watched the excitement, laughed and said, All right then, we're heading out first. If you need any help later, just give the word. If you're opening a restaurant, I can introduce you to a chef or something. Ho Pingquan gave a fist salute to everyone. I won't say much. When my restaurant opens, I hope you all will come support it. No need for thanks. The crowd nodded. We'll be off then. The room quickly emptied until only Brother Hao, Ho Pingquan, and Sun Jian Country were left. Wang Hao laughed. How this restaurant turns out is up to you now. I won't interfere. But the money we won, I need to transfer it back. Saying so, he picked up his phone and called Zhao Jinhao. Wang Hao. Zhao, it's settled. Over the phone, Zhao Jinhao asked with a laugh. Brother Hao, how did it go? Wang Hao. I won about 4 or 5 million, I guess. I didn't count it closely. I'll keep my friend's principal and my own, and send back the rest to you. Zhao Jinhao firmly refused. Brother Hao, are you mocking me? Just transfer back the principal. Keep the winnings for yourself. That doesn't seem right. Wang Hao thought for a moment, then smiled. How about this? I'll keep 50 and transfer the rest back to you. After all, it was your money. It wouldn't be right for me to keep it all. Fine, no problem. Zhao Jinhao knew that with Wang Hao's character, it would never work to have him keep all of it. To think that this guy managed to make a few million just by using his kung fu, that was pretty badass. After hanging up, Wang Hao looked at the account balance, over 40 million, and took a deep breath. He first transferred the 40,000 to Ho Pingquan, then kept 100,000 plus an extra 50,000 as a reward for his efforts. Couldn't all be for nothing, right? Then he sent the rest to Zhao Jinhao. With everything settled, Wang Hao finally let out a satisfied sigh, stretched lazily, and said, Let's go. Great battery, old Ho. Time for dinner. And wouldn't you know it, just like that, there was an extra 50,000 in the account. Oh, the joy of having money. It's great to be flush. Sure thing. Upon hearing about dinner, Ho Pingquan and Sun Jian Country were thrilled. After all, everything else might have problems, but with food, there was never any worry. Brother Hao, what do you feel like eating? Ho Pingquan was the most excited. He'd narrowly escaped death. Given his current mood, Wang Hao seriously doubted that if he asked for the moon, Ho wouldn't find a way to pluck it from the sky. I'm easy, Wang Hao thought for a bit, then said, Let's not do any fancy restaurant. Their food looks good, but it's unsatisfying. Yeah, it can be. Ho Pingquan pondered briefly before his eyes lit up. Oh, Brother Hao, speaking of which, there's the gourmet food street not far from here. Let's head there. Gourmet food street. Now that's a plan. Done deal. Let's head out. Wang Hao agreed immediately. Chapter 453, the beautiful female anchor. Jinhua's food street was right near August 1st Square's Intaizini Andy, just over 1,000 meters from Ho's Arcade, which was quite close. Everyone loves gourmet food, especially the various delicacies of the great heavenly dynasty that would definitely make one's mouth water and easily stimulate one's delicate taste buds. Special snacks were a trademark of each city, and tourists traveling to different places would first look for local delicacies before feasting to their heart's content. Tianjin's Hohai Snack Street, Zhonghai City God Temple Food Street, Xianhui Snack Street, TJ Nanshire Snack Street, Guangzhou Wax District's Food Street. These cities' snacks attracted hordes of foodies. After all, one would go to high-end hotels for a fancy experience, but for great taste, food streets were the place to be. The three of them quickly arrived at this culinary paradise, and by this time, it was past 6 o'clock in the evening. The entire street was brightly lit and bustling with people. Jinhua, ham, acorn tofu, meat flour pancakes, Jinhua scones, thin slice ham, zizi tofu. One kind of snack after another filled the street, and a breeze carried the delicious aromas everywhere. While walking, Ho Pinquan said, "Brother Hao, what would you like to eat?" Well, Wang Hao stroked his chin as he thought and said, "I actually don't have any specific cravings. Let's just wander around and see." In front of a Jinhua roast duck shop on Food Street, a young girl stood in front of the entrance of this roast duck shop, taking selfies with her phone. The girl was very pretty. She had a delicate appearance, fair skin, and beauty, and seemed to be just over 20. She had her hair tied in a ponytail, a classic Southern beauty. Facing the phone, the girl made a scissors hand gesture and said coquettishly, "Hey everyone, I'm Michio. Did you miss me today? Those who missed me, remember to send me roses. It's free, and you have 10 every day, so please don't forget." Her live stream had about 300 viewers, and as soon as she said this, a wave of comments started rolling in. "I missed you. Our Michio goddess is the prettiest. Goddess, are you single? Do you have a significant other? If you don't, consider me. I'm not handsome, I'm broke, and I'm short, but how about it?" Get lost, the previous commenter. "I'm tall, rich, and handsome, and an ultimate fan of our Michio. Michio is so beautiful today. I'm typing with both hands to show my innocence. Goddess, I'll send you 10 roses first, and I'll send gifts once I get my paycheck. Goddess, you don't even need to host a show. If you dare to take off a piece of clothing, I'll hit you with a big rocket right away." Big rocket? More like you're ready for a big healthcare. Seeing the barrage of comments, Michio blushed and said, "Please don't do this. You're moving too fast. I haven't even buckled my seatbelt. Besides, what are we talking about taking off clothes for? It would be embarrassing to be seen in public." Her words set off an explosion in the chat room. 666666666. We beg for a live performance, goddess. I'm ready. All that's left is for you to perform, goddess. Get lost, the guy above. The goddess is the shared dream of all 300 of us. Those who want a performance should go find a wife. Damn, if I could see the goddess perform, it would be worth it even if I didn't make another dime for 3 years. A profitable death. Faced with a bunch of experienced drivers, Michio was clearly overwhelmed, so the young girl strategically changed the topic. "All right, let's not talk about performing for now. Today, I see a lot of new friends have joined the live stream, so let me introduce myself. My name is Michio, and I'm a live host for the outdoor food section on Dayu live streaming. I start streaming at 10 every morning, randomly chatting with passers-by, inviting them to taste food, and promoting food culture. I aim to have a perspective and be the most sincere food program on live streaming. Of course, the most important thing is, if you all like Michio, then make sure to send lots of roses to Michio. This is a symbol of a host's popularity. Moi, the goddess herself was asking for roses. How could they not send them for free, right? So, the chat room immediately erupted with more comments. Holy cow, the girl looks good. What did she say her name was? Michio, right? Definitely goddess level. Ah, so beautiful. My heart's been cleansed. Send flowers. Michio goddess, it seems you're really putting in effort for popularity, even blowing kisses. I, Zhao Ritian, am impressed. I'm already licking the screen, typing with both hands to show I'm innocent. Beautiful girl, how can I get in touch with you? I'm a young fellow from the Northeast. No matter whether the stream is good or not, The host's looks are beyond reproach. This is totally worth it. System prompt. Long live Juzi rewarded me Shio with 2 fish balls. System prompt. Rewarded me Shio with 10 fish balls. System prompt. Brother Eggplant rewarded me Shio with a big red heart. In this Dayu live streaming room, there were 6 levels of rewards. 1 fish ball meant 1 yuan. The one above that was fish fins, worth 5 yuan. The heart sent by Brother Eggplant was 10 yuan. Above that was a bicycle for 50, an airplane for 100, and the big rocket mentioned earlier was a hefty 500 yuan. Chapter 454. These 3 people look like bumpkins. The audience inside had just sent a wave of donations, and Michio quickly showed her gratitude. Thank you, Big Juzi, for the 2 fish balls. Thank you whoever sent the 10 fish balls. Then she made a heart gesture with her hands. Thank you, Brother Eggplant, for the heart. Brother Eggplant keeps it real, few words, but heavy presence. Then she blew a kiss. My dears moi. Thanks for the support. The comments exploded again. Holy crap. Goddess, are you flirting with us? Forget the chit-chat. Let's rock a striptease rocket already. Can't handle it. I'm going to recharge my account now. I'll start with a big airplane. Goddess, you must stay strong at times like these. They've been cleaning up the internet, and any live stream that's a bit too bold gets shut down. Don't ruin your future. But if you're going to strip live, I'll send you a giant rocket. I've already called the police. If they don't show up, whatever. You guys, Michio pouted, frustrated. Driving so fast, who can keep up? But hey, the slate's clean for this lady. I forgive you this time. Now, let's move on to the main event. My beloved viewers, it's time to pick a guest for the live stream. Who do you think we should pick today? Who else but someone ugly? Yeah, if we pick a handsome one, what if our goddess gets snatched away? Pick someone serious. Someone reliable. Serious my ass. You'd race the car right now if you could. You guys drive too fast. I'm gonna go eat some spicy strips to calm down. While the comments rolled in, Michio started looking for a guest. Guys, look, there's a chubby guy not far ahead. Michio asked the camera, how about him for a guest? He'd be perfect. Perfect my ass. Aren't you afraid he'll eat you into bankruptcy? Don't be so bold, daring to invite someone so fat to dinner. Yeah, it's like one person eating for 5, and who knows if he'll even be full. Watching the reactions in the live stream, Michio felt speechless. But what they said made sense. Just then, a handsome guy approached, and Michio quickly asked her viewers, what about him? He looks pretty handsome, right? The live stream audience protested more strongly. Absolutely not. How are we supposed to live if you pick someone that handsome? If you choose him, fan turns to foe. Michio, you don't know? This guy is a human trafficker. I was dazzled by his sports car and looks, and now here I suffer in the dust of the mundane world. A bunch of losers. Just scared that Michio might catch a wealthy, handsome man's eye, right? I'm scared too. Please, goddess, don't choose someone so handsome. Did I just miss a chance to be on TV? Are you all just jealous of my good looks? Miss Hostess, hello. I am the male goddess who just passed by. You can add me on WeChat. I can take you to KFC for a spicy chicken leg burger. Idiot. Elementary kid. Spray to death this. Elementary kid. Everyone stop fighting. He's just a kid, so don't let him off. Finally, the room manager spoke up. Stop making trouble in the chat or face a ban. No disrupting the flow. Fuck sun, fuck earth, fuck air, dog room manager. Give grandpa a 7-day family bucket ban meal, and don't forget my straw and tissues. Issue a receipt. Give me one of those meal deals too. As the argument escalated, Michio felt quite helpless. Dinner was approaching, and if she didn't find someone soon, it would be game over. She shrugged her shoulders and said, all right, let's stop fighting. I'm right now at the entrance of Jinhua Roast Duck Restaurant. I've heard this place has great roast duck, so today's gourmet show will be all about roast duck. I'm about to chat up some folks now. Stop fighting, or we won't be able to broadcast live today. After saying this, Michio looked around and spotted a group of 3 people walking towards her, saying instantly, let's pick these 3. More people make it merrier, and fewer would make it seem like I'm just pulling together a meal group. New friends, remember to follow us. We broadcast live every day. In the live stream. These 3 look good. Check out that skinny tall one with a little braid on top of his head. That outfit's pretty trendy, though his looks are a bit off. That guy on the left, big and tough. Wow, look at that belly. He might end up eating our goddess into bankruptcy. Don't mind if he eats us into bankruptcy. Just don't let him run off with our goddess. These three look like country bumpkins. Perfect choice. No threat to us. Right on. Right on. This is the way to go. Michio walked up to the three men, and as she approached, she asked cheerily, "Hello, gentlemen. Are you here to eat?" Normally, they should have just answered yes or no, but clearly, these three weren't playing by the usual rules. This lady is pretty. The one with the braids' eyes lit up like bulbs the moment he saw Michio. "Young lady, what's the situation? Which restaurant are you from? Are you here to pull us to your place? That's no problem at all. By the way, what's your name? Your phone number, QQ, and WeChat. Tell me all. Let me find you." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle young man burst out laughing and teased, "You big battery. Can't even walk straight when you see a pretty girl." Chapter 455. Old Iron, no problem. No need to ask. These three people were none other than Wang Hao and his crew. The one speaking was, naturally, Sun Jian Country. Sun Jian Country scratched his head and said with a laugh, "Just a hobby. Purely a hobby." The chat in the live streaming room burst into laughter. "This guy's pretty awesome. I give full marks for his pickup skills. 666666666. Not bad, not bad. These three look pretty interesting. Big Battery is a unique nickname. Today's show is definitely going to be good. Haha. Wait and see how these three get." Confused by Sister Michio. Then, the live streaming room started a round of tipping. Jungle Dragon sent the host a fish ball. Shy Sunpass sent the host a shark fin. Lost Reed sent the host 3 shark fins. Honestly, Michio had never seen anyone start hitting on her right after meeting, and she vigorously shook her head. No, 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 I'm not pulling you guys to a restaurant. My name is Michio, and I'm an online food broadcaster. I'm wondering if you three are interested in food. Food? Online broadcaster. Wang Hao and his friends exchanged looks, and Ho Pingquan whispered, "Brother Hao, do you think this will work?" "Don't worry," Michio said anxiously. "This is not the same as television. I'm just a small broadcaster with not much popularity. If you guys are food enthusiasts, how about being guests on my show? I can invite you to experience Jinhua's most famous roast duck with me. Of course, I'll pick up the tab. The main purpose is to taste good food together, promote food culture, and bring joy to the audience. How about it? Is that okay? Just a small online broadcaster, huh? I've been on TV, so why would I be afraid of you? Food, I get it." Wang Hao looked around, then at the Jinhua roast duck restaurant, and finally faced the camera with a smile. "Sure, let's have a meal together today. Whatever you need us to do later, we'll fully cooperate. Dear viewers, do you think I'm handsome?" As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, the barrage of comments in the live streaming room burst forth. "Who's this guy? Get him out of here fast. That's right, he has no self-awareness. He's actually making my goddess pay. Shameless? He understands food? I bet he needs help just to make instant noodles. Damn it, let go of my goddess. Let me do it." I've seen this kind of person a lot. They hear free food and act all eager. I bet he's never paid for a meal. Posing as a food enthusiast to get close to my goddess. Outrageous. Brothers, let's march out. Me army, take no prisoners. Parasites, get lost. The camera should be on the goddess. Hello, 110? There's a human trafficker here who looks like man but acts like a dog, pretending to be a food enthusiast. The live streaming room was in an uproar, but since a guest had been invited, Michio was still very happy, immediately cheering. "That's great. Brother, you don't know? I often get mistaken for a bad person when I invite guests. It hasn't been easy." Sun Jian Country was immediately shocked. "You, such a beautiful girl, taken for a bad person? Goodness, let bad people surround me then." "That bumpkin." Wang Hao laughed and cursed a bit, then looked at Michio and asked, "Nowadays, female internet broadcasters are so popular, you must have many people in your live streaming room, right?" Is this guy clued in? "It's all right," Michio smiled. "I just do food broadcasts usually, and as for viewers, not that many, just over 300 or so. I still don't know. How should I address you guys?" "Over 300 people, fair enough." Wang Hao was just about to introduce himself when Ho Pingquan straightforwardly gave the girl a thumbs up. "This is my brother Hao. My name is Ho. And this guy, just call him Battery. Brother Hao, Ho, and Battery. These three guys are kind of interesting. Mi Xiao pursed her lips in a smile, finding them relatively easy to remember, then said, "All right then, let's go in." The four of them entered the roast duck restaurant. Speaking of which, this restaurant was quite vintage, with an antique interior design, calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls, and wooden pillars all around. The decoration was very meticulous, especially the high-quality, low-price calligraphy hanging on the central wall, which clearly displayed the work of an expert. "This is indeed a nice place," Wang Hao said, pleased as he observed the nearly full dining area. "The taste must be good." At that moment, the restaurant owner came over, and it was evident that Mi Xiao had reserved a spot here. The owner approached with a smile. "Is this Mi Xiao? The food broadcaster, right? Please, this way, this way." They quickly found a table and sat down, and Mi Xiao immediately set up a smartphone stand. And so the food broadcasting show began. "Guys," Mi Xiao looked at the three of them. "Who's familiar with roast duck?" "I am." Ho immediately raised his hand. "I eat it all the time." "Sunjin country. I don't always eat roast duck, but I've eaten plenty of roast chicken." The audience in the live streaming room fell over laughing. Clearly a big foodie. "Look at that belly. My iron brothers got it right. You mean you've eaten plenty of wild chickens?" Chapter 456, Asking for a live stream face slap. At this point, Mi Xiao could clearly tell that Wang Hao was the leader of the three and decisively asked with a smile, "So, Brother Hao, do you know the history of roast duck?" Wang Hao glanced at Mi Xiao, then at the phone streaming live, and carefully asked, "Well, should I know or not know?" When he said this, Mi Xiao almost burst out laughing. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes curving into smiles as she said, "Brother Hao, you don't need to worry too much about the live streaming. Just tell the truth." "Oh, tell the truth, huh?" This time Brother Hao suddenly felt confident. "I'm familiar with roast duck, and I'm not just bragging to you. I've studied it. I could tell you exactly how many feathers are on a duck." "Haha, Brother Hao, you're really funny." Mi Xiao laughed again. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were going wild with laughter. "My God, I can't take it anymore. Starting off pretending to be a foodie, now talking about duck feathers. Please return the bee to the cows. They need a normal life too." "Sister Mi Xiao, one can make 100,000 a month just by boasting in live streams. My sister is so awesome." Alas, this guest is too extravagant, still so young. Can he really have a future by just boasting like this with Mi Xiao? A perfectly good food program. Every day there are these shameless lechers who know nothing about food, all under the guise of various boasting. My heart goes out to Mi Xiao for half a second, awaiting the goddess to smack him down. Seeing the chaos in the live stream, Mi Xiao's face started to turn red. This Brother Hao really loves to boast. "So, Brother Hao, which roast ducks have you tried?" Mi Xiao quickly tried to lift the spirits, preventing the scene from becoming too awkward. After all, boasting is normal, but taking it too seriously is not good. "Well," Wang Hao stroked his chin, then said, "I've had Quanjude, Dadong, and the cheap ones before, always used to eat them. I have my own method for eating roast duck." EY. Turns out he's quite the connoisseur. The audience in the live stream started expressing their feelings with a barrage of comments. "See that? Truly impressive. Got a method for eating roast duck, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Do you even have to ask?" Obviously, he means he can eat 2 ducks by himself. I think not just 2. Hother could eat 3. PSH, that Battery, I reckon it's half at best, not a feather more. Naive Fishballs tipped the host 10 fishballs. Host, please live stream a SmackDown. Hua Zizong tipped the host 20 fishballs. Goddess, go ahead and confuse him. Big planes are waiting to serve. By now, the number of viewers in the live stream had started to rise, from over 300 to more than 4. Brother Hao, Mi Xiao thought for a moment, then asked, "In your opinion, which of these roast ducks tastes the best?" "Tasty," Wang Hao pondered, then said, "I can only say each has its own merits. Ah, this roast duck, it's all about a crispy exterior and tender interior. Anyway, it's really delicious. No need to keep asking me. You go on. You go on. I wouldn't want to steal your lines." Phew, that was close. If he went on to take all her lines, how could she continue the live stream? This Mi Xiao was again amused by Wang Hao and laughed. No worries, I still have plenty of lines, rest assured. Suddenly, the viewers in the live stream were not having it. Who is this guy? Just when I tuned into Mi Xiao's live stream, I see this guy boasting. If he can talk about duck culture, I, Zhao Ritian, will eat dung on a live stream. The big plane is ready to go, waiting for this guy to run out of words. If he manages, the big plane will serve him. It's not that I'm targeting anyone in particular, but when it comes to roast duck, hee. Brothers, I come from a Yangzhou cooking background and specialized in roast duck for 3 years. I understand roast duck better than I understand my girlfriend. Usually, guests who talk like this, there are only 2 types. Those who are bluffing and those who are the real deal. Which one do you think he is? Do you even need to ask? Of course, it's the first kind. Actor's Life tipped the host 10 fish balls. Look forward to Mi Xiao showing some backbone. Understanding Wealth tipped the host 2 hearts. Host, smack him down decisively once the dishes come. With so many people tipping, Mi Xiao was quite excited. Thanks, dear viewers, for your tips. As soon as the dishes arrive, I'll start explaining the food. After all, Mi Xiao had already made reservations before coming, so the serving of dishes began. The owner could also see the commercial value in the live stream and introduce the dishes as they were served. This is our shop's most famous Jinhua roast duck. I'm not bragging, but among all the roast duck restaurants in Jinhua, our place can definitely be ranked at the top. Look at this color, this aroma, they are top-notch. With a smile, Mi Xiao said, of course, if it wasn't delicious, we wouldn't come here. That's great. The owner smiled and said, please enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you further. Wang Hao looked at the roast duck that had been served, nodding his head in approval. This restaurant's roast duck is really good, Wang Hao said with a smile. Smell this fragrance. Look at the translucent quality of this meat. Very nice, very nice. Brother Hao, you even know how to look for that. Mi Xiao said in surprise. Then do you know about the cooking process of roast duck? Chapter 457. Let you show off. Let you fly. The process for making roast duck. Wang Hao was taken aback for a moment. Right? I should not steal the spotlight anymore. The live stream has already started, so I've got to cooperate. Thus, Wang Hao decisively shook his head. I really don't know about that. Why don't you explain it to me? As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream chat began to flood. Ha 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 ha. I told you he was a big bad wolf. Goddess, please enlighten him. 666, 6666. Host, please continue. I'm getting hungry just watching. I need an explanation. All right. Mi Xiao smiled and nodded her head. Then she began explaining to Wang Hao, 2 other people, and the audience of the live stream. She laughed. All right. Now it's time for our culinary live stream. The method for this Jinhua roast duck is just awesome. The master's name is Li Baoku, and this roast duck is the genuine Li family's roast duck. Incredibly spectacular with a secret recipe passed down through 18 generations, and it's passed only from father to son. The craftsmanship is exceptionally meticulous, comprising over a dozen steps, and not a single mistake can be made in any of them. As for the ducks, they're scientifically bred, reportedly even with a touch of herbal medicine. Even the sweet bean sauce has a unique formula. The entire roast duck, the timing, the source of the pastry, the temperature, and the cooking techniques are all very carefully considered. After she finished speaking, she said, all right, now let's try some roast duck from this place and see what makes it unique. Mi Xiao then picked up a piece of roast duck with chopsticks and started chewing it gently. It must be said, although the young lady seemed lively and energetic, she ate quite gracefully. After eating for a while and swallowing, she finally said, it's indeed very good, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, fatty but not greasy. The texture is just superb. Is it that good? Wang Hao also picked up a piece of duck, ate it, and nodded. Indeed, it's not bad. So, everyone at the table started eating. However, since it's a live stream, eating too voraciously would be inappropriate, of course, except for Old Ho. This guy, his mouth seemed like a bottomless pit, stuffing a piece of duck, skin, and bones all into his mouth, and then swallowing it whole in 5 seconds. Even Sister Mi Xiao was stunned. Who still eats like this nowadays? It's like he's a reincarnated glutton. Old Ho, you really eat. Michio exclaimed, and after struggling to find the right words, she finally said, heartily. Oh, don't mind me. Old Ho awkwardly scratched his head. Carry on, carry on. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. This Old Ho is really funny. Iron Brother is flawless. That eating style absolutely ensures a long life. After everyone ate a piece, Michio then continued speaking. The roast duck is great, right? Originally, the recipe is absolutely secretive, but after some sweet talking and hard persuading by yours truly, I finally got hold of the top secret information. Wang Hao and the others exchanged glances. Top secret information? Instantly, the live stream viewers started spamming the chat. 6,666. Love the secrets. Quick, tell us. So next, remember to send Michio some roses. I'm going to start explaining. Michio made a V sign with her fingers at the camera, waiting for the atmosphere in the live stream to rise again. Then she began. First of all, the ducks have to be good ducks. Ordinary farm ducks won't do. The ducks here are sea ducks. They eat corn kernels from the northeast, uncrushed ones. So the ducks eat sea fish, swim every day, and in a warm climate. They don't eat crushed feed, so their digestive tract and body are always moving around, making the meat quality very good, firm but not flaccid. That works. Sun Jian Country widened his eyes immediately upon hearing this. Professional, Sister Michio, you know all this. The live stream chat burst into laughter. Look, totally dumbfounded. Of course, these three people. I guess they won't last more than 10 minutes. They'll all be stunned by Michio. That's right, the one who lasts. Chapter 458. Let me give you a demonstration. By this time, donations were already flooding in during the live stream, and Michio's sister got even more hyped up. Next, brush the duck once more with the sauce before roasting it at about 150 deg C on moderate heat for 2 hours. Take it out after 1 hour and brush it with sauce again, and that's how it's roasted. Once the duck is roasted, cut it into pieces, place them inside lotus leaf wraps, add sweet soybean paste and sliced green onions, roll it up and eat it. And that's when it's the most delicious. Holy shit. Ho Pingquan was stunned after Michio finished explaining, unable to stop exclaiming. There's so much to consider when eating roast duck? I'll give it a try. He said this while picking up a piece of duck, then grabbed a small wrap, spread on sweet soybean paste and green onions, and then directly threw it into his mouth. Delicious. It's still so delicious. Ho Pingquan couldn't stop exclaiming. Wow. I've really learned something today, haha. Wang Hao, don't say you know me. Sun Jian Country, on the other hand, was all charm and possession. This girl is really something. How can I swindle her phone number later? At this moment, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Ha. As expected, it shocked him dumb. Michio is just so badass. You can't help but admire her. That was so professional just now. Let the love flow. My goddess. Wait until you finish talking later. I want to watch you eat roast duck. I've got my tissues and lotion all ready. The basics are done. Michio took a sip of water and then leaned back in her chair, her posture very attractive, looking like a little princess. There are a few important steps left to add. The duck hangs from a fruit tree to roast. Make a small hole in the duck. Take out the innards. Then pour water into the duck's belly. Then tie up the small hole and hang it over the fire to roast. Once the skin is roasted on the outside, the meat inside will be cooked as well. This method allows the duck to retain moisture during the roasting process and makes the skin puff up, becoming thin and crispy, leaving the entire duck crispy outside and tender inside, with a unique fruity wood fragrance. You know all this. Sun Jian Country's eyes widened. There's a fruity wood fragrance, too? Of course, Michio said proudly. I'm a great foodie. I understand everything. All right, this live stream is just about done. Next up, let's get ready to eat. Oh, are we done broadcasting? Then let's eat. Wang Hao picked up his chopsticks ready to eat, but before he could start, he was taken aback. Wait a second, Sister Michio. Wang Hao put his chopsticks back and then glanced at his phone, afterward looking curiously at Michio. After a while, he cautiously asked, Is today's live stream? Is it over now? Yeah, Michio looked puzzled. I've said all there is to say. What's wrong? That's it. For a live stream, you're not going to talk for a few hours, at the very least. It can't end this soon, right? You only streamed for a short while? Wang Hao said frantically. You won't have friends if you stream like this. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, Mi Xiu immediately asked in surprise, if I don't stream this way, then how should I stream? What the hell does this guy mean? The viewers in the live room erupted instantly, and the comments began flooding the screen. What does this guy mean by this? Is he dissatisfied with our sister Mi Xiu's live stream? It seems like it. Let's not leave yet. Let's see what this guy is up to. This guy must be about to show off. Brothers, let's see what he's going to do. That's right. That's right. Let's wait and see. Check it out. I'll show you how it's done. Wang Hao obviously had a you don't get it vibe. With live streaming, you can't just talk about how delicious roast duck is and how to make it. How can you make that last a while? You need to start from far away. You need to ramble and talk about everything under the sun. Like this barbecue, right? Barbecue, barbecue. These two, although they are often indistinguishable, we still should nitpick the words, right? First, let's talk about roast. The character of roast, used in different contexts, often changes its meaning. For instance, red roasted and white roasted are boiling. Char siu is roasting. South roast is pan-frying. Pot roast is deep-frying. As for roast, it is a character that appeared later in history, presumably showing up in recent ancient times. For example, the 1838 Liuan Collection Volume 17 contains a savage entry. A certain gentleman, who greatly enjoyed eating goose feet. The goose was placed on iron racks, roasted with a slow fire from below, the goose jumping and screaming incessantly until they marinated it with soy sauce and fine wine. After a short while the goose perished, leaving only skin and bones, the feet as large as a fan, with a taste beyond comparison. If you push even further back, there was a notion of roasting and barbecuing together, like in the 1792 published A List of Foods in the Garden, Duck Barbecue section of the Bird Clan. Use a young duck on skewers to roast. Mr. Feng's chef is the finest. And then there's been a long stay in Nanjing, feasting lavishly. Exquisite delicacies give way to deer and rabbits, while the best from the sea are sturgeon and beluga. Roast duck is commonly presented, with roasted pig as gifts to envoys. Chickens tender as bamboo shoots in spring, fish longer than cream buns, and so on and so forth. Having covered roasting and barbecuing, let's talk about roast duck. Speaking of the differences in roast duck from various places, one must discuss three regions. The first is Nanjing. The origin of Nanjing roast duck is not yet clearly documented. Although some people cite the Ming Dynasty Song's healthcare department and Zhuozhongji as references, the former has a different technique than today, while the latter is all name and no substance. Therefore, it is disregarded. The technique of Nanjing roast duck can be confidently pinpointed to this skewer roast method. The steps divided into washing, skewering, scalding the skin with sugar, air drying, and roasting. The eating methods are divided into banquets with one duck served 3 or 4 ways, being sliced skin, duck meat sauce stew, duck bones for soup, duck fat steamed with eggs, and the common way with sauce for 2 ways. Since it is one skewer, one roast, production is slow. Currently, the market is dominated by enclosed oven roasting and has added the inflation procedure, making production quick and ducks plump. Chapter 459, Brother Hao says roast duck. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room, including those in the live stream, were stunned. Originally, this was just a casual eating of roasted duck, but who would have imagined that this guy could ramble off such an extensive spiel just from roasting a couple of ducks? In the live stream room, damn, this guy's awesome, impressive, his knowledge is pretty professional. 6666, 666, 6666, bro, you're awesome. So interesting, let's watch this knowledge lecture. Mi Xiu was also wide-eyed. Brother Hao, are you actually a historian? What historian? I'm just a foodie. Wang Hao continued to explain to the audience. As a foodie, how can I not know these things? After talking about Nanjing roasted duck, next up is Tianjing roasted duck. It's commonly believed that Tianjing's roasted duck came from when Emperor Ming Qingzhu moved the capital from Nanjing to Tianjing, taking the roasted duck techniques along with him. But there is no definite evidence to substantiate this claim. However, in the late 1950s, it was statistically compiled that most duck roasting masters in Tianjin believed that Tianjin roasted duck originated from Nanjing. Therefore, this statement persists. Tianjin roasted duck's techniques went through two changes over time, the braised oven method and the hanging oven method, and within the hanging oven, a halal roasting method evolved. Among them, the earliest braised oven roast was by Lao Bianyafang in Me Market Alley, using millet stalks to heat the oven chamber, inserting the duck, then sealing the door to cook the duck through residual heat. It was also known as nanlu duck, and there were terms like nanlu duck, roasted piglet, hanging oven meat, etc. As for Tianjin's hanging oven roasted duck, Master Sun, the first master roaster Quanju proudly employed, used to be in charge of the oven at Jinhua restaurant. Later, Master Sun passed his techniques to Pu Changchun to Zhang Wanzhao, Zhang to Tian Wanquan. All of these individuals were from SD. Since then, the hanging oven roasted duck craft gradually perfected, and the specific process can be subdivided into 19 steps. The most complete craft records can be traced back to 1958. Finally, let's talk about GD-style roasted duck. In old times in GD and Hong Kong, any roasted duck on the menu would say Jinling sliced duck or Jinling Hall sliced duck. Looking at the earliest preserved craft record from 1959, it was the same spit roasting technique as used in early Nanjing. Only later, with local development, the techniques began to diverge from Nanjing and Tianjin. It had three characteristics. 1. The duck embryo needed to be marinated with 5-spice salt and various spices and sauces to eliminate the gamey flavor, enhance fragrance, and prevent spoilage. 2. It no longer solely used sugar water to color the duck skin, but added to the syrup improvements like red Jujang vinegar, white vinegar, miso liquor, etc., making the skin even more crispy. 3. It was roasted using an open flame and a dark oven, large quantities, and a high output rate. Especially this last open flame dark oven roasting almost influenced the process of roasted duck craftsmanship everywhere. Damn, who exactly is this guy knowing so much? Mi Xiu was wide-eyed with amazement. Looking at Wang Hao, she exclaimed, "Brother Hao actually knows so much?" "That I do," Wang Hao said with a grin and a nod. By this point in Wang Hao's lecture, the live stream room had already reached over 560 people. Mi Xiu was dumbfounded. "Oh my gosh, can't believe there are so many people here. Over 460. Then she saw a flood of comments in the live stream room. "This bro is too impressive. He's got a solid grip on the knowledge. Motorcycle, off you go. Brother, keep it up. Educational, my iron pal 66666666666666666. I'm new here, what's happening, guys? Guys, you don't know? Just that dude. He's freaking awesome, to be able to talk so much about roasted duck." Below was a barrage of tips and rewards. Ugly Little Duck sends the host 20 fish balls. 2 Bites Read One Word sends the host 2 red hearts. Ho Pinkwan and Sun Jian Country were also astounded. Brother Hao was not only imposing, but his knowledge was also incredibly vast. The live stream room was bursting with energy, and naturally, Wang Hao was hardly idle. The correct way to eat Jinling roasted duck is to only eat the skin. The skin of the Jinling roasted duck is sweet, crispy, and fragrant, typically enjoyed wrapped in pancakes, paired with spring onions and sauce. Anyway, when it came to roasted duck, he knew a lot. Wang Hao pointed at the roasted duck in front of him and said, "From here, you can tell that this roasted duck is not particularly authentic. Of course, the taste is not too bad, it just seems a bit rough. Normally, you would only wrap the skin, and then the duck meat would be used in another dish, and the bones in soup, duck skin in pancakes, stir-fried duck meat, duck bone soup. That's the 3-way eating method for Jinling roasted duck. Therefore, Jinling roasted duck is not a common homemade dish, but rather a dish served in restaurants, and can only be found in Nanjing's time-honored restaurants, representing one of the traditional dishes of the local cuisine. From the 1980s to the early new millennium, Nanjing's time-honored restaurants all served Jinling roasted duck, among which JS restaurant was the best. Unfortunately, as time passed, the traditional Nanjing cuisine has lost its former glory, with many of the old restaurants either changing or declining. Crafts like Jinling roasted duck, a classic of Jinsu cuisine, have mostly been lost, and even many locals in Nanjing today are unaware. It's truly lamentable. My God, Mi Xiao was utterly shocked. Brother Hao, you're too amazing. Chapter 460, Enjoy the show. What's this? Wang Hao laughed after hearing Mi Xiao's sister's amazement. This is just the beginning of the roast duck story. I haven't even gotten to the main topic yet. We haven't gotten to the main topic yet. Then Brother Hao, please tell us the main topic quickly. Mi Xiao's sister stealthily glanced at the live broadcast room. With that one look, she was utterly shaken. In just a short while, there were already over 800 people in the live streaming room, and the barrage of comments was flying. 6666, 666, 6666. This guy is simply awesome. My iron brother, send your hearts this way. Hurry up and tell us the main topic. I almost wish I could fly there to eat roast duck. Since she was hosting a food program, it was a no-brainer that Mi Xiao was a food enthusiast. Despite her lively and cute appearance, deep down she was definitely, well, as the saying goes, conquer a person's stomach if you want to conquer their heart. Take note of that, comrades. Now that we've discussed its origins, next up is the entire process of making roast duck. Wang Hao drank some water with a smile and said, speaking of roast duck, the really traditional roast duck has a specific sequence, and it's not something you just eat off a plate. The first dish is called flash-fried duck heart. First, you cut the duck heart in half and press it flat, then incise a pattern on the inside. Place it in a bowl and add matai, soy sauce, salt, sesame oil, sugar, and pepper and stir well. In a hot wok over high heat, pour the duck fat, and as soon as the wok starts smoking, quickly add the duck heart. The water content of the duck heart will sizzle upon contact with the oil in the wok, and you need to stir-fry it quickly 2 to 3 times. Immediately scoop it up onto a plate and sprinkle with chopped cilantro and shredded green onion. This dish relies on the heat, spending no more than 3 seconds in the wok. As the duck fat in the wok ignites, the scene is particularly astonishing, which is why it's called flash-fried. The tenderness of the duck heart and the aroma of matai, together with other seasonings for flavor, complement perfectly with the agile movements of the chef and the high temperature of the wok, leaving a fragrant and uniquely smoky taste in your mouth. The second dish is called beaded duck breast. This dish involves placing slightly fatty and crispy duck breast meat in a bowl or plate, accompanied by 5 types of vegetables, looking as gorgeous as pearls and gemstones that make one drool. Beaded duck breast evolved from the traditional dish, braised duck breast. Its name comes from a phrase in Han Shu, treatise on the calendar, which goes, the sun and the moon are like a pair of discs. The 5 planets are like a string of pearls, signifying a perfect union. The duck meat is fragrant and crunchy, while the vegetables are crisp, beautiful, and clean. It is definitely one of the great delicacies on a full duck menu. As for the cooking method, you first boil the duck breast meat until it is 80% done, then take it out and season it with wine and salt. Then, fry it in oil until it is golden brown. Slice the duck meat into pieces that are 1.5 centimeters wide and 5 centimeters long, and arrange them neatly in a bowl. Add scallions, ginger, wine, sugar, salt, and clear broth. Then put them in a steamer to cook thoroughly. Afterward, remove the scallions and ginger and pour the broth in the bowl into another container to be used later, while arranging the duck meat neatly on the serving plate. Chop up the soaked pearl mushrooms, mix them with minced chicken to form pearl-like shapes, and quickly cook them in the broth. Carrots, beetroot, and water chestnuts are also shaped into pearls and boiled in the broth, while fresh peas are immersed in boiling water. In the broth used for steaming the duck, add wine, salt, and bring to a boil. Then add all the pearl-shaped ingredients and some thick broth. Finally drizzle over with scallion ginger oil, and pour this all together onto the steamed duck breast meat. Listening to Wang Hao finish, Mi Xiao swallowed with a gurgle. As for Ho Pingquan and Sun Jian country, their drool was practically flowing onto the table. Not to mention eating, just hearing about it is freaking awesome, isn't it? The people in the live stream were all dumbfounded. This Brother Hao is so freaking amazing. To be able to speak about so many dishes, ordinary people really wouldn't know. I'm dying of craving. I want roasted duck. I can't. I'm going to buy a roasted duck right now. What a pity. It's such a regret not to be able to eat the roasted duck Brother Hao described. Bro, let's start with a big tip as appreciation. Brother Hao, is there more? Michio wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth with fervor, staring at Wang Hao as if she wanted to eat him up. Keep going. Don't tell me that's all there is to it. Of course, there's more. Wang Hao smiled and continued. The next dish is called Tianjin duck roll. In the past, rolls and wraps were usually made with raw duck skin and raw duck meat filling. But the Tianjin duck roll uses duck skin that has been roasted in advance and raw meat filling. Wrapping with raw skin leads to a texture that's hard rather than crispy. Without using raw meat filling, you lose the fresh taste. So if you don't use duck skin peeled from cooked duck breast and ground raw leg meat, you can't make a good Tianjin duck roll. This dish requires exquisite cooking techniques and also has water chestnuts added to the filling for an extra crispness, making it a top dish in the full duck banquet. First, chop the duck leg meat finely with the back of a knife. Mix in soy sauce, wine, salt, pepper, chopped green onions, ginger, water chestnuts, sesame oil, and stir evenly to make the filling. Then, roll it up in the roasted Tianjin duck skin, coat it with cornstarch, a thin batter of egg, and breadcrumbs in that order, and fry in hot oil until it turns golden brown. The exterior is fragrantly aromatic and just right in color, while the inside is tender and crispy, offering an exceptional flavor. The fourth dish is called duck meat and abalone box. In restaurants, abalone is always a favorite among diners, with countless methods of preparation. This duck meat and abalone box, using abalone to wrap the duck meat filling, can be said to best showcase the characteristics of a roasted duck restaurant. The key to this dish lies in the blending of the meat filling, which must have the right consistency to steam the duck meat and abalone box to perfection. The preference is for especially tender duck breast meat, ground down with a Daobei knife into a paste, and made into a filling with egg whites, diced water chestnuts, wine, salt, chopped green onions, ginger, and sesame oil. Trim the abalone into a round shape, cut into pairs of slices, sandwiching the prepared filling in between, and adorn the top with a fresh pea. First, steam the duck meat and abalone box until cooked, then plate it. Boil duck fat, salt, wine, and broth together and thicken with cornstarch. Separately add duck fat and steam it well. Pour this over the abalone boxes arranged on the plate to finish. At this point in Wang Hao's description, the stomachs of several people present rumbled in unison. Looks like they all got hungry just from his words. Chapter 461. If you don't brag, we're still good friends. The last dish is called duck sauce double greens. Wang Hao explained in detail. In this whole duck feast, there is a particular order in which dishes are served. The first round starts with cold dishes made from various parts of the Tianjin duck, followed by a second round of hot dishes cooked with Tianjin duck, and the third round is the roasted duck. The most important dish of the feast, in fact, is the final dish of the second round, which is also the dish served right before the roasted duck. This dish serves as a bridge to the next course, with the aim of enhancing the appetite for the iconic dish, the roasted duck. Duck sauce double greens is prepared for this very purpose. The duck sauce is made by slowly simmering the broth over low heat until it's thick and sticky, and the double greens are dragon's beard greens and oil vegetable hearts. Wash the oil vegetable hearts and soak them so they retain their green color after cooking. Remove the skin from the bottom of the dragon's beard greens and place them alongside the oil vegetable hearts on the plate. Heat the pan with duck fat, add minced green onions, then minced ginger and stir fry. Once the aroma is released, add duck sauce, wine, salt, and then the oil vegetable hearts and dragon's beard greens, and simmer briefly. The cornstarch is mixed into a thin paste and poured along the edge of the pan to the layer of duck fat beneath the soup's surface. Shake the pan up and down to toss the vegetables inside, allowing them to heat evenly. After plating, drizzle a small amount of duck fat on top, and it's ready to serve. In conclusion, Wang Hao summarized, with duck sauce double greens, the whole duck banquet is complete. Next, we can start enjoying the most delicious roasted duck. Speaking of which, none of these dishes are available in this restaurant. What a pity, what a pity. As he expressed his regrets, the number of viewers in the live stream directly broke through the 1,000 mark, and the barrage of comments was exploding. Brother Hao is simply too awesome. I can't take it anymore. I'm starving to death. Exactly, my stomach is rumbling. 6666, 666, 6666. Bro, no problem. Take off with a big plane. At this moment, Kung Fu is exactly what we see here. The owner of the roast duck restaurant came in with soup, exclaiming as he entered, I was listening outside the door just now. And bro, your knowledge is impressive. He put down the soup and gave Wang Hao a big thumbs up, just for bros. Talent. Today's meal at our restaurant is on the house. Ah, how embarrassing. Wang Hao scratched his head sheepishly. I was really just talking off the top of my head, just for a bit of fun. In the live stream. Brother Hao, you play cool pretty well. Don't be so modest. That's right, don't be so modest, man. I've been pretending for over a decade, but I've never seen pretending quite like you did just now. But Brother Hao, it's no good always just talking big. You've got to take some action. Yeah, talking is all well and good, but you have to get hands-on. You're not a crosstalk comedian, right? You're a show-off. To do that well, you need to use both hands and mouth. Haha. It's not easy to speak so knowledgeably off the cuff. The owner laughed heartily. There aren't many young people with your level of knowledge these days. Take your time with the meal. I've got to go greet other customers. Sure, go ahead. Wang Hao waved with a smile, casually adding, let's eat and talk. Actually, the roast duck here is really good. It's just that the carving is a little off, which is a bit of a pity. Normally, roasted duck should be sliced, 108 slices, and only without seeing the bone does it count as high class. Point taken. The owner laughed as he gave a fist palm salute. I'll tell the chef to practice his knife skills. Brother Hao, with all your knowledge, can you cook? Mi Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This little foodie was drooling over Wang Hao. Can you share some cooking secrets with me? Secrets? Wang Hao pondered. Well, there's not much of a secret to it. Just stir-frying, deep-frying, simmering, broiling, boiling, frying, braising, roasting, hot pot, steaming, roasting with spices, baking, stewing, braising, pan-frying, shallow frying, fermenting, marinating, scalding, and that's just 20 words. Ho Pingquan and Sun Jin Country exchanged glances. They just loved Brother Hao's show-off style. Mi Xiu was utterly astonished. That counts as no secret? Definitely. Wang Hao smiled. Although these 20 words are indeed emblematic of traditional cooking techniques, 1,000 chefs have 1,000 understandings. Each word is more than just a simple cooking method. For instance, stir-frying includes oil stir-frying, sauce stir-frying, scallion stir-frying. Frying includes crisp frying, soft frying, vinegar frying, marinade frying. Each word represents a subtle cooking method, and adjusting the cooking order according to the ingredients allows for more flexible applications. Today was truly an eye-opening experience for everyone. Mi Xiu was ecstatic as if she had found treasure, exclaiming loudly, Brother Hao, do you have a phone number I can have? I think you're amazing. How about I get you to join me for a program next time? Ah, look at me, how embarrassing. Wang Hao promptly pulled out his phone. What's your number, beauty? Sun Jian. Country was silently weeping with 2 lines of tears as the sound of camel bells rang in his ears. All the good girls were being charmed by Brother Hao. In the live stream. Yeah, my goddess. I haven't even seen the goddess strip, and he's already swapping WeChat with her. Goddess, don't go. Heaven forbid. The goddess was actually charmed by such a dork. My more than 100 Ferraris. Dear upstairs, if you don't brag, we're still friends. Chapter 462. Going to take a bath. He had just finished eating and the bill was taken care of. Ho Pingquan saw that the live stream had finally ended and smiled as he asked, Beauty, what are you going to do next? We're planning to go sing. Do you want to come? Mi Xiu naturally understood that Ho Pingquan was just being polite, and she immediately shook her head. I won't be going. Then she looked at Brother Hao, her big eyes fluttering. Brother Hao, can I still find you tomorrow? I've found that you're really great at talking. Having you in my live stream room boosted the popularity like crazy. Today I received several hundred in tips. Wang Hao thought for a moment, then nodded. If there's nothing major happening tomorrow, then it's fine. I'm usually quite free. Great. I'll give you a call then. Mi Xiu, assured by the positive response, was exceptionally happy. She stood up laughing and said to her phone, "My dears, that's the end of today's live stream. If you like me, Shio, don't forget to follow me. And remember to send roses. Double tap 666,666. In the live stream room. 666666666. See you tomorrow, goddess. Goddess, you must perform a special show for us tomorrow. I agree. I can sneak a peek when no one else is around. Damn, you guys are making me run out of toilet paper. Goddess, please take it off. I definitely won't fulfill your wishes." Michio coyly said, "I am a decent girl," leaving a pack of howling wolves in the live stream room. After packing up her phone and phone stand, Michio waved at Wang Hao with a sweet, "See you tomorrow, Brother Hao." Wang Hao smiled cheerily. "Yeah, see you tomorrow." As soon as Michio left, Sun Jian Country looked at Wang Hao with worshipful eyes. "Brother Hao, your skills at hitting on girls are awesome. Teach me a few tricks." Wang Hao, "Go to hell. If I teach you, who knows how many young ladies you might end up harming." "Brother Hao, you seasoned player, still worried about that." Sun Jian Country gestured dramatically. "Don't tell me you've never had a big healthcare visit." Wang Hao immediately freaked out. "When have I ever been to big healthcare?" Sun Jian Country, incredulously, "Really never?" Wang Hao firmly nodded. "Really never?" "Ho," Sun Jian Country said. "Let's not go sing. Let's go and make Brother Hao experience something cool." At those words, Ho Pinguin's eyes immediately gleamed lasciviously. "Are we going for health care?" Sun Jian Country nodded. "Let's go to health care." Wang Hao, "Fuck, what are you planning?" "Brother Hao, you might not have been exposed to this kind of thing before." Sun Jian Country's voice was dripping with suggestiveness. "Today I'll introduce you to the bathing culture of the Heavenly People's Republic." Speaking of which, the trio walked to the nearest bathhouse on Jinhua Snack Street. The three of them stood at the entrance looking inside. The place was dazzlingly luxurious. Even the facade screamed opulence. "Brother Hao, you may not be familiar with the bathing culture," Sun Jian Country sighed. "Do you feel a bit lost standing in front of this magnificent bath center? Today, your bro will teach you how to take a bath." Wang Hao, "What the hell, buddy, what are you trying to do? I'm a decent person. What are you standing around for? Let's go in quick." Ho Pinguin pulled Wang Hao inside. "I'll explain the specific steps of bathing in a bit." "All right." The two guys escorted Wang Hao into the changing room, Sun Jian Country said. "First, just make sure to carry 1,000 yuan in red bills. Enter the hall, get a chest tag and a towel, change into slippers, and then into the men's changing room. You don't need me to teach you these parts. Then, depending on the number on your chest tag, find your locker. Be careful, the chest tag is magnetic. Just tap it gently on the corresponding locker, then step away, and the door will open." Wang Hao, "Do I need you to tell me these?" "Brother Hao, don't be disbelief," Sun Jian Country said as he undressed. "I once saw a guy, he smashed his chest tag on the locker so hard, it shattered, and he got beaten up and thrown out by the security." Wang Hao, "Yeah, that's quite believable. A hothead hurts even himself when enraged." By the time the three of them were undressed, Sun Jian Country took one look at Wang Hao's physique and exclaimed, "Fuck, Brother Hao, no one can match your build. Ah, can't help it. Since I absorbed the spiritual energy from the dust bead, my physique has been perfect. Ah, I work out often." Wang Hao chuckled. "Not bad, right?" "Not just not bad." Ho looked down at Wang Hao, astonishment in his voice. "Brother Hao, you're quite well endowed." "Isn't that obvious? I'm naturally well endowed." "Lock your clothes in the locker, grab your towel. Let's head into the bath hall." Sun Jian Country checked them over one more time, then nodded satisfactorily. "Brother Hao, later, first take a quick shower, and then dive into the hot water pool. We'll start soaking. Pay attention to the soaking posture. Spread your arms over the rim of the pool, embracing a domineering, big boss vibe. Your facial expression should be relaxed, with a tinge of solemnity and melancholy, and then chat with the friends next to you. Brother Hao, don't hurry, watch me demonstrate." Chapter 463. I'm a decent person. Wang Hao stared wide-eyed and numbly nodded his head. So, they began to soak in the bath. At that kung fu bathhouse, there were already 3 or 5 people inside. Sun Jian Country leaned against the edge of the pool, and that's when he began to turn it on. Sun Jian Country, Has our company's Qiangzi been sentenced yet? Wang Hao, he's been sentenced 15 years. Sun Jian country, sigh. Qiangzi is a real man, killing over 60 people by himself. Even his knife got all nicked. Wang Hao, his parents have already made arrangements. In a bit of time, we'll get him out for medical parole. Can't let our brothers get cold feet. Yeah. Sun Jian country's gaze fixed into the distance, as though pondering something, while his hand occasionally flicked water onto his chest. He displayed a big boss demeanor, and those few people bathing silently sidestepped to avoid the trio. Then Chu Pingquan said, "By the way, heard there's been another incident at the mine?" Wang Hao was such a joker, bragging effortlessly. Nothing serious, just over 800 people killed in a cave-in. All the families have been compensated. It's all small change. Ho Pingquan nodded. It's almost Lunar New Year, so it's crucial we stabilize the family's emotions to avoid any issues. Wang Hao laughed. Understood. Damn, these two are acting pretty well, scaring those bathers so much they all got out of the water. Brother Hao, remember this, Sun Jian country whispered. Once we've soaked enough, take a towel and swing it around your crotch area. Then get out of the pool, and we head to the sauna. Pay attention to the way you walk. Be sure to move slowly, with your legs spread quite apart, shuffling your slippers, sort of like a crab's gait. Don't keep your neck and head stiff. Twist them now and then to the rhythm of your steps, giving an unruly, casual, and impressive big brother vibe. After entering the sauna, rub your face with your hands and sigh deeply. Wet steam, dry steam, ruby room, infrared, blue light, whatever, will steam in each room. Damn, that's professional. Wang Hao widened his eyes. Got it. So the three men strolled around in just that way, and at this point, the bathhouse attendants were left dumbfounded. Gentlemen, would you like some drinks? 3 Red Bulls, Sun Jian country waved casually. Need to replenish some energy, still got work to do. Right away, the server went to fetch the Red Bulls. Meanwhile, the 3 of them proceeded to the scrubbing room. Upon entering, they were met with rows of large beds, each occupied by pale, fleshy bodies, looking like a scene from a pig slaughterhouse. Scrub downtime, master. Sun Jian country found an empty bed to lie on and started calling the scrubber over. Brother Hao, when getting scrubbed, it's not just about the scrubbing. We need to add a little something extra. In a flash, he groaned while being scrubbed. After the scrub, we use a bag of bath salts to exfoliate and disinfect. Then we smear a bag of milk on the body, and after that, we must have a resounding massage. It needs to rhythm. Wang Hao, damn, kid, you sure know your stuff. Soon enough, they finished their scrubs, took showers, washed their hair, used body wash, brushed their teeth, shaved, and blow-dried their hair, then returned to the changing room. Taking cigarettes and phones from the locker, the attentive staff had already passed over pajamas for the 3. The critical moment's coming. Sun Jian country lowered his voice like a conspiring revolutionary. Remember, don't smoke the heavenly brand. Smoke Fu Rong Wang, because we're men of society. Remember to stuff a few $100 inside the cigarette pack. As for what for, I'll tell you later. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. Okay. The 3 dressed in pajamas and headed upstairs. Following the server's announcement, esteemed guests, this way to the upstairs, they arrived at the day's second destination, the relaxation hall. The relaxation hall mainly hosted performances, usually singing, skits, acrobatics, comedic duos, and the like. Let's just find a spot. Sun Jian country led Wang Hao to a seat in the back, ordered a couple of beers and some sunflower seeds, watched for a while, then said, Brother Hao, we only watched the show for a bit. Must leave before it's done, or afterward. There will be too many folks heading for health services. Remember, don't go into a private room yet. Hang out in the hall, smoke a cigarette, watch some TV, scope out the situation, and assess the quality of the female. Technicians coming and going. Once we've rested enough, we can move into a private room, order a pot of Tiguanyin tea, get a fruit plate, and while looking at the menu, listen as the server introduces services. Then you should first tip the server with a red bill, hinting at your preferences for the technician. Negotiate the service details thoroughly. Don't get fooled by those Thai, Chinese, or Japanese types. Ho Pingquan nodded. Right. After the session, ask, can we go another round, darling? Sun Jian country immediately affected a woman's voice. Big brother, we can only do it once per hour. Ho Pinkwan continued. That's when you pull a red bill from the cigarette pack and slap it on her face. Because the technician's cut with the bathhouse is either 46 or 55. If you give her the money directly, she pockets it all. Ask again. Can we? Sun Jian country made lewd gestures, oozing sleaze. Big brother, we can. And then your health wellness session begins. Wang Hao, damn, you two degenerates, truly disgraceful. I'm a respectable person. Chapter 464, Li Chuang's Trouble. My goodness, the wellness session yesterday was pretty nice. The foot, leg, head, and shoulder massages were just like a complete package. Except I didn't spend $500. Everything else was great. Mr. Ho and Big Battery hosted us quite well. As they say, there are 3 irons in life: sharing hardships, going to the countryside together, and overcoming difficulties together. Although we didn't make it to the last step, the sentiment was the same. Back at the hotel, Wang Hao leaned on the sofa in the lobby and checked his phone. Just then, LV Junyu walked over with a gloomy face. As soon as he saw Wang Hao, he rushed over like he was grabbing the last straw and cried out, "Little master, save me. What the hell is going on? Could it be that guy got screwed? What happened?" Wang Hao looked at him, puzzled. "Did someone cook you?" "Little master." LV Junyu was almost breaking down. "My role is fine, but there's an issue with the crew now." "The crew?" Wang Hao looked around. "Isn't the crew doing okay? What happened? Did they disband?" Come, don't panic, sit and talk." "Not that," LV Junyu sobbed. "My scenes were supposed to start in just a couple of days. My parts were supposed to be plenty. It starts with wiping out the Fuwei escort agency, then getting killed by the protagonist in that restaurant. I have been preparing for days and almost got into character. Just when we were supposed to start shooting today, as per normal schedule, the martial arts coach couldn't be fetched. Now Mr. Li Chuang from the crew management is running around like a headless chicken looking for you." "That's serious?" Wang Hao was stunned as well. "A martial arts film without a director for the fight scenes won't do, but I can't help there. I don't know any martial arts directors." "You've got no way?" LV Junyu paced frantically. "What do we do now? What can we do?" "Well," Wang Hao stroked his chin. This guy before him was his own second disciple. Putting his acting skills aside, at the very least, one shouldn't let him fall at the starting line, right? Since he became a mentor, he ought at least to make a gesture. Wang Hao immediately said, "Don't panic. I'll go inquire about what's going on. By the way, where's Mr. Li?" "In our crew's rest area." Hope reignited in LV Junyu's eyes. "Little master, everything depends on you now." Relying on a hammer. I don't even know the situation yet. But, logically speaking, getting a martial arts director shouldn't be that hard, right? Just throw some money at it. This granduncle shouldn't be too stingy. Anyway, let's go see what's actually happening. Wang Hao then headed towards the crew's rest area, and upon entering, he saw Mr. Li Chuang lying on the sofa, holding his head, muttering, "What should I do?" "Mr. Li," Wang Hao approached and asked quietly, "What are you doing?" "Who's that?" Mr. Li Chuang opened his eyes and immediately rejoiced upon seeing Wang Hao. "Is that little Wang? You free today?" "Yeah, just got back." Wang Hao looked at him. "I heard about, the martial arts director." Exactly. I've been worried sick about it. You showing up is just perfect." Mr. Li Chuang suddenly stood up, grabbed Wang Hao's arm, and they left. Let's go. You're with me today? Let's go have a look together. What situation is this again?" "Sure. Let's go." Wang Hao then drove Mr. Li Chuang in his Maserati, and once on the road, Wang Hao finally got the chance to ask. "Mr. Li," Wang Hao asked while driving, "what's really going on? I heard from LV Junyu that the martial arts director can't come." "AI, let's not mention it." Mr. Li Chuang was like pouring out bitter waters. "I've spoken all the nice words I could, but the master just won't agree. What should I do? I can't exactly kidnap him, right? Is it that he doesn't want to come, or some other reason?" Wang Hao inquired curiously. "It's not like anyone would refuse money, right? Did we not offer enough? 2 million. Isn't that high enough?" Mr. Li Chuang shook his head. "It's not about the money. The thing is, this master is famously moody. If he's not in the mood, no one can move him." Hearing this, it sounded like he was the only martial arts director in the whole world. "Can't we change the person then?" Wang Hao is also very curious. Surely the entire Heavenly People's Republic's film industry isn't just stuck to one competent martial arts director, right? You wouldn't understand, Mr. Li Chuang sighed. Each martial arts director has their own style, just like directors of dramatic scenes, each with their ways of expression. Every action choreographer has different aspirations and creativity for action films. You know, our film is a grand new style of martial heroes film focusing on inner strength, so using an ordinary realism-focused martial arts director won't fit. That makes sense, Wang Hao nodded. But there must still be quite a few martial arts directors, right? Chapter 465, Martial Arts Instruction Circle. Li Chuang had been in the business for many years, and his understanding of the industry was more than a notch above Wang Hao's. He began to enlighten Wang Hao. There's actually quite a lot involved. Not just anyone will do. Li Chuang shook his head and said, there are a few schools of action directing in the domestic scene, but to put it simply, there are only two types. One represented by Kung Fu in actual combat, and the other entering through the traditional Beijing opera school of performance. For example, the protagonist from the blockbuster Martial Heroes a few years ago was a classic representative of the real combat, Kung Fu style, with an extraordinarily distinctive style. If I were to summarize it, I'd say it's hard-hitting, with every punch thrown with real power, a constant sense of muscle tension, along with a high-pitched, low-frequency sound, coupled with his characteristic roar. The camera movement is relatively simple, creating a sense of stage or ceremony, a cycle of appearance, combat, reappearance. In the end, it conveys a sense of pain that then feels real. Actually, having Master Yuan in there was more of a tribute, but it didn't really serve any practical function. So, there are such intricacies? Wang Hao thought about it. Could Bruce Lee from his previous life have been categorized like this? The hard style also includes Master Zhang Jiayang, a direct descendant of the Hong family fist. Li Chuang continued to explain to Wang Hao. The forcefulness of the Hong fist is well known. Thus, you can see a lot of its influence in Liu's movies. The Hong fist itself involves expansive movements, which makes it great for action sequences. When Liu incorporated it into films, his style carried a tough manliness, or should we say, a romanticism about being a man. But it places very high demands on the actors. First off, you need actors with relatively long limbs, and second, the movements have to be precise because such extended martial arts movements will look really bad if not executed well. The action design is very realistic. Each move sets a standard. However, it's not quite fluid, but that's intentional. When two people fight, it looks a bit like a PowerPoint presentation. Each time their bodies make contact, there's a slight pause. This kind of choreography has a significant advantage because it allows the audience to follow easily, enhances the sense of realism, and gives a little anticipation for the next move. But Liu loves to intersperse some details into the action, such as hooking the foot or clawing with the hand. That quite resembles the grappling techniques often seen in martial heroes films. It seemed as though Li Chuang didn't think this was a perfect fit. True, Wang Hao nodded. Our movie wouldn't really suit action. Directing that emphasizes one punch at a time. Exactly, Li Chuang continued. So, this first type won't work. So what about the second type? That is the tradition derived from the doctrine of the mean. Representatives of this type of action directors are two individuals, Hong Bin and Li Long. It's tough to pin down their style, so lazily I've used the term doctrine of the mean to describe it. Looking over their careers, there seems to be no form they aren't good at, but also none they excel in overly much. Their cool-headed style is probably their most distinctive trait. They can make martial arts the highlight of a film, but they can make the action sequences exciting without taking away from the drama. It seems like every martial arts movie has traces of them, yet they're not like a glaring brand that catches your eye. They are that perfect barrel where you can never find the shortest stave. If we were to point out the biggest difference between the two, Hong Bin excels in group scenes. His ability to arrange group scenes is outstanding. Orderly but not chaotic, chaotic but not frantic. A large number of martial artists can move through a scene in an orderly way, appearing powerful but not like a disorderly street brawl. Especially in one versus many situations, the sequencing of opponents, the placement of each person, the intercutting of the camera, and the cohesion of the movements are all points of interest. Li Long, on the other hand, is known for his solid, robust actions combined with exaggerated humor, earning acclaim and recognition with this down-to-earth style. This humorous style makes you feel that those who know kung fu are human, feel pain, and need to fold when necessary. After this personal style became established, it ran through his entire film career, becoming a distinct personal stamp and selling point. Furthermore, Li Long's martial arts choreography likes to replay the key moments of important strikes, and he has a special way of doing so. For example, a strike is divided into start of the move, the strike, post-strike, these three parts. Let's call the start of the move Part A, the strike, Part B, and post-strike C. A, B, C correspond to the shots 1, 2, 3. A normal director would play them in order, 1, 2, 3, and you'd see ABC. But not Li Long. He would take the strike from Part B and shoot it again from angle 3, which we'll call -3, and then play it before shot 3. So you end up seeing 1, 2, -3, 3, a total of 4 parts. Although it makes the sequence a bit longer, because the strike is played twice, it feels visually more powerful. Of course, these special effects are fine for martial arts, but for our martial heroes genre, it's not really useful. This is like a little Jiang Hu within the Heavenly People's Republic's martial arts world. Who would have thought that there's so much philosophy within action directing? Chapter 466, Master Yuan. So you mean, Wang Hao whispered, we can't seek them out either. Exactly, Li Chuang shrugged helplessly. They all focus on techniques without paying attention to the form of presentation. Their fight scenes may look very realistic, but if you want to see inner strength and that kind of mystery, you won't be able to. Wang Hao grew more curious and asked, is there anyone else? Of course there are, why wouldn't there be? Li Chuang smiled as he continued to explain to Wang Hao. The third type is imaginative. A representative figure for this type of martial arts direction is Cheng Dong. Cheng Dong's most typical characteristic is his ethereal moves, the best in using wires. I personally think his most typical work is Qingxiu. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's a fantasy martial arts film. Wang Hao firmly shook his head, haven't seen it. Yeah, I've hardly seen any films from this world. Though I glanced at a few highly rated ones on Douban before. Forget it, their level is barely on par with youth from my previous life. I won't talk much about the content of that movie, Li Chuang said. I can only say, a huge amount of the action scenes rely entirely on wires. There's even a story about a wire breaking that almost killed the male lead. With wires, moms no longer need to film scenes backwards along the walls, and at the same time it supported a part of the post-production staff. Even now, whenever there's a big action movie, post-production companies hire a bunch of novices to clean the wires, getting paid by the frame. With the extensive use of wires, the lead actors now have more room to move, and it also allows for greater breakthroughs in camera movement. When creating action effects, it not only greatly benefits the lead actors, but also helps the supporting actors take hits. In the past, those hits could only backflip themselves since everyone's human and their own strength is too limited. But now it's different. You have a bunch of masters pulling you up into the air when you're hit. Wang Hao listened in amazement. So this is the real origin of I'll make you cool and take you flying. So from then on, our domestic movies are all about using wires. Li Chuang shrugged his shoulders. While running, flying while walking, even needing to fly just to use the restroom to look awesome. The downside is that in recent years such action movies have seriously caused aesthetic fatigue. The audience starts complaining as soon as they see actors flying everywhere. It seems we can't use this genre either. Wang Hao finally sighed after hearing this. Now that you mention it, it seems we really don't have many options left. Exactly. Why do you think I'm also distressed and frustrated? Baby is suffering inside, but Baby is also helpless. Li Chuang said with a gloomy face. The master we hired today is actually the most suitable for our series. Master Yuan Xingping, known as Master within the circle and now #1 internationally in martial arts. Direction. His father Yuan Xiaodian is also a formidable martial arts actor and choreographer, and his siblings are mostly involved in martial instruction in the industry. You can say their family belongs to movie royalty. His style involves a strong, sturdy base, yet flows like drifting clouds and flowing water. Similar to Master Zhang Jiaoyang in that only real martial arts make for attractive scenes, the difference lies in the fact that his toughness is like a thick steel plate swooping down on your head, and in the end, the steel plate still quivers. This kind of power combined with a hint of vigor is his typical style. A few years ago, a hugely popular film called Snake Fist had Master Yuan successfully create an image of a serious yet lively protagonist, and he was extremely bold in the action design, incorporating a lot of highly difficult acrobatic moves in the movie, breaking human limits at the time and raising the difficulty level of action scenes. His action films are realistic yet not lacking in flair, with unique technique designs, grand and impressive, truly giving a grandmaster vibe. It makes one dream of martial heroes, even inspiring many kids to learn martial arts. In that film, the protagonist could only be described as casually elegant, with movements that are systematic, respectful, and rhythmic, possessing both the dominance of a martial artist and the scholarly aura of a literate, with a bit of mischief. Characterization was richly crafted, and even many of the fighting moves reflected the protagonist's personality. Especially the protagonist's weapons, anything and everything, from umbrellas, sickles, blades, clubs, to even clothes and belts, were unconventional weapons, all readily available. Especially with your script, where every type of blade will appear, and every plant is a blade, Master Yuan is truly indispensable. Hearing Li Chuang say this, it seems that Master Yuan really is indispensable for this, the proud, smiling wanderer. No wonder why he kept muttering when we went to find him. The martial arts directors from other genres all didn't fit the style of this film, so only Master Yuan would do. No wonder, Wang Hao also sighed. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly asked, "Did this master train in martial arts before?" Chapter 467, thorough to the last detail. If I had practiced martial arts, maybe I could have impressed him with my previous decent Yongchun skills. No, I haven't. But unexpectedly, Li Chuang shook his head directly. Master has openly admitted that he isn't versed in much kung fu. So, to him, choreographing fight scenes is like designing works of art. His style feels agile and grand, expansive, perfectly blending the characteristics of our heavenly people's republic's thousands of years of martial arts and the aesthetic pleasure of visual sensation. Watching it is particularly addictive. The fights come out looking very natural and pleasing, without that artificial feel of added special effects. Every piece guided by Master is essentially a masterpiece. The entire fighting sequence flows like drifting clouds and flowing water. Wang Hao, what I mean is to start from his hobbies, not asking about artworks. That being said, Mr. Li, Wang Hao cautiously asked, I mean, this Mr. Yuan must have some hobbies or interests, right? If we can't move him with money, we could approach from the angle of his hobbies. Do you think I don't know that? Li Chuang said helplessly. Mr. Yuan likes calligraphy, which is well known among our circles. For this reason, I've specially learned for several days. Not to say I can write, but at least I can appreciate. But it's no use. Wang Hao, this is like water off a duck's back. During the conversation, Li Chuang directed Wang Hao to drive. Here we are. This is the villa complex. Turn left at the entrance. Go straight. See the man-made lake up ahead? Villa number 16 by the lake. That's his place. Wang Hao looked around and could tell that Master Yuan's circumstances were indeed not bad. Living in such a scenic villa complex, he must be quite wealthy. No wonder they're unresponsive to money offers. They must have made plenty. They soon arrived in front of the villa, where Li Chuang got out of the car and smiled. Here we are. This is the place. Only then did Wang Hao have time to take a careful look. It was a 3-story villa, similar to a Ming Dynasty residential courtyard, surrounded by a wall about 1 meter high, with the house itself largely constructed of wood, gray tiles and eaves, decorative beams and painted rafters, a small bridge over running water in the courtyard, and rockery made of bluestone. Quite a bit of classical style. No wonder Mr. Li said he's a calligraphy enthusiast. This house must be it. By this time, 3 or 4 high-end cars were already parked at the villa's entrance. Land Rovers, Jaguars, and the like. Li Chuang, clearly frustrated, scratched his head. Looks like there's no shortage of people trying to invite him today. Look at these cars. That Jaguar with the plate Zhong B65444, belongs to Zhang Baohua, Director Zhang. And that JC87455, over there is a producer from another crew, Mr. Li Xinghan. Damn, even Director Deng Rongchang is here. He's said to be the chief director of a big-budget martial arts film, investing 150 million renminbi. He listed several names offhandedly, his mood growing more depressed. It's over. It's over. Looks like we're out of luck today. Even if Master Yuan were to come out of retirement, he wouldn't choose our crew. Wang Hao felt Li Chuang's spirits plummet in an instant. He deflated completely. Mr. Li, let's not lose heart, Wang Hao shrugged and said. After all, we've come this far. Shouldn't we at least go in and try our luck? At that moment, thinking so, they saw a group being led out from inside. Li Chuang was stunned. Director Zhang? Why are you coming out? The people just so happened to be those Li Chuang knew. None other than the previously mentioned Director Zhang Baohua. Don't even mention it, said Director Zhang in the front, sounding resigned. No use talking, offering 3 million, and he didn't even bat an eyelid. Mr. Li, not to discourage you, but you definitely wasted a trip here today. Wang Hao, quite impressive indeed. That bad? Li Chuang was taken aback and asked. What about Mr. Li Xinghan and Director Deng? They're still in there, soft pedaling and hard selling. Director Zhang shook his head. This is looking tough. I have to go back now. If we can't get Master Yuan, I'll just have to find another martial arts choreographer. They got into their cars. One could tell they were quite dejected, and with a heavy stomp on the gas pedal, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Look at that. Li Chuang became even more troubled. Even an offer of 3 million wasn't enough. Let's just do our best and leave the rest to fate today. Li Chuang promptly rang the doorbell, and soon after, the door opened with a yeah. A maid in her 40s, wearing an apron, came out, frowned upon seeing Li Chuang, and said, You're back again? I thought I'd give it another try today, Li Chuang said with a smile. Can you please notify them? Let us in? Well, okay. He's in the study. The maid turned and went inside. Please wait a moment. I will inform the master. She returned in less than a minute. Please, follow me. The maid led the way, taking Wang Hao and Li Chuang straight to the study. Upon reaching the door, she smiled and said, The master is inside. Please come in. Upon entering the study, Wang Hao took a quick survey. Firstly, there were 2 large bookshelves, with a lot of calligraphy hung on the wall, running script, which Wang Hao stared at for quite some time without deciphering what was written, utterly confused. However, the floor was neat and shining, clearly well maintained. At that moment, right in front of a large desk in the center of the room, an older gentleman with graying hair was engrossed in writing calligraphy. Chapter 468, Bootlicking and Bragging Know No Bounds. The elder was facing away from the few people, so his features were unclear, but there were indeed a few people beside him concentrating on his calligraphy. Presumably that was Li Xinghan and Director Deng's group. Has Master Yuan started practicing his calligraphy again? Li Chuang, accompanied by Wang Hao, made their way to a corner of the room, found a sofa to sit on, and asked someone nearby, How's it going? No good, responded the man, likely one of the assistants brought by Li Xinghan or Director Deng, shaking his head. Master Yuan doesn't even bring up the matter of coming down the mountain. Director Deng came with sincerity today, but alas, there was no opportunity to even start the conversation. Wang Hao sat on the side, nodding, seemingly grasping that this person must have been brought by Director Deng. Do your best. Li Chuang also felt helpless. He glanced at Wang Hao. Let's wait and see how things go for a bit. If it truly doesn't work out, then we'll just have to head back. However, little Wang, you've seen it too. It's not that I haven't been trying. It's that he genuinely doesn't want to come down the mountain to help. You'll need to vouch for me in front of Director Yang. Understood. Wang Hao nodded. I'll make sure to tell it like it is. And so the two of them began to wait. Master Yuan truly was a calligraphy enthusiast. He didn't bother giving Li Chuang or Wang Hao any attention when they entered, didn't even lift his head, just continued with his writing. He wrote for a full half hour, and only after he finished did he speak. Recently, I've had some insights into my writing, and I'm currently not in the mood to go out. There's no rush about going out, said a half-bald man on Master Yuan's left, stroking his chin in admiration. Your calligraphy is indeed remarkable. It has grown stronger since the last time I came. Look at this sentence. It's like flowing clouds and water. The strokes seem to spread like clouds and smoke. The shapes of the characters overlap and vary in size, opening and closing, with prominent variation in the thickness of the lines, full of rhythm. The last line is slightly slanted, almost to the point of toppling over, but the way it tilts isn't awkward. Actually, it adds a sense of freedom, showcasing Master Yuan's unrestrained character, creating his own style. The arrangement is bold, and the formation of the characters, leaning or straight, heavy or light, are executed with swift, powerful strokes, with a weighty application of ink. Excellent writing, excellent. With him leading the way, the others began to heap on the flattery. The grinding of the ancient ink lightly fills the room with fragrance. The new water in the inkstone shines with brilliance. Some are bold and forceful. Some are sensual and graceful like a beautiful and slender woman. Some are like the fresh spring breeze blowing over blossoming flowers. Others are like the deep and somber chill of the north wind sweeping through the passes. Truly exquisite writing. Yes, indeed. The strokes contain a majestic aura, and the poses come to life effortlessly, exemplifying the pinnacle of unconcerned expression, that which emerges from utter oblivion to both hand and heart, possessed with the most vibrant infusion of life. In its color, its form, its varying shades of density and dryness, in the connected and flowing strokes, the fine and the bold reveals and conceals an infinite variety of nuances, an aura that fills one with awe. Integrated into the calligraphy is the firmness, decisiveness, and progressiveness of Confucianism, as well as the ethereal serenity and relaxed, idle disposition of Taoism, often conveying a sense of rejecting ostentatious complexity in favor of a pure and distant authenticity while executing strokes. Dragons and serpents race against each other, wearing out iron inkstones. Master Yuan's characters, like the petals of flowers, send their fragrance far and wide, becoming ever more crisp and fresh. In each stroke, it's as if a wild horse has broken free, soaring into the sky and disappearing into the distance, or as a mystical dragon flying through the heavens, spiraling and moving with agility, born from nothingness and returning to the void, capturing the primal impulse of life force that contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. These few strokes, they even contain a hint of Zhang Yang's arrogance and unbending spirit, not subject to any restraints. Even the entire line written in one go has an almost celestial ease, leaving no trace. Master Yuan's characters represent accumulation over the years, each stroke ringing with determination. This was nothing but blatant flattery and brown-nosing, with insincere praise flying left and right. Wang Hao listened from the side, his eyes nearly dropping to the floor, and Li Chuang even slapped his thigh hard. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten this? All of you have really gone to great pains, Master Yuan said with a wry smile, reluctantly turning around. From behind, his hair was speckled with gray, but from the front, he looked like a genial and refined gentleman, about 55 or 56 years old. Every move he made exuded an air of scholarly poise that only comes from the well-educated. It was hard to imagine him as a martial arts director. He seemed more like a scholarly champion, which people would find easier to accept. Had Wang Hao not seen his robust arms, he almost would have thought the man was definitely a sinologist. Well, since everyone else is laying it on thick, let's lay low and fade into the background. We'll just watch the fun and keep our mouths shut. Master Yuan, how can you call it great pains? Said Director Deng, cool as a cucumber, smiling. Today, the people accompanying me are also talents from the world of calligraphy, and what they're saying is definitely not mere flattery. Speaking of which, I really don't feel like doing much recently. Master Yuan walked over to the tea station, poured himself a cup of tea and drank it, then continued. It's rare for me to gain some insights in my calligraphy these past few days. You must know how elusive such a state is. Master Yuan, we understand this, of course. Director Deng settled next to him and said, but, as you know, the movie we're shooting is a martial arts film. If you don't come out of retirement, I'm afraid that hiring those unreliable martial arts directors might ruin it. Master Yuan, I wouldn't dare assert anything else, but as long as you come out, we can negotiate everything regarding the compensation. Chapter 469, Bombshell. Not about the payment. Master Yuan shook his head and said, I've read your script too, and it's just some kung fu competition. Honestly, this type of film is more suited to masters like Hong Bin and Li Long. They are the top inheritors of the doctrine of the mean faction. Your style matches theirs better. It's not quite suitable for me, as I can't muster any interest in these action movies. I've also considered this, Director Deng hurriedly said. But as you know, the audience recognizes that your actions are more creative, and you use props very well, making the fights look good. Could you please help us out? As for the payment, we can discuss it. Look at all the colleagues here. Please give me some face. How about it? Let's not talk about that. Master Yuan simply ignored him, closed his eyes, and tapped his fingers on the tea table. I just wrote this poem and gained some insights. Let me savor it a bit more. Is that all right? What crap? How can we leave without resolving this? Director Deng and Li Xinghan's groups looked at each other, unable to find a solution. No choice. Master Yuan was universally recognized in the industry as a giant. Anyone who could get him to help with a kung fu film would create a huge buzz. But he simply wouldn't respond, leaving everyone at the scene feeling helpless. Suddenly, the room fell into an eerie silence. Just as everyone was at a loss, a somewhat youthful voice suddenly spoke up. Laughter in the world of red dust. Young and ignorant, following the waves. The road is long and dreams are distant with many obstacles. The wind and rain batter, but the boat does not retreat, using joy as the oar and pain as the lake. After these two lines were read, the voice continued. This poem is well written, and the calligraphy is great too. Not bad, not bad. But there's something slightly off, don't you think? People turned their heads, only to see an unknown young man at the desk shaking his head and reciting the poem. With everyone present being middle-aged, the sudden appearance of such a young person was indeed bizarre. Who is this person? Who brought him here? Doesn't he have any manners? Don't know. He's not one of ours, right? Does he know calligraphy? He dares to speak his mind about anything. Hey, who are you? Director Deng frowned and asked. Who brought you here? Why don't you have any manners? Master Yuan's poetry and calligraphy are not something a young person can simply comment on. As he spoke, the room fell silent once more. Me? The young man pointed to his nose and grinned. I'm Wang Hao, just here to buy some soy sauce. Passing by he. You guys keep chatting, don't mind me. I'm just looking around. Li Chuang covered his face with one hand. Great. Bringing little Wang here might have been a mistake. If he angers Master Yuan, there'd be even less hope. Little Wang, don't talk nonsense. Li Chuang waved at him hurriedly. Quickly apologized to Master Yuan. Master Yuan, please don't be angry. He's a screenwriter from our crew. He just happened to be here today, so I brought him to take a look. Hee, it's fine, it's fine. Master Yuan didn't seem to mind. He smiled and then looked at Wang Hao, asking, I just want to know what you meant by feeling something was slightly off. The entire study went quiet, everyone waiting for Wang Hao's explanation. Director Deng thought to himself, it's probably just some attention-grabbing trick, praising the calligraphy for being neat and aligned, while pointing out tiny flaws like uneven ink or slight pauses. Old tricks we've all played before. None of them work. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Wang Hao's critique, all looking on with keen interest. Looks like I have to show some tricks today, or you won't know what Brother Hao is capable of. Wang Hao thought with a cold laugh. He knew that if he didn't demonstrate some skills and impress Master Yuan today, there wouldn't be any chance of getting him to help. Given the current situation, he had to drop a bombshell. Otherwise, turning this guy around seemed unlikely. As for the poem, it really is a good one. Wang Hao looked at the calligraphy on the table and said, this 7-character quatrain perfectly rhymes and speaks of the spirit of struggling in youth despite all kinds of adversities, never retreating. The first line, young and ignorant, following the waves. The road is long and dreams are distant with many obstacles. The rhyme is undeniable, but the meaning, I fear, is slightly lacking. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Director Deng sitting in the corner suddenly snorted with laughter. How can someone so young be so pretentious? Master Yuan had read a book titled Venturing the World that afternoon, which was essentially about a young man who persevered against odds and finally succeeded, an inspirational story. He was so captivated by the book, which reminded him of the turbulent era when everyone was encouraged to start their ventures, and recalled his own impoverished youth. This inspiration led him to write this poem, especially combining his calligraphy skills, making him quite complacent. Now hearing Wang Hao say it was slightly lacking, he immediately felt displeased and his expression cooled. He snorted, "Oh? Perhaps then, the young brother can enlighten us?" Chapter 470, Dugu Nine Sword. I dare not accept such compliments. Wang Hao smiled and said, let's discuss. I used to be fond of traditional Chinese culture and have read quite a few poems, so I understand a bit. Master Yuan, the first two lines you've written are actually fine on their own. They depict a naive young man bumbling through the martial world, right? Master Yuan nodded. Exactly, and then? The first two lines are good. Wang Hao continued. But when you add the next two lines, they don't match. Look, your next two lines. The boat does not retreat against winds and rains, using joy as the paddle, pain as the lake. This means moving forward, courageously and finding joy in suffering regardless of the thorns on the path ahead. So here comes the problem. How can a youth who goes with the flow be so bold and determined? Master Yuan, you're experienced and should know that to be truly determined, one must have a very clear goal. But the earlier lines suggest drifting along. Doesn't that clash? In truth, Wang Hao was just rambling on, but he did have a logical point, and for a moment, Master Yuan had no counterarguments. Li Chuang, watching from the side, was impressed. Little Wang really had some skills. Director Deng and the others were agape with disbelief. Wow, can this really work? But even though the praise was due, a way out still had to be provided. Li Chuang hurriedly chuckled. Perhaps Master Yuan overlooked something minor. A slight change might just do the trick. That's surely not wrong. Master Yuan, being a shrewd person, took the offered way out and immediately replied, turning the tables. Right, a little adjustment, and it's no big problem. But earlier, you mentioned you like traditional studies and seem to have a good grasp of poetry. Would it be possible for me to see your grand compositions? Upon hearing this, Li Chuang, who was just smiling, suddenly changed his expression. Discussing and critiquing poetry was one thing. Actually writing it was another entirely. Ancient poetry is categorized into old style and regulated verse, typically in lines of 5 or 7 characters. This wasn't something one could do just by stringing together 4 lines. It required strict adherence to structural rules. He was anxious, as everything depended on this interaction today. Director Deng and the others exchanged significant glances. Here comes the good part. Haha. Actually, my poetry skills are just average. Wang Hao modestly scratched his head, smiling knowingly. I barely know enough. Instead, I currently have some insights into swordsmanship. Would you be interested, Master Yuan? This guy knows insights into swordsmanship? Li Chuang looked puzzled. What? Insights into swordsmanship? Master Yuan was even more surprised, curiously asking. You know this too, young brother? Why not share it and let me hear? After all, he was a martial arts director. Whether it was true or false, curiosity was certainly there. Why do they say curiosity killed the cat? Barely knowing, Wang Hao chuckled and said, Shall I start then? Go ahead. Master Yuan smiled and nodded, making a welcoming gesture. Wang Hao then began speaking. Dugu Nine Sword strives forward without retreat. Each move aggressively assaults, forcing the enemy to remain defensive, so the practitioner need not defend. He recited in a deep voice, reminiscent of an orator. While reciting, he paced around the study. His voice filled the room. He recited the essence of the Dugu Nine Sword, one of the pinnacles of Master Jin Yang's novels. This grand and profound understanding of the sword technique was sure to be effective in captivating Master Yuan. Excellent. As expected, Master Yuan, who had profound insights into martial arts philosophy, exclaimed loudly, Insightful. This sort of aggressive martial arts philosophy is truly novel to me. Just the opening, and it was already so grand and impressive. How could the rest be any less remarkable? Seeing that Master Yuan was hooked, Wang Hao continued reciting. The creator of this sword technique, the elder Dugu Qiubai, named Seeking Defeat, sought defeat throughout his life, but never found an equal. When this sword technique is deployed, it is unmatched in the world. The first move, general form, has over 3,000 characters, disjointed in content, requiring daily recitation to thoroughly assimilate and integrate. The second move is to break other sword techniques, applicable to all schools and styles. The third move is to counter various knife techniques, including single knife, double knife, willow leaf knife, ghost head saber, large cleaver, and horse chopping saber. It emphasizes using lightness to control heaviness, speed to overcome slowness. Anticipating the enemy's move is the essence of this sword technique. That's quite a concept. Master Yuan furrowed his eyebrows, pondering, then said, I've never heard of such martial arts theories before. Anticipating the enemy, using lightness to control heaviness, speed to overcome slowness? What sort of moves are those? By now, Li Chuang was completely shocked by Wang Hao's formidable insights. Who could have guessed Wang Hao was this formidable? Director Deng and the others were equally astounded. How could anyone conceive of such a martial art as the Duga Nine Sword? Utterly brilliant. Chapter 471, Master Yuan's Real Trouble. And it was clear that it wasn't over yet. Wang Hao paced leisurely around the room with his hands clasped behind him. Then, looking up towards the sky, he recited in one breath. Breaking spear style includes the methods of countering long spears, great spears, snake spears, eyebrow sticks, wolf fawn clubs, wax rods, staffs, shovels, and other types of long weapons. Breaking whip style breaks whips, flails, acupoint rods, hooks, amaze spears, daggers, axe boards, iron tags, octagonal maces, iron spikes, and other short weapons. Breaking rope style breaks long ropes, soft whips, nunchakus, chain spears, iron chains, fishing nets, flying hammers, meteor hammers, and other flexible weapons. Breaking palm style breaks the martial arts techniques of fists, feet, fingers, and palms. If the opponent dares to confront one's sharp sword with bare hands, they must possess an exceedingly high level of martial arts. Whether there's a weapon in hand or not, the difference is minute. With numerous boxing styles, leg techniques, finger strikes, palm methods, this sort of breaking palm style encompasses long boxing, close combat, grappling and acupoint, devil claws, tiger claws, iron sand divine palm, and various other kicking and punching techniques. Good. That's an idea. At this moment, Master Yuan's eyes were as bright as 200-watt light bulbs as he loudly praised. This approach has never been seen before. Good. Next, Wang Hao recited the last part of the sword technique. The breaking arrow style. The word arrow here encompasses all kinds of hidden weapons. When practicing this style, one must learn the skill of listening to the wind to identify weapons. Not only must you be able to deflect various hidden weapons launched by the enemy with a single sword, but you must also use the momentum to strike back, turning the enemy's weapons against them. The ninth move, breaking chi style, is purely conveyed through oral doctrines and training methods. It is designed to face an enemy with high-level inner strength. Comprehend it with clarity, house it within a single-minded heart. Duga Nine Sword, advancing without retreat. To triumph with no technique, over techniques, every move is an attack, forcing the enemy into a defensive position. Although it is but a single sword and a single form, its variations are endless, ethereal, and elusive, baffling the adversary. Dugu Qiubai, Duga Nine Sword. After Wang Hao finished this last sentence, Master Yuan clapped his hands nonstop and praised. To triumph with no technique over techniques, every move is an attack, forcing the enemy into a defensive position. The theory behind this swordsmanship is truly unprecedented, good, insightful, and imaginative. At this point, Li Chuang was utterly shocked as well. This Wang Hao, damn, he could really talk, couldn't he? Director Deng and his crew exchanged glances. Shit, what's up with this youngster? Where did he get such an awesome theory? Never mind whether this kung fu actually existed or not. The key point was that it sounded badass. What's crucial in making a film? Isn't it all about looking cool? Who cares whether the kung fu is authentic or not? So this setting for Duga Nine Sword, Wang Hao said with a cheeky smile and a raised eyebrow. Not bad, huh? Indeed, not bad. Master Yuan stood up and paced around the room twice with his hands clasped behind his back, saying, To triumph with no technique over techniques. Every move is an attack, forcing the enemy into a defensive posture. Good. Very good indeed. And the name is excellent. Now that they had brought out such impressive material, it was naturally time to discuss the serious matter. Li Chuang said, Master Yuan, would you say our sincerity is clear now? So, should we discuss the serious matters next? Well, Master Yuan sat back down, and now his gaze towards Wang Hao was different. He asked, this Duganine sword, is it the martial arts being used in the movie you're filming? Yes, Wang Hao nodded. It's the main character's martial arts. This set of martial arts is surely very challenging. Master Yuan pondered for a moment, then frowned and said, if I'm not wrong about your techniques, the protagonist won't engage in a head-on clash with the enemies when wielding the sword, but will instead specifically seek out their weak points, right? Filming such martial arts won't be easy. No shit, Sherlock. If it were easy, would I even need to come to you? There's no doubt about Master Yuan's ability, Wang Hao said with a beaming smile, and asked, does this mean you agree? About the payment. Hey, don't rush. Master Yuan hesitated quite a bit this time, and with a sigh, he finally said, to be honest, I'm really tempted by this film. But truth be told, it's not about the payment. Some time ago, I met a geomancy master while going out. That master told me not to venture out lightly this year for fear of facing a grave misfortune with bloody consequences. And it would be no small calamity, but a severe disaster. If things go badly, it could even cost me my life. If it wasn't for your Duganine sword catching my interest, I wouldn't have even mentioned this to anyone. Holy shit, there's that reason too? Director Deng had already understood by now that even if Master Yuan did decide to come out of hiding, it was very likely he wouldn't join their crew. After all present were colleagues who would inevitably cross paths with each other, and he could only step back and try to make a good impression for future assistance. He quickly asked, Master Yuan, did that geomancy master perhaps exaggerate a bit? Our Heavenly People's Republic may not boast about anything else, but our safety is indeed very secure. The people around him nodded vigorously. Right. Did that master perhaps speak too gravely? Not at all exaggerated, absolutely not, Master Yuan sighed. Ever since that geomancy master told me, I've been very cautious. And just a few days ago, I was just walking within this residential area, not far from home, when out of nowhere a stray dog came at me and bit me. Look, as he spoke, he rolled up his trouser leg to show everyone. If people looked closely, they could still see several teeth marks on his leg. Chapter 472, Master Wang? It's that serious? Even within the residential complex. Director Deng was genuinely shocked this time. The situation was already being handled reasonably. This had happened inside the residential complex itself. Without even going far, just got bitten by a dog. If he had actually gone to the film set, wouldn't he have broken his leg? So yeah, Master Yuan said helplessly. After getting the rabies vaccine, I figured, let's not even talk about going afar. I'm not going anywhere this year. My wife even told me to send her back to her hometown, just in case she gets dragged down by me. Wang Hao quietly nodded to himself. No wonder such a large house, apart from Master Yuan, was left with only a nanny in her 50s, no sight of anyone else. So, that was the reason. There is nothing to be done then. Director Deng finally let out a long sigh and said, no wonder, Master Yuan. You turn down everyone, no matter who asks. There really is no way. Matters linked to personal safety cannot be forced. But Master Yuan, didn't you think of asking another master for help to break the curse? Yeah, Li Chuang slapped his thigh firmly. Why not seek out an expert to break the spell? Experts are hard to find. Master Yuan helplessly shook his head and sighed again. The day I was bitten by the dog, I asked that master, and he said his abilities were limited and probably couldn't help much. He just told me to stay at home for a year and not go anywhere. Not even that expert can do it. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Li Chuang, seeing their effort about to go to waste, said urgently, does that mean there is no one in this world who can do it? As long as such a person exists, I will talk to our boss, even if it costs more money to invite them. No wonder he was so anxious. Think about it. Duganine's sword was already explained, and Master Yuan really took an interest, but because of this layer of reasons refused to leave the house. That would be worse than being a no-go from the start. Actually, if you talk about someone who might solve it, Master Yuan hesitated for a moment before saying, there might be someone. Everyone asked anxiously, who? I heard that expert say, Master Yuan looked up at the ceiling, that this master once advised on the feng shui of a complex called Golden Stone Town in Zhonghai City. It was said that his advice bore fruit that very day, and since then, the houses in Golden Stone Town have been selling smoothly without a hitch. If this expert could come, perhaps there might be a way. As for others, I'm afraid it won't do. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao nearly spat out a mouthful of water. This person he's talking about sounds so familiar. Wang Hao scratched his head somewhat embarrassingly and said, Master Yuan, the master you're talking about could possibly be, none other than little ol me. If Wang Hao almost spit his drink before, his statement caused everyone present to actually spray theirs. What kind of joke was this? Such a badass feng shui master is this little runt? You're barely over 20 years old this year. You're a feng shui master? If you're a feng shui master, then we must be the reincarnation of Ghost Valley. This young man, Director Deng looked incredulous, gazing at Wang Hao and said, Feng shui is not something to kid about. I've heard of Golden Stone Town as well, and they say that master is like Kongming reincarnated, incredibly accurate. And you, little Wang. Li Chuang also tried to smooth things over. We're discussing serious matters here. Lives are at stake. You really can't joke about this. Everyone nodded. Yeah, young man. It doesn't matter joking about other stuff, but this can't be messed with. Damn, why don't you guys ever believe the truth? Oh heavens. The thing is, I really am that master. Wang Hao said exasperatedly. Whether it's true or not, just ask me to take a look and you'll know. At this point, Master Yuan was like a drowning man who had finally caught the last straw and no longer cared about the truth. After all, listening to him wouldn't kill anyone. So he said immediately, well then, since the young brother has said so, if you don't mind, please take a look for me first. There you go. Wang Hao nodded with a grin. He was going to start examining the feng shui for Master Yuan right away, when suddenly, the luck dice he kept close shuddered unexpectedly. The luck dice is reacting? Something is going to happen. Master Yuan, everyone, please wait a moment. Wang Hao immediately stood up and said, I'm going to the bathroom. Feng shui and face reading actually require bathing and changing clothes, but given the circumstances, that's not feasible. At the very least, I should wash my face and hands. I'll be right back. Take your time, Master Yuan nodded. The bathroom is right next to the elevator. You can go by yourself. Wang Hao went to the bathroom, and no sooner had he left than Director Deng quietly asked Master Yuan. Master Yuan, Director Deng hesitated. I don't mean to pry as a brother, but about little Wang. He spoke quite well about martial arts, but as for feng shui, as you saw, he is just too young. Can he handle it? I have no choice, either. Master Yuan let out a sigh. You don't know? I haven't left the house in over a month. Now I'm even scared to go out for a meal. Listening to him won't cost us anything, though. We might as well try. Everyone sighed in agreement. True, whether real or fake, it's better to listen first before making any judgment. Chapter 473. Damn, so unlucky. But speaking of Wang Hao, after he entered the restroom, he took out the luck dice. He hadn't even rolled it when he saw the luck dice flip over in the palm of his hand with a clack. Fuck. Wang Hao almost jumped when he saw the two words on top. Bad luck. It was the dreaded bad luck that he hadn't seen in a long time. This is trying to kill me. Wang Hao was completely speechless. Master Yuan was already tragic enough, not daring to leave his house. And now here comes the misfortune. But regardless, if soldiers come, block them. If water comes, cover it with earth. Bad luck is just bad luck. The luck dice had flipped to bad luck on its own. There must be a reason for it. After stashing the dice away, Wang Hao washed his face and hands carefully, then headed back to the study. I'm back. Wang Hao sat down next to Master Yuan. Then he looked around, closed his eyes, and took 2 deep breaths. Afterward, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Then Wang Hao walked in front of Master Yuan, staring into Master Yuan's eyes for a while. Little Wang, what's wrong? Director Deng, the martial arts director tantamount to Taishan Beidou in his field, was getting goosebumps from being stared at by Wang Hao. He asked tremblingly, "Did you discover anything?" "Indeed, it's not quite right." Wang Hao stroked his chin, then said, "Master Yuan, stand up and walk around for a bit. Let me see." "Oh, okay." After all, this kung fu was seeking help from someone. Master Yuan stood up and walked around the study twice, then sat back down. "Master Yuan, do you have a picture of your wife?" "A recent one. The more recent the better." Wang Hao instructed, "It's best to look at the couple together. Looking at just one might not be accurate." Master Yuan quickly took out his phone, found a picture of his wife, and handed the phone to Wang Hao. "Young man, this photo was taken a month ago when my wife and I went on a trip. It was then that we met the master." "Let me see." Wang Hao took the phone and looked carefully. Master Yuan's wife was a bit plump, with fair skin and full facial features. All in all, there appeared to be no problems. Everything seemed fine, but just as he was about to return the phone to Master Yuan, he suddenly felt an obvious heat coming from the phone. Wait, something was off. Wang Hao glanced casually at the phone. A Samsung phone. "It's hot. Today is a day of bad luck." "Fuck." Wang Hao didn't say another word. He just threw the phone away. "Look out." "What's happening?" Master Yuan was dumbfounded. "That's my only phone." But before he could finish his sentence, the phone thrown on the ground suddenly burst into flames and exploded with a bang. Everyone on the scene was dumbstruck. Just how bad does one's luck have to be to end up in such a tragedy? It was lucky that little Wang had made the discovery early. Otherwise, this alone could have taken someone's life. Too close, too close. Wang Hao wiped off a cold sweat and finally composed himself, saying, "It seems I was right." "You're amazing, brother." Master Yuan was astonished. "If not for you." Then looked around at everyone. "Do you believe me now?" Director Deng nodded so hard, he looked like a chicken pecking at grains. "Believe. Truly believe. If we don't believe this, we must be brain damaged. This matter is not simple." Wang Hao began to explain to Master Yuan. "Back to the point. From an innate point of view, you yourself are full-bodied and represent the good guys. You walk with the stride of a dragon and the stance of a tiger, and your wife, as seen in the photo, is plump and graceful with an eminent demeanor. You two are a perfect match made in heaven. You're supposed to have a complete and happy life. But after a closer look, there are hints of blue streaks in between your eyebrows and eyes, and your wife's hair color is slightly yellow and dry. If I'm not mistaken, both of you have been in poor condition recently, with low fortunes, even affecting your friends and relatives. The incident just now also proves my point, right?" "Yes." Master Yuan sighed heavily, speaking in a grave tone. "Alas, young man, you're truly no ordinary person. You're right, my wife and I have indeed encountered a lot of misfortunes recently. My brother-in-law even had a car accident on the highway a few days ago. Luckily, he survived, only breaking a few bones. Although he suffered, at least his life was spared. That's why I'm now too scared to step outside. At first, I thought staying home would be safe, but now it's clear. Unbelievably accurate." Little Wang. The crowd looked at each other, and Director Deng urgently said, "You see, Master Yuan's problem. What's it called in feng shui? Shao, right? Can it be resolved?" "To be honest, it's hard to say." Wang Hao took a breath and said, "With feng shui, you have to look at the overall situation before you know what's what. If no one has any objections, let's first go and inspect the surrounding environment, and then we can share our thoughts." An opportunity like this didn't come around often. The crowd exchanged glances and stood up. "Let's go. Let's all go see." Master Yuan was still a bit apprehensive. "Young man, me going outside. Is it all right?" "Don't worry. With so many people here, we'll be careful and there won't be any big problems." Wang Hao reassured him. "It's pointless to evaluate feng shui without a comprehensive overview." "All right. Today I'm prepared. For anything." Master Yuan clenched his teeth determinedly. "I want to see what's really going on." Chapter 474, Copperchilin. So a group of people went out. Upon entering the villa estate, Wang Hao led everyone around to observe the surroundings. While looking, Wang Hao explained to everyone, "See, actually speaking, Master Yuan's overall planning of this villa is quite remarkable. It's a standalone villa, with an artificial lake at the front, clear and transparent water, a small hill at the back, a green belt on the left, a small pavilion on the right, surrounded by water. It's a delightful scene. Yes, 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 Director Deng kept nodding. To be honest, Master Yuan's vision is indeed extraordinary. I really like the scenery of this villa. Little Wang. Oh no, Master Wang. There must be some considerations regarding feng shui here, right? Yes, there indeed are, Wang Hao nodded, then said. However, the feng shui considerations focus on being people-centered, so whether it is good or not still depends on the person. He turned his head and asked, Master Yuan, your study must be where you spend the most time, right? Yes, yes, the study. Master Yuan nodded and asked, what about it? This is what feng shui calls establishing the pole. Wang Hao explained to everyone. In feng shui, establishing the pole refers to using a place as the origin for the layout of the residence and for making judgments. As the saying goes, each object has its taiji. Establishing the pole means the heart of the residence. Using the heart of the residence as the pole, which is also where the compass is placed. Feng shui, firstly, serves people, so it must be human-centered to make sense. Generally, in the feng shui of a yang mansion, one must center it around the place where people spend the most time, such as near the bed or desk, to examine the auspiciousness and inauspiciousness of the yang mansion's feng shui. So that's how it is. Master Yuan suddenly realized and said, Then, Master Wang, what about my house? The location of your study is fine. Its orientation is also correct. Wang Hao took out his phone and started to observe the surroundings. After looking for a while, he nodded and said, The designer of this villa district is also a feng shui master. Everything is already well arranged. With the vermilion bird in front, the black tortoise at the back. The white tiger is to the left, entering the forest, and the azure dragon is to the right, obtaining water, indeed a top-quality feng shui layout. Whether it's the terrain's elevation or the positioning of the four mythical creatures, it's almost impeccable. Master Yuan, you really had a good eye when you bought this villa. Impressive. Not bad. Master Yuan smiled modestly, then asked, Then is there anything wrong with my feng shui? Why have I been so unlucky recently? Outside there's no problem, Wang Hao smiled, then said, But I can't say about the inside. Yet, because I haven't seen it. The group then followed Wang Hao inside. Arriving inside the villa, this time with a different purpose, Wang Hao took out his phone, set up a digital compass, and began to observe. Before crossing over in his previous life, Wang Hao had read quite a bit about feng shui and face reading. Now his memory was monstrously level, and those matters came out naturally. Looking at the layout of your house, Wang Hao slowly said, The orientation of the door, stove, bathroom, and staircase are all correct. The internal layout is almost perfect. Overall, this is a Lower Yuan 8 mansion's house, facing south while sitting north. The mountain flying stars turn, mountain stars meet direction stars, known as double stars robbing in the facing direction. The advantage of this layout greatly enhances wealth fortune. The downside is that it somewhat neglects health. Director Deng and others were all bewildered. This Master Wang's words were a bit profound. They couldn't understand. Master Wang, do you mean that there's a major problem with the layout of my house? Master Yuan exclaimed. Then what should be done? Is there a way to resolve it? Currently, I haven't detected a problem. Wang Hao looked at the elevator. Come, let's go upstairs and see. Everyone then entered the elevator, heading straight for the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, as soon as Wang Hao exited, he saw a pair of Qilin statues positioned directly opposite. The elevator entrance, each about 60 centimeters tall, male on the left and female on the right. The pair of Qilin glowed green. Wang Hao took a closer look, and if he wasn't mistaken, these Qilin must have been expensive, as their eyes were actually made of emeralds. These Qilin. Wang Hao furrowed his brow, and at this moment, Master Yuan hastily asked, Master Wang, is it about these Qilin? Not sure yet. Wang Hao shook his head and said, Let's go look somewhere else first. The group then went up to the third floor for a look, and after seeing the whole house, Wang Hao finally led everyone back to the place with the Qilin and asked, When did these Qilin arrive? Well, Master Yuan thought carefully, then said, About half a year ago. Master Wang, to be honest, since these Qilin were placed here, everything in the house has gone wrong. Do you mean the cause is related to them? Wang Hao nodded and said, partly, do this, go get some red thread and some chicken blood, hurry. It was going to be a ritual. Master Yuan ran downstairs in a rush and directly instructed the female housekeeper to fetch the items. In just about 10 minutes, the housekeeper had brought the red thread and chicken blood, and Wang Hao, with a solemn expression, brought his palms together and bowed deeply to the Qilin, then whispered, sorry. He immediately wrapped the red thread around the necks of the Qilin 3 times, took out the chicken blood, dipped his finger in it, and smeared it over the eyes of the Qilin, from the male to the female, each in turn. After finishing these tasks, everyone around was stunned. Li, what is he doing? Director Deng watched, baffled, and quietly asked Li Chuang, a ritual? Who knows? Looks like it. Li Chuang nodded. Seems like little Wang really has some skills. Chapter 475. Oh crap, that's terrifying. At this point, Wang Hao had noticed the confusion of the people around him and immediately smiled. The Qilin is an auspicious and lucky beast. Normally, having one in the home can bring prosperity and good fortune and can also transform evil qi and block disasters. Exactly. Master Yuan nodded repeatedly, saying, that's what I thought. It looked so beautiful. I figured it would protect the home, so I brought it here. True, but you can't just place a Qilin anywhere. Wang Hao shook his head and said, Qilins are spiritual creatures, especially these bronze Qilins. They must be placed in a fortunate spot in the home, facing outwards. But having this pair of Qilins here, where family members pass by them up and down the stairs every day, and with the 5 yellow evil qi located in the southwest this year, during the lower Yuan and 8 mansions, for 20 years the 5 yellow should be in the southwest. The mere presence of these large Qilins, unopened and placed here, will only temporarily suppress the 5 yellow. But eventually, they will be tainted by the evil qi of the 5 yellow, and over time, the malevolence will grow stronger. The misfortune in the home is just the beginning. Unless dealt with, there will be blood omens within the year. Master Yuan was completely startled, exclaiming, is it that serious? Feng Shui has been passed down since ancient times, but unfortunately, most of it has been lost. Wang Hao sighed and said, no wonder you didn't know the specific reasons. During this time, Wang Hao hadn't neglected to research Feng Shui-related matters online. In his previous life, Feng Shui masters, regardless of authenticity, were almost everywhere, but after crossing over, it seemed like Feng Shui masters had almost vanished overnight in this world. Out of curiosity, Wang Hao had browsed the internet and learned that in this world, due to modern developments different from his original world, history had diverged quite a bit. When the Heavenly People's Republic was founded, in an effort to eliminate superstition, nearly all Feng Shui practices were eradicated, and the books were almost completely burned. Aside from those truly hidden sects, which managed to preserve a part of their knowledge, the rest had been completely lost. It was only in recent years, as the domestic environment improved, that Feng Shui practices began to see the light of day again. But because so little was passed down, Feng Shui masters in this world had become extremely scarce and valuable, such that even scammers like Wang Long, whom he encountered in his hometown, found a market. So that's how it is. Master Yuan lamented. Lucky for me that Master Wang, you have shown me the way. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Well, there aren't any big issues now, Wang Hao said. I have sealed their spiritual energy. Next, wash them with salt water until the water remains clear. After that, burn incense daily and caress their bodies to return them to their nature. Your family's wealth location is in the living room on the 1st floor, right across from this elevator entrance. Clean it well to welcome the Qilin, and the evil will be dispelled. Great. Master Yuan was finally relieved, saying repeatedly, I'll have the servants prepare right away and move the Qilin there. So, Master Wang, is this evil now broken? Upon hearing this, all present stretched their necks. If this evil qi was broken, could it be that Master Yuan would be able to lift his seclusion? However, unexpectedly, Wang Hao's expression became grave as he shook his head and said, this is just one of the minor evils. Master Yuan, forgive me for being frank, but have you offended anyone recently? Had Master Yuan offended someone? At these words, everyone present was stunned. Not at all. Master Yuan cried out. I'm just a kung fu director. I take the money and do the work. Whom could I have possibly offended? That's strange. Wang Hao rubbed his chin and said solemnly, logically speaking with, this pair of qilins, indeed, they are one source of the evil qi, but it shouldn't be so severe that you can't even leave your house. From an overall perspective, there's nothing wrong with the surrounding scenery or the layout of your home. Neither your appearance nor your wife's should attract such a deadly fate. Therefore, it can only mean one thing. Your evil qi comes from outside. It was deliberately set up by someone. Good heavens! Could such things really happen? Then what should I do? Now Master Yuan was truly panicked, anxious as an ant on a hot pan, imploring, Master Wang, you must help me resolve this. I really don't want anyone to die. At this moment, Wang Hao found it strange. When he had dealt with the pair of qilins earlier, the dice of luck in his pocket had shown no reaction, which wasn't normal given its response earlier that day. If the qilins were the reason, the dice of luck would have definitely alerted him, but it hadn't. Given the layout of Master Yuan's home, it should be one that greatly enhances wealth and is full of yang energy, unlikely to have such lethal issues. So there could only be one explanation. Someone had tampered with something. Let's go out again and take a closer look. Wang Hao was certain as he gritted his teeth. This time, we have to scrutinize thoroughly. A group of people looked at one another and followed Wang Hao out of the villa's gate. Indeed, as soon as they stepped out, Wang Hao felt the dice of luck in his pocket vibrate once more. This time, there was no escaping. Nobody move. I'll take a look. Wang Hao stopped everyone, then started searching around the villa. Little Wang really has some incredible skills, Director Deng exclaimed in admiration. I thought he was just boasting before, but now, it seems he truly is outstanding. Indeed, Li Chuang nodded and added. To think our crew has such talent, it's simply amazing. Master Yuan was frantically pacing, but just as he took a few steps, he suddenly cried out, Ah! Everyone turned to see Master Yuan hopping around, clutching his foot, on which there was now a noticeable iron nail. Oh damn, how terrifying. They had just stepped out, and already there was blood. Chapter 476, White Tiger Life-Threatening Formation. Master Wang. Master Yuan was almost in tears. I've seen blood again, and I just stepped out of my house. Master Yuan, please, don't wander off. Wang Hao also felt the situation was more serious than he had imagined and said, Stay where you are and don't move, and remember to get a vaccine later. Okay. Master Yuan clutched his foot, afraid to make even the slightest movement. Then everyone watched as Wang Hao walked around the villa, looking here and there. It's serious, indeed. The dice trembled just as I left the door. Wang Hao mumbled to himself while walking. The east side, no reaction. The north side, also no reaction. The west side. Damn, there it is. He had just reached the west side when the fortune dice he had against his chest vibrated noticeably again. Clearly, he was in the right area. He searched for a while longer, and when he arrived at the root of the outer wall due west of the villa's courtyard, he indeed saw signs of loosely disturbed soil. Here it is, Wang Hao called out loudly. Everyone, come take a look. Rustle. Director Deng, Li Chuang, and others quickly helped Master Yuan over, and upon seeing it, Master Yuan was dumbfounded. Has someone tampered with this place? It must be so, Wang Hao solemnly nodded. Get someone to dig this up and take a look. Immediately, Master Yuan called a housekeeper and took out 1,000 yuan bill, saying, Go find some renovation workers to come and dig here. The housekeeper took the money and left. In such new villa areas, it's common to find renovation workers around. The housekeeper was quick to leave and returned swiftly, soon bringing back 4 workers. Each of the 4 renovation workers carried a shovel and immediately asked upon arrival, Where is it? Right here, Wang Hao pointed to the spot. Dig. Got it. The 4 workers got to work right away. After much effort, they dug down about a meter deep when suddenly the shovel struck something hard. Wang Hao shouted, Stop. The 4 workers stopped in haste. Wang Hao jumped into the hole and slowly brushed the loose soil on top of the hard object. When everyone saw what was underneath, they gasped in unison. It was a bluestone brick about 2 feet square, which was not the issue. The crucial part was that in the very center of the bluestone brick, there lay a bronze white tiger about the size of a palm. The bronze white tiger was strikingly realistic, with its fangs and claws bared in a fierce stance. What is this? Master Yuan took a sharp step back in fright and exclaimed, "Who buried this thing here? It seems someone has really spent quite a bit on this." Wang Hao looked at the bronze white tiger, his brows deeply furrowed, and he said with a grave voice, "This thing is powerful." At that moment, the fortune dice in his arms vibrated wildly. It was like a jittering, jumping bean, making Wang Hao's chest go numb. "Master Wang, what exactly is this?" Director Deng was closely observing on the side. He didn't understand feng shui and found the appearance of this object very strange, but he didn't know what it meant. "If I'm not mistaken," Wang Hao spoke slowly, "burying this white tiger statue here was meant to create a white tiger life-threatening formation." White tiger life-threatening formation. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Good heavens! Does this white tiger life-threatening formation bring about death? Well, let's say. Wang Hao, seeing this object, hesitated to directly remove it and instead began to explain while observing. Master Yuan's house faces north, with the azure dragon to the left, the white tiger to the right, the vermilion bird in the front, and the black tortoise in the back. The azure dragon likes water, the white tiger prefers stillness, the vermilion bird enjoys openness, and the black tortoise favors stability. There are precise rules about what can and cannot be placed in these four directions. It has always been said in ancient sayings that dragons and tigers are in conflict. Augmenting the white tiger in the azure dragon area weakens the dragon's energy and strengthens the tiger's aggressiveness. Since the white tiger is associated with killing and signifies loss of wealth and bloodshed disasters, normally, the white tiger's position should be calm and shouldn't have roads, garages, amusement facilities, etc. Otherwise, disturbing the white tiger will cause it to devour wealth and people alike. "Oh my God, what should we do?" Master Yuan urgently said. "Master Wang, can't you quickly break this white tiger life-threatening formation? I beg you. If you break this formation, I'll do anything you ask. I'll even work for your production crew without asking for a single penny." "Master Yuan, please don't panic." Wang Hao stroked his chin, pondering. Normally, the white tiger life-threatening formation should involve burying the white tiger in the azure dragon's position. But this one is buried here and still so ferocious. He circled the white tiger statue carefully and then suddenly let out an "eh." It was surprising enough that someone had set up such a formation to harm others. But even more startling was that this white tiger statue was split in two right down the middle, emanating an even more eerie vibe. "What's wrong?" Director Deng asked cautiously. "Is there something sinister about this item?" "Indeed." Wang Hao nodded. "It turns out this white tiger statue isn't an ordinary one at all. I initially thought the person who buried the bronze tiger might not have a deep understanding of feng shui, or perhaps there was another reason. So they put it in the west, which is also the white tiger's position. But now it seems this person is much crueler than I imagined." Hearing Wang Hao's grave words, everyone grew even more frightened. "Master Wang, stop beating around the bush." Master Yuan was anxiously pacing. "What on earth is going on with this thing?" Chapter 477, Absorbing Evil Qi. Wang Hao took a deep breath and said, "Look at this white tiger statue, split right down the middle. It appears to be a broken bronze statue, but in fact, it should be the white tiger talisman that ancient generals held in their hands. This white tiger life-threatening formation is extremely fierce. At the least, it can lead to financial ruin, and at the worst, death and bloody disaster. In short, losing money, breaking families, serious illness, and sudden calamities all require human sacrifice to appease the white tiger. If it were just a normal statue, the effects wouldn't show as quickly, but this white tiger talisman once controlled the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers. No wonder Master Yuan encountered bloodshed as soon as he left the house. At that moment, everyone broke out in cold sweat. Even the 4 workers who were digging the pit were stunned. But whoever dared to place this thing here is ruthless enough. Wang Hao snorted coldly. This white tiger talisman, judging by its appearance, must have been taken from some tomb and is a relic from the past, which is why its effects are so evident. However, this formation poses risks to the feng shui master himself. If the white tiger he set up is discovered and destroyed, the feng shui master will surely meet a violent death to appease the white tiger. What do we do? Master Yuan exclaimed in shock. Should we break this formation or not? Don't panic. Wang Hao closed his eyes and thought for a moment. At this point, regardless of the formation, it surely needs to be broken, but how to break it needs some consideration. It's best to use the powers of the luck dice, since although I've read quite a few books on feng shui, I'm not too certain about the specifics of this thing. Let's give it a try. Wang Hao gritted his teeth secretly, and then slowly reached out towards the white tiger talisman. Strangely enough, as soon as Wang Hao's fingers touched the white tiger talisman, he suddenly felt the luck dice happily jump. Yes, it jumped happily, as if it had its own emotions. Then, Wang Hao saw a wisp of white smoke, slowly emerging from the white tiger talisman, traveling up along his arm and reaching the spot on his chest where the luck dice was placed. Thank goodness. Wang Hao finally let his heart settle. Truthfully, he had extensively studied this formation when reading books on feng shui previously. Essentially, saving one person would mean harming another, regardless of what grudge there might be between Master Yuan and anyone else. Wang Hao believed that everyone has their reasons for their actions, whether or not others seem them as absolutely unforgivable. The main thing was that it wasn't really his business. He could save Master Yuan, but asking him to conveniently kill the other party? He naturally would not be willing. That should do it. Wang Hao sighed in relief and smiled. Speaking of which, Master Yuan, you can consider this a blessing in disguise. Ah, Master Yuan was dumbfounded. How is this a blessing in disguise? Simply put, Wang Hao smiled. I just used a secret method to draw away the malicious qi of this white tiger talisman. Now that this object is guarding the white tiger's position, it turned out to be a good thing, and it's quite a merit. However, breaking the curse is one thing. Master Yuan, don't forget to get a tetanus shot. Otherwise, there's no cure for tetanus. Ha, that's a trivial matter. Hearing Wang Hao say this, Master Yuan's spirit instantly revived. He burst into laughter, patted Wang Hao heavily on the shoulder, and said, now that you've mentioned it, I'm relieved. Ha. Does your crew need a martial arts director? No question about it. I'll definitely take responsibility for this production. For free. Everyone around opened their mouths wide. My goodness, today was truly an eye-opener. Earlier, they couldn't hire the master for 3 million, yet now he was willing to do it for free. Well, then we'll have to trouble Master Yuan first. There was nothing more to say. Wang Hao immediately concurred. So, when do we start? I'll go get that tetanus shot right now. Master Yuan was radiant, saying, once I'm done, I'll head over. Using no technique to overcome technique. Each move is an offensive, forcing the enemy into a defenseless position. Haha, I'm thrilled just thinking about the upcoming Duga 9 sword martial action scenes. Now all was finally resolved, and everyone felt much better. Master Wang, Director Deng put his arm around Wang Hao's shoulder with a beaming smile. Now that you've helped Master Yuan, if you're not too busy, could you take a look for me too? Check if I've got any evil qi. Are you kidding me? I just finished dealing with that thing, and I'm already exhausted, okay? Besides, after the luck dice absorbed the evil qi from the white tiger talisman, who knows if there might be other tricks up its sleeve. Help you check? That's probably not going to work. Wang Hao shook his head, resignedly said, having broken such a white tiger. Life-threatening formation, I'm definitely going to experience a backlash. Right now, I really can't look at anything else. I'm expecting bad luck for several days at least. That's no exaggeration. Earlier, the luck dice had predicted bad luck, but so far there hadn't been any major reaction. Who knows what might happen now? That's a shame, said Director Deng, shaking his head in resignation. But he didn't have any severe evil qi anyway. Living peacefully was fine, and he immediately smiled. Then could you leave me your phone number? I'll call you if anything comes up. Sure. That just meant another contact. Wang Hao immediately nodded. Let's exchange contact information for now. Everything else can wait for later. Chapter 478. Holy shit, it really happened. Master Wang, what are we going to do next? After everything finally settled down, Li Chuang stretched lazily and then took a deep breath, saying, the guests have been invited. Finally time to report back. He then looked at Wang Hao. Oh right, Master Wang, you spent so much energy helping Master Yuan break this curse. When I get back, I'll ask Boss Rin if we can just give Master Yuan's fee to you. What do you think? Oh my, how could I possibly accept that? Isn't that about 200 million? Better to call me Little Wang. Wang Hao scratched his head with a grin. You calling me Master Wang all the time? I'm not even used to it. As for the fee, well, I won't be shy then, hee. All right then. Li Chuang nodded with a smile, whispering, then I'll just call you Little Wang from now on. Honestly, calling you Master Wang does seem a bit old-fashioned. Wang Hao smiled gleefully. That's much better. Now that the curse was broken, the money was taken, and the person was invited, naturally, it was time to return to the production team. But before getting into the car, Wang Hao hesitated a bit. Today was such an unlucky day. Would driving back be okay? Could something unexpected happen on the road? Could there be some other kind of trouble? It's hard to say. Little Wang, what's wrong? Li Chuang didn't know what was going on with Wang Hao and curiously asked, why aren't you getting in the car? Oh, nothing. Wang Hao took a light breath and then got into the car. Actually, Wang Hao was genuinely worried about being unlucky just now, but after giving it some thought, he soon reassured himself. Fundamentally speaking, he had rolled an unlucky number on his luck dice today, which obviously held a very special meaning. Thinking carefully, he had gradually established a stable footing in the film industry over this period, laying a great foundation in all aspects. Theoretically, even without using the luck dice, there shouldn't be any big problems. But the real problem precisely lay here. After growing up, should he simply throw away the luck dice? That was impossible. So, today when the luck dice rolled an unlucky, the message was crystal clear. If you don't use it, don't complain when I randomly flip it myself. Thinking of this, Wang Hao broke into a cold sweat. It was a relief that it was only a minor misfortune. If it had been a slap into several extreme misfortunes, he would have been dumbstruck on the spot. Let's head back. Having figured this out, Wang Hao felt instantly lighter. So what if it was a bit unlucky? It wasn't extremely bad. As long as there were no dangers to personal safety, everything else was not a big deal. So, the two of them got into the car and headed back to the city. Along the way, Li Chuang looked at the scenery outside the window and laughed. We really needed you today. Otherwise, it would have been a totally hopeless situation, completely unsolvable. Hee hee, it was okay, Wang Hao smiled. I was just lucky to be able to handle it. Otherwise, it would definitely have been a bother. Yes, Director Yang and the others will definitely be happy once we get back, Li Chuang said excitedly. It couldn't be helped. Master Yuan was one of the top martial arts directors in the industry. His involvement would undoubtedly make the fight scenes in the movie spectacular. Plus, with the highly developed special effects now, the movie will be impeccable in both plot and action. Absolutely. Li Chuang's words lifted Wang Hao's spirits. After all, he had helped the production team solve a trouble, and that feeling of achievement was quite exhilarating. The two chatted as they drove, and just as they were on a road, Li Chuang suddenly looking at a small intersection nearby, he cried out in shock. What's up with that car? Damn, it's coming this way. Damn, it's coming this way. It's going to hit. It's going to hit. Damn, it really hit. On the road, a Wuling Hongguang recklessly charged toward Wang Hao's Maserati. With a loud crash, Li Chuang watched helplessly as the two cars made a very intimate, zero-distance contact. Wang Hao, damn, is the bad luck starting again? Lucky that I was prepared, otherwise, this kung fu would have freaked me out. Wang Hao was fine, having been through even harsher situations, but not Li Chuang. That was a car worth millions. What's going on, coming in and just hitting it? With such a huge accident on the road, a Wuling Hongguang crashing into a $1 million luxury car was certainly a scene-catching incident. Instantly, the whole road was packed with onlookers. This is big, a Volkswagen Jetta hitting a Maserati. TSK, TSK, TSK. Impressive. Truly a mighty car from the Heavenly People's Republic, not afraid to hit anything. The bystanders were all buzzing with comments, and even Li Chuang inside the car was stunned. Today's accident could be said to have started because of him. After all, if he hadn't called Wang Hao over, this wouldn't have happened, would it? How could they drive like this? Li Chuang exclaimed anxiously. I'm going down to argue with them now. Look at them, they crossed the double yellow line. They are fully responsible. As he spoke, He was about to get out of the car, but Wang Hao grabbed him. Shoo! Wang Hao lit a cigarette, gently blew a smoke ring, then looked at Li Chuang, shrugged helplessly, and said, "The thing I fear most on the road is bumping into a Wuling Hongguang, because you never know how many people will get out of the car to beat you." Li Chuang. No way. Chapter 479. Just as Wang Hao predicted, what happened next completely shocked everyone. They watched as people started piling out of the Wuling Hongguang. 2, 4, 6, 8. Finally, a total of 12 people. 12 helmet-wearing farmer workers. The spectators around, unaware of the full story, were dumbfounded. Holy shit. So many people. How did they all fit in that car? Awesome, truly a legendary car. Really, truly it is. Li Chuang, seeing so many people come out of the car, was suddenly a bit confused. He had initially thought of giving them a good talking to, but at this point, he decidedly wilted. Little Wang, do we still get out of the car?" "No big deal," Wang Hao laughed and said. "After all, reason trumps everything else, and besides, the farmer-worker brothers aren't that violent. Let's go and see how the car is doing." Wang Hao and Li Chuang both got out of the car to check the situation. The Wuling Hongguang had done a U-turn over a double yellow line and crashed right into the front left wheel of Wang Hao's car. The whole front iron plate had been smashed in. It looked like the axle had been bent too. Judging by this extent of damage, this wouldn't be a cheap fix, probably in the upwards of tens of thousands of yuan. You're not hurt, brother, are you?" The leading fellow worker was almost in tears. "It's my fault. I wasn't paying attention when making the turn." "It's all right." Wang Hao looked at his car, then at the group of farmer workers, and said, "None of you got hurt, right?" "We're all fine," someone in the crowd quickly exclaimed. "But what about the car? Isn't it going to cost quite a bit to fix it?" At that moment, the surrounding onlookers all shook their heads, sighing. "This is going to be troublesome. You can tell these farmer workers definitely don't have much money. That car won't get fixed." "Exactly. That's a Maserati President. I recognize it. Even the most basic ones cost over 1,400,000 yuan. Just this hit won't be fixed for less than several hundred thousand." "That's right. Look at the whole door smashed in. The axle must be damaged too, plus the headlight. What the hell kind of driving is that?" Li Chuang angrily said, turning over a double yellow line. "Fine, turn, but then you don't even watch the road. Big brother, we really didn't do it on purpose." The leading farmer worker, sweating profusely, frantically apologized. "It really wasn't intentional. Can we cover it with insurance? Our car does have insurance." Wang Hao took a look at the group of farmer workers, covered in cement dust. Describing them as dusty and disheveled was an understatement. To be honest, he did feel a sting for his car being hit. But after all, life isn't easy for anyone, and their attitude was great. Of course, the most important thing was, when luck throws you a curveball, you've got to accept whatever happens. "Let's go through the insurance." Wang Hao stroked his chin and said, "Whatever your insurance covers, it covers. If it's still not enough, I'll handle the rest." Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, everyone present was stunned. After a moment of silence at the scene, suddenly there erupted a round of warm applause. "The young man is a good person. Isn't that true? People like him are so rare nowadays. A person like this deserves to become wealthy." The group of farmer workers, hearing this, were still somewhat in disbelief. Really? Just go through the insurance?" "Of course." Wang Hao smiled and shrugged his shoulders. "It's quite tough for you as well. But since the car is damaged, you'll have to reimburse us for our trip back, right?" "Reimbursement, of course." Wang Hao's request was not a high one. The group of farmer workers began reaching into their pockets and eventually gathered 1,200 yuan to give to Wang Hao. "Big brother, do you think this is enough?" "We don't need that much," Wang Hao chuckled, pulling out a bill. "This is about right." "Okay then, let's wait for the traffic police. We'll go through insurance as needed. Don't worry too much, it's not a big deal." On the way back to the film crew, Li Chuang was virtually floating back. He couldn't help but admit, he was growing more and more impressed with Wang Hao. Not only was he so talented, his scriptwriting spotless, but he could also read feng shui and help people dispel bad luck. Not to mention his excellent character. The only regret was that, no matter what, the car was still damaged. It was a Maserati President, such a new car. "Mr. Li, Wang Hao had no idea what was on Li Chuang's mind and was curious. What's wrong? You don't seem too happy. Ah, I was just thinking it's all my fault, Li Chuang sighed. If I hadn't dragged you into this, your car wouldn't have ended up like this. Such a nice car. You haven't had it for long, right? I noticed it's only done a little over 4,000 kilometers. That's no big deal. Wang Hao didn't seem worried at all. What car doesn't get a scratch or bump? It's fine. Heh. Hey look, we're here, let's get out. They got out of the taxi, and as soon as they entered the hotel, Wang Hao saw Tong Tong, the producer Chun Li, and other members of the film crew come out to welcome them. Tong Tong rushed to ask, Mr. Li, how did it go? Did you bring Master Yuan? Li Chuang, not being in the best of spirits, shook his head. He was still not feeling great. Chapter 480. Do you need any more accessories on your thigh? The members of the Kung Fu film crew were also whispering among themselves. Sigh, looking at that expression, it seems tough. They definitely didn't manage to get him. Indeed, the guy is one of the top martial arts directors in the country and is said to have a very strange temper. Looks like it's off the table. Man, what do we do now? Without a martial arts director, we can't shoot any action scenes. Listening to the group's discussion, Li Chuang covered his face. We did invite him. But what? Tong Tong asked anxiously. Is the fee he asked for too high? Don't worry, Mr. Li, our crew has enough funds. You can be at ease. It's not the fee that's too high. Li Chuang sighed heavily, looking very frustrated. Master Yuan was invited, but little Wang's car had an accident on the way back. Today, you all didn't know, but he broke Master Yuan's evil chi. It said that using too much power could bring bad luck for several days. Ah, I initially didn't believe it and didn't take it seriously, but now you look. Is that even possible? Tong Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Hao, can you also read feng shui? Sort of, Wang Hao shrugged with a smile, confidently jumping into the conversation. I do understand a bit, just a bit. Hee hee. The talk was very successful. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Master Yuan is truly one of the top martial arts directors in the country. The queue to invite him was endless. I was just lucky, happened to meet him in such a situation. So, I just gave him a little talk and broke the evil chi. It's really nothing much. Nothing much. Li Chuang was going crazy. What you broke was the white tiger evil chi. It's deadly. What? Chun Li and the others nearly had their eyeballs pop out. White tiger evil chi. Li, I'm not well read. Please don't fool me. Just the name of the evil chi sounds terrifying. Why would I lie about such a thing? Li Chuang looked at him as if he were naive. Do you doubt little Wang's ability? Let me tell you, that evil chi is extremely powerful. Master Yuan could hardly step out without facing bloodshed. Tong Tong, Chun Li, others. That vicious. But it still has its benefits. Li Chuang's mood finally improved a bit, a smile returning to his face. Because little Wang was so awesome, Master Yuan agreed on the spot to come to our crew tomorrow. And what's more, he'll help for free. So, I plan to give Master Yuan's fee directly to little Wang. Teacher Tong, what do you think? No problem at all. As long as the person is invited, Tong Tong said cheerily. After all, the money has to be given to someone. Yahoo! Now with the good news confirmed, Chun Li and the others hugged each other, shouting loudly. Ha! That's so awesome. He's coming tomorrow. We can continue shooting our film. You should know Master Yuan is incredibly difficult to invite. But today Wang Hao and Li Chuang went out, turned around, and managed to bring him back. Damn, just telling this story feels like a dream, doesn't it? Mi Xiao was neatly dressed, sitting in front of the computer to livestream. Today, she had clearly dressed herself with care, wearing a white off-shoulder top with a pink miniskirt below. Her natural fairness and the standard beauty of her features were highlighted even more. Looking so pinchable, it seemed like water could ooze out. Dear viewers, it's time for Mi Xiao's livestream room again. Mi Xiao posed for the camera with a cute peace sign, smiling. What do you all want to see on Mi Xiao's livestream today? Before discussing what to watch, just with her appearance and dress today, once she sat in front of the computer, the livestream room immediately started boiling. God, a goddess. Absolutely a goddess. Hello, goddess, my apologies. SSS. I didn't realize Mi Xiao was this beautiful. Goddess, do you still need ornaments for your thighs? Goddess, please. Please accept my kneecaps for a year. Looking at the big chest, impressive, impressive. Damn it, am I not allowed to lick this screen? The live stream chat was going wild, and Michio was speechless, the young girl huffing. Can you guys not drive into the gutter? This is just a normal outfit for me. Why talk so crudely? Of course, that's what she said, but inside, Michio was actually quite happy. These viewers, always joking about her stripping on live stream or causing a ruckus, were really just joking. After all, she'd die before she stripped. At this moment, the number of people in the live stream had reached over 500, clearly having received a significant boost in popularity from the incident at Wang Hao's event yesterday. Viewers, goddess, we're all family here, don't be too tense. Maybe you could relax your clothes a bit since they seem a bit tight. Goddess, my family owns a snack shop, stocked with piled-up spicy sticks. I could take care of you. I'm an old driver. Let's go for a drive. I'm typing with both hands. Guess what I'm doing? Goddess, what beautiful legs. Asking for a relationship. Asking for care. Seeing the enthusiastic atmosphere from her viewers, Michio chuckled. Thank you all for your support. Today, we've hit over 1,000 viewers, which makes me very happy. Did everyone enjoy yesterday's show? Chapter 481. Today we must see him act like a bumpkin. As the live stream goddess mentioned yesterday's event, the audience in the live stream room immediately burst into laughter. Awesome. It was eye-opening. I especially had Peking duck last night. I usually eat it without thinking, but this time it tasted so different. Haha. Me too. I treated the goddess to Peking duck last night. I remembered everything that guy said during the day. I bragged about it to her, and she thought I was so impressive, haha. To be honest, I'm a chef, but I didn't know as much as that guy during the day. I learned a lot from him. I don't know much, I just know it tastes good. Keep it up, host. Thank you for your support, everyone. I will try my best to bring you more fun and interesting content. Michio chatted and laughed with the friends in the live room. Hello, everyone. I'm the gentle, beautiful, and understanding host, Michio. Thanks to yesterday's live stream, I made many new friends, and I truly appreciate your support. But last night when I got back, I didn't find any useful information, so I've decided not to stream about food today. I'm going to switch up the program. 666666. Is Michio looking for a man today? I'm young, rich, handsome, stylish, and I've got the goods. Ask me out. Ask me. Ask me. I have plenty of time today. I'm free until next month. Just say you're unemployed. No need to pretend like a big bad wolf. Goddess, ask me out. Goddess, I'm sending you a big plane. Ask me out. I'll send two. You must flip my card today. The popularity of the live room kept climbing. So what are we going to stream today? Yeah, where's the host going? What's she streaming? I haven't decided yet. Michio tapped her lips with her finger, thinking for a while before saying, Today we have a few options. First is going shopping, which is my favorite. The crowd unanimously objected. No way, no way. Girls shopping can exhaust someone to death. Change it. Change it. Why change it? We just want to see Sister Michio go shopping. Will you change clothes on the live stream? Changing clothes on the live stream. Damn, if these wolves saw that, the fun would be huge. So Michio quickly changed her strategy. Okay, no shopping. Let's go to the second option. Watching a movie at home. And as we watch, I'll explain it to you. How's that? What's so great about those crappy movies? Change it. Change it. Exactly. I can't even bother to watch those now. Just like the interstellar travel I watched the other day. It gave me secondhand embarrassment. This doesn't work either? After thinking some more, Michio suddenly lit up with an idea, smiling as she said, Right, I've been planning to buy a dog for a long time. So let's take a turn around the dog market today. That sounds good. Where's the dog market? Is it far? At this moment, more people entered the live room, and the number reached around 600. Everyone asked all sorts of questions. Is that guy from yesterday coming? Yeah, we all came to see him. Damn, definitely invite him over. I just love watching him boast. Right, I like him too, listening to his serious bullshitting. If he can talk about something interesting this time, I'll send a gift to the host. I also want to buy a dog for my girlfriend. Should I invite that guy again? Speaking of which, he was quite talented, but he has work too. He might not have the time. Michio hesitated to say. Just ask him. Yeah. If he's not here, We're leaving. Michio broke into a sweat. Really? Should she find Brother Hao? Speaking of which, for gifts, for popularity, and since it's lonely streaming by myself. As she was hesitating, she saw the live room audience drop from just over 600 people straight down to about 550, and after 2 more minutes, it dropped to 500. Oh heck, it's so hard to build up the popularity. Don't worry, everyone, Michio quickly said. I'll call right now and see if he has something today. After she spoke, the live room audience finally stabilized. 521 people. Lucky number. Michio grabbed her phone and more people came in, immediately asking, is the goddess live streaming again? Is that guy from yesterday coming? Coming. He'll be here any minute. This time, Michio was quick to nod. Awesome. Today we're watching how rustic he can be. But before you go, goddess, make sure to do your homework. Don't mess it up. Exactly, he was so smug yesterday. Today we have to see him look rustic. Just find him. Seeing that everyone in the live stream was asking, Michio chuckled proudly and said, don't worry, everyone. I've been preparing for this dog purchase for a long time. Oh, I've looked up a lot of information. That's good. Let's go then. Hurry up and make the call. Yes. Today we're going to see what the dog market is like. So Michio took out her phone and called Wang Hao. Michio, Brother Hao, are you free today? My viewers are all dying to see you. They're all stretching their necks waiting for your appearance. Wang Hao, Today? I'm not in great shape today. Michio, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Wang Hao, it's not that, just that I might be a bit unlucky today. A bit unlucky today? What kind of situation was that? Michio, Brother Hao, you're such a joker. How can you be unlucky? You won't be unlucky when you see me. I've always been very lucky. Wang Hao, well, okay. It's just a bit of bad luck, not extremely bad luck. Michio, what do you mean by bad luck and extremely bad luck? Wang Hao, it's nothing. Are we talking about food today? Didn't we cover that yesterday? Michio, we won't talk about food today. I did my homework last night, but I didn't find any useful information. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to speak about it, so let's change the topic today. I want to buy a dog. Will you come with me? Wang Hao, all right, where are you? I'll come pick you up. Michio, really? That's great. Then I'll send you my location. Wang Hao, okay. Michio sent Wang Hao a location. Wang Hao, it's not far. I'll be there soon. Michio, okay. Brother Hao, I'm waiting for you. After hanging up, Michio excitedly told her viewers, everyone, this is great. Brother Hao has agreed. He's going to drive and pick me up soon. The viewers, he's coming to pick you up by car. This is like making a date. What car do you think he'll come in? I think it's probably a Volkswagen Jetta. Are you kidding? Dating a goddess. At least it should be a Honda Accord, okay? Dang, it's definitely an Audi. Do you even have to ask? Right then, a big spender in the live stream spoke up. Goddess, what are you waiting for? Go out and wait already. We want to see the live stream. Let's see what car he drives over. All right, Michio said with a giggle. I'm going out now. Everyone wait for me. Keep the cameras rolling. I'm hitting the streets. Saying that, she went to the entrance of her apartment complex to wait, streaming live on her phone while doing so. This time, the viewers were also stretching their necks, glued to the screens, spamming the chat. Look quick, Toyota Corolla. That's it. How could it be? That Audi A4 coming over there is the real deal. Come on, it's definitely a Toyota Prado, okay? You've got to aim for that level for a date with a goddess. 666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666. A whole bunch of people were guessing what car Wang Hao would come in. First, a Honda City came by, no, not that. Then a Volkswagen Magotan passed by, also not that. Just when everyone was guessing enthusiastically, someone with sharp eyes already let out a scream. Look, a Maserati Quattroporte. Holy crap, the license plate is JB56789. Did you see it? This is total tycoon style. You can't get those plates without hundreds of thousands. Life is too unfair. This is what you call a successful person. Okay, he's coming over, my love. Holy crap, he really is coming over. Is this hitting on the goddess and then going to a hotel? Watching the approaching Maserati Quattroporte, Michio was also full of expectation. My dream lover. One day he'll definitely come to pick me up in a car worth over $1 million. Eh, eh. Mi Xiao was stunned. That car just zoomed past without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 482, Wuling Hongguang. Damn, it's not him. 666, 666, 6666, my goddess is safe. What car will Brother Hao finally show up in? Really looking forward to it. Suddenly someone in the live stream audience exclaimed loudly. Damn, look, Wuling Hongguang. It was just a casual mention, but then everyone saw a very unassuming Wuling Hongguang slowly pulling up next to Mi Xiao, and then the car window was lowered. Then Wang Hao's face appeared on the live stream screen. Holy shit, it's actually Wang Hao. Damn, is this guy that lame? I can't even. Is there no justice in this world? Is there no heaven? A dude driving a Wuling Hongguang is dating a goddess. Goddess, don't go with him. At least I still got a little QQ car. Ha 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 ha. He was so cool yesterday, and today he shows up in this. I'm dying of laughter. Mi Xiao was also stunned. What the hell? Brother Hao, who she talked about roast duck with yesterday, could be my goddess. The sudden turn of events clearly caught Mi Xiao off guard, and after being stunned for quite a while, she finally asked Wang Hao, this car, lend it to me. I still have some face, right? Wang Hao chuckled and raised his eyebrows. Hurry up and get in. Today I'll take you to see something fun. You're live streaming, right? Just today I'm a bit unlucky, so I decided to let you all clearly see that not everything can be live streamed. The live stream room was in stitches. Ha 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 ha. He's driving a beat-up Wuling Hongguang, and it's even borrowed. That's absolutely hilarious. This guy is too funny, driving this car. Ah, it instantly gives me newfound confidence. Ah, I knew it. How could I ever associate with someone so impressive? Mi Xiao felt slightly disappointed at first, but soon was cheerfully getting into the car. After buckling up, she laughed and said, You're exaggerating. Everyone has their ups and downs. It's all normal. As she spoke, she lifted her phone and said, Brother Hao, want to say hi to everyone in the live room? Sure thing. Wang Hao turned his head, looked at the phone screen, and made a scissors gesture, proudly saying, Hello, my dear friends. Everyone send roses and gifts decisively. If you send enough gifts, I'll live stream a room tour today. Ow ow. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, the live stream room blew up, instantly filled with roses and gifts. 6666666666666. Brother Hao, here are 21 roses for you. Brother Hao, please strip on live stream. We've been waiting all day for this. Is this 110? I've spotted a pervert. Looks like he's setting up a date. No more words needed. Looking forward to Brother Hao's performance. I'll reward a big plane. College student here, no money. Can't send a plane. So here are 20 fish balls. Hope Brother Hao won't mind. This is my tissue money for the month. For today's chance to see the goddess strip, I've abstained for a month. This is a battle concerning dignity and the future. I decide to break the silence and reward a red heart. Wishing Brother Hao a successful show-off. I, the awesome, will also send a big plane. Mi Xiao's face flushed red with embarrassment, and pouting, she exclaimed, Brother Hao, you're in league with them. You're a big pervert too. You're stating the obvious. Wang Hao curled his lips. A guy and a girl alone. It's like dry tinder meets a fierce fire. And we're in a car. What good can come of it? Let's get a room. He started the car while Mi Xiao yelled into her phone. My loves, I'm hitting the road now. And if anything actually happens, you guys better remember to call the police. My life is in your hands. Wow, things were really getting exciting. Wang Hao followed the GPS towards the dog market, the Wuling Hongguang stirring up a whirlwind on the road, the roaring engine drawing glances from passers-by. Brother Hao is awesome. Drive it at 200. Holy crap, I'm getting dizzy watching this. The dog market in Jinhua was located in the suburbs of JH City, nestled among some hills. The hills were officially known as Jinming Mountain, about 15 kilometers from the city center. During the drive, Wang Hao laughed and asked Mi Xiao, So, seeing that I'm driving a Wuling Hongguang, you were ready to call the cops? Not necessarily, Mi Xiao replied somewhat embarrassedly. I just figured you'd at least drive a sedan. Who would have thought you'd show up in this to pick up a girl? The live stream viewership started to heckle. Exactly, Brother Hao, that's not cool. Exactly. How are you supposed to date and have outdoor adventures in that thing. Oh, you don't know this. Wang Hao laughed and gripped the steering wheel. This Wuling Hongguang actually has quite an impressive history. The car has a history? Mi Xiu's eyes widened. Brother Hao, you must be joking just to amuse me, right? The audience in the live stream room also erupted. Exactly, he's definitely trying to make the goddess laugh. If that car has a history, I'll live stream eating half a pound of shit. I'll live stream chopping off my junk. You still don't believe me. Wang Hao curled his lips and then patted the steering wheel. Actually, the Wuling brand has encompassed the hard work of several generations. This thing is definitely not just some cheap piece of junk. Really? Mi Xiu's eyes widened. Brother Hao, tell me more, what's the deal? Seeing Mi Xiu's curiosity, Wang Hao began to tell her. Actually, Wuling originated from an armament factory, initially called the Liuzhou Power Machinery Factory, under the Liuzhou Machinery Factory, mainly producing large diesel engines for ships. However, the demand for ships soon saturated, and Wuling faced the risk of layoffs. Fortunately, at that time, the top leaders decided to increase agricultural production by mechanization, so Wuling started making tractors. Mi Xiu's eyes immediately widened. Wuling made tractors? What did you think? Wang Hao shrugged and smiled. Not just tractors, Wuling made sewing and weaving machines too. But later they realized that those weren't really successful, so they started making microcars, commonly called minibuses. Back then, they were really poor. Without modern measuring equipment, they used leather tape measures. Even the molds had to be manually hammered. After 4 years of research, the first generation of Wuling minibuses was finally produced. The first year it went on the market, it sold tremendously. I wasn't even born yet, and it was quite impressive. The people in the live stream room were amazed. Was the Wuling Hongguang really that impressive? 666666666. Brother Hao, you really nailed that history lesson. The Wuling Hongguang seems pretty badass too. Yeah, just don't know if Brother Hao's driving is as badass as his history telling. Suddenly, a big spender in the live stream spoke up. Goddess, ask Brother Hao if he can drift. If he can, I'll send you a huge tip. Drift? Mi Xiu was startled at this and quickly replied. Stop. Teasing. This is a minibus. It's good enough that it drives. How could it possibly drift? She just said this casually, but Wang Hao heard it and just burst out laughing. It's just drifting. Wang Hao grinned at Mi Xiu. Ask him how many huge tips he'll give if I drift. Can he really drift? Mi Xiu hurriedly asked the big spender. Brother Hao said he can drift. He's asking how much you'll tip for one drift. Chapter 483. I will wait for him at Jinming Mountain. One rich guy just tipped a big plane. Count how many times he does it. That rich dude obviously had no shortage of money, and his words set off a chorus of cheers in the live streaming room. Right, right, right. A big plane for every drift. I'm not as rich, but tipping a heart for each drift is no problem. I'm tipping 10 fish balls. I'm tipping 20 fish balls. Brother Hao, those tips were real money, Mi Xiu said delicately. They said for every drift you do. 1 plane, 5 hearts, 60 fish balls. Really? Wang Hao was instantly delighted when he heard this and laughed. All right then, looks like we've sorted dinner today. Make sure your seatbelt is fastened tight, and hold on tight. Mi Xiu hurriedly checked her seatbelt and then gripped the handrail. Then, with a screech, Wang Hao, driving a Wuling Hongguang, actually started drifting. The live streaming room exploded instantly. Holy crap, he's really drifting. 66666666666666666. This is legit car god stuff. Drifting. In a Wuling Hongguang. Awesome. And that's not all. Wang Hao had previously studied drifting online meticulously, and now, having absorbed the white chi from the white tiger talisman with the luck dice, he could almost simulate everything he saw in his mind. This drift was a piece of cake. So, on this road where cars were scarce, Wang Hao was literally drifting all along the way. Gifts in the live streaming room were flooding the chat. Holy crap. Finally, here it comes. Fishballs, let's go. Brother Hao, is there anything you can't do? Absolutely electrifying. Damn, why do I feel like a boss has been summoned? 666666666666666. Big planes, take off. Wang Hao kept drifting down the road. That speed, that flamboyance, was absolutely eye-popping. Even as he drifted along a stretch of highway, the speed cameras even gave him a close-up. But that's not all. While the live chat was flooded, Michio suddenly saw a red Ferrari practicing drifting on the bend ahead. Holy shit, a Ferrari? Wang Hao wiped his nose forcefully. Let's overtake him. The live room's popularity soared instantly. Just a moment ago, the viewers barely broke 1,000, and now it nearly doubled to 2,000. No way around it. There was a red Ferrari showing off ahead, and with Brother Hao's personality, he had to take up the challenge. Look. Wuling Hongguang versus Ferrari. Holy shit, too awesome, battle of the gods. High energy ahead, non-combatants evacuate. Quickly. As a well-known rich guy and internet star, Zhao Rongjia just picked up his red Ferrari F12 Berlinetta and was super excited. The Ferrari F12 Berlinetta, a new generation of V12 engines, came equipped with Michelin Pilot Supersport. The car's design, shared with the FF, was honed in a wind tunnel to achieve a drag coefficient of just 0.299. Its dimensions are 461,819,421,273 millimeters, with a body frame made of aluminum alloy using 20 different composite materials and perfected by laser welding technology, reducing potential errors and heavily utilizing carbon fiber to achieve lightweight strength, pushing the weight down to just 1,525 kilograms. Moreover, with its mid-front engine placement, it achieved a perfect 46:54 weight distribution. This new car not only inherited the undying spirit of Ferrari racing, but also possessed flexible and vigorous strength, arguably the most ideal V12 engine Ferrari ever created. This 12-cylinder Ferrari could accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 3.1 seconds, and 0 to 200 km per hour in only 8.5 seconds. 0 to 300 km per hour took 21 seconds. At the Fiorano track, the F12 Berlinetta set the best record among all Ferrari street-legal race cars, with a single lap time of just 1 minute and 23 seconds. Its sensitive steering, smaller steering angles, and superior turning performance ensured the highest performance standards and the best driving experience, while significantly reducing braking distance. Owning such a powerful supercar, Zhao Rongjia couldn't wait to hit the road and start practicing drifting. True to its supercar status, the Ferrari drifted crisply and neatly, especially on the road to Jinming Mountain, where Zhao Rongjia's casual drifts made him feel exhilaratingly like a speed-chasing youth. Ah, perfect, Zhao Rongjia exclaimed. A world-renowned supercar truly stands out. This drifting, just ask who else could surpass me. He was just talking to himself when suddenly, he saw a gray Wuling Hongguang in the rearview mirror, drifting and catching up from behind. Holy crap, what's happening? Zhao Rongjia was totally stunned. If a Lamborghini or a McLaren were behind him, he could understand a challenge, but a shabby little Wuling Hongguang showing off in front of his Ferrari? He pressed the gas pedal hard, and as the Ferrari zoomed forward with a screech of the tires, it executed a masterful drift around the corner, almost hugging the curb. In his mind, with his skills, taking care of a Wuling Hongguang should be a matter of minutes. But unexpectedly, the Wuling Hongguang didn't cut him any slack, performed an even more impressive drift, sticking to the inner lane and overtaking him, immediately leaving him in the dust. This can't be happening. Zhao Rongjia was dumbfounded. How could this be? His newly bought Ferrari F12 Berlinetta just got overtaken by a Wuling Hongguang at Jinming Mountain. Grabbing his phone, Zhao Rongjia started posting on Weibo. Today I lost to a Wuling Hongguang on Jinming Mountain. He used inertia drifting, sticking to the inner lane on a turn. His car was fast, and all I could see was a sign advertising roof leaking repairs on his car. If anyone knows him, please tell him. This Saturday night, I'll be waiting for him at Jinming Mountain. Chapter 484. The goddess's legs are too incredible. In the live streaming room. At this moment, the popularity of the live streaming room had exploded. Just moments ago there were about 2,000 people, and now it had soared to 3,000. 666666666666666. Brother Hao is simply too awesome. Holy shit. Brother Hao, I'm convinced. Fuck, that was terrifying. I'm kneeling for you. Is me, with my mouth open, not enough? This feels even more thrilling than those car races on TV. Could this be the legendary car god of Jinming Mountain? Brother Hao is mighty. We are the sliding kneeling squad of the Cave Fans Club. Excuse us, we are very excited. You guys just didn't believe in Brother Hao. Take your medicine, Bai Lian. Brother Hao, this younger brother is sending you a plane. I hope you'll graciously accept it. My big rocket is so hungry, thirsty, and patient. I'm taking off. A screen full of domineering vibes hits you right in the face. I can't help but reward Brother Hao with a big rocket. Ah, I knew it. Seeing Brother Hao today, he's still so domineering. Even though he looks as gentle and handsome as ever on the surface, his presence is really strong. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live stream. Here are my knees for the whole year. Please take care. System prompt. Border Wanderer rewards the host with a big plane. System prompt. Ugly Broke Short rewards the host with 2 big planes. Ah, Brother Hao was very pleased with his viewers fawning. He smugly ran his fingers through his hair and said, Mi Xiao, tell them if they want to see Brother Hao perform anything. Just speak up. By the way, the one who said they'd eat half a pound of shit earlier, remember not to go back on your word, huh? Just now, Big Brother overtook a Ferrari, haha? From now on, everyone please call me the car god of Jinming Mountain. Of course, Mi Xiao was smiling so much her mouth couldn't close. Although it was indeed very dangerous just now, it was really exciting, watching the glittery Wuling Hongguang drifting on the road, its beautiful silhouette, especially the dumbfounded look on that Ferrari. After all, who doesn't have a bit of resentment towards the rich these days, right? Now that the drifting was done and the spotlight had been had, naturally, it was time to go see the dogs. Intuition told Wang Hao that today was an unlucky day, especially since the bad luck had already started to act up. The drifting went safely because any bad luck during such a process could be life-threatening, and with the nature of the luck dice, when bad luck hits, it's like choking on water, but safety was guaranteed. But next up was visiting the dog market. I just want to say in advance, Wang Hao spoke while driving. How fast can you run? Today? Holy shit, you're actually wearing high heels. Ah, what's wrong? Mi Xiao even lifted her leg, showing off her dazzlingly white thighs that made Wang Hao squint his eyes. No big deal. Mi Xiao also took a moment to take a photo with her phone. Do my shoes today look good? The viewers in the live streaming room got all excited directly. Countless bullet comments started to flood the screen. They look good. They look good. They look good. Goddess, my goddess, please trample me at will. Those big white legs, I could play with them for a year. I've grabbed a bunch of grass. Could this be the legendary visual kill? I can't do it. Tissue. I need tissue. Goddess, do you remember me, goddess? Don't abandon me. I'll take you to McDonald's. The one above, daring to covet the goddess, kneeled down quickly. It seems you don't understand the value of life. What an incredible holy shit. The goddess legs are amazing. I really want to be crushed to death by the goddess' big, white legs. Go get the shrimp. Bring the goddess back to me. System prompt. Top prospect rewards the host with a big plane. System prompt. What little brother lacks is money rewards the host with a big plane. System prompt. Authentic domestic man rewards the host with 2 big planes. Wang Hao, watching Mi Xiao's long white legs, felt a mixture of emotions. This girl was truly not just pretty in the face, especially when it came to her hot figure. Yes. Actually, I was afraid you might not be able to run fast later on. Of course, good legs are good legs, but business still had to be made clear. When we get to the dog market later on, remember, if you see anything wrong, run quickly. Don't get entangled in anything, do you understand? Ah. Mi Xiao was immediately stunned. What could possibly happen while buying a dog? How would I know what could happen? But it's definitely not going to be anything minor. As they talked, they arrived at the destination. Jinhua's dog market was the biggest in the entire JH City area. Otherwise, why would they put the dog market in this ravine? There were so many dogs indeed. Wang Hao and Mi Xiao got to the parking area of the dog market and parked the car. Immediately, dog sellers, sneaky as thieves, approached them. And as soon as they saw the 2 of them, they asked, "Are you here to buy a dog? My dogs are excellent, guaranteed to satisfy you. Poodles, golden retrievers, huskies, teddies, you name it, we've got it. Anything you want. Come take a look at mine. All my dogs are purebred, absolutely to your satisfaction." Come to mine, my dogs are great. We're just here to take a look. If they got surrounded by these dog sellers, they wouldn't get anything done today. Wang Hao quickly said, just looking for now, haven't decided to buy yet. No need to fuss over us. Yeah, he was really afraid of accidentally hurting these dog sellers. Then take your time, call us anytime you need. Here's my business card. A dog seller directly handed Wang Hao a business card, and seeing this, several other dog sellers also shoved over their business cards. These people. Wang Hao looked at the 4 or 5 business cards in his hand and shook his head helplessly. It seems business is hard these days. No matter what, now that they were here, off to see the dogs they went. Chapter 485. Goddess, what kind of dog do you like? Wang Hao and Mi Xiu set out for the Jinhua dog market. They hadn't even entered yet, but Wang Hao saw dog traders and cages everywhere. The dogs varied in size, with some standing over a meter tall, towering over humans, while smaller ones were mini breeds, no bigger than a palm. Woof, woof, woof. Arf, arf, arf. Awoo. Come, 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 take a look. The latest litter of pit bulls. Absolutely purebred. Freshly available Scottish sheepdogs. Definitely your best friend material. I've got the purest chihuahuas here. If you like them, you'd better hurry. Cool and cocky, the dogs wouldn't stop barking. The traders' voices rose and fell in waves. And that was not all. There were also plenty of dog lovers who had driven over to find their dogs new homes. As for the various pet supply stores next to the dog market, it goes without saying that their business was booming. So many people. Mi Xiu walked and live-streamed on her phone. Dear friends, take a look. This is our largest dog market in Jinhua. It just so happens to be the weekend, the busiest time of the week for the dog market. From professional breeders to individual households, all sorts of dog breeds are brought here, hoping to fetch a good price. Actually, I have to admit, Jinhua people are really clever and forward-thinking. In the past couple of years, some started trading valuable plants, and then others got into the business of pet breeding and sales. Gradually, the Jinhua dog market has grown more and more popular, and now even pet dog buyers from across the nation gather here, hoping to take home a good dog. Of course, for ordinary families, a dog is just a small pet, a little companion, but it's different for really wealthy families. Once they start caring about the pedigree, some expensive breeds can sell for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. In the live stream, Goddess 666666666, you know your stuff. Looks like you've done your homework. Goddess, what kind of dog do you like? I have one that can make money. Do you want it for free, house and car included? Get lost. The one above? Why don't you just say you want to give yourself to the goddess as a dog? 233333333333333333333. Wang Hao, on the other hand, walked and looked around. Honestly, it was his first time at the dog market, and he found the sight rather shocking. Brother Hao, look over there. As soon as they entered the dog market and walked a few steps, Mi Xiu pointed in a direction and exclaimed, that dog is huge. Wang Hao turned his eyes to a stand where a very majestic big dog stood, fluffy all over, with eyes, nose, and mouth all close together, reminiscent of a big, cuddly ball. Judging by its size, it must weigh at least 200 pounds. Hey, you've got taste, girl. Hearing Mi Xiu's voice, the stall owner immediately came over and said, buying a dog? This is a chow, pretty cute and imposing, right? Our breeding base has pure chow, sheepdogs, mikas, and minas for breeding, and we also sell chow puppies and adult dogs all year round. What are you two interested in buying? This chow does look pretty good, Wang Hao said, looking at the chow, and asked, how much for a puppy? It varies. The trader took a drag from his cigarette and said, but if you want a purebred, it's going to cost at least 3,000. 3,000? That's so expensive. Mi Xiu's eyes widened when she heard the price. That's more than my monthly allowance. Wang Hao glanced at Mi Xiu. It seemed the young lady's popularity wasn't quite there yet. No wonder she was so anxious to increase her fan base. 3,000 is expensive? The trader smiled and shook his head, saying, girl, let me tell you, getting a purebred dog for 3,000 is a steal. See that Bichon over there? The white one with long fur. That thing, forget about selling it. Do you know how much just mating costs? Mi Xiu's eyes widened. How much? 20,000. The trader held up 2 fingers. Just one mating costs 20,000. Now think about it. A litter of chows only has 3 or 4 puppies. Is 3,000 expensive? Hearing this, Michio's mouth fell open. Mating costs 20,000. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was decisively shaking his head. In this world where dogs were preferred over people, we men have to spend money to woo a girl, but those dogs get to have fun and make money. Where's the fairness in that? We're just browsing. Michio stuck out her cute little tongue and smiled. We're not looking to buy anything too expensive, hee. They strolled around casually, and soon, Michio spotted another dog and exclaimed, Brother Hao, look, I've never seen one like that before. With those curls, it looks so pretty. That, Wang Hao laughed and explained, is a mid-sized standard poodle, ideally sized for international standards. It's probably meant for breeding too. They can't sell it. Oh, I see. Michio drew out her, oh. She really hadn't brought much money today, only planning to spend a few $100 on a small pet dog, but it seemed like the dogs here weren't cheap. Hey, girl, over here, a dog trader waved them over excitedly. Are you two here to buy a pet dog? I've got all ranges here, high, medium, low, whatever you want. They followed the sound, and Michio saw multiple cages filled with dogs from shepherds to Chihuahuas, Pekingese to Papillons, truly a variety. I'm thinking of buying a pet dog, Michio said while looking at the different kinds of dogs. My only requirement is that it looks good, is well-behaved, and docile. It should learn whatever I teach. I don't want noisy, mischievous ones, or else I can't handle them. If you want a well-behaved and smart dog, that's easy, the trader smiled, then took out a little yellow dog from a cage. I recommend this Akita. Look how pretty it is, a cute little darling, and very smart too. Chapter 486. This is a narrow road for enemies. So cute. Michio looked at the small Akita Inu, was first surprised, then shook her head and said, But I don't really want to buy it. Lady, how come you don't like it? This is an Akita Inu. The dog trader hurriedly said, This dog is very sensible. It looks like a mongrel to me. I don't really want that type. Michio continued shaking her head. I don't want a dumb dog. I want a smart dog. The dog trader was about to speak, but just at that moment, a voice implicit yet slightly flamboyant came from the side. Exactly, boss. Take a look. This cute girl wants a charming pet, and you found her a mongrel. It's not that I'm looking down on these dogs. It's just that they don't match this cute girl's vibe. Who is this guy? Coming over to chat up? Wang Hao and Michio both turned to look, and saw a man wearing a rather upscale jacket, with shorts below, and sporting a pair of sneakers. Actually, these details weren't the key point. The most critical aspect was that hanging between his fingers was a Ferrari car key. Damn, this looks a bit familiar, huh? Could it be the owner of that Ferrari we defeated before? At this time, the dog trader looked embarrassed and said, I'm really not fooling you guys. This is an Akita Inu, very smart. Akita Inu? The owner of the Ferrari smiled, shaking his head. Sounds like something you'd find guarding homes in the countryside fields. Just then, Michio was live-streaming and happened to capture the man's car key. The live chat room instantly erupted. Ow, everyone, look at that guy's hand. The car key. Ferrari, it's a Ferrari. Could it be that guy who got overtaken? I bet it is. The situation today is just too ironic. Talk about enemies on a narrow road. Right, brothers, there's definitely a show to watch soon. 2333333333333. Looks like it's gonna be fun, huh? Everyone was thrilled, pulling up their chairs and grabbing their sunflower seeds, just waiting for the drama to unfold. Indeed, though Brother Hao didn't see the bullet comments, he definitely wouldn't disappoint the viewers. You don't know about this, do you? Wang Hao shook his head and said, Akita is a city in RB. It produces this type of dog. Originally, it was a dog for guarding homes and villages, but due to its loyal and sensible nature, it became the national dog of RB. This dog's intelligence is definitely not a problem, very smart. There was once a professor at an RB university who took in a young Akita Inu named Hachiko, and that is a very touching story. A story? And a touching one. The owner of the Ferrari suddenly widened his eyes. What touching story could a mongrel have? Really, the dog trader was also curious. Do you know that, young man? Please tell me about it. This story is actually quite famous in RB, Wang Hao said with a smile. In RB, there was a professor named Parker. One day, he encountered a poor little Akita Inu at a town station. Its lonely figure aroused his sympathy. Although his wife strongly opposed it and tried her best to send it away, seeing her husband and daughter's heartfelt love for it, she finally decided to let it stay as a family member. So, Parker named it Hachiko. Hachiko grew up with Parker's family, slowly turning from a small pup into a large creature. Every day, Hachiko faithfully accompanied Parker to work and would always be at the station entrance punctually at 5 in the evening to welcome Parker as he finished work. This was their bonding time. To the station master, the hot dog vendor, and the nearby shop owner's wife, this had become a common sight. They saw every day Parker calling out that familiar name as he exited the station, and Hachiko excitedly pouncing forward to play, which had become a daily story at the station. Listening to Wang Hao tell the story, Michio widened her pretty eyes in surprise. Really? Is the dog that smart? Yes, it really is very smart. Wang Hao nodded and continued. Then suddenly one day, before Parker left home, Hachiko, who had never picked up a ball before, did something out of the ordinary and actually carried a ball and placed it in Parker's hand. Parker was very happy and proud. He didn't think much about it and just played a bit with Hachiko before going to work. And who would have thought that this goodbye would actually become a final farewell? That same day, Parker collapsed while teaching at the university and died from a sudden myocardial infarction, never returning to the station. From then on, every day at 5 in the evening, Hachiko would come to the train station to wait and gaze. The second day, the third day, from summer to autumn, for 9 years, Hachiko remained unchanged until its death. To honor him, RB's Akita Prefecture specially cast a statue of Hachiko. At the end of Wang Hao's story, those present were all a bit moved. It's this big brother who knows the goods, the dog trader remarked. To even know such a story, and I, who sell dogs, didn't know it. I just saw it casually, Wang Hao chuckled. Of course, this is just a story. Buying a dog still depends on what kind you like. Fate is very important. Just like my little Bai. Actually, he's just a stray dog I picked up on the street, and now he's being well taken care of. The point of my story is just to say that dogs are not as dumb as they seem. Michio sniffled and said, Hachiko truly is so loyal. Indeed, a good dog is a good dog, but I still like the type that's cute and can cheer people up. Didn't expect you to be an expert. The Ferrari owner finally spoke at that moment. That story you just told was really touching. My name is Zhao Rongjiao. What's yours? Hello. Hello. Wang Hao replied with a chuckle. My name is Wang Hao. Are you here to buy a dog too? Yeah, Zhao Rongjia said. My old man loves dogs. I was thinking of getting him something more imposing. You seem quite savvy, especially since you could tell that story not just anyone can tell. How about helping me choose one? Chapter 487. A dog sells for 300,000. The viewers in the live stream were already dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. He walked right into it, waiting to watch this guy make a fool of himself. 23333333333333333. Today is too much fun. This dude is still in the dark, isn't he? Definitely, haha. That's no problem. Coming here today was for the live stream anyway. What's the difference which dog we look at? And Michio had said it. She likes cute and adorable little things, so let's keep looking. All right, we're not in a rush, so we can take a look for you. Wang Hao nodded and said, By the way, have you decided what dog you want to buy? I've got my eye on one, majestic and imposing. Come on, follow me. Zhao Rongjia took the lead. As he walked, he sighed. Man, you don't know. See these car keys? He shook the car keys in his hand and said, Just picked it up, new. A Ferrari. Michio exclaimed, Brother Zhao, you're really a tall, rich, and handsome guy. What tall, rich, and handsome? This was originally a mighty compliment, but Zhao Rongjia shook his head and said, I'm just basking in my dad's wealth. The key thing I wanted to tell you isn't about this, but the fact that on my way here today, I came across a freaking legend. You guys know the Wuling Hongguang, right? Wuling Hongguang. There was one drifting on the road. The drifting was so sick. My God, I was driving a Ferrari and could only eat its dust. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was speechless. Is this world so small? Mi Xiao pursed her lips to suppress her laughter while the viewers in the live stream laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha. It really was him. And he still has no clue. Today is just too funny. Life is full of surprises everywhere. I have a feeling that high energy is coming up ahead. Ah, not bad, not bad. Wang Hao nodded earnestly, taking the chance to praise himself a bit. Being able to drift a Wuling Hongguang like that. It's true. Not just anyone can do it. Mi Xiao struggled to hold back her laughter. She just loved watching Brother Hao show off without showing off. Man, my eyes were opened today, Zhao Rongjia said with emotion. I wanted to invite him to the race meeting tomorrow night, but I don't know if he'll see my Weibo post. Just too cool. The way he drifts is simply unbeatable. Hearing him say this got Wang Hao curious, and he asked, "There's a race meeting tomorrow night." The viewers in the live stream also got excited in an instant. Holy smokes. There's such an event. Then we must attend tomorrow night. Roar, 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 roar. Finally, we get to see a race meeting. I've only ever dreamed of such a scene before. Brother Hao, you must participate. If you don't, we're unsubscribing. You don't know about this? Zhao Rongjia said. The road to the dog market, there's nobody around at night. So our Jinhua Circle has a car race meeting here every Saturday night, and it's pretty explosive. All sorts of cars come, Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, Audi R8, you name it. I was thinking if that legendary guy brought a Wuling Hongguang. Oh my god, that would astonish all those fools for sure. Wang Hao, Mi Xiao. Just the thought of a bunch of sports cars with a Wuling Hongguang squeezed in between. Goodness, that image is too beautiful. I can't even dare to imagine. Oh wow, there's such an event. Since there wasn't much going on recently, everything with the film crew was proceeding smoothly. The actors, martial arts coaches, and finances were all in good shape. It would indeed be fun to join in, Wang Hao said with a merry smile. Then I'll check it out too when the time comes, that okay? No problem. Just mention my name and you're golden, Zhao Rongjia said proudly. I still have some clout after all. Hey, we're here. As they spoke, the three men arrived at a dog stand. From a distance, Wang Hao could hear the barking from this stand reaching for the skies, and as they approached, his suspicions were confirmed. This was a Tibetan Mastiff stand. This is the one. Zhao Rongjia pulled Wang Hao over to the stand and said, Boss, where's that Tibetan Mastiff? Bring it out again for my friend here to see. All right. The vendor hurriedly brought out a little Tibetan Mastiff, proudly saying, Look, this is it. This is a genuine top-quality Tibetan Mastiff. I dare say, in this dog market, there's no purer lineage than this one. Buddy, what do you think? Zhao Rongjia turned to Wang Hao with an earnest look. The appearance isn't bad, right? Wang Hao, who believes that sort of hype? Of course, it was Zhao's business if he wanted to buy. Wang Hao didn't want to get too involved. So he just casually asked, It does look pretty good. How much is it? Just this one, the dog vendor said with pride. Look at this fur, the red and black intermingled. Let me tell you, this is the top-of-the-line tiger head Tibetan Mastiff, absolutely pure pedigree. Every year when I breed them, I specially go to XC. You know XC, right? One breeding session there costs me 100,000. This litter only had 3 pups, and I'm not going to rip you off. Just give me 300,000 for this tiger head Tibetan Mastiff. That's a bargain price. I'm giving you a deal since you seem earnest. Otherwise, if it were someone else, don't even talk to me if it's not 500,000. 300,000. Upon hearing this figure, Wang Hao was shocked. What did you just say? 300,000. The live stream room also exploded. Holy smokes, selling a single dog for 300,000. Why doesn't he just rob people? Exactly, isn't that too expensive? What kind of dog sells for 300,000? Are Tibetan Mastiffs that pricey? Buddy, what do you think? At this point, Zhao Rongjia whispered, My old man likes large breeds. He says they look powerful and can safeguard the home. So I thought I'd come and take a look. Do you think the price is okay? Wang Hao looked at him, then shook his head and smilingly said, If the old man specifically wants this one, there's nothing you can do. If any large breed is fine, then my advice would be not to get a Tibetan Mastiff. Chapter 488. 1 Mastiff fights 2 wolves. 3 Mastiffs battle 1 tiger? Oh, this thing isn't good. Zhao Rongjia thought for a moment and said, Yeah, this thing looks too fierce Not very nice. I guess I won't buy it then. The three of them were about to leave when the dog breeder shouted, "Hey, don't go. What's the problem? Is it too expensive?" Ah, well, not really. Wang Hao turned back and smiled. My friend here isn't bothered by the price, just thinks the dog is a bit too fierce, not good. Cut it out. Isn't that just because it's expensive? Upon hearing this, the dog breeder scoffed and smirked. If you can't afford it, just say so. What do you mean the dog is fierce? Let me tell you, the most badass among these dogs is the Tibetan Mastiff. That's why it's so expensive. You guys look like total country bumpkins. I'm telling you, with this thing, one Mastiff can fight 2 wolves, 3 Mastiffs can battle a tiger. Outright badass. If you can't afford it, I suggest you buy a Chihuahua. That dog's cheap. 1 Mastiff can fight 2 wolves, 3 Mastiffs can battle a tiger? Yeah, it's badass. Wang Hao sniffed and said, just as the old saying goes, 1 Mastiff fights 3 tigers, 3 Mastiffs sink an aircraft carrier. 5 Mastiffs annihilate God, 10 Mastiffs create Genesis. Whoever disagrees gets bitten. At this point, everyone understood Wang Hao's intent, and Mi Xiu couldn't hold back and snickered, laughing out loud. Bro, you disagreeing here, the dog breeder snorted. What? You don't believe how badass the Tibetan Mastiff is? In the live stream. Holy shit, Brother Hao is gonna talk dogs. He obviously doesn't believe the Tibetan Mastiff is that badass. I've heard it too. 1 Mastiff can fight 2 wolves, 3 Mastiffs can battle a tiger. The Tibetan Mastiff is indeed badass, just way too expensive. That's right. Let's see what he says this time. Zhao Rongjia secretly nudged Wang Hao and asked, Dude, is the Tibetan Mastiff as powerful as he says? If it really can fight wolves and tigers like that, I'd make my old man happy buying one. It's his birthday the next couple of days, and he's been mentioning wanting to keep a dog. Actually, the Tibetan Mastiff isn't that badass. Wang Hao decisively shook his head and explained, taking care of dogs as pets, that's a given. Dogs are loyal, simple-hearted, likable. But the Tibetan Mastiff isn't the one. Let's not go far, just talking about combatability. The fact is, the Tibetan Mastiff has never ranked in the top 5 in any professional fighting dog competition. To put it simply, even among its own kind, the Tibetan Mastiff is never the strongest subspecies. When it comes to animal fights, victory is determined by 3 factors: physical attributes, which include size, strength, claws and teeth, aggressiveness, and combat experience or technique. First, let's talk hardware. The Tibetan Mastiff's size isn't at a disadvantage compared to medium-sized wild animals like wolves and leopards. A mature male is usually around 50 to 70 kilograms. Weight is a huge factor in fights. The amount of weight and the structure of the body determine the upper limit of an animal's core strength. Among professional fighters, a weight difference of over 20 kilograms is hard to overcome with skill, and in the wild, it is very difficult for a carnivorous animal to defeat another carnivore that weighs at least half more than itself. Even though the feline family is generally stronger than the canine family. A 36-kilogram female clouded leopard would hardly ever be able to beat a male wolf over 54 kilograms. A large weight difference creates an absolute disadvantage in strength. Just talking about physical conditions here, Wang Hao said, glancing at the Tibetan Mastiffs in the cages, and smiled. As for core competitiveness, or bite force as we commonly say, a 52-kilogram Tibetan Mastiff has been measured with a bite force of 176 pounds, while the Rottweiler has measured a bite force of 328 pounds, the record for fighting dogs, unbroken to this day. But do you know how much force a wolf's bite has? A 45-kilogram wolf's bite force can exceed 700 pounds, 4 times that of the Tibetan Mastiff. Holy crap, is it that exaggerated? Shocked by these numbers, Zhao Rongjia was stunned. So the thing about 1 Mastiff fighting 2 wolves is false. Do you even have to ask? Wang Hao scoffed. Captive animals generally have degenerated bite forces because they don't have to chew hard bones, so there's a gap they can't bridge with wild animals. The size of the bite force almost determines a carnivore's lethal ability. For example, jaguars and clouded leopards possess the largest bite force to body weight ratio among felines, allowing them to kill prey by directly crushing their skulls, not by targeting the neck, making their kills incredibly quick and efficient. And 3 Mastiffs fighting a tiger is just like sending food to the tiger, okay? Another factor is technique or combat. Experience, and we must respect wild animals for this. They fight for their lives every single day, something captive animals can never compare to. For wild animals, a defeat often means not just running away with tails between their legs, but death. Thus, a lone adult wolf is no doubt the equivalent of an old soldier who has crawled out of a mountain of corpses. Their hunting techniques are highly skilled. They know where the Vita LS are, how to kill the target quickly. Only the elite survive nature's brutal selection process to adulthood, and the Tibetan Mastiff still expected to fight wolves. As for tigers and such, Wang Hao continued while shaking his head, don't even think about it. They are felines. Tigers' teeth are like daggers, at least 10 centimeters long. And it's not just the teeth that are formidable in felines. Tigers and lions have incredibly powerful legs. A lion's front leg can fracture a buffalo's skull to pieces. But have you ever heard of dogs fighting using their legs to kick? Chapter 489. The True Purpose of the Tibetan Mastiff. Wang Hao's reply directly left the dog trader speechless, for in the face of professional-level data, any more bluster would have been like slapping his own face. So he began to employ another strategy, changing the topic. You're talking about the wild, but who in their right mind would take a Tibetan Mastiff to fight wolves on purpose, right? The dog trader scoffed. Just look at my Tibetan Mastiffs, look at their fur, look at their stature, it's the purest of bloodlines. Imagine how imposing they'd be if taken out for a walk. Now that's what you call majestic. Damn it. Had you not mentioned taking them out, it would have been fine, but suggesting people walk them outside. Do you know that actually taking such a birthday gift out could likely cause a tragedy? Bloodline doesn't matter much. Wang Hao decisively shook his head, saying, horses have always been highly valued for their bloodlines, but nowadays it's not easy to find a horse with a good bloodline. These dogs are all raised cheaply. How can you boast about their pure bloodline? The Tibetan Mastiff's biggest issue is that it's too stupid. It's true that they are brave, because they're too dumb to know fear, so they dare to charge at wild animals. But it's exactly because they're dumb that they're hard to train. Often, these creatures go out on the street and bite people, bite other dogs, and especially dogs. They'll bite anything they see and can't be pulled back. If they encounter a large breed, they might not win or, at best, end up in a draw. But what if they actually kill someone's dog worth tens of thousands? Will you compensate for that? There's been no shortage of news about Tibetan Mastiffs mauling people when taken out by their owners these past few years. This guy is truly thick, and to make things worse, has a wild temperament. If it were an Alaskan or something, although large, at least it would be kind. But a Tibetan Mastiff, once it goes berserk, even an adult might not be able to control it. By your description, are you saying that my Tibetan Mastiffs are utterly worthless? This time, the dog trader really was unhappy. He lit a cigarette, took a puff, and asked, are you intentionally here to pick a fight and cause trouble? At that moment, Zhao Rongjia had clearly started to back away, because he had already sensed that people were starting to surround them. Bro, stop talking, let's run, Zhao Rongjia whispered. Something doesn't feel right. People in the live streaming room noticed it too, exclaiming in shock, something's not right, several people are coming over, they don't look friendly. Run now, Brother Hao, it'll be too late otherwise. If it comes to a fight, you guys definitely won't stand a chance. Brother Hao, someone's coming over. Mixiao also realized something was off, desperately making eye signals to Wang Hao. Let's run. Uffed, just a few small-time ruffians. Would I be afraid of them? Actually, the Tibetan Mastiff, well, isn't entirely without merits. Wang Hao laughed, seemingly unconcerned, and his comment took the dog trader aback. Just now you said these Tibetan Mastiffs were no good from all aspects. The dog trader sneered. Now you know their advantage? Of course. Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders and smiled. What I meant by advantage is that their price has genuinely been hyped up. Huh, what does he mean by that? What's this about a price being hyped up being advantageous? As he said this, even the thugs that had crowded around were confused. What's this all about? Oh, how so? The dog trader asked, surprised. You just said that thing was too expensive. Now you're saying a high price is an advantage? That's right. Wang Hao smiled and said, you might ask, what's the practical significance of hype? Let me tell you, the implications are huge. At this point, everyone on the scene, including a thug who came over specifically to ask, "How huge?" Let me give you an example. Wang Hao looked around. Good. Not too many people, and then smiled. Suppose you're the boss of some enterprise, wanting to give something to a certain official, what would you do? Go directly with money in hand. You'd be dead meat. So what do you do? What's that? That official happens to like dogs and join an enthusiast club? Great, then I'd join too. At least that way you can strike up a conversation, right? Michio listened, baffled and perplexed. But Zhao Rongjia had a light bulb moment upon hearing Wang Hao's line of thought. His dad was in business, wasn't he? They had a project where they couldn't find the right contacts, and according to Brother Hao, this was an opportunity. Is striking up a conversation all there is to it? Wang Hao shook his head and said, "That's naive thinking. You think just by being acquainted you can walk up with money? The disciplinary committee is watching. So, what do? You must do this. Find the club supplier, give them some money to secure a supply. Like dogs, for example. They have to come to you. And then you provide a quality dog, right? Then you go to the official and tell them, I've heard that you're quite a connoisseur of Tibetan Mastiffs. As a novice, I'm eyeing one but not sure about its quality. Could you please give me some guidance? If the official reviews it with an understanding and gives you advice, follow their instructions without hesitation, purchase it, and then invite the official for a modest meal to express gratitude, making sure the occasion is simple yet meaningful." Zhao Rongjia listened intently, nodding vigorously. Right. Makes sense. As you do this repeatedly and become familiar with the official, Wang Hao grinned. Then you can approach them, offer a Tibetan Mastiff, and say, "Dear mentor, I've received so much of your guidance, yet have nothing to repay with. For you, I've selected this treasure as a sign of my appreciation. If the mentor likes it, please keep it. If it's to avoid any impropriety, afford me the cost price. If the mentor is skeptical, you can call the supplier to confirm the deal." Then comes the key final step. You need an accomplice to play along, posing as a novice introduced by you to your mentor. Upon seeing the treasure you've presented, he must act astonished. Wow, this Tibetan Mastiff is one of a kind. It's the red-haired ghost king. I love it so much. I'll offer 5 million for it as a stud dog. Please do sell it to me. If the mentor hesitates to accept the money, you step in, reassuring the mentor there's no need to worry. Everything will be handled by the disciple. Whether it's moved abroad or turned into property, or even transformed into company shares, the important thing is that it won't lead the disciplinary committee to the mentor's door. Only then can it be considered a job well done. Chapter 490. You dogs are not cute at all. Wang Hao finished speaking, and everyone present was shocked. Damn, that tactic was way too cunning. Even giving a gift required such a convoluted strategy? In the live stream room. Holy crap, Brother Hao's schemes are deep. 233333333. When it comes to tactics, Brother Hao is king. The city's tactics are too deep. I'm going back to the countryside. After listening, the dog dealer obviously didn't know what to do. Truth be told, he was considering beating up this young man who came to disrupt the scene, but after hearing what he said, this guy is untouchable. He's unfathomably shrewd. The dog dealer felt like his outlook on life had been refreshed. Someone who can talk about such an impressive gifting tactic must be no ordinary person. This guy is untouchable. Thinking thus, he hurriedly signaled to the people around him with his eyes and suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Hey, I didn't realize you were such a savvy guy. You're right, this dog can't just be sold to any ordinary person. People who don't understand Tibetan Mastiffs absolutely can't have one, lest they ruin it, right?" "Exactly," Wang Hao said with a grin, nodding. "Boss, your animal requires someone knowledgeable. If we're just looking for a pet for companionship, that wouldn't be appropriate." Right. The dog dealer nodded incessantly. "What kind of dog are you folks looking to buy? I'll introduce you to some, guaranteeing the lowest price." You're too kind," said Wang Hao, who had just been at sword's point with the man and now acted like they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. He waved his hand. "We're just looking around. You go ahead and stay busy." After saying that, he turned and walked away. He left so casually that it shocked the viewers in the live stream room. Brother Hao. At this point, Zhao Rongjia had also started calling Wang Hao Brother Hao. "Where did you learn all these tactics? You're amazing. I've really had an eye-opener today. Do you even need to ask? Just watch and think more. Wang Hao winked at Zhao Rongjia, chuckling. Otherwise, how do you think Tibetan Mastiffs became so expensive? A dog for 300,000. Are you kidding? With so many people running breeding farms, calligraphy and painting institutes, collecting pu'er tea and orchids, is it really just for a hobby? Is befriending celebrities really just for fandom? Is learning Qigong from a master really just for health? It's all about the profit chain, dear. Lesson learned, lesson learned. Zhao Rongjia gave Wang Hao a knowing look, then said, So what dog are we looking at next? We really can't just buy a Tibetan Mastiff on a whim. Brother Hao, why don't you recommend one? I need a big dog, but not one that's too aggressive. Don't want it biting the old man at home. Big dogs, Wang Hao pondered, then said, I think an Alaskan wouldn't be bad. Actually, the three of them hadn't really done anything, just discussing which dog might be best to buy. But just then, they suddenly heard a tremendous barking coming from a corner of the dog market, and they all looked over, which nearly made their hair stand on end in fright. They saw, somehow, a great pack of dogs had suddenly burst out of their cages and instantly started causing mayhem within the dog market. Woof, woof, woof. A-woo, a-woo, a-woo. A-woo. Over 100 large dogs. What was to be done when they burst out of their cages? Wang Hao, damn, I knew nothing good would come out of today's mess. What are you standing there for, Ron? Wang Hao grabbed Mi Xiao and started sprinting. Zhao Rongjia was stunned. He exclaimed and began to run even faster than Wang Hao, shouting as he ran. Brother Hao, my phone number is 139XXXXXXXX. Make sure you remember it. Let's keep in touch by phone. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, the entire dog market erupted into chaos with the barking of dogs, the shouts of people, and the crashing of cages, all blending into tumultuous disorder. Damn it. I knew something bad was going to happen today, Wang Hao grumbled as he ran. Before it was just one dog, and now it's escalated to a whole pack. The audience in the live stream were dumbfounded. Holy shit, is this turning into a battle between humans and animals? Don't let Brother Hao get away. He looks the tastiest. High energy warning ahead. Now with this huge commotion of dogs, the live stream viewers who loved a good spectacle were delighted, cackling and calling their friends. Come watch. Come watch. The host is being chased by dogs. It's a man versus beast battle, something you don't see every day. If you miss this village, you won't find this shop again. In just a blink of an eye, the number of people in the live stream room shot up by 1,000, breaking the 5,000 mark. Brother Hao, let's get in the car and hide. Mi Xiao shouted as she ran. It's safe in the car. Once we get in, we won't be afraid of all these dogs. Good idea. Wang Hao, pulling Mi Xiao along, started sprinting like mad. But that's when he realized that Mi Xiao's high heels meant she couldn't run fast even if he pulled her along. I told you your outfit wasn't going to cut it today. Never mind that. Wang Hao hoisted Mi Xiao onto his back and dashed off, saying, Just bear with it for now. We'll be okay as soon as we get into the car. But speaking of which, Mi Xiao's long white legs felt pretty nice, so white and slender. Her chest is pretty substantial too, feeling solid against his back. Actually, at that moment, Wang Hao was rather enjoying himself. But his enjoyment didn't last long. How could he not admit he was jinxed today, when plans can never keep up with changes, right in front of him, surrounding that Wuling Hong Wang? There were at least 20 large breed dogs waiting, ready to pounce on Wang Hao, the free deluxe lunch delivery. Wang Hao, how the hell am I supposed to deal with this? Run. Without a second thought, Wang Hao, carrying Mi Xiao on his back, turned and bolted. Damn it, did my earlier talk about Tibetan Mastiffs get all you mutts pissed off at me? But that's not right. I also talked about Hachiko. You guys aren't cute at all. Woof, woof, woof. Aroo, aroo, aroo. A-woo. A whole bunch of dogs barked furiously and charged at him, specifically targeting Wang Hao. Chows, Samoyeds, Border Collies, Schnauzers, you name it. It was a complete smorgasbord. And it wasn't just them. There were Pekineses, Chihuahuas, and Papillons joining in the ruckus too. Wang Hao glanced back and saw 2 huskies amidst the pack of dogs. God damn it, every other dog was organized and disciplined in their charge, and you damned huskies just had to join in the chaos. In that instant, Wang Hao felt a desolate sense of tragedy as if he were a tiger brought low, surrounded by hounds. And as if that weren't enough, even the three stooges of the sled dog world had to come and kick him while he was down. Life just couldn't get any worse. There was no choice. Although Wang Hao's body was now genetically modified and all kinds of awesome, carrying someone on his back was still a bit of a hassle, especially when there was a pack of local mutts teaming up on the road. A head-to-head run simply wasn't feasible. The immediate crisis called for another plan. Luckily, the area was hilly, so Wang Hao quickly had an idea. "Hold tight," he yelled as they neared a cliff by the side of the road. Without choosing his path, he carried Mi Xiao and plunged down the slope. "We need to find a place to hide first. We definitely can't outrun them on the road. Let's get into the forest and try to climb a tree." Chapter 491, Making Steam Buns with Yeast Dough. As soon as Wang Hao mentioned climbing a tree, Mi Xiao became instantly excited. Yes, 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 climbing a tree. Once we're up there, those dogs won't be able to catch us. Then she pointed to a rather tall tree ahead and shouted loudly, "That tree up ahead is tall. Just climb that one." Wang Hao looked at the tree. "Can't you base your ideas on reality? Brother wants to climb, but didn't you see how tall that tree is? Do you think I'm a monkey?" While carrying Mi Xiao and running, Wang Hao grumbled, "That tree must be more than 10 meters tall. Even if I grew a couple more arms, I couldn't climb it." Sorry, Mi Xiao replied, apologetically. "I forgot about that in the panic. Brother Hao, those dogs are catching up again. Damn, this streak of bad luck is really long-lasting. Where on earth have they chased us? If this keeps up, if I see a tombstone, I'll have to shout I'm home." Being chased by dogs, this kind of spectacle that the masses enjoy watching, was a great way to gain popularity. The viewers in the live broadcast were steadily increasing, and the viewership was now closing in on the 6,000 mark. 6666666666666. Brother Hao, I've realized that you look especially cool when you run. Brother Hao is frickin' awesome. How many kilometers have you run in such a short time? I think it's quite a bit, and he's carrying someone too. Brother Hao's stamina is simply impregnable. Luckily for Wang Hao, his physical strength was indeed astonishing. The enhancements from the luck dice had notably improved not only his memory, but also this incredible endurance. "Brother Hao, up ahead, that tree is easy to climb." Mi Xiao pointed at a tree about 5 meters tall and called out, "That tree has lots of branches. We can climb that one." You know what? You're right. That's some good eyesight." Wang Hao immediately cheered up upon seeing the tree Mi Xiao pointed to. "That's the one, then. You climb up first. I'll cover for you." "All right." Mi Xiao immediately nodded. "When it's time, you have to be careful, Brother Hao." "Don't worry, no problem." Wang Hao responded, and then took off, with Mi Xiao toward that direction. They quickly reached the base of the tree, and after setting Mi Xiao down, Wang Hao said, "All right, climb up quickly. Those dogs are coming again. Damn, those Tibetan Mastiffs must have a grudge against me. That's why I hate those things. Their intelligence is too low. Yeah, they're really ferocious in the chase." Mi Xiao grabbed a branch and started climbing. "Be careful, Brother Hao. I'm going up first." "All right." Wang Hao nodded and watched the approaching dogs. Then, as he turned his head back, oh my, that view was quite shocking. He saw Mi Xiao making an effort to climb the tree, her pair of big, white legs searching for footholds. That wasn't really the problem. The key was the position between the two of them. Mi Xiao was about 1.5 meters off the ground, and Wang Hao was standing at the base of the tree. He looked up, white underwear, paired with those luminous white legs. Oh boy, even I'm embarrassed to see this. "Brother Hao, what are you looking at?" Mi Xiao turned her head to look at Wang Hao and realized he was staring up at her, suddenly becoming aware of her exposure. Her little face turned bright red. "Don't you look." "I didn't want to, baby." The baby also felt wronged, indicating great distress. "It's not my fault you wore so little." Maybe knowing that Wang Hao saw the color of her underwear, Mi Xiao suddenly found it a bit hard to grasp the branches. She let out a sharp scream. High heels were not suitable for tree climbing, and she slipped a bit because she didn't find a steady foothold. Wang Hao couldn't just stand by and do nothing, right? "Be careful." Wang Hao subconsciously stretched out his hand to push a bit, and then, what's this thing that's so soft and bouncy?" "Brother Hao, your hands." Mi Xiao screamed again. "Don't pinch around." "Damn, Brother was just reacting instinctively, okay? Do you think I did that on purpose? I'm a decent person. Wang Hao shrugged. Keep going, I'll push you up first. At a time like this, don't talk to me about propriety between men and women. Let's dodge the dogs first. At this point, the audience in the live broadcast went wild. Ah, he saw the goddess's *SS. Damn it, I can't stand this. Where's my knife? My knife. Jealous. Envious. Hateful. The goddess's *SS. We're begging for Brother Hao's perspective. What color is the goddess's *SS, Brother Hao? I think it's white. What does it feel like, Brother Hao? From this angle, your hand is right on her *SS. Oh my god, Brother Hao, please swap with me. You do the live stream and let me be there at 2333333333333333333. While the live broadcast room was in chaos, all the dogs caught up. Woof, woof, woof. Oh my mom, Wang Hao cried out strangely, and at this time, Michio finally managed to sit on a tree branch. Wang Hao hurriedly climbed up like crazy, moving as nimbly as a monkey. He reached the tree branch. In the blink of an eye, 666666666 Brother Hao deserves full marks for his tree climbing skills. Brother Hao has special tree climbing skills. Did I just see things? Or is Brother Hao actually a monkey transformed? The two of them finally sat on the tree and were finally safe. At this moment, one could see the importance of knowledge. In such a situation, Brother Hao could still live stream. Comrades in the live broadcast room, Wang Hao, while looking down at the dogs running around in circles in desperation, finally breathed a sigh of relief and then decisively began to explain to his audience. This is the difference between canines and felines that I mentioned before. Felines can climb trees. So if the ones below were leopards or tigers or something, we'd be totally screwed. But canines are different. They only have teeth as weapons. Look, right now, they're completely out of options, aren't they? Michio, how do you so naturally change the topic like that? Just now you were touching this ladies. That thing, hey. While Wang Hao was explaining, the audience in the live room was clearly not buying it. We want to know the color of the goddess's *SS. Stop talking nonsense. Brother Hao, how does the goddess's but feel? Brother Hao, you're so knowledgeable. Please describe it for us. Oh my, the viewers in the live room are so enthusiastic. It would be bad not to fulfill their wishes, right? Wang Hao then said to the camera on his phone, this feeling, how should I put it? It's like meeting a big steamed bun. Don't you dare talk. Michio screamed. If you say one more thing, I'll turn off the live broadcast. The girl was clearly distressed, and Wang Hao shrugged helplessly. All right. I am actually a gentleman, so everyone should stop asking, or you'll make the goddess angry. The audience in the live room was very disappointed. Damn it. I already took my pants off and you're giving me this. I had my tissues and lube ready, okay? Then it just goes soft. Exactly. What does a kneaded steamed bun really feel like? I'll have to try it out later. Okay, no more jokes, Wang Hao said with a smile looking at Michio. But speaking of which, we're nearing 6,000 viewers in the live room now. It looks like today's broadcast is doing pretty well. Michio's mood finally improved a bit with the mention of that, and to be honest, she had a good impression of Wang Hao. After all, he had carried her for so long. She nodded immediately. Yeah, it's really grown quickly. Brother Hao, do you think I have the chance to become a top streamer with tens of thousands of viewers? Chapter 492. Watch Brother show you what survival in the wild is. A popular host with tens of thousands of viewers? That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Of course, there's hope, Wang Hao said with a smile. Look, aren't we already at around 6,000 viewers? We just need to try a little harder, and it won't be a problem. Yeah, the most I ever had when I was doing the food program was just over 500 viewers, and now we're at 6,000. Michio tapped her lips with her finger, looking quite adorable as she did so. But the higher the popularity gets, the harder it often is to increase it further. Do we have any other good ideas? I'm not sure if there are any good strategies, Wang Hao shrugged. All I know is that I'm really hungry after carrying you for so long. At this point, the dogs that were underfoot, seeing they couldn't do much to Wang Hao, had all dispersed. But while the dogs had scattered, Wang Hao was feeling troubled. The run had been so frantic that he had no idea how far they were from Dog Market, and the real problem was the growling hunger in his stomach. He was seriously starving. So, shall we go back and find something to eat? Upon hearing that Wang Hao was hungry, Michio hurriedly said, I'll treat you to dinner, okay? Remote waters can't quench immediate thirst. This is the way people are. It's easy to talk when you're not hungry, but once you are, it feels like your stomach is stuck to your back. At this point, Wang Hao was completely drained of energy. If he didn't get some food in these mountains soon, he figured he'd be dried out by the time they reached the road. But where could they possibly find something to eat in these deep forests? The two were sitting on a tree branch figuring out what to do. When Michio's ears perked up, she called out, Brother Hao, over there, by where we're sitting, it sounds like there's water. Water. Wang Hao listened carefully, then suddenly smiled and said, There is water. Where there's water, there are fish. And if there are fish, we can catch them to eat. Let's go. Let's fill our bellies first. Then we can think about how to get back. The two of them climbed down from the tree and followed the sound of the water. The weather at the time was absolutely beautiful, a blue sky with a few drifting clouds, the air fresh and pleasant. Walking through the woods with a light breeze occasionally bringing down a few leaves could undoubtedly put anyone in a great mood. Wild fruits too numerous to count or name filled the forest, while vibrant wildflowers bloomed splendidly, and here and there, a fluffy squirrel would leap among the tall tree branches. Brother Hao, this place is really nice, exclaimed Michio. Look, there are squirrels, so cute. Is there any need to ask? Wang Hao smiled. Wild cooking is great in places like this. It's just a shame we weren't prepared today. It wasn't too far to the source of the sound, and after walking about 100 meters or so, they saw the glittering light reflecting off the water, revealing a small lake about 20 meters in diameter before them. Wow, this lake water is so cool. Michio marveled. It's much better than the river near my home. Look at this water. It's so refreshing. Can the waters of a city compare to those of the wild? Wang Hao replied with a smile. All right, this is good news. Let's find a spot sheltered from the wind to settle down and prepare a nice dinner. Aren't you worried about your viewer count? Watch me today as I give you a show of what survival in the wild means. Survival in the wild. Just the sound of that was awesome. The viewers in the live stream were instantly excited. Brother Hao is amazing. Even knows how to survive in the wild. Holy cow, that's tough. Brother Hao is rock solid. Can you really find something to eat in the wild? Don't tell me you're going to eat grass roots and tree bark. How can you talk like that? Could Brother Hao do something like that? If he's really starving, he'd directly eat dirt. Michio looked at the barrage in the live streaming room and angrily said, Don't you talk about Brother Hao like that. Brother Hao is really impressive. If it wasn't for him last time, someone would have gotten bitten by a dog. Wang Hao, without me, you wouldn't even know how to get chased by a dog, beauty. Of course, he just thought that to himself. Saying it out loud? No way. But speaking of wilderness survival, Wang Hao indeed had some serious skills. The two quickly found a spot sheltered from the wind to settle down, and Wang Hao said, Michio, be careful. Look out for thorns on the grass, whether there are many pebbles, the dampness of the ground, and if there are any anthills. If there are, you bet you won't get a good night's sleep. Also, remember not to wander too far from me. Otherwise, if a wolf takes you away, I can't help you. Wolves. As soon as they heard that, the live streaming room exploded again. Brother Hao, we don't have wolves in the south. You can't just make stuff up like that. Who says we don't have them? Perverts are wolves too. Don't be racist. Actually, I'm more worried about the goddess now. Hey you guys, do you think with this atmosphere, the two might, get it on in the wild? That could happen. Live streaming it. Damn, thinking about it is thrilling. Totally. Imagine doing it in the lake. How enjoyable. I can't take it anymore. Guys, I'm going to get some tissues ready. Stand by for the big plane liftoff anytime. It's jerking off, you hillbilly. The live streaming room burst into laughter, while Michio thought to herself, Brother Hao's attention to detail is really impressive. With his skills, there's no way it was just luck before. After checking the ground, Wang Hao said, Okay, there's no problem with the spot. Next, we need to gather some dry wood, otherwise, we won't be able to cook anything later. We can't eat raw food, right? Yeah, Brother Hao, should I go gather the firewood? Michio was eager to try. I think I can handle that. No. If we go, we should go together. Wang Hao decisively shook his head and said, that way, if there's any danger, I can take care of you. Otherwise, you might not get away in time if you really encounter a wolf or a tiger. There are tigers here. Mi Xiu was shocked. Brother Hao, I may not be book smart, but don't fool me. Isn't that obvious? Wang Hao snorted and began to spout nonsense off the cuff. The South China tiger has a wide distribution in China, and there are quite a few of them. They were widely found in vast areas of East China, Central China, South China, Southwest China, and in some regions like Hunan, Jiangxi, Guizhou, Fujian, Guangdong, Guangxi, Zhejiang, Hubei, Sichuan, Hunan, Shaanxi, Gansu, etc. So, unfortunately, this happens to be within their range. In fact, in his previous life, Wang Hao could be certain there wouldn't be any tigers here, since there were fewer than 25 South China tigers in the entire country. However, this world seemed to have suffered far less environmental damage than his previous one, so whether there actually were tigers here was not something he could be certain of. How scary! Mi Xiu instinctively moved closer to Wang Hao. Brother Hao? Brother Hao, I've decided not to stray more than 3 meters from your side. Now that's more like it, Wang Hao said with a chuckle, nodding. He wove his lies confidently, without so much as blushing. Okay, let's go have a look around to see if there are any immediate dangers like venomous snakes or wild beasts. They went to patrol the vicinity, but unexpectedly, they hadn't walked 50 meters when they heard a voice not far ahead. Dear viewers, as a wilderness survival streamer, I will walk alone in secluded mountains, rainforests, deserts, cliffs, and isolated islands with limited survival tools, and live stream it all to you. So today, I've come to the famous deep forest area, Jinming Mountain, for a wilderness survival activity. Chapter 493, Live Broadcast Content Collision. Dear viewers, as an outdoor survival streamer, I will venture alone into rarely trodden deep forests, rainforests, deserts, cliffs, and remote islands with minimal survival gear to provide live broadcasts. So today, I've arrived at the famous Jinming Mountain area to partake in outdoor survival activities. After he finished speaking, Wang Hao and Mi Xiu exchanged puzzled looks. Could one actually stumble upon a streamer in such a secluded forest? And an outdoor survival streamer at that? The two of them followed the sound and overheard more from the broadcast. Explore the most magical colors of nature, search for the most primitive cuisines, and embark on the most exhilarating adventures. Engage closely with wild beasts, venomous snakes, and toxic insects. The Sahara Desert, Amazon rainforest, African grassland, Mount Everest, the Alpine Mountains, Hawaiian deserted islands. These places will all be considered for future broadcasts. Some may think this is a suicide mission, but leaving the bustling city surrounded by electronics to experience the mysteries of nature is undoubtedly the most alluring. You have to believe me, this decision was made after careful consideration. I still need everyone's continuing support for my upcoming activities, and I will repay you all with the most authentic adventure experiences. So, the name of our live stream room will be Wilderness Survival. Well, this clashes with our broadcast content. Soon, Wang Hao and Mi Xiu spotted the speaking streamer. He was an imposing man, about 6 feet tall, with bulging muscles, especially his explosive pectorals and a sculpted 8-pack, complemented by a rough face with a hint of a confident smile. His appearance alone would score a 98, not a perfect score, for fear of feeding his ego. Indeed, ever since this man appeared on the screen, Mi Xiu's livestream audience went wild. I'm crying from being moved. This guy is freaking handsome. I'd give this guy 99 points, leaving 1 point for fear he'd become too proud. Is he also a streamer? Damn, I'm genuinely moved. I didn't expect online streamers to be this cool. A living hunk. I'm licking the screen. Goddess, a handsome man has descended from the heavens. Brother Hao, I beg you to knock him out. How dare he be more handsome than you? The audience was buzzing while Wang Hao approached with Mi Xiu. Wow. Who would have thought we'd come across a colleague in such a place? Impressive, impressive. Hello there, what should we call you? My name is Zhao Jun. Coming across a colleague in such a place was quite unexpected for this outdoor survival streamer too. He sized up Wang Hao and Mi Xiu, frowning. With you two looking so frail, What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be home streaming karaoke instead of playing at Outdoor Survival? Can you even handle it? Oh, seems this guy isn't very friendly. Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. Well, we just happened to get lost while wandering and thought we might as well do some broadcasting here. Are you planning to live stream some wild scenes? This Zhao Jun obviously wasn't giving Wang Hao a warm welcome. Young man, it's dangerous here. Take my advice, go home before it gets dark. Otherwise, it might not be so easy to leave later. Why are you being like this? Upon hearing this, Mi Xiu immediately got upset. We already told you we were lost. Why describe it so crudely? What do you mean by live streaming wild scenes? We're decent people, okay? Brother Hao isn't some lowlife. Oh, well, whatever you guys want to do really isn't much of my concern, Zhao Jun said indifferently. Just don't interfere with my live stream. If you're planning something fishy, better stay away from me. That's all. Ugh, why so arrogant? Mi Xiu clearly had a bad impression of Zhao Jun, and as she started walking away with Wang Hao, she said, acting all high and mighty, do you think we want to see you? In the live streaming room, seeing Goddess Mi Xiu so angry, the audience was outraged too. Brother Hao, please live stream and slap him in the face. This guy looks like he needs a beating. Yes, exactly. Acting all high and mighty, as if our goddess can't live without him or something. Brother Hao, please slap him in the face. If you do, I'll send you a big rocket today. Right, same request here. System notification, I am Big Eggplant rewarding the host with a big rocket. Brother Hao, no more words needed, please slap him in the face. The live streaming room instantly exploded, and gifts and roses were flying all over. It was overwhelming. Wang Hao also didn't have a good impression of Zhao Jun. After all, in such a place, it wasn't exactly safe. If he were a normal person willing to help, he definitely would have offered assistance. But this Zhao Jun, just at the mention of being a fellow streamer, behaved so coldly towards them. Absolutely inhumane. Of course, in such a remote area, it was better not to make enemies unnecessarily. So he didn't take it too seriously and just returned with Mi Xiu. Watching Wang Hao and Mi Xiu walk away, Zhao Jun smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then taking his phone, he said to the screen, "Today, it's so unexpected to meet humans in such a place. Surprise, surprise, they are also streamers. So, dear viewers and friends, with your strong support, today I will show you that not everyone is cut out for outdoor survival. Mark my words, in less than 2 hours, those 2 streamers will be crying and begging me to help them." Moving away from Zhao Jun, on their way back, Mi Xiu was pouting and looked unhappy. It was actually nice to run into someone in such a place, Mi Xiu said with a pursed mouth. But who would have thought we'd meet such an unfeeling guy? Even delaying his live stream, you'd think he could at least offer some help in such a desolate place, right? Fellow streamers are natural rivals. Wang Hao smiled and then patted Mi Xiu on the back. You have to understand one thing, there are many people in this world, and not everyone is a good person. Actually, him not messing with us is pretty good already. Okay, suppose you have a point. After hearing Wang Hao's comforting words, Mi Xiu shrugged her cute little nose and smiled. Fair enough. There are all sorts of people in the world, and we don't need to bother about him. But speaking of which, he's also a streamer. I wonder how many people he has in his live streaming room. Yeah, actually I'm quite curious too. Wang Hao nodded and then pulled out his phone. Let's see how many people are in his live room. After downloading the Douyu streaming platform, Wang Hao searched for the keywords outdoor survival and quickly found Zhao Jun's live stream. The two of them looked at the screen and were immediately stunned. Zhao Jun's outdoor survival live stream. Current online viewers, 32,518. Chapter 494, Brother Hao, the Human Ape. Over 30,000 people online. No wonder this guy is so impressive. He's got some skills. Mi Xiu. Wang Hao looked at the number of online users on his phone screen, turned his head to look at Mi Xiu, and asked, with over 30,000 people online, that's considered a pretty awesome broadcaster, right? Not just pretty awesome. Mi Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, there aren't many broadcasters on Douyu with over 30,000 people online, probably just about a dozen or so. As the largest live streaming platform in the country, making it into the top 10 for the number of live viewers definitely means you're extremely cool. After all, It's like online novels. A few thousand subscribers make one tier, over 10,000 another, and over 30,000 is without saying in the divine level tier. I never expected to actually meet such a famous broadcaster in real life, Michio sighed, then found a cleaner place to sit down. She hugged her knees and whispered, I used to know a broadcaster with tens of thousands of viewers when I first joined the live streaming world. I wanted to co-host with him. Guess what, Brother Hao? That guy actually told me it'd cost 5,000 per session. Cash. Swipe the card. Wang Hao. Damn. Are they seriously this arrogant with just tens of thousands of viewers? 5,000 just to co-host once. Come on. 5,000 for such a trivial matter? Wang Hao immediately scoffed. Don't worry. Watch your brother bring in the viewers. It's just live streaming. I know this stuff. Actually, after having interacted with Michio for the past few days, Wang Hao had a pretty good impression of her. She was pretty, that's for sure, but the key was that she had a very nice personality, very cute, and also very independent, not like other broadcasters who only eat by their looks and body. Of course, using innate female advantages like acting cute and coy occasionally is totally fine. Moreover, the most critical was the feeling of that steamed bundo earlier. Forget it, taking advantage deserves a bit of compensation. Anyway, in my past life, I watched plenty of live streams, game live streams, gourmet live streams, outdoor live streams, whatnot. This is easy. Wang Hao directly snatched Michio's phone and said to the live room with a smile, Hello, dear viewers, I'm Wang Hao. People on the street usually call me Brother Hao. Today, I'm going to live stream a wilderness survival for you all and show you what being truly capable is. Brother Hao is awesome. We want to see a face-slapping live. Yes, a face-slapping live. But Brother Hao, you're up against a top broadcaster. Look at that guy's size. Can you handle him? Brother Hao, you must protect the goddess. I give you 12 likes. As long as you dominate today, I'll send you 10 rockets. Thank you for your support. Wang Hao laughed in response to the viewers' comments. I'll go get ready now. The main issue today is that I didn't bring enough equipment. But that's no problem. Just keep watching, folks, and see how Brother Hao survives in the wild without any equipment on me. In the live streaming room. 6666666666666666666. Just loving Brother Hao's dead serious nonsense. Brother Hao, can you even do it? Just with your bare hands. At most you've got a lighter on you, right? How can you survive in the wild that way? Yeah, Brother Hao, if you can't handle it, don't force it. Why don't you bring the goddess back to the city now, and we'll still support your streaming whatever you do. Damn it. You just don't believe me when I'm telling the truth, huh? Looking down on Brother Hao, are we? Wang Hao chuckled. What do we need tools for in wilderness survival? Wouldn't that just make people laugh their heads off? Just watch me. Wang Hao said as he went into the woods to look for something. Michio was watching with absolutely no confidence. They both hadn't brought anything with them today. She only had a small bag with some lipstick, tissues, a wallet, and the like, while Brother Hao had even less to mention, just a phone, keys, and some cash, plus cigarettes and a lighter. In total, that's all they had, and now they were about to live stream their wilderness survival, up against that top streamer. Michio, are you ready? Wang Hao's voice came from the forest. You show everyone the environment first, then get ready for Brother's magnificent entrance. Okay. Michio responded and officially began the live stream on wilderness survival. She slowly panned the camera around to show the surroundings, a stunning forest scene, a silent jungle, the purest paradise away from the human world. It had stood there since the beginning of time, nurturing the land for millions of years. Especially the small lake nearby, with water so clear and transparent, the sound of flowing water, and occasional frogs leaping into it. The entire scene was unbelievably beautiful. It seemed like a single screenshot would be enough for a high-definition desktop wallpaper. The live-stream audience suddenly felt like they were watching a documentary blockbuster. The previous outdoor streams paled in comparison. Indeed, it is in the wild that the human spirit is truly stirred. Come to welcome, brother. Brother is here. Wang Hao's voice rang out from the forest, and Michio quickly turned the camera towards him. Soon, a figure appeared in the frame. It was Brother Hao, half-dressed for battle. At that moment, Wang Hao had a big branch as thick as an arm over his shoulder, which looked very straight and clearly had been processed, with a sharpened tip that glinted dazzlingly in the sunlight. He also wore a wreath made from branches on his head, saucily adorned with 2 wildflowers, and with a foxtail grass in his mouth, radiating a flamboyant allure. After taking off his shirt, he revealed 2 chest muscles that weren't very bulked up, along with his well-defined six-pack abs. At this point, Wang Hao was on par with Sylvester Stallone or Schwarzenegger himself. Aside from being slightly smaller in stature, no one could pick out even the smallest flaw. He was like the emperor of this forest. Tarzan of the Apes was the perfect description for him. Michio was so shocked that her eyes were wide open and mouth agape, and the live stream chat was flooded with 666. Not spamming 6 would be insufficient to express our respect for the streamer. It's all about 9s now, 999. 666, blindingly handsome. Hero, where did you get this outfit? Can I buy it on Taobao? Officer, there's a man showing off here. Hurry and arrest him. Wang Hao, grinning, walked up to Michio, placed another wreath on her, and then asked with a grin, how about it? Is brother cool today? Cool. Michio bashfully nodded her head. Absolutely dashing. That's right. Wang Hao said proudly, giving himself a thumbs up. In a moment you'll see what it means to be unrivaled in courage and unstoppable in coolness. At this point, the audience in the live stream was filled with anticipation, and just at that moment, Zhao Jun's voice rang out again. Dear viewers, Zhao Jun walked towards the lake while flaunting his ostentatious prose. The azure sky in this early autumn season is spotless and crystal clear. In the distance, a grove has been dyed golden by the western wind, bright and dazzling, with touches of red intermingled within the charming gold, a beauty so captivating. Clouds tinged with the hues of dawn reflected on the clear lake's surface, with rugged waves adding color to the drifting clouds, an extraordinary splendor indeed. Chapter 495. Not a mediocre person. Talk about enemies on a narrow road. Just as Michio and I were preparing for our live stream, Zhao Jun showed up. Wang Hao and Michio turned their heads and saw the muscular Zhao Jun, who by now had reached the lakeside. As he walked, he said, Next, everyone will get to see how I build a simple stove in this kind of basic environment. Wang Hao and Michio exchanged looks, then both turned to their phones. Inside Zhao Jun's live stream room, the audience kept sending barrage comments. Brother Jun is so badass, able to thrive wherever he goes. 666, 666, 6666. We want to see this stove building live, Brother Jun. Brother Jun, how do you actually build this stove? Many were asking how to build the stove, and even more viewers who had lived in the city since childhood bluntly asked, what is a stove? As society advanced rapidly, many families have long been using microwaves, ovens, or at least gas stoves, so most students had never seen an actual wood-burning stove. No wonder, they only have the latest albums of stars, the latest model of cell phones, and the most fashionable clothes on their mind. Many don't recognize washboards, stoves, and other household items from the past. Therefore, Zhao Jun's live stream of building a stove outdoors was indeed enough to pique people's curiosity. Brother Hao, Michio said, anxiously, their popularity is booming. What should we do? They already have over 35,000 people watching. At this moment, the audience in their own live stream room also became anxious. Brother Hao, we need stove building. Live stream a face slap. Brother Hao. Yeah, Brother Hao, you can't back down when they're building a stove over there. You have to make one too and beat them. Brother Hao, I opened a second account to check out their stream, and they already have over 35,000 viewers. Wang Hao smiled, looking unconcerned, and said, don't worry yet. Let's see what's happening on his end first. Then, addressing the phone, he said, guys, you can totally relax. Today, Brother Hao guarantees your satisfaction. At this time, Zhao Jun had already taken action. It must be said that those who dare do outdoor survival streaming do have some skills. Zhao Jun found a few flat lakeside pebbles, set them up on either side, tested their stability with his hands, and then took out a small iron pot from his backpack and placed it on top. His stove was ready. Dear viewers, having built the stove, Zhao Jun glanced casually in Wang Hao's direction, and after one look, he turned back and laughed. The stove is ready, just like that. Also, everyone must remember, When choosing wood for the stove, never use damp branches or else you might just suffocate when it starts burning. In Zhao Jun's live stream room. 66666666666666666. Brother Jun is simply incredible. This stove is worth 100 points. No fear of making you arrogant. Brother Jun is always so badass. Let the big rockets fly. Wang Hao saw it all and kept scoffing inwardly. This Zhao Jun is indeed a bit skilled, I must say. Not to mention anything else. First, he gathered all the dry branches by the lake into his own hands, and then that last comment, sealing off all paths for me. Now, there's no dry wood left by the lake. Not to mention whether those wet branches can even catch fire. Even if they do, I'd surely be choked to death by the smoke. This move really scoops the embers from the bottom of the pot. Impressive. Bro, Wang Hao sneered. You grabbing all the dry wood like that? That's not very sporting, is it? Oh, really? Zhao Jun looked toward Wang Hao with a teasing shrug. Is it? Oh, but that's normal. It's survival in the wild. If I left everything for you, that wouldn't be surviving in the wild. It would just be picking up leftovers, so I really had no choice. As he said this, the audience in Wang Hao's live streaming room exploded in anger. Brother Hao, this guy is asking for a beating. I hope he gets taken down. Exactly. I've never seen someone so shameless. Taking all the resources for himself and acting like it's his due. Brother Hao, he's clearly challenging you. You must not let him get away with it. Mi Xiao couldn't stand to watch. Pouting angrily, she said, Brother Hao, how can this guy be like this? Talking about survival in the wild in these circumstances. He's being utterly unreasonable. Wang Hao just smiled and shook his head. It's rare to offer fuel in snowy weather, but it's normal to kick someone when they're down. He's live streaming, taking advantage of my tough situation to scoop the embers, and his popularity is naturally soaring. After all, the audience loves to see someone in trouble begging for help. But unfortunately for them, with Brother Hao here, if I let him gloat, then I might as well not be in the game. Don't worry, everyone. Wang Hao said to the live stream with a smile. Just wait and see. Brother Hao is going to show you what's really impressive. Mi Xiao saw everything and kept a straight face. But inside, she was immensely shocked. In such an environment, it's like the oil's run out and the lamp's dying. Yet Brother Hao remained so calm. He said he was chased far while carrying the roast duck on his back, but he acts like nothing's wrong. It's baffling. Although she couldn't fathom Wang Hao's depth, she vaguely felt that this Wang Hao was no ordinary person. By that time, Zhao Jun had already got the stove burning and took out raw beef, chicken, lamb, eggs, pork, tomatoes, salt, vegetable oil, and a variety of other seasonings from his pack. The meats, stored in Ziploc bags and chilled with ice, were very fresh. What was surprising was that this guy didn't only prepare condiments and meat, but he even took out a bunch of rice from his pack. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhao Jun said as he pulled things out, I have a lot of experience surviving in the wild, and next I'm going to show you how to make a hearty dinner in the wilderness. As he spoke, he continued to dig things out of his pack. A kitchen knife, a cooking pot, a plastic cutting board, a ladle, bowls, chopsticks. He even had chili, garlic, green onions, chicken powder, cooking wine, oyster sauce, pepper powder, sesame oil, cinnamon, star anise, and so on. Essentially, a mini kitchen. Holy cow, this guy's got skills. Wang Hao looked at him with new respect, then saw Zhao Jun swiftly cut the beef and lamb into small pieces, blanch them, slice the loofah, and then heat oil in the pot. Add garlic slices, ginger, red peppers to fragrant. Then add water, salt, chicken powder, sugar, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce to boil before putting in the beef, lamb, and loofah, and covering with a lid. All these movements were quick and efficient, organized and smooth, without any clumsiness. Mi Xiao watched, dazzled and dumbfounded. Brother Hao, is he a streamer or a chef? Can someone be a big streamer with over 30,000 viewers without some real skills? Wang Hao smiled. Don't rush it, let's watch a bit longer. Wait till I make my move. Chapter 496. Brother Hao who can shoot sun through a plank. After about 10 minutes or so, Zhao Jun poked at the fire, and the aroma quickly began to waft through the air. Mi Xiao, already famished, was soon fixating her gaze on the pot before Zhao Jun. Before coming out to livestream today, Michio hadn't even considered that it would go on for such a long time. She hadn't eaten breakfast, and now she had missed lunch too. Furthermore, they were in such a remote place, and with the smell surrounding her, her stomach instantly began to grumble. Gurgle. Michio's face blushed with embarrassment, and she whispered to Wang Hao, "Brother Hao, I'm hungry." Wang Hao, "It's not just you who's hungry. I'm starving too, okay? You have no idea how far I carried you before." But that wasn't all. At that moment, Zhao Jun couldn't resist teasing the two of them. You guys didn't come prepared at all. How can you play wilderness survival without bringing anything?" While saying this, he took out a bowl and raised it towards Wang Hao and Michio. "Why don't you two just end the live stream and come over here for a bite? I won't mind. This guy is really annoying." Wang Hao gave him a smile and said, "No need. We still have some skills in making food." "Really? You two can make food looking like this?" Zhao Jun's eyes widened when he heard Wang Hao's words. "You didn't bring anything. With what are you going to make food? With your hands? Even if you could get a fire started, where would you get the food from? Don't tell me you're going to have to borrow from me later." "That's not going to happen." Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders, then lifted the branch in his hand and grinned at Zhao Jun. "This is all I need." Just that. Zhao Jun paused for a moment and then burst into laughter. He laughed so exaggeratedly that he started slapping his thigh. "You're going to make food with that thing? Ha. That's the funniest joke I've heard all year." At that moment, the audience in the live stream went wild, with virtual rockets flying everywhere. "Brother Hao, show him up, please. I can't stand that guy anymore. Damn, this guy's arrogance is unmatched. Kicking someone when they're down. Brother Hao, if you can take him down today, I'll send 100 rockets. No joke." "That's no issue." Wang Hao shrugged at Zhao Jun, then turned around and patted Michio's shoulder. "You wait here, and remember, if anything happens, scream immediately. I'll go get some firewood. We need to set up a fire." "Okay." Michio obediently nodded her head. In this environment, her vulnerable daughter-like demeanor was completely on display, simply following Wang Hao's lead. Wang Hao found the firewood quickly. Given his current physical condition, gathering some dry kindling within a 2-mile radius around the lake wasn't a problem. Soon, Wang Hao returned carrying a large bunch of sun-dried branches and grass. "All right." Wang Hao placed the dry firewood down. Inside these branches, he took out 2 pieces of bark with a hole in the middle of each, purpose unknown. At this point, some of the viewers in the live stream noticed the 2 pieces of bark and started questioning. "Brother Hao, I get the branches and dry grass, but why are there holes in the bark? They're not naturally formed, are they?" "It's a hole. It's a hole. Brother Hao, did you drill through wood?" 6666666666666. Brother Hao, so cool. Even drilling holes through bark. These seasoned drivers really know how to drive a conversation. Dear viewers, Wang Hao lifted the 2 pieces of bark and said with a smile, "Do you want to know what these 2 pieces of bark are for? If you want to know, start sending roses." As soon as Wang Hao said this, the audience in the live stream began frantically sending roses. "Brother Hao, please explain. Here are 12 roses for you." "Brother Hao, tell us how to drill through a wooden board." Brother Hao has special hole-punching skills. The atmosphere of the live broadcast room was instantly stirred up, and that's when Wang Hao smiled and said, "Very well, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll tell you what these 2 wooden boards are for," he said, waving the wooden boards in his hand, and laughed. "These 2 wooden boards play a huge role. Whether or not you can start a fire by friction depends entirely on this little thing. Drill? Fire making by friction." As soon as they heard this term, everyone in the live chat exploded. "Brother Hao 6666666666666. That's awesome. Are you going to demonstrate how to start a fire by friction live?" Brother Hao is the bomb. The skill of fire making by friction must have already been lost, right? Majestic and domineering, no explanation needed. We can actually see fire making by friction in this day and age. Even Zhao Jun, who was proudly sipping his soup on the side, was stunned. What did he just say? Fire making by friction? How is that possible? Are there still young people who know how to do it today? Even he doesn't know how. Wang Hao chuckled and pulled a lighter out of his pocket, tossing it aside, and said, "Bringing so much stuff for outdoor survival. At most you can call it a picnic." Today, Brother Hao will let everyone know what true wilderness survival is. As soon as he finished speaking, Michio immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Hao really is amazing. With one casual remark, he put Zhao Jun, who was acting all high and mighty just before, in his place without any comeback. A slap in the face without a dirty word. That's the one that hurts. In the live chat room, 666666666666666. Brother Hao starts the face slapping. 23333333333333333. The other side's grand picnic is suddenly looking mighty impressive. Indeed, it's our drill through the board, Brother Hao, who's the more impressive, begging for a live demonstration of fire making by friction. Seeing how enthusiastic the audience was, Wang Hao then started to demonstrate fire making by friction live. First of all, you need a tinder. Wang Hao took some dry grass and made it into a nest and said, "This tinder has to be made like this to gather heat most effectively. Then, drill a hole on this dry piece of bark and make a notch. Add in your hands, and the materials are ready." He finished explaining and immediately began the next step. The next thing you need is the correct posture. The fire is hidden in this posture. Use your feet to firmly press this small wooden board and don't let it move around. Then you can start to rub the stick with your hands back and forth, just like this. Wang Hao said, and started rubbing the stick with both hands nonstop. Watching Wang Hao's speed of rubbing the stick, the audience in the live chat room burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Brother Hao, is this the hand speed of being single for 20 years? Invincible. With that speed, you could train and even win an Olympic gold medal. Brother Hao, do you usually jerk off at this speed? Is the skin on your ding-ding still intact? This bunch of drivers could really make a move out of nowhere. Michio was watching with her face flushed red. Just then, from the little hole in the bark that Wang Hao was stepping on, smoke actually began to rise. Chapter 497. Damn, it's actually smoking. Unbelievably strong. Brother Hao can actually make fire by friction. 6666666666666. I bet Zhao Jun's face is absolutely priceless right now. 20 years of being single does give you unmatched hand speed. The audience in the live stream yelled, and the popularity began to skyrocket. From over 6,000 people, it quickly reached 7,500. Everyone, look, Wang Hao continued to drill as he explained to the audience. It won't take many tries before the small hole in the board starts smoking. The smoke will gradually get bigger. Keep going, and when the friction generates enough heat, the finely ground powder will catch fire, and that's pretty much success. He said this, picking up the small bird's nest like tinder beneath the board. Carefully pick up the tinder, gently blow into it, and then you'll see the glowing embers. The smoke will get thicker, indicating that flames are about to burst forth. Place the tinder on the ground, add more wood, and we will have a roaring fire. He spoke while gently blowing air, and sure enough, after a short while, a small flame slowly started to burn. The flame was not big at first, only the size of a lighter's flame. But quickly, after a breeze, the flame suddenly started to burn intensely. Now we have a fire that can be used for warmth and cooking. Wang Hao made an okay gesture toward the camera phone, smiled and said, "Dear audience, if you like it, please double-click 6666. In the live stream, 666666666. He can actually make fire by friction. Awesome. Seeing Wang Hao actually succeed in making fire by friction, Zhao Jun's face started to change. After all, he claimed to be an expert in outdoor survival, but he could only rely on a lighter to start a fire, whereas the other party used friction. The difference in skill was too obvious. Brother Hao is awesome. Michio gave Wang Hao a thumbs up and smiled. Way better than some people. It's just making fire by friction, Zhao Jun sneered disdainfully. I just can't be bothered to do it that way. Forget it, I won't chat anymore. I'm off to fish, he said, patting his hands, standing up, and taking out 4 fishing rods from his bag, then suddenly smiled at Wang Hao. By the way, did you guys bring any fishing rods? You really are well prepared. Wang Hao looked at him and laughed. You have everything, even fishing rods. Of course, Zhao Jun nodded naturally, put on his sun hat and sunglasses, and said, How can you be unprepared for outdoor survival? You keep tending your fire. I'm going to fish. Oh, and if you guys can't find any food later, I might consider sharing a couple of fish with you after I catch them. The lake in front of them rippled with crystal-clear waters, occasionally showing fish swimming around. Zhao Jun baited his hook and cast it powerfully, causing ripples on the surface of the lake. Here in Heavenly People's Republic, Zhao Jun set up his fishing rod and began to explain to the live stream audience. Due to our country's vast territory and diverse geographical and natural environments, different regions boast a rich variety of fish species, each with its own characteristics. Generally speaking, in the South, common fish include bighead carp, Asian carp, Chinese shad, East slope fish, glowbelly, and longbelly glider, mainly warm-loving fish species. As he fished, he started explaining to the audience, but unexpectedly, at that moment, suddenly, a figure burst into his live stream screen. Wang Hao had rolled up his pant legs and was walking in the lake with a sharpened stick in his hand, looking for fish. Mixiao was on the shore, live streaming him with her phone. Generally speaking, Wang Hao began as he waded through the water. There are many lakes in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, the lower Yellow River, and the lower Liao River, which are the main production areas for freshwater fish in the Heavenly People's Republic. You find fish like green fish, grass carp, silver carp, bighead carp, common carp, and crucian carp in abundance. So today, since we are live streaming wilderness survival, I'll show you how to spear fish with this stick in my hand. Spear fish with a stick. Good Lord, is this for real? Zhao Jun's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Was this guy Wang Hao kidding earlier? Spear fish. Zhao Jun shook his head. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Trying to spear fish in this lake without several years of hard training is simply impossible. First of all, everyone must be aware, Wang Hao said, holding up the wooden stick, with a wreath still on his head, looking like a wild man out of ancient times, yet his speech was quite professional. Generally speaking, sunlight refracts when hitting the water surface. So if you've spotted a fish and want to skewer it, you must aim slightly higher, just like this. Let's go. There was a splash of water, and then everyone was stunned. The stick in Wang Hao's hand was as precise as a harpoon. When it re-emerged from water, there was a big fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds skewered on it. The fish skewered on the stick was thrashing desperately. 6666666666666666666 brother Hao actually managed to spear a fish. Dominating. Makes someone else with a fishing rod look like a novice. Awesome, brother Hao, I love you. Ladies and gentlemen, Wang Hao said, holding up the fish, smiling as he explained to everyone. This is a silver carp, also commonly called flower silver carp or bighead. These fish have very large heads, almost a quarter of their overall body length. Generally, the tastiest part of this fish is the head. If you like, you can try it. If previously everyone thought Wang Hao starting a fire with friction was just a gimmick, seeing him now effortlessly spear a fish with a stick was enough to blow everyone's mind. Especially since Wang Hao just so happened to be standing in the camera frame of Zhao Jun's live stream. As soon as his fish spearing skill was revealed, the viewers in Zhao Jun's live stream instantly rebelled. Holy smokes, this guy is awesome. Spear a fish. He's so accurate. Which live stream is he from? Seems like he's from Mixiao's live stream, right? Let's go there and check it out. I feel like this guy is even cooler now. Hurry, let's go see. Viewers in a live stream aren't fiercely loyal to one host, especially now that Wang Hao's skill was clearly superior to Zhao Jun's, and they quickly began to collectively switch sides. The number of viewers in Mixiao's live stream, which previously was just over 7,500, skyrocketed by more than 2,000 in just 2 minutes, and the number was still increasing rapidly. Seeing his live stream's popularity plummet, Zhao Jun couldn't sit still anymore. He had to think of a solution, or else he'd just end up benefiting others. He threw down his fishing rod and shouted, Wang Hao, right? You deliberately sabotaged me today. I challenge you. Now, immediately, right this instant. Chapter 498. There's a water monster in this lake. Challenge me? Wang Hao looked at him like he was looking at a fool. What are you challenging me for? Swimming. Let's compete in swimming today. Zhao Jun, seeing the number of viewers in the live streaming room plummeting, yelled frantically. One round decides the winner. Whoever loses leaves here. How about it, do you dare? Actually, to be honest, Wang Hao really didn't want to compete with him. You talk about getting undressed and swimming in public. How embarrassing. And with tens of thousands of people watching. You say we should compete just like that? Wang Hao turned his head to look at Zhao Jun, casually. Skewered a big carp and laughed. I haven't even eaten yet. What am I supposed to compete with you for? Besides, this isn't your territory. Whether I stay or not is my business, all right? After being busy all this half a day, Wang Hao was truly hungry, finally skewering 2 fish, while the girl on the other side was still waiting to cook them. If you can't swim, just say so, Zhao Jun sneered. If you're scared, you can leave now, or let's have a match. It sounds like I'm scared of you, Wang Hao teased with a laugh, looking at him as if looking at a fool, and confidently began to brag. Brother used to be the prince of swimming in Zhonghai City. If I dive in, I could swim from here to the opposite bank. Do you believe it? The audience in the live streaming room erupted in laughter. Brother Hao is bragging again. If he said he dived in and couldn't come up, I'd believe that. Pa, bragging again. Always trying to make himself sound so good. There's got to be more than 50 meters to the opposite shore of the lake, right? He can swim that far in one dive. If you dare to compete, let's do it. Zhao Jun immediately started undressing, quickly revealing his muscular upper body. He truly had quite the physique. Those pecs and abs appeared, and suddenly a number of girls in the live stream started screaming. Zhao Jun smirked with pride. With that tiny frame of yours, what can you compete with me? Dude, you're stripping already? Wang Hao watched. Dumbfounded, why the rush? Wait for me. Grabbing the fish spear and coming ashore, Wang Hao handed the fish to Mi Xiu, winked, and said, I'll go change my shorts. You start grilling the fish. Okay. Mi Xiu nodded obediently, then asked Wang Hao in a low voice, Brother Hao, can you really do it? He looks pretty athletic. If not, let's not compete and just leave after eating. Don't worry. Wang Hao winked at Mi Xiu. No one has beaten me in swimming. And so, he went to change clothes. Once both were dressed and stood side by side, Zhao Jun's physique was so robust, almost like a bull. Compared to him, Wang Hao, barely 5 feet 10, suddenly seemed much smaller. But the problem was, both wearing boxer briefs, the little white dragon, under Wang Hao's waist clearly outdid Zhao Jun's by a circle. Consequently, the audience in the live streaming room began to shout, Holy shit, Brother Hao is pretty solid down there. This really is a case of unknowing until compared. Oh my, take a look, Zhao Jun's is way too small compared to Brother Hao. Oh dear, isn't this just humiliating himself? If I were him, I would skip the competition and hurry back to get some aphrodisiacs. That's the proper way. Mi Xiu, blushing, gaped in shock. After staring a few times, she finally said coyly, Brother Hao, can you teach me to swim sometime? I'm not very good at it. Sure. Wang Hao nodded and smiled. Watch how Brother Hao turns you into a swimming champion. At this point, Zhao Jun could already feel something off in the atmosphere. He stared intently at Wang Hao and said, Cut the crap. See that white flower on the other shore? Whoever picks one first and gets back here wins. That little flower, huh? Okay. Wang Hao casually moved his shoulders, grinning. Gosh, it's been a while since I last competed in a swimming race. I actually miss it. Are you ready? Once we're ready, we'll begin. No sooner had he finished speaking than with a splash beside him, Zhao Jun had already dived in. F***CK. Ever heard of fairness and impartiality? This guy's playing dirty. Wang Hao shook his head helplessly. Well, letting you swim a few meters ahead doesn't really matter. As he spoke, he positioned himself, and then with a dive, he plunged into the water. In Zhao Jun's live stream, Brother Jun is in the water. Today's match is definitely Brother Jun's win. Are you that confident? I think that Brother Hao guy is no ordinary opponent. You don't know? Brother Jun won the champion in the Jinhua City swimming competition. With his swimming skills, he reached the finish line a full 3 seconds ahead of the second place and could even hold his breath underwater for 3 minutes. No matter how much that Brother Hao touts himself as a swimming prince, he cannot match up to Brother Jun, the bona fide champion. Holy sh**t, that's slick. So it's a guaranteed win today then. Zhao Jun swam through the lake like a fish. Damn. I was also once the champion of the city swimming competition. Zhao Jun thought furiously as he thrashed through the water. If I lose to you again, I might as well pack up and quit. He swam underwater about a meter deep, making a vigorous dash that carried him several meters before he ran out of breath and surfaced, beginning to swim desperately. Naturally tall and robust, his full-out effort made him resemble a human-sized yacht cutting breathtaking waves over the surface. If you didn't know better, you would think there was a monster in the lake. See my freestyle swimming? I was once coached by a master. Zhao Jun gasped continually, swimming and gloating. The freestyle record in Jinhua City has always been held by me. No one has ever been able to break my record. Boom, boom, boom. Zhao Jun, leading a terrifying surge, quickly reached the opposite shore of the lake. He then stretched out his hand, picked a white flower, and held it in his mouth, preparing to head back. However, when he turned around, his eyes widened in shock and the little white flower dropped from his mouth to the ground. Because there, not far away, a fish-like shadow about half a meter underwater was charging through the water like lightning. What's happening? Zhao Jun's legs nearly started shaking out of fright. There's a monster in the lake. There's a monster in the lake. Zhao Jun pointed at the shadow, screaming wildly. How can there be a monster in the lake? He shouted continuously for a while, and by the time he finally realized he needed to get back to the other shore, he saw that shadow burst out of the water with a thunderous roar, only to find that it was actually a person. The man wore boxer briefs and held a white flower in his mouth, waving at him. Hey, I'm already back. Why aren't you in the water yet? It was Wang Hao. It was actually Wang Hao. This guy, how could he possibly swim so fast? Chapter 499. What is a girlfriend? Can you eat it? In the live streaming room. 6666, 666, 6666. Brother Hao is simply unbeatable. So frickin' awesome. No more words. Launch the big rockets. Brother Hao, please teach me how to swim. Your swimming technique is just epic. Brother Hao, were you reincarnated from some fish, or what? Spill it. Wang Hao, isn't that obvious? Didn't you see what Brother Hao does for a living? Back in the days, I was known as the little white dragon in the waves. Are we joking here? Suddenly, the live streaming room's popularity exploded, and the gifts streamed in so fast that Mi Xiu beside him was stunned. On this day alone, the number of gifts and rewards nearly caught up with his entire month's worth. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Zhao Jun didn't even know how he got back to the large rock where he was sitting and fishing. Everything today was just too surreal. From the moment he encountered this Brother Hao, he had been utterly defeated, completely without suspense. If at this time the other guy had taken on a victor's stance and shown off a bit, he could have stirred himself up to hope to surpass him in other ways. But that damn guy was just grilling fish as if nothing had happened. It was like he wasn't even taking him seriously. Hey, when grilling fish, we've got to clean out the innards first. Wang Hao explained to the viewers in the live stream as he prepared the fish, especially the gallbladder, which must be removed, or the fish will be inedible. This thing right here. Wang Hao sorted through the fish's innards, picked out a black ball, the fish's gallbladder. Once this is taken out, the rest is easy. Next, let's get started on grilling fish and eating, haha. As he was live streaming the fish grilling, Zhao Jun had no choice but to concede defeat since he gambled on it in front of all the live stream viewers. He packed up his things, not caring about his wet clothes, put them on, and left in a dejected manner. Watching his desolate figure leaving, Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders. Sigh. Wouldn't it have been nice if we'd just gotten along from the start instead of you mocking me? By the time they finished eating the grilled fish, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Wang Hao and Mi Xiu each devoured a big fish. Although it lacked salt and thus some flavor, both were starving and didn't fuss too much. After gobbling down the fish, Wang Hao wiped his mouth. It's getting late. Let's head back. Wang Hao looked up at the sun. If we don't leave now, it will soon be dark. It'll be too dangerous then. After all, they were in the deep woods. When they had arrived, it was because they were too hungry to move, but now they had their fish. The live stream was nearly over, and the viewership had already exceeded 10,000. They couldn't possibly stay overnight, could they? Okay. Mi Xiu nodded resolutely. By now, the sun was starting to set, and Mi Xiu was also worried about getting back before dark. spending the night here with Brother Hao? Oh my, just thinking about it was embarrassingly awkward. What if Brother Hao made some inappropriate move on her? If something did happen, what then? No one would hear her cries for help in the deep forest. Should she agree if it comes to that? What would be the consequences if she really did? Brother Hao's little white dragon down there is so big. What are you thinking about? Wang Hao looked at the blushing Mi Xiao with curiosity. What's wrong? Why is your face so red? You're not getting a cold, are you? No, no. Mi Xiao got shook and stood up immediately, urgently saying, No, I'm just fine. Brother Hao, how do we get back? Of course, we walk back. Do I even need to ask? Wang Hao looked at her as if she was a fool. You don't expect me to carry you back, do you? Mi Xiao. Brother Hao, you're going to stay single forever if you're like this. Just saying. No, that's not what I meant, Mi Xiao hurriedly said. I mean, which way do we walk? This. Wang Hao pulled out his phone with a cheeky grin and shook it. With technology so advanced now, of course, we look at the map, silly. Mi Xiao. Oh my, why does my IQ seem to drop so rapidly when I'm with Brother Hao? Look here, Wang Hao pulled up Baidu Maps and started to explain to Mi Xiao. We are here now. This path right here is the one that leads to Jinming Mountain Dog Market. The straight line distance from here is about 3 kilometers, and over here is JH City, a total of 13 kilometers away. So, to get home from here, the best route would be to first make it to the roadside, and then catch a taxi back to Dog Market to get the car, and then drive back to Jinhua. No problem, right? 3 kilometers, it's not that far, Mi Xiao laughed. I guess it will take about half an hour, right? Half an hour? Wang Hao looked at her as if she were a fool once more. You really seem to have no experience at all, do you? Is walking a mountain path the same as walking on a road? These 3 kilometers will definitely take more than half an hour without a doubt. Let's go. We really need to hurry, or else we won't be able to get a car before it gets dark. If it weren't for the days being longer now, not to mention it getting dark, we'd already be unable to see our hands in front of us. And then, probably, we'd have to cheerfully have an impromptu camp in the wilderness. The two followed the directions on Baidu Maps and started hurrying towards the nearest road. Follow me closely, Wang Hao, armed with a fishing spear, led the way, saying as they walked. Getting separated in a dark and dense forest like this would be a lot of trouble. He then passed a stick to her, adding, Here, grab this, and remember no matter what, never let go, got it? Yes, I got it. Mi Xiao nodded obediently. Looking at Wang Hao leading the way ahead, Mi Xiao felt a warmth in her heart. This young man called Brother Hao was simply capable of doing anything, not only skilled in many aspects, but, most importantly, so considerate. In such a situation, he didn't take advantage of her and even took care of her feelings. For a moment, Mi Xiao felt that calling him Brother Hao really rolled off the tongue quite naturally, as if she had always wanted someone like him to protect her. Brother Hao, Mi Xiao asked in a low voice while walking. Do you have a girlfriend? A girlfriend? Wang Hao pretended to be crazy and silly. What's a girlfriend? Can you eat it? Mi Xiao snapped. I'm being serious here. Not that I know of. Wang Hao, walking ahead, scratched his head with a cheeky smile and said, I'm such a bumpkin driving a shabby Wuling Hongguang. How could I have a girlfriend? Haha. What's wrong with driving a Wuling Hongguang? Brother Hao is capable. Mi Xiao pouted, saying, It's those girls who don't appreciate you, that are blind. So, Brother Hao, do you have someone you like? Do you even need to ask? Of course I do. Yeah. Wang Hao continued walking and said, I fancy the big star, Miss Ice Princess. She's literally the woman of my dreams. I'm being serious here. Mi Xiao said, frustrated. Who doesn't know Miss Ice Princess is amazing? Born into one of the 4 great families, the Bai family, she's so pretty, kind in nature, and practically flawless except for being a bit cold. I'm asking about a normal person, an ordinary girl. Do you have someone like that you like? Nope, I don't. Wang Hao shrugged and said, Why does nobody ever believe me when I tell the truth? Chapter 500. Wang Hao and Mi Xiao indeed ended up walking for nearly an hour and a half before reaching the roadside. Mi Xiao, too tired to care about getting dirty, promptly sat down on the curb. I can't do this anymore. I'm dead tired. Mi Xiao heaved deep breaths while constantly rubbing her legs. I never thought it would take so long to walk just 3 kilometers. My feet are killing me. I told you so, didn't I? Wang Hao stood by without a hint of redness in his face or shortness of breath. Speaking of which, his physical fitness was honestly beyond reproach. After being transformed by the luck dice, his endurance was so freakishly high, he had no equals. Of course, for every gain, there must be a loss. Right now, he just felt hungry, the kind with a gnawing stomach. After all, with improved physical condition, little Hao's energy needs had greatly increased. Brother Hao, what do we do now? Mi Xiu clearly lacked this kind of outdoor experience. After rubbing her legs for a while and feeling much better, she asked while waiting for a car. Wait for a taxi. Anything's fine. Wang Hao whipped out his phone and opened the Didi ride-hailing app. But I think using Didi here might be faster. Let me check. Ah, got one. The fastest will arrive in 5 minutes. Perfectly on the way. It seemed things were surprisingly smooth. The 5 minutes went by in a blink, and soon enough, a BMW 535 drove up. Little bro called a ride. The driver was a man in his 30s with a gold chain around his neck and a buzz cut, maybe 5 millimeters long, plump-faced, and looking rather presentable. Ah, we're heading to Dog Market. Can you take us? Wang Hao asked with a grin. It's not too far, maybe just 4 or 5 kilometers. Sure thing, hop in. The driver waved them in generously. Just happened to drop a friend off home today. Might as well take a fare. Otherwise, my car's not usually for hauling people around. It seems we're pretty lucky. Wang Hao cheerily led Mi Xiu into the car, and after they were seated, he looked around and asked, Big bro, this is a nice car you've got. Top model, right? Hey little bro, you've got an eye for detail. The driver laughed heartily while starting the engine. 2017 BMW 535 Li, top model with luxury design package. Front engine rear-wheel drive with an 8-speed Steptronic transmission. It's about 800,000 yuan on the road. Not bad, huh? That's pretty impressive. Wang Hao complimented with a smile. Big bro is awesome. Of course, the driver perked up at that, becoming a chatterbox. Guess what I do? He boasted. I'm a demolition relocator. I have 5 houses right here in Jinhua City, and guess how much cash I've got on hand? A demolition relocator? That was synonymous with wealthy. Must be at least 20 million, right? Wang Hao exclaimed. Big bro, you're seriously powerful. More than 20 million? The driver beamed with pride. It's way more than that. Let me tell you, I have over 50 million in cash. 50 million in cold hard cash. I'm not bragging, but you know those stocks, right? I don't care how much they fall because I don't buy them. No need. Just let the money sit tight. Right. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. Big bro has guts. Mi Xiu quietly giggled on the side. This driver was such a character. The only thing that's unfortunate is that I still haven't found a partner. The driver lamented while glancing at Mi Xiu through the rearview mirror occasionally. Pretty girl, are you married yet? Mi Xiu stole a glance at Wang Hao before shaking her head. Married? No way. I don't even have a partner yet. Don't even have a partner? The driver grew even more excited. Look at me. I've got a car, houses, and even my own business. I'm my own boss. Free as a bird. Nobody tells me what to do. Not even heaven. Wang Hao. Turn left on the road up ahead. The driver. Got it. Mi Xiu instantly burst into laughter so hard her stomach hurt. Brother Hao was too funny. Hey girl, how come you don't have a partner? The driver was clearly very curious about their relationship now. Why are you heading out to this place in the dark? What's your relationship with him? Friends, just friends, Wang Hao hurriedly said. I was helping her handle some things today, and we ended up coming back late. Oh, I see, the driver asked while driving. But be careful in the future, okay? It's just the two of you in this desolate area. You're lucky to have met me. Otherwise, if you ran into an unlicensed cab, it wouldn't be safe. Hey, got a phone number? Leave it with me. Wang Hao looked at him sideways. What are you up to? Trying to ask her out. Mi Xiu sensed it too and decisively declined. Better not. Ah, here's our stop. Thanks so much, driver. Oh, we're here. Okay. The driver seemed somewhat disappointed, stopping the car and shaking his head, muttering. Sigh. It's hard to find a good girl these days. As Wang Hao and Mi Xiu got out of the car, the driver pressed the gas pedal hard, driving off in a frustrated mood. This brother was into you. Wang Hao winked at Mi Xiu. A demolition relocator, huh? over 50 million in cash, and a BMW 535 top model. You're such a tease. Mi huffed. Like I'm the type of girl. Who cares about that kind of stuff? All right. Wang Hao chuckled as he opened the car door. Mi the best, a good girl. Happy now? Mi turned her head smugly. Now you're talking. After dropping Mi off at home, it was already around 9 o'clock when Wang Hao got back to the hotel. Oh, what a day. Time to lie down and check the phone. He was only casually browsing, but soon was utterly captivated by a trending topic on Weibo. The original poster of the tweet wasn't some big-time influencer, but the content was intriguing. Today, I lost to a Wuling Hongguang on Jinming Mountain. It took the corner with an inertia drift, sticking close to the inner lane. It was fast. All I saw was a repair advertisement for fixing leaks on its body. If anyone knows who he is, please tell him. This Saturday night, I'll be waiting for him on Jinming Mountain. Normally, this wouldn't count for much, just an interesting tweet. The kicker was that this tweet had been retweeted. And, astonishingly, Jinhua City Traffic Police had done the retweeting. In addition to retweeting the post, Jinhua City Traffic Police had also provided an image. On that image was the footage from a road camera, and the figures on it could blind anyone's eyes. Jinhua City Traffic Police. Buddy, you're not wronged in your loss, because under our high-speed cameras we could only vaguely make out the Wuling Hongguang's badge. At the time, the car's speed was 518 kilometers per hour, a speeding rate of 331%. Holy shit, whose car is this badass? Wang Hao burst into laughter when he saw the image, but as he inspected it closer, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait a minute, doesn't the person in that car look familiar? Wasn't that the very Wuling Hongguang he was driving today? The unstoppable hero sitting inside, that cool and irresistible figure, wasn't that none other than me? Chapter 501. The Final Battle at Jinming Mountain. The popularity of this Weibo post was on fire, and countless netizens were leaving hilarious comments below. At Jinming Mountain, few pedestrians tread, often racers compete in speed. Today the roads remain, but the veteran drivers of yesteryear are nowhere to be seen. This person has quite the literary flair. Tonight, after fixing a roof near Jinming Mountain, I drove my Wuling Hongguang home. On the road, I encountered a young man pedaling a tricycle like mad chasing after me. In panic, I floored the accelerator, but there was a curve ahead. In desperation, I braked and drifted around the corner with inertia, watching the tricycle gradually disappear behind me, but I was powerless to do anything. I had just won a race at Jinming Mountain and was driving my Knight of the Night on Xiaoming Mountain when suddenly a Wuling Hongguang overtook me. He was fast with his inertial drifting. I saw a sign on his car about fixing roof leaks. Just as I switched to S gear to overtake him, a tricycle forcefully cut in front of me, and eventually, I watched the two of them disappear halfway up Xiaoming Mountain. My AE-86 lost to a Knight of the Night on Jinming Mountain. Passing through a series of U-shaped hairpin bends, I saw the Knight of the Night being overtaken by a Wuling Hongguang adorned with a sign about fixing roof leaks, using inertial drifting. A man on a tricycle was following closely behind. I wanted to catch up and challenge them again, but just then, my AE-86's engine blew. One hilarious comment after another from these netizens. Wang Hao reads several in one go, without even a blink of an eye. I was driving my Wuling Hongguang specialized in fixing roof leaks on Jinming Mountain when a drop in coolant caused my brakes to fail. Relying on luck and skills, I managed the turn and overtook a seemingly fast car. I heard he arranged to meet me at the foot of Jinming Mountain on Saturday. If anyone knows him, please tell him I'm very busy fixing leaks for several houses. I barely saved my life. Don't lose it. And repairing this car cost me hundreds. It's too much to bear. I own a Wuling Hongguang, and my job is repairing roof leaks. Last month on Jinming Mountain, I overtook several cars. Now, every car on the street burns rubber and honks at me. I'm very confused. Last night, going downhill on Jinming Mountain, a tricycle nailed me. He took the turn on two wheels, very fast. There was a sign about Zhongtong Express on his car. If anyone knows him, please tell him he dropped 2 packages. They are valuable and useful, just a bit low on lubricant. On Jinming Mountain, I saw a Wuling Hongguang and a GTR chasing each other, Suddenly, an 82 Phoenix cut in with a remote-controlled car following closely. They swerved left and right, scaring me quite a bit. If you see them, please pass the message. They are my long-lost descendants. Stop wandering and come home. Grandpa will be waiting at Jinming Mountain next time on a tricycle. Wang Hao laughed so hard, he bent over backward reading these stories. The imagination of netizens really is boundless. No way, weren't I once dubbed Brother Hao of Long Lake? Can't let them outshine me. Wang Hao directly clicked reply and sent out a Weibo post. Wang Hao Wang Ritian. Your Ferrari's top speed has hit 365.5 kilometers per hour, going from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.3 seconds, and from 0 to 200 kilometers per hour and back to 0 in merely 12 seconds. Speeds over 300 kilometers per hour are a breeze for Ferrari, which can reach up to 350 kilometers per hour on high-speed tracks like Hockenheim and Monza. With such a light car going at such high speeds, imagine the demand this places on the vehicle's aerodynamics. Large rear wings and front canards are needed to provide the necessary downforce to increase cornering speeds and stability at high speeds. The brake discs are made of carbon fiber, and the ultra-high-performance brake system allows the Ferrari to halt from 240 kilometers per hour in 2.5 seconds, covering only 80 meters. But no matter what, you can't surpass my Wuling Hongguang S. Time for bed. The next morning, Wang Hao got up early to wash, dress, and then went downstairs for breakfast. However, during breakfast, Wang Hao noticed that the atmosphere seemed a bit off. Many members of the crew were waving at him from a distance in greeting, and quite a few were pointing at him with expressions of admiration. What's going on? Hey, you. Wang Hao was puzzled when he happened to see Yu Junpeng picking up dishes with Ding Yue and hurriedly waved. Come here. I need to ask you something. Damn, Brother Hao. Yu Junpeng saw Wang Hao and quickly jogged over with Ding Yue, laughing. What's up with Brother Hao? Why do I feel a bit off today? Wang Hao felt around his clothes, but there seems to be nothing wrong. Watching Wang Hao search frantically, Yu Junpeng wiped his cold sweat and said, Brother Hao, don't you know yet? You drove that Wuling Hongguang from our crew out yesterday and sped up to 500 kilometers per hour. That was a camera malfunction, man. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao instantly freaked out. Do you really believe I could speed up a Wuling Hongguang to 500 kilometers per hour? It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. Yu Junpeng helplessly shrugged and continued. But the problem is now all the rich kids in Jinhua know someone can drift a Wuling Hongguang around a corner. So someone from the crew has come to challenge you. Damn, a challenge at the crew? Seriously, could this be any more exaggerated? A challenge? A challenge for what? Wang Hao widened his eyes. They want to start a gang fight with me? Of course not. Yu Junpeng sighed, then took out his phone and said, They sent me this picture. Brother Hao, I really can't do anything about this. Wang Hao took the phone and immediately gasped. Displayed on the phone was a lineup of luxury cars, an Audi R8, a Lamborghini Aventador, Ferraris, McLarens, GTRS. And right in the middle of these cars, a huge banner was hanging, reading Final Showdown at Jinming Mountain. Loser forfeits their car emblem. Zhao Rongjia, the guy who drove the Ferrari, was also prominently in the picture. Wang Hao, damn, what is this group thinking? Waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Sure enough, just as he thought this, his phone rang. Picking it up, it was indeed Zhao Rongjia. Hello? What's going on? Wang Hao said irritably. Are you purposely waiting to watch me embarrass myself? Asking me to race them with a Wuling Hongguang. Zhao Rongjia was obviously distressed too. Brother Hao, I didn't have a choice either. I didn't know that was your car. I just casually posted on social media. Who could have guessed the traffic police would get involved? They directly found out the registered owner through the traffic police, and now they're calling you out by name, saying they have a showdown at Jinming Mountain tonight, where the loser leaves their car. Emblem. Brother Hao, why don't you just drop by? The emblem of a Wuling Hongguang isn't worth much anyway, and I'll treat you to drinks afterward to apologize. How about that? Fine. Wang Hao freaked out. I'll go, okay. Chapter 502. Bro, you really love to joke. Brother Hao is really something. Zhao Rongjia sounded extremely excited on the phone, and Wang Hao could feel him giving a thumbs up from the other end. No more words needed. Brother Hao, you've got yourself a friend for life. Meet me tonight at 6. on the road below Jinming Mountain. I'll send you the location. You go on making a fuss. Wang Hao said testily. Here I am, taking my old Wuling Hongguang to race against a bunch of supercars, sigh. After hanging up, Wang Hao sighed helplessly. Sigh. To think I have to go racing tonight, when I was planning to get a good night's sleep. Brother Hao, are you really going? Yu Jianpeng's eyes widened in shock as his fork clattered onto the table. With the Wuling Hongguang against those supercars? What else can I do? Wang Hao said gloomily. They said it's a showdown at Jinming Mountain, and the loser leaves behind their car logo. I guess my car logo isn't worth much. Yeah, worst case you lose. Yu Jianpeng nodded and asked. So, Brother Hao, what are you going to do now? What else can I do? The race is on. I've got to go check the car, Wang Hao said while eating. Otherwise, if something goes wrong there, it could be the end of me. After finishing his meal, Wang Hao drove out in his Wuling Hongguang. Since it was a race, he needed to properly check the car's safety and power. Honestly, Wang Hao didn't expect to win. It wasn't just a matter of skill. The performance of the car was critical. With this minivan barely reaching 120 or 130 kilometers per hour on the road, and others starting at 200 kilometers per hour, there was just no comparison. Driving around, it took Wang Hao a while to finally find a decent-sized car maintenance center. Hongdao Auto Repair? This will do. Wang Hao drove the Wuling Hongguang into the repair shop. The shop was spacious but as messy inside as any other repair shop. Wrenches, pliers, screwdrivers, bolts, and nuts everywhere. All sorts of tools, welding machines, and jacks were not kept in order, and the pungent smell of oil made it off-putting. Soon, a worker in overalls covered in grease came over. What's wrong with this car? The worker asked with a wrench in hand. Something broken? No, nothing's broken, just getting it checked. Wang Hao stepped out of the car and smiled. How much do you charge for maintenance? Maintenance. The worker walked around the car and seemed disappointed when Wang Hao mentioned maintenance. After all, it was just a Wuling Hongguang. A maintenance check might bring in only 180 yuan at most, a small profit. He shook his head and smiled. For this car, maintenance might cost about 110 yuan. You're not thinking of changing the oil filter or something, are you? Only around 110 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Wang Hao immediately shook his head. That won't do. I've got plans tonight. Need to check it thoroughly. A full check on this car. The worker was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Ha! Young man, what's the big event? No kidding, the best thing about this car is it's durable and tough. As long as you don't feel anything major is wrong while driving, it's definitely going to be fine. That won't do, Wang Hao resolutely refused. I've got a big event tonight. I'm going to Choming Mountain to race. How can I not check it thoroughly? He was actually telling the truth, but the mechanic was flabbergasted upon hearing it. After a pause, the mechanic burst out laughing, slapping his thigh as he did. Ha! Young man, you're quite the jokester. Racing at Jinming Mountain? There must be at least 4 Wuling Hongguangs that came here today saying the same. Don't tell me you're also here to seek punishment? You think you're driving that legendary supercar that hits 518 kilometers per hour? Ha ha ha. Wang Hao, why does nobody believe me when I tell the truth? I really was going to race, Wang Hao said helplessly as he shrugged his shoulders. You just say whether you're fixing it or not. I'll fix it. I'll become a monk, okay? The mechanic cheerfully took a wrench and was ready to start hammering. But just then, the roar of an engine sounded from outside the shop, and soon, a brand new white Porsche pulled up at the entrance. The mechanic immediately recognized it as a Porsche Panamera, a purebred sports sedan and pinnacle of the Porsche series, sleek in design and full of dynamics. Holy shit, this is the real deal. Dropping the wrench, the mechanic rushed over, waving his hands from a distance. Boss, need any repairs? We fix all sorts of cars here, from low to high-end, at honest, bargain prices. Then the Porsche's window rolled down, revealing a young woman wearing sunglasses. Although the large sunglasses covered half of her face, the mechanic could still discern her breathtaking, unique beauty from her delicate nose, cherry lips, and jawline. A name flashed through his mind. Lan Zihuang. It's actually the big star, Lan Zihuang. For a moment, the mechanic was so agitated that he couldn't even speak. His heart pounded furiously, almost as if it would break his ribs, and even his denim jacket seemed to tremble. Lan Zihuang gave him a slight smile before turning to look at Wang Hao, who was standing beside a Wuling Hongguang, and called, "Brother Hao, I finally found you." Wang Hao turned around, stunned. "Who's calling me?" When he saw what Lan Zihuang was wearing, he burst into laughter and said, "Little Huang Huang, is it you? What's up?" The mechanic was dumbfounded. "Holy shit, what's the background of this guy driving a Wuling Hongguang? How is he so cool? A big star like Lan Zihuang greeting him casually, and he even calls her little Huang Huang. They must be having an affair, damn it. This big brother." The mechanic stuttered, pointing first at Lan Zihuang, then at Wang Hao. He asked, "You guys are?" "Ah, she's my little sister." Wang Hao smoothly claimed Lan Zihuang as his sister without a second thought, totally disregarding the fact that she was actually slightly older than him, and laughed. "Didn't you hear her call me Brother Hao? This dude deserves full marks for his act." Lan Zihuang, true to her actress roots, was all drama. "Brother Hao, look at you, going off to race without telling me and making me search all over for you." "Ah," Wang Hao laughed. "Why worry about such a small thing? It was just a casual run. Anyway, what did you need to see me for? Couldn't you just call me? What could I do when your phone was unreachable?" Lan Zihuang opened the car door and pushed Wang Hao into the car. "Come on, with your car, you might get left behind in the night races. I'll take you to a place that specializes in customizing cars. They just got a new supercar engine in. I'll take you there to get it fitted first." Wang Hao, supercar engine. Installing it in my Wuling Hongguang. Chapter 503. Little Huang Huang. Wang Hao looked at Lan Zihuang with a horrified face and exclaimed, "You can't be serious, right? Putting a supercar engine into a Wuling Hongguang. It sounds so fantastical, doesn't it? What if I step on the gas and the car's chassis shoots out? But I'm still stuck in the same spot? What else did you think I was here for? Come on, we don't have much time." Lan Zihuang slammed the car door shut and said, "Stick close to me and don't get lost." All right. Wang Hao still thought Lan Zihuang's idea was quite audacious. The two quickly left, and the mechanic stared at the two cars departing, utterly dumbfounded, and said, "I, old Wang, have been repairing cars my whole life, and this is the first time I've seen something like this. Putting a supercar engine in a Wuling Hongguang? Awesome." Following Lan Zihuang, Wang Hao finally left the city center and drove to an industrial park on the outskirts of Jinhua City. Lan Zihuang found a large gate and drove the car slowly in. Wang Hao followed her through the gate and then looked around. The place they had entered was quite a large factory within the industrial park, covering at least 3,000 square meters. Inside were parked at least a dozen sports cars, the least impressive of which was a Maserati GT. What caught Wang Hao's eye was a Bugatti Veyron placed prominently among them. The sports cars were neatly lined up, and many were already significantly disassembled. Some were obviously modified and were being painted. The floor was littered with various tools, spanners, pliers, screwdrivers, welding machines, jacks, and so on, neatly arranged, a far cry from the Honda Auto Repair Center that Wang Hao had previously visited. "This is it, Lan." Zihuang got out of the car and waited for Wang Hao to get out, then introduced the largest car modification factory in Jinhua City. "This is where you can find everything you need." At that moment, 5 or 6 young people, both male and female, gathered around. One young man, who bore at least a 60% resemblance to Lan Zihuang, asked, "Sis, is this the guy you told me about today, the one who drifts in a Wuling Hongguang?" Wang Hao turned to look. The young man, about 22 or 23 years old, had a somewhat mischievous smile that carried a bit of a wealthy young master's aura, though his gaze was not so friendly. "Yes, that's him." Lan Zihuang quickly introduced Wang Hao. "This is my brother, Lan Qinglong. Isn't he handsome? More than just handsome. His name is also pretty cool, isn't it? Zihuang. Qinglong. You guys are really a nest of mythical creatures. Hey, nice to meet you." Wang Hao quickly extended his hand. "Wang Hao, I'm a colleague of Miss Lan." No need for formalities. Lan Qinglong waved his hand, and with a snap, he slapped Wang Hao's hand away, saying, "Come on, first let me see what your car is like." This was a bit awkward, but Wang Hao, being the supernatural being he was, naturally stroked his hair with the hand that was rebuffed and smiled. "It's just a Wuling Hongguang. What else could it be?" Lan Xinglong did not pick up on the broken thread of conversation, but simply walked up to the Wuling Hongguang, kicked it several times around, and said, "This old heap, is there even a need for modifications? Sis, how many times have I told you before? Even if you're looking for a boyfriend, find someone reliable. Don't bring just anyone in front of me. A guy driving a Wuling Hongguang, and you still want me to change the engine for him." Wang Hao, "Hey, how can you talk like that? Who's your sister's boyfriend? Brother Hao has his own targets, okay? Who? Who said he's my boyfriend?" Lan Zihuang immediately turned pale with anger. "How can you talk like that? He's just a coworker. Besides, that car isn't even his. Isn't his own car wrecked and under repair? If he's not your boyfriend, why are you in such a hurry to have me help? And you want me to install my newly imported W16 engine in this piece of junk?" Lan Xinglong clearly had a sister complex, looking at Wang Hao as if he was a villain who stole his toy. "Look at this guy. What's good about him? He's not even that handsome, dresses shabby and old-fashioned, and drives a crappy Wuling Hongguang. With all the people chasing you, couldn't you choose someone a bit more high-class?" As soon as he finished speaking, several people nearby immediately chimed in. "That's right, Sister Lan. It's your fault this time. You shouldn't choose someone like him no matter what. Sister Lan, you're my idol. I don't even have a chance to pursue you. How could you settle for him? Sister Lan, why don't you just choose me? I'm definitely better than him no matter what." Lan Zihuang got furious, grabbed Lan Xinglong by the ear, pinching it till he grimaced with pain. "I already said he's not my boyfriend. What? You have wings now and don't believe what your sister says. You think Brother Hao is someone you brats can mock? Ouch, ouch, ouch." Lan Xinglong hopped on one foot, crying out as he did, "You're totally being unreasonable. My engine costs millions, and his crappy car is only worth 20,000. How am I supposed to install it? Besides, if he isn't your boyfriend, by what right or capability should he use my engine?" Wang Hao, damn, you really do excel at arguing. If he's the boyfriend, he's not good enough. And if he's not, what right does he have? Do you really think I can't race without this engine? Zihuang. Wang Hao patted Lan Zihuang's arm and laughed. "Actually, it's no big deal. I feel that if I change to this engine, it might not even be compatible. It's all good as is, it's just a race. And if I use the Bugatti Veyron's W16 engine, it might seem like bullying. No need to change it. If you have time, just help me check the tires, and if not, I'll find a place myself." "How can that be?" Upon hearing this, Lan Zihuang immediately became anxious, shouting, "Your crappy engine hasn't even started racing and you're already falling behind. No, the engine must be replaced today." As the two spoke, Lan Xinglong became even more displeased. "You guys are literally flirting and torturing me right in front of my face. Where's the justice in that? Fine, I'll change it for you, okay?" Lan Xinglong said indignantly. "We'll see if you can handle it then. Hey, you're Wang Hao, right? I can't just change this engine for nothing. You have to show some sincerity, right?" "Sincerity?" Wang Hao looked baffled, asking strangely, "What sincerity? Not only are you dressed like a bumpkin, your brains don't even work well." Lan Xinglong really couldn't stand Wang Hao. "You're going to race, of course. I need to see your skills, big brother. Otherwise, the more powerful the engine, the faster you die if your skills aren't up to it. Enough talk, follow me. Today, I'll show you what professional racing is. Don't think knowing how to drift qualifies you to race. You're still tender." Chapter 504, VR Death Race. "Geez, kid, you talk tough. What scene haven't I seen, brother? You think a greenhorn like you can scare me? Whether we swap out this engine today or not, I'll still school you first. Pleading won't save you. Tell me, how do you want to race?" Wang Hao grinned, not taking it seriously at all. "However you want to race, we can race. I've got time today, so I'll just play along with you, Don't get cocky." Lan Xinglong sneered with a chuckle. "Be careful, or you might cry when you lose." With that, Lan Xinglong waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Guys, let's show this punk what racing really is." "Ha ha, great. Man, it's been such a long time since I've seen a scene like this. Let's go, let's go. Looks like young Master Long is planning to use that. This will be fun to watch." "Ha ha, definitely, that thing is fierce. Today we'll see what this Wang Hao turns into. Is he going to wet his pants from fright? Not just that. Remember last time someone came here talking big to young Master Long? and ended up peeing himself? Huh. The group was chatting and heading upstairs, and Wang Hao was quite curious. What was going on? Could it really be that scary? Were they gearing up for a verbal or a physical showdown? Soon the group reached a small room on the second floor, and Lan Zihuang, following behind Wang Hao, was also visibly nervous. Although she didn't know what they were about to compete in, judging from the conversation, it probably wasn't anything pleasant. But since she had brought Brother Hao today, if there was any danger, she decided to call it off. While she was still pondering, they arrived at a small room on the second floor. As soon as Lan Zihuang entered, she was stunned. It wasn't that the room was frightening, but the mechanical setup and layout took her by surprise. Two setups resembling car cockpits were in the center of the room, complete with brakes, steering wheels, and gear levers, indistinguishable from the real thing. In front of these setups was a massive projection screen, surrounded by speakers, giving the whole room the feeling of an arcade. Comparing arcade machines? Wang Hao was taken aback too. He looked around curiously and asked, "You're not seriously telling me we're going to play a racing video game, are you?" Lan Xinglong tossed a headset to Wang Hao and said, "Country bumpkin, ever heard of VR?" VR. Wang Hao caught the headset and immediately laughed. "I didn't expect your equipment to be so advanced. You even have VR headsets." VR, short for virtual reality, is a computer simulation system that can create and experience virtual worlds. It uses computers to generate a simulated environment, a multi-sensory, interactive 3D dynamic visual scene with physical behavior, immersing the user in that environment. Virtual reality technology includes simulated environments, perception, natural skills, and sensing devices. Besides the visual perception generated by computer graphics, it also includes auditory, tactile, proprioceptive, and motor sensations, and even in some cases olfactory and gustatory senses. In the past 2 years, the concept of virtual reality had been booming. Wang Hao had heard about it before crossing, but had never had the chance to try it. Encountering it now was indeed a surprise. "I've spent over 6 million on this system, custom-made," said Lan Xinglong, unable to conceal his pride. "It's not just the audio-visual effects. It also includes sensor vibrations and shakes of the racing equipment, even simulating scents and temperatures. You can choose any car, and you'll get all the corresponding data. So what do you say? Dare to give it a try? What's there not to dare?" Wang Hao chuckled and put on the headset, suddenly plunged into darkness, then asked, "Tell me, how are we going to compete?" "Let's go for something thrilling." Lan Xinglong also put on a headset and said, "I have a professional-level death track here. We'll compete on that today." Death track. As soon as they heard this, the people around were all instantly excited. "Awesome, it's really that one. Ha 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 ha. How long has it been since anyone challenged young Master Long to that? That death track isn't just vaguely scary. The last time I tried it, I threw up for 3 days. Young Master Long is getting serious, huh?" The death track, TSK Tisk. Without knowing what Lan Xinglong described as the death track, Lan Zihuang wasn't too worried about Wang Hao's safety since it was just a game, so she didn't object. Of course, she was also quite curious. Soon, the lights in the room went out, and the image started to brighten up, projected onto the large screen in front of Wang Hao and the others by the latest Sony VPL VW300ES projector. It was a seemingly ordinary race track, and the cars of Wang Hao and Lan Xinglong were prominently displayed on the screen. Lan Xinglong had chosen a black and dragon-patterned Bugatti Veyron. Its performance needs no further elaboration, with acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.5 seconds. Wang Hao, meanwhile, chose a white Lamborghini, his true love, as he was more familiar with it from regular use. As convenient as it was for Wang Hao to choose that car, the onlookers behind burst into laughter. Chapter 505. There's still this program. Maserati CEO, haha. Truly a bumpkin from the countryside, choosing such a wreck of a car. I bet he only knows Maserati, huh? It's a sedan, right? A family edition. Exactly, at least choose a Maserati GT if you're going to pick one, but a CEO? Hearing the discussions around her, Lan Zihuang frowned. These damn kids, just wait till you see how awesome Brother Hao is. Though he only chose a Maserati CEO, he'll totally dominate Lan Xinglong. Who can actually win this? Honestly, Lan Zihuang was unsure herself. On one hand, her own dear brother. On the other, her most revered author of Break the Heavens. Either winner would feel off to her. But thinking about it, she preferred Wang Hao to win. Her brother was just too young and hot-headed. Deflating his ego might do him some good. Brother Hao, you've got to push hard. Lan Zihuang silently cheered for Wang Hao. Even if you lose, don't make it too embarrassing. Soon, numbers started appearing on the big screen. 3, 2, 1, start. As the word start appeared, Lan Xinglong's Bugatti Veyron's tires burst into smoke screens, shooting forward like a lightning bolt. The race is on. Holy shit, young Master Long has some speed. Awesome, he left Brother Hao in the dust. No kidding, young Master Long is a professional racer after all. How could Brother Hao stand a chance in minutes? That's true, it's just the start. The real thrill is yet to come. Hope Brother Hao doesn't pee himself, haha. While they jestingly backstabbed, Wang Hao had a different perspective. Lan Xinglong's setup was indeed high-end, levels above the VR equipment that cost thousands on the market. With the VR goggles on, the road ahead seemed absolutely real. Vision was one thing, but once the car really kicked off, the wind in his ears, the intense back push from the car, and the roaring engine felt unbelievably real. Clearly, you get what you pay for. The 6 million yuan setup wasn't for nothing. At this moment, Lan Xinglong's Bugatti Veyron was nearly out of sight, while Wang Hao had just hit 200 kilometers per hour. But since it's known as the death track, it wouldn't be that simple. While Wang Hao was still pressing the gas, the earth suddenly split open right in front in a huge fissure, and his car was about to fall in. Holy shit, what a twist! Wang Hao sharply turned the steering wheel, and his Maserati CEO gracefully carved an arc on an upheaving piece of road, launching the entire car into the air. Whoosh! The wind howled in his ears, and the world seemed much quieter all of a sudden. He felt the racing cockpit he sat in noticeably jolt upwards, and then, bang, land on the ground. Everything felt so real that Wang Hao felt this wasn't just a game sequence, but a real-life scenario. No wonder they joked about getting scared. If he hadn't been so seasoned, that scene would have surely made my guts leap out of my mouth. The spectators watching the big screen murmured among themselves as they saw the close-up shots just displayed. Wow, that move from Brother Hao was something. Indeed, he reacted so quickly, even managed to leverage the ramp to go airborne. Impressive. No wonder he dared to race. He's got some serious skills. But what's ahead won't be so easy. That was just the appetizer. The main course is coming up. Haha, here it comes, the truly terrifying part of Death Track. As the chatter continued, the deadliest aspects of Death Track fully emerged. What seemed like a fun racing simulation system now completely bared its fangs. Boom, boom, boom. From the clouds above, red flames appeared in the sky, followed by massive meteors beginning to fall. Bang, bang. Each meteor slammed beside Wang Hao's car, shaking it with every hit. Looking up, Wang Hao could even see a meteor falling straight toward him. Terrifying force, stifling heat. Holy crap, could it get any more realistic? Even the heat was simulated. Wang Hao was shocked, the steering wheel swinging in his hands, gas and brakes pedaled interchangeably. His Maserati CEO on the screen moved in a serpentine line, yet its speed remained unchecked, furiously pushing forward. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap, is this for real? That scene just now, and he didn't slow down at all? Drifted all the way. That's impressive, isn't it? With that meteor shower, most people would have been scared stiff. Yet he kept driving so smoothly. Oh no, he didn't slow down at all just now, and is about to catch up with young Master Long. Look, you can see young Master Long's car's tail. Young Master Long. Push hard. Ahead is the Deadly Abyss. Deadly Abyss. A completely randomly generated terrain. Not just us. Even young Master Long might struggle with it. Soon, Wang Hao was less than 2,000 meters away from Lan Xinglong. But this 2,000-meter distance was not easy to overtake, for what lay ahead was the killer feature of the Death Track, Deadly Abyss. Chapter 506. You kiddo are shooting for the stars. Boom, boom, boom. The ground around the racetrack began to collapse, leaving only a small path less than 3 meters wide at this point. And even this path was crooked and winding. That wasn't all. From the abyss surrounding the track, endless tongues of flame began to spew out, and Wang Hao could even smell the pungent odor of sulfur, accompanied by a burst of intense heat. Is this too realistic, or what? Does a game really need to be this scary? Had Wang Hao's reaction speed not been far superior to that of normal people, his car would have been sent flying into the sea of fire in the blink of an eye. At this time, young Master Long in front was no longer daring to drive too fast, since the terrain here was completely random, and with the racetrack being less than 3 meters wide and the road full of bends, a slight mishap could mean destruction of the car and death of the driver. But while young Master Long didn't dare drive too fast, Wang Hao had no such problems. He was laughing loudly as he chased after, and it wasn't long before he closed in. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Ha 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 ha. I've caught up with you. Amidst roaring laughter, Wang Hao slammed on the accelerator and drew a beautiful S-curve through the abyss of doom, hot on the heels of the Bugatti Veyron driven by Lan Qinglong, with less than 50 meters between them. Oh man, you're driving a bit slow. Hee hee, calling you arrogant. Watch Brother Hao teach you a lesson. Wang Hao poised his Maserati President and slammed hard into the rear end of Lan Qinglong's Bugatti Veyron. Boom! A loud crash sounded as the Bugatti Veyron almost spun into the fiery abyss. Ah! Lan Qinglong immediately screamed, his voice incredibly shrill, as if he were a goat being strangled by the neck. Ha 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 ha! I won, huh? Wang Hao laughed heartily as he continued forward, smoothly passing through the abyss of doom and covering another 5,000 meters or so to reach the finish line. Everyone was completely stunned. Not a single person could believe that Lan Qinglong, a professional racer, had been rear-ended by Wang Hao and plummeted off a cliff. Was I dreaming just now? Young Master Long lost. How is that possible? It must be fake. Definitely fake. Lan Qinglong violently removed his VR goggles and glared viciously at Wang Hao, angrily saying, "How dare you hit me? Do you have any idea how close you were to scaring me to death?" Wang Hao, who had removed his goggles as well, innocently looked at him. I didn't know. At that moment, Lan Qinglong really felt like beating Wang Hao up, so frustrated that he jumped around, shouting, "My VR system is all realistic. You know, realistic. Do you understand?" Of course. Wang Hao wiped his nose, grinning at him. So what? You lost, didn't you? A bet's a bet. Just tell me whether you'll modify my car or not. Modify? I'll modify your blockhead. Lan Qinglong, still fuming, directed the onlookers around him, saying, "Go and roll out my W16 engine." People immediately sprang into action, but when Wang Hao saw that W16 engine, he was utterly dumbfounded. This thing is so huge. Wang Hao's jaw nearly hit the floor. How could it possibly fit? No wonder he was so surprised. The engine in front of him was definitely much larger than he'd expected. Comparatively, if the Wuling Hongguang's engine size were a tomato, then this W16 engine was more like a cantaloupe. Even if this thing were smashed into a lump of iron, it still wouldn't fit into the Wuling Hongguang. You just realized? Lan Qinglong huffed. Or did you think modifying a car was like playing with blocks, just pulling one piece out and stuffing another in? The engine has to be changed, the gearbox has to be changed, the steering wheel, gear stick, brakes, throttle, and all sorts of messy parts need replacing. Even if I wanted to install this engine in that car of yours, it would definitely be impossible to finish in a day. Stop dreaming. Wang Hao, if it couldn't be done, why didn't you say so earlier? What was the point of racing with you? My time is precious, you know? You little rascal. Zi Huang grabbed Lan Qinglong by the ear again, scolding. If it can't be changed, what were you fussing about all this time for? You're becoming more and more unreasonable. I just find him annoying. Despite being in pain, Lan Qinglong still shouted. Who told him to be so close to you? Calling you Brother Hao all the time. Look at his dumb face. What makes him worthy to be my brother-in-law? Who said anything about being your brother-in-law? Now it was Wang Hao's turn to lose it. I told you, your sister and I just work in the same crew. I'm a screenwriter. She's an actress. Can't you stop jumping to conclusions? What on earth is going on in that head of yours? Really not. Lan Qinglong eyed Wang Hao cautiously. You don't have any feelings for my sister at all? Wang Hao's head shook like a rattle. None. Absolutely none. What? qualifies you not to like my sister. Lan Xinglong flared up again, grabbing Wang Hao's clothes and shaking him vigorously. My sister is beautiful, gentle, understanding, and can make money. What gives you the right not to like her? Tell me, Wang Hao, whether I like her or not. What on earth do you want, man? Chapter 507. Smelly brat, I think you're really asking for a beating, aren't you? Lan Zihuang once again pinched his ear, saying, What exactly do you want, brother? How to say? Huh. Ouch, 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 ouch. Lan Xinglong winced in pain, and then carefully observed the two, a clear case of reading the room. After a long while, finding nothing out of the ordinary, he finally felt satisfied and said, All right, I'll take it you two aren't having an affair. Wang Hao, what do you mean, take it? There never was one, okay? Even though this engine can't fit in, Lan Xinglong straightened his clothes, and then slowly said, There could still be a way to modify it. Can it really be modified? Really? It can be modified? Wang Hao looked at the Wuling Hongguang and then at Lan Xinglong, puzzled. Can such a big engine really fit in? Who said the engine would fit? Lan Xinglong huffed. Forget about swapping engines. That's impossible. However, the engine might not fit, but the car is a different story. Speaking of which, the Wuling Hongguang really is quite spacious. Fit the car in? What does that mean? Boys, time to get to work. Lan Xinglong called out, and the surrounding youngsters immediately responded. Okay. The next step is to witness a miracle, Lan Xinglong said proudly. Although my Bugatti Veyron is quite expensive, it's worth it if I can beat that guy just once. Come on, let's do something big today. Wang Hao listened, utterly confused. Do something big? What does that mean? Lan Xinglong led the group straight to his parked blue and black Bugatti Veyron in the garage and immediately sprang into action. That's why they say birds of a feather flock together. Everyone present was skilled in car modifications, and Wang Hao saw hammers and pliers flying in no time. The good-as-new Bugatti Veyron was stripped to its shell in the blink of an eye, leaving only the core components. The engine definitely can't be replaced. Lan Xinglong, with a welding torch in his mouth, continued to dismantle the car as he spoke, but the shell is absolutely doable. So, my plan is to keep all of Bugatti's parts and replace the shell with that of a Wuling Hongguang. Wang Hao, wait, man, isn't that joke a bit too much? You mean to keep all the Bugatti's underpinnings and just modify the Wuling Hongguang shell? As it turned out, Wang Hao's guess was correct. The variety of parts in Lan Xinglong's workshop was truly impressive. Cutting machines, welding torches, spray painting equipment, tires, and so on, everything. And so, Wang Hao watched as the Wuling Hongguang he had arrived and was transformed within half an hour. Its entire shell turned into pieces of metal. The Bugatti Veyron's shell was removed, and then they began to weld the metal around the Bugatti's frame. And after welding it, the shape of the Bugatti Veyron really didn't look much different from a Wuling Hongguang. Of course, the chassis was raised, the driver's seat was raised, and components like the steering wheel and pedals were all designed according to the smaller Wuling Hongguang. The transformation took almost a day, but when it was all finished and the paint sprayed on, with the Wuling Hongguang logo affixed afterward, a new Wuling Hongguang, or Bugatti Hongguang, was born. It was so cool that, at first glance, it looked just a bit shorter than the original Wuling Hongguang. There were the cool sliding doors, the square body, the beautiful for exhaust pipes on the tail, and especially the badass Wuling Hongguang logo on the rear. Alright, that's pretty much it. Lan Xinglong patted the new Bugatti Hongguang's body, proud as he spoke. How about it? My technique isn't bad, right? Wang Hao gaped, staring at the Bugatti Hongguang in front of him. You've just transformed such a good car into this, Wang Hao said with a face full of horror. Don't you feel any pain? Why would I feel pain? Lan Xinglong said matter-of-factly. I've given you this car, and even the modifications. You, of course, have to pay for it. Don't worry, I won't cheat. The car's original price is around 26 million. I'll give you a discount, 20 million. Wang Hao, that's outright robbery, big brother. Silent tears fell as I heard camel bells in my ears. Just coming out for a spin, and now I owe more than 20 million in debt. I don't even have 20 million in total assets, okay? Waha, look how scared you are. Seeing Wang Hao visibly jump with fright, Lan Xinglong burst into laughter, pointing at Wang Hao as he continued to laugh. Look at how scared you are. You've even turned pale. Huh? No kidding. Wang Hao wished he could kick him to death. That's coercion, you know? Who knew you'd even charge money? All right. All right. No more joking. Lan Xinglong was just teasing. Of course, he knew Wang Hao wouldn't take it seriously. Let's be serious. Do you know why I went to the trouble of modifying my baby for you? I heard about your race tonight at Jinming Mountain a long time ago. I have just one request. Bring me a beautiful championship. Any issues? Wang Hao looked at him curiously. Now that you mention it, I haven't noticed. With such good skills, why don't you race yourself? What are you all still doing here at this hour? As soon as Wang Hao finished his question, a sudden silence fell around them. What's going on? Chapter 508. Lan Xinglong took a deep breath and said, It's all because of that bumpkin Zhang Jiaxing. Last time we made a bet that the loser would leave the racing world. You lost. Wang Hao looked at him as if he were looking at an idiot. Are you that bad? It was purely an accident. Lan Xinglong erupted like thunder, bellowed loudly. That bumpkin and I are both professional racers, and we were racing on the Jinming Mountain Road. At that time, my skills were just a tiny bit better than his. But in the end, I lost by a car's length because our bet was that the loser couldn't participate in any car races ever again. Damn, I only found out after the fact that he tricked me. The fuel he gave me wasn't pure, it was watered down. Hearing this, Wang Hao understood. The speed of a sports car depends on the fuel, and if water is added to the fuel, naturally the power is insufficient, so losing the race makes sense. So you're hoping that I win today's race? Wang Hao looked at Lan Xinglong and chuckled. Why do you think I will win? Lan Xinglong pulled out a cigarette, handed one to Wang Hao, lit one for himself, and said indifferently, I think you're just like a panda. Huh, what's with that comparison? How so? Wang Hao curiously asked. What do I have in common with a panda? Lan Xinglong took a deep drag on his cigarette. A panda's bite force is second only to a polar bear and similar to a brown bear. It can run faster on mountain terrain at an altitude of 2,000 meters than sprinters can on flat ground. It can climb trees over 20 meters high. It can use 3 or 4 wolves as cushioned seats. Such a creature actually makes a living by acting cute. Wang Hao. Hey, I actually quite like that analogy, huh? Actually, I'm not that great. Wang Hao scratched his head a bit sheepishly and said, I'm just average in skill, though a tiny bit better than you. But, you know, just so. Cut the crap. Lan Xinglong kicked him and said, Hurry up and get in the car. The race is about to start. You can't be too late, can you? Get in the car and get used to it. Don't embarrass me when the time comes. Now that sounds like a plan. Speaking of which, I've never actually driven a Bugatti Veyron. Although this one can only be called a Bugatti Hongguang. It's pretty much the same as the Bugatti Veyron. Wang Hao got into the Bugatti Hongguang and drove it around the industrial park for a while. It truly is one of the world's most famous supercars. The driving experience is just different. Not only is the acceleration incredibly fast, but the grip is also excellent, and then add some drifting. Simply perfect. You do have some skills. Watching Wang Hao drift with such proficiency, Lan Xinglong nodded his head very satisfied and laughed. I reckon there will be something worth watching tonight. Once Wang Hao had enough practice, Lan Xinglong approached and said, Let's go. There are only 20 minutes left before the race starts. You can't be late, right? Of course not. Wang Hao, pleased with himself, patted the steering wheel and laughed. Let's go. Let's set off. The group left the industrial park and headed straight for the Jinming Mountain Highway. Wang Hao drove the Bugatti Hongguang on the road, clearly enjoying himself. But no sooner had he left, he saw several Wuling Hongguangs driving ahead in the same direction towards Jinming Mountain. Man, where are you headed? Curious, Wang Hao rolled down the window and asked, Isn't the dog market already closed at this time? Who's going to the dog market? The owner of a Wuling Hongguang laughed and replied, I'm off to watch the car race. Are you heading to the dog market? I'd say don't bother today. Today is the battle of the century. Don't miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime event. Once you're past this village, there won't be such a shop. Battle of the century? Wang Hao asked with a grin. What kind of battle are we talking about? You don't know about it? The Wuling Hongguang driver replied with a face full of longing. Today's the most epic car race in JH City's history, the Jinming Mountain Car God Challenge. Our city's top racer Zhang Jiaxing has thrown down the gauntlet, the showdown at Jinming Mountain, where the loser has to leave his car logo. He's challenging that Wuling Hongguang, who's been all the rage these last couple of days. Wang Hao, has this news really spread that far? It seemed like the whole world knew about it. Is that Zhang Jiaxing really that formidable? Wang Hao inquired. Is he really a professional-level race car driver? Indeed he is, the Wuling Hongguang driver said proudly. He has won third place in a national car racing competition, no joke. Wang Hao instantly scratched his head. That impressive. That's how impressive. The Wuling Hongguang driver exclaimed and said, but this new car god of Jinming Mountain isn't weak either, exceeding the speed limit by 331%, reaching speeds of 518 kilometers per hour. Just amazing. I just wonder if I'll be lucky enough to see him today. Wang Hao, dude, you really believe that? That evening at 8 o'clock, on the mountain road from Jinming Mountain to Jinhua Dog Market. At the starting point, there were already close to 1,000 people gathered. Around them were parked all kinds of supercars, Aston Martins, McLarens, Ferraris, Lamborghini Aventadors, GTRs, and so on, dozens in total. But that wasn't the key point. The real kicker was that around these cars, there were nearly 100 Wuling Hongguangs. Losing face is not an option. Now all that was left was for the car god of Jinming Mountain to arrive and stand up for our Wuling Hongguangs. Chapter 509. Hey, do you think the car god will show up tonight? Hard to say. It's almost 8:30, and not even a shadow has appeared. Could it be that he's too scared to come? That shouldn't be the case. I heard that the car god has already agreed to race. Just you wait. Tonight is definitely going to be exhilarating. Hey, look over there, more Wuling Hongguangs are showing up. Could it be that the car god is arriving? Whoosh! Upon hearing this news, the onlookers who had come for the excitement immediately crowded forward. Indeed, under everyone's watchful eyes, a Wuling Hongguang that seemed a bit lower compared to other cars led the way. Behind it followed quite a few sports cars, Land Rovers, Porsche Panameras, Maseratis, and so on, about 6 or 7 vehicles in total. Behind them trailed another 3 or 4 ordinary Wuling Hongguangs, driving straight toward them. Looking at this grand entrance, the star of the show had certainly arrived. Here they come, here they come. This group has got to be it. Look at that swagger, it can't be wrong. Ha ha ha, the fact that he dared to show up means today's race is going to be quite a spectacle. Brothers, get ready to update your social circles. Today we might just witness an incredible upset. Soon, the fleet drove up in front of the crowd and came to a gradual halt. Zhao Rongjia, who had already been waiting by the side, was the first one to rush over. Once Wang Hao got out of his car, Zhao burst into joy and picked up the megaphone to announce, Jinming Mountain Car God, Wang Hao has arrived. It was indeed the car god Wang Hao who had arrived. No sooner had Wang Hao arrived than the news swiftly spread. After that, a group of at least a dozen well-dressed youths burst out, making snide remarks. Wang Hao is here. Let me have a good look at what this legendary car god of Jinming Mountain looks like. Nothing special. Just an ordinary guy. I suppose he's a bit handsome, but that's about it. Pretty average otherwise. I heard he ran a 518 earlier. Clearly, there was an issue with the timer. Does he really think he's that awesome? With today's technology level, it's impossible to be that fast. He should just go back now. Otherwise, it's going to be a huge embarrassment later. Exactly. Does he really think he can win, or what? Almost everyone present was not optimistic about Wang Hao. After all, Wang Hao just had a Wuling Hongguang. At best, it was a bit modified. But here, they were all professional-level supercars. This time, the team leader Zhang Jiaxing was even a professional racer. There was simply no comparison. So you're Wang Hao. The crowd parted quickly, and a young man with a pompadour, flanked by 2 beauties, sauntered out, eyed Wang Hao from head to toe, and sneered. The styling's passable. So, you really think you can race me? Of course. Otherwise, what did I come here for? Wang Hao chuckled, then took a deep breath before asking, when do we start? Don't rush. The young man circled around Wang Hao's Bugatti Hongguang, laughing mockingly. I must say, the modification seemed decent. You must have put some cash into it. What engine did you swap in? Honda or Toyota? As soon as he said this, the surrounding rich kids burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Jiaxing's not wrong. Looking at him, He probably just swapped in a Honda engine at most. Can't be more than that. What are you saying? It should be an Audi at the very least. I think it's probably a Toyota Fortuner engine. Country folks love those. Hearing the ridicule from the crowd, Lan Xinglong, who was standing next to Wang Hao, immediately got mad and shouted, "Cut the crap. Can you even comprehend Brother Hao's skills? Don't get too cocky, Zhang Jiaxing. Today, we'll make sure you'll be eating dust. Tell me, who's racing?" Oh, did my defeated opponent get riled up? Zhang Jiaxing laughed loudly, then stepped forward to slap Lan Xinglong's shoulder. "Don't bounce around in front of me, okay? How can a defeated general speak of bravery?" Zhang Jiaxing, furious, Lan Xinglong almost ground his teeth to bits. "We haven't even settled the score about you spamming my email." "Spamming?" Zhang Jiaxing exclaimed, then pointed at his own head, smugly saying, "I think it's your head that's been spammed, eh? As the saying goes, all's fair in war. You lost, you have to own it." Lan Xinglong retorted angrily, "Today, you'll learn the meaning of regret. I guarantee it." Saying this, he walked over to Wang Hao and whispered, "Listen, if you win today, I'll start calling you brother-in-law from now on, and this car is yours." Enough with the chatter. Wang Hao sniffed, grinned at Zhang Jiaxing, and challenged, "Come on, tell me, how are we going to race, and when do we start? That's what I like about you, your straightforward spirit." Zhang Jiaxing raised his hand, and instantly, those wealthy heirs made way, opening up a path. Zhang Jiaxing chuckled, "After you, car god Wang Hao. I'm really curious just how amazing this car of yours can be. But if you end up embarrassed, don't blame me. Oh, and," he added, "there are 8 racers this time. After all, seeing isn't always believing. Let's test and see what this car of yours really looks like." You really don't have to worry about that," Wang Hao said with a cheery smile as he got into his car. "You'll find out soon enough." Wang Hao, "Damn it, I'm really not your brother-in-law, fuck. But this Bugatti Hongguang is pretty nice. Done. 20 million, and it's free. Why not?" Chapter 510. Driving this Bugatti Hongguang onto the racetrack. After all, we were both rich second generations. It was obvious that we came from strong backgrounds. The road to Jinhua Dog Market had clearly undergone a roadblock treatment, with not a single ordinary car in sight. Everyone was standing on both sides of the street, and by now nearly 1,000 people had gathered, including Zhao Rongjia and Mi Xiu right in the middle of the crowd, with some others being interviewed by reporters. Even reporters are here. Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh. This event is really something. By this time, a total of 7 cars had already stopped in front of a white line in the middle of the road. Wang Hao took a glance. FF100, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Aston Martin, GTR, Bugatti, McLaren. Yep, plus our Bugatti Hongguang. Makes it exactly 8. Why do I suddenly feel like our car is so high-end? Reporters soon surrounded him, microphones in hand and firing off questions. "Mr. Wang Hao, what are your thoughts on tonight's battle of the car gods?" "Wang Hao, I just hope no one dies." Reporters. Another reporter asked. Then Mr. Wang Hao, "Tonight is said to determine the king of the hill at Jinming Mountain, with the loser leaving behind their hood emblem. What do you think about that?" Wang Hao, "Doesn't matter to me. My car's emblem isn't worth much anyway." With one sentence, Wang Hao turned back the reporters' follow-up questions, leaving the group indignantly retreating. They then prepared their cameras, ready to capture Wang Hao's anticipated defeat. "Haha, Wang Hao, right?" Zhang Jiaxing approached Wang Hao with a chuckle, leaned in close to his ear, and said with a laugh, "I didn't expect you actually knew that little bug. Don't worry, I won't go easy on you, ha." "Don't worry, I'll try hard to disappoint you," Wang Hao shrugged and replied with a smile. "Otherwise, wouldn't it be a big letdown for you?" As they spoke, the two of them got into their cars. Lan Xinglong came over quietly and asked, "Brother Hao, any problems? I've bet my car on this too. You better not mess up." "Of course not." Wang Hao gave Lan Xinglong a thumbs up. "Just watch." While they were pumping each other up, Zhang Jiaxing's friends were gossiping and exchanging glances. "There's going to be quite a show this time. Brother Jiaxing's driving a Bugatti Veyron. With that kid's crappy wooling, how can he even compete with Brother Jiaxing? That's right, that junk car of his can't even impress a girl in the city, let alone racing. It's downright humiliating." Sigh, It's not just the two of them this time. There are so many professional racers too. Hey, what place do you reckon his junk car would come in? Let me count: FF100, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Maserati, Bugatti, McLaren. He should take the 8th place at best. 8's a lucky number anyway. Ha 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 ha. Right on, bro. Perfect if he lands an 8th out of 8. Not bad, not bad. Hearing the discussions around him, Wang Hao nonchalantly shrugged. Looking at the lineup of world-famous sports cars positioned behind him, the corner of his mouth twitched. Did these guys really think his car couldn't keep up with theirs? If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have forgotten. Wang Hao pulled out his car key and pressed a button on it. You see, my car can actually transform. Screech, screech, screech. A techie sound ensued as Wang Hao's Bugatti Hongguang's chassis immediately lowered. By the time the sound finally stopped, the chassis of the Bugatti Hongguang was at the same height as a genuine sports car. Everyone in attendance was flabbergasted. Holy shit, his car can actually transform. What the hell? This car has that kind of feature. This is really a Wuling Hongguang. Wang Hao let out a sneer. Heh, a bunch of country bumpkins. Knowing full well what kind of trash Zhang Jiaxing was, how could Lan Xinglong not have a trump card up his sleeve? All good now. Wang Hao got into the car and then rolled down the window to look at Zhang Jiaxing. Hey, when do we start? It's getting late. Let's get this race over with so I can go home and sleep. Right away. Today, indeed, Zhang Jiaxing had been caught off guard by Wang Hao. He glanced at the sports cars fueling up behind him and said, as soon as they've topped off their fuel, we'll start. All right then. Wang Hao lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. I'm ready to go anytime. Michio shouted from the side. You've got this, brother Hao? You're the best. You have to win. This little miss. Wang Hao lit up a cigarette and said with a laugh, don't worry, I can handle both their tires no problem. This guy blowing smoke again. You think you can run a race with just 2 wheels? The fueling process went quickly, and in about 10 minutes all cars were checked and ready. Then the preparations began. Zhao Rongjia, acting as one of the referees for the race, announced in a deep voice, Jinming Mountain Road is 16 kilometers long with 32 turns. Starting from our current position, we'll head west all the way to Dog Market for a U-turn. Our people will be nearby. To keep track, the rules are simple. Whoever gets back here first wins. Got it, got it. Everyone nodded in agreement, and soon they fastened their seatbelts, started their engines, and a very sexy girl carrying 2 flags made a round in front of the cars and got ready. The roar of the engines began to rise, and the hearts of everyone watching lifted. The girl raised the flags high. At that moment, all the cars' rear wheels started spinning, kicking up a haze of blue smoke. With a wave of the girl's arms, the race began. Chapter 511. Wuling Hongguang takes first place. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Hao's Bugatti Hongguang shot out like a bolt of lightning, accelerating to 100 kilometers per hour in about 2.6 seconds, with its speed still rapidly climbing. Holy shit. What's going on? Everyone around was completely dumbfounded. They had initially thought that Wang Hao's junky car would definitely be lagging behind, eating dust. But contrary to their expectations, it turned out to be the first among all the cars to reach top speed. Am I seeing things? Is this really a Wuling Hongguang? I must be dreaming. There's no way a Wuling Hongguang could be this fast. Listening to the engine, that's totally the sound of a supercar. What on earth is going on? Azure Dragon. Zhao Rongjia sneakily approached Lan Xinglong and whispered, what's going on? Did you modify brother Hao's Wuling Hongguang? Isn't that obvious? Lan Xinglong looked at him as if he were an idiot. After what Zhang Jiaxing did to me before, did you really think I'd let it go so easily? With such a perfect opportunity, wouldn't I be a fool not to get back at him? Zhao Rongjia took a deep breath and cautiously asked, so, what engine did brother Hao's car get swapped with? Lan Xinglong took a deep drag from his cigarette, then grinned mischievously at Zhao Rongjia and winked. A Bugatti Veyron's W16. How about that? Impressive, right? Zhao Rongjia's jaw almost hit the floor. What? You mean the Wuling Hongguang is fitted with a Bugatti Veyron's engine? More accurately, Lan Xinglong chuckled. It's a Bugatti Veyron with a Wuling Hongguang shell. Zhao Rongjia. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Wang Hao zoomed off, Zhang Jiaxing's McLaren and other traditional sports cars also quickly followed, not willing to be outdone. In the blink of an eye, all 8 sports cars had disappeared from everyone's sight. What's going on? Sitting in his car, Zhang Jiaxing was also taken by surprise by Wang Hao's performance. How could his crappy car possibly be that fast? Something's off here. After all, his McLaren was definitely a top-notch supercar. Yet who would have thought that he would be left eating dust right from the start by Wang Hao? I refuse to believe this. Zhang Jiaxing, always ready to take on a challenge, floored the throttle, and the roar of the engine resounded as the McLaren chased after Wang Hao like a rocket. Speaking of which, this road was only 16 kilometers long. The first 5 kilometers were a straightaway. It was all about speed, while the remaining 11 kilometers were purely mountainous roads relying on skill. Even if you spend a fortune on modifications, you won't handle the mountain road ahead. Zhang Jiaxing sneered. He could almost envision the moment Wang Hao would crash into the mountain. The bends of Jinming Mountain were definitely not easy to navigate. We're here. Zhang Jiaxing licked his lips excitedly, watching the rear of Wang Hao's Wuling Hongguang ahead, and thought, the first major turn is coming up. Let's see you show off now. Holy shit. He had thought Wang Hao would slow down, but unexpectedly, Wang Hao barely reduced his speed at all and took the turn with a beautiful inside drift, nearly grazing the mountainside as he slid past. Squeal, squeal, squeal. The noise from the tires rubbing against the ground echoed throughout the valley. Zhang Jiaxing's eyes widened in shock, his jaw almost hitting the steering wheel. What just happened? That drifting technique. Did I see that right? Actually, if it were on a straight road, Zhang Jiaxing might have a chance to catch up to Wang Hao. But on these serpentine mountain roads with Wang Hao's current reaction speed, eyesight, and bodily coordination, it was utterly effortless for him. I refuse to believe this. Zhang Jiaxing gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, performing a big drift himself through the first bend. Yet both in terms of speed and distance, Zhang Jiaxing's effort was incomparable to Wang Hao's, totally not in the same league. Actually, it wasn't his fault. After being enhanced by the luck dice, if Wang Hao still couldn't outperform him, that would be truly bizarre. Meanwhile, as they raced wildly here, the spectators at the starting point were also constantly monitoring the situation. Quick, there's the latest update. A car has passed the first checkpoint. That's fast, awesome. Which car? It must be Brother Jiaxing's McLaren, right? I told you, in this kind of race, Brother Jiaxing would have no problem. Wait, it seems it's not the McLaren that's first. The first car is. Everyone craned their necks, waiting for the announcement of the leading car. Soon, the results came in, and everyone was utterly flabbergasted. Currently leading was Brother Hao's Wuling Hongguang. No way. Really? I must have heard wrong. The Wuling Hongguang leading. Who are they kidding? You think we're fools. How could a Wuling Hongguang possibly lead? It must be fake. A fake. Actually, it seems to be true. There's a new video coming in. Instantly, everyone took out their phones and began checking social media. Soon, everyone fell silent. In the video on social media, the white Wuling Hongguang carved a beautiful curve, the tires screeching and smoking as it hugged the innermost side of the mountain during a beautiful drift. Through the bend, blasting through the first checkpoint. It surged ahead for nearly 100 meters before Zhang Jiaxing's McLaren finally caught up. Chapter 512. Magnificent, my great Wuling Hongguang. These. Everyone's eyes were bulging, and their jaws were almost hitting the ground. Holy shit, is his car on drugs today? How can it run so damn fast? Yeah, how is that even possible? A Wuling Hongguang running faster than a McLaren? He must have been going over 130 miles per hour just now, right? As if in response to the audience's doubts, the race updates on social media quickly showed the current speeds of the 8 cars. According to experts' estimates, the Wuling Hongguang in first place is going around 138 miles per hour, the McLaren in second place 125 miles per hour. What followed didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that Wang Hao was now in first place. Brother Jiaxing actually didn't outrun him. That's it, we've completely lost face now. Everyone supporting Zhang Jiaxing turned green with embarrassment. Before they had been acting all high and mighty, but now that the race had started, their true colors showed. He really took first place. Zhao Rongjia's eyes nearly popped out in amazement. Worthy of being the car god of Jinming Mountain. Brother Hao, that's freaking awesome. Uffed. Didn't you see whose car it is? Lan Xinglong flicked his cigarette ash with pride, laughing. There's no doubt. About my brother-in-law's skills. Yeah, Zhao Rongjia nodded mechanically, then suddenly caught on, shouting. Wait, what did you just say? Your brother-in-law. He's your brother-in-law. What did you think? Lan Xinglong was now truly flaunting. He was brought to me by my sister. At first, I wondered how this bumpkin was worthy of her. But now, it seems he's pretty skilled. Yup, he's reluctantly earned my recognition. With skills like that, he surely won't worry about going hungry in the future. Zhao Rongjia. In a race like this, once someone pulled ahead early on, there was usually no suspense later on. Wang Hao led far ahead, and it turned out that Jiaxing was the one eating dust behind him, just with a switch in characters. This won't do. If this keeps up, I'm destined to lose. Zhang Jiaxing clenched the steering wheel, grinding his teeth with rage. If word gets out that I lost to a Wuling Hongguang, I'll never be able to show my face in the racing circles again. We must resort to drastic measures now. As someone unscrupulous enough to add water to an opponent's gas tank, Zhang Jiaxing naturally had some tricks up his sleeve for the race. Since Wang Hao was not just faster, but actually in first place, Zhang Jiaxing would definitely not let things slide. Prepare the spike strip. Zhang Jiaxing grabbed the walkie-talkie. Place it at the 19th turn. Remember, it must be laid close to the mountainside. That guy likes to drift. Along the mountain edge. Understood. The walkie-talkie responded with 2 words, then went silent. Zhang Jiaxing had made his move, so naturally, Wang Hao wasn't caught unprepared. In fact, from the moment Lan Xinglong told him about the water in the gas tank, Wang Hao had been contemplating all the possible scenarios that might unfold. So what kind of move will he pull? Wang Hao rubbed his chin while driving and drifting, thinking. He didn't get the chance to mess with the fuel, nor the car itself, so he's likely to try something with the road conditions. Rockfall? Unlikely. It's too noisy and dangerous for us too. Spike strip? That's possible, and in this dark, it's hard to spot. While he considered this, suddenly, right around a curve ahead, Wang Hao felt a jolt in his heart, and immediately, the lucky dice he kept close gave a little tremble. Trouble. Wang Hao's spirits lifted. Sure enough, as he drifted around the bend, a sparkling light on the road ahead caught his attention. It was a wooden board, about 1 meter long and glinting with sharp metal nails. Speaking of which, Zhang Jiaxing's preparations were nothing if not thorough. The spike strip was placed right in the middle of an S-curve corner, on the inside edge by the mountain wall. A tire blowout here wouldn't send a car off a cliff, resulting in fatalities, but crashing into the mountain wall and being unable to continue the race was a foregone conclusion. This spike strip is quite well placed. Wang Hao drifted, and the wheels of the Bugatti Hongguang stopped right at the edge of the spike strip. He got out of the car, picked up the spike strip to take a closer look. You wouldn't believe it, but the craftsmanship of the spike strip was impressively good, especially its gray-black color. If it wasn't for Wang Hao's post-dice-enhanced vision, way beyond that of ordinary people, no one would have spotted this object on the ground. Nice piece of work, definitely a keeper. He chuckled as he put the spike strip in the car and restarted the engine. Let's continue the race. Back at the starting line of the circuit, a large group of people bowed their heads over their smartphones, constantly refreshing their social media feeds for the latest race updates. Soon someone exclaimed loudly, Look! The Wuling Hongguang has reached the finish line and is already heading back." With this news, the whole site immediately erupted. Holy shit, it's true. He really did take first. Now, this is going to be entertaining. The losers have to leave their car emblems. If he takes first, then those car emblems are. Ha 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 ha. As expected, Brother Hao is badass. Long live our mighty Wuling Hongguang. Lan Xinglong couldn't stop smiling as he looked at the message on his phone. Brother Hao was just too awesome. He avenged us with a single move. And it was well worth modifying my beloved car for him. Totally worth it. Chapter 5:13. Little guy? You've slipped up, haven't you? Zhang Jiaxing deliberately slowed down, puzzled as he drove. What's going on? Why is there no movement ahead? Could there be some kind of accident? He was wondering when suddenly he saw the bright lights of a car coming toward him. Who is this? Zhang Jiaxing looked carefully, and soon he heard the roar of the car's engine. Why did that sound so familiar? Wang Hao. It's actually you. Zhang Jiaxing was so startled, He almost jumped out of his seat. Wang Hao had actually returned safe and sound. Then doesn't that mean he had already lost this round? Hey, I'm not waiting for you anymore, Wang Hao said with a cheeky smile. Slowing down as they passed each other, he waved the small flag in his hand. I've already been to the finish line. I'm going back to wait for you. But, saying this, he rolled up his window and left with a big laugh. I can't possibly lose. Zhang Jiaxing almost went mad with shock, slamming the gas pedal to the floor. He desperately sped towards the finish line, no longer caring for anything else. Why bother? Wang Hao glanced at the spike strip sitting in the passenger seat and shook his head. This is a case of being too clever for your own good. If he had just driven properly, he might have had a chance to win. But by resorting to such a device, he scared himself out of racing. Sigh, such a pity. Back to the starting point to wait for them. Wah. On the way back, there was no need for Wang Hao to rush. With a considerable lead, cruising at around 150 kilometers per hour would suffice. Yeah. Roar, roar, roar. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the 10-plus kilometers distance and soon saw the large group of people waiting at the starting point. Yahoo, I won. Ha, I won. As Wang Hao returned, the owners of the Wuling Hongguang cars were the first to rush up to him. This was truly a moment for the Wuling Hongguang to puff out its chest in pride. Although the car must have been modified, who would care now? The victor is always in the right. Brother-in-law, you're too awesome. Lan Xinglong, who had previously disapproved of Wang Hao, was now calling him brother-in-law. You finally avenged me. Ha. Great brother-in-law, we're family now. Don't worry. I swear I won't object to whatever happens between you and my sister. Wang Hao kicked him away. I said I'm not your brother-in-law. Your sister and I have a purely platonic relationship, What are you joking about? Lan Xinglong didn't mind one bit, slinging an arm around Wang Hao's shoulder. Since when is there pure friendship between men and women? Stop explaining. Look, my sister is good-looking with a great temperament, a fine figure, and fair skin. 3 years of yearly gains, a death sentence worth taking, brother-in-law. Wang Hao, is that how you talk about your sister? Enough talk. Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly and winked at him. I even brought back a little gift for you. Want to check it out? Of course. Lan Xinglong's eyes practically gleamed. Where is it? Show me. Rushing to the car, he quickly pulled out the black spike strip and burst into uproarious laughter. Huh? Zhang Jiaxing, never thought you'd see the day? Huh. This thing is quite well made, and it's black too. Huh. Then he hugged Wang Hao's shoulder again. Brother-in-law is incredible. Utterly solid. Now that bumpkin won't be able to turn things around. Haha. Indeed, the spike strip now captured everyone's attention. As soon as the crowd saw it, they started to murmur. Using such a thing in a race to harm others. That Zhang Jiaxing is inhuman. Exactly. A sore loser resorting to dirty tricks. That thing could kill someone if handled improperly. There really are all sorts of people. Watching Lan Xinglong wielding the spike strip, those rich second-generation kids who had hung around with Zhang Jiaxing had their expressions turned sour. To be blunt, they hung out with Zhang Jiaxing for thrills. But if he dared to use such a thing, who wouldn't be afraid? What if it were them driving over it, and their tires blew? It could be deadly. Pa, who would have thought he was such a person? Right, we should stay away from him in the future, totally unscrupulous. If you can't stand losing, then don't drive. Why use something so dangerous? As people bustled with their discussions, car lights appeared in the distance. It was Zhang Jiaxing driving. Back with the others. Zhang Jiaxing is back. Brothers, let's go. No one knew who shouted, but a large group of people surged forward, ready to confront Zhang Jiaxing as he returned. The 3-kilometer distance was neither too short nor too long, and before long Zhang Jiaxing drove his Aston Martin back. But before he could even get his bearings, he saw a huge crowd charging towards him. Hey, you guys, what are you doing? Zhang Jiaxing was practically dragged out of his car. As soon as he touched the ground, he heard a loud crash. The windshield of his Aston Martin was smashed by a large brick. What? What are you doing? Watching his beloved car being vandalized, Zhang Jiaxing was completely stunned. What the hell was going on? Haha, Zhang Jiaxing, bet you never thought you'd see this day, huh? Lan Xinglong walked up to Zhang Jiaxing with the spike strip and with a snicker said, Take a look at this, will you? How did this end up with you? Zhang Jiaxing's pupils shrank sharply, and then blurted out, "How is this possible?" As soon as he uttered those words, his face went pale, and he quickly covered his mouth. Heh, gotcha, didn't you just slip up? Chapter 514. Removing the car emblems one by one. Ah, it seems like you know what's going on, don't you? Wang Hao leaned on his Bugatti Hongguang, lit a cigarette, and laughed. I actually didn't expect you to come up with such a sneaky plan, and thankfully my eyesight is a bit better. Otherwise, you might have succeeded. At that time, the group of rich second-generation car enthusiasts had all gathered around, looking at him with unfriendly expressions. Don't come over. Zhang Jiaxing kept backing away. Don't come over. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. I didn't say I wanted you to know anything. Lan Xinglong patted the nailboard and said, But you haven't forgotten about honoring a bet, have you? Today, you agreed, a decisive battle at Jinming Mountain, and the loser leaves his car badge, right? Ah, it's such a pity that 7 people couldn't outrun one. He waved his hand. What are you waiting for? Do it. Whoosh. The people who came with Lan Xinglong immediately rushed forward, chuckling as they wielded welding torches and began cutting off the car badges. What a great harvest today, an Aston Martin, a Bugatti Veyron, a War God GTR. 7 supercar badges were taken off one after the other, exhilarating. Brother-in-law, these are for you. Lan Xinglong couldn't stop smiling. Today was truly satisfying, winning 7 car badges all at once, all trophies. Ha ha ha. Let me see, let me see. Wang Hao took the badges and looked at each one, grinning from ear to ear, utterly enamored. The badges of supercars are indeed something else. The quality, the design, they're just beautiful. Of course, Lan Xinglong was clearly in a great mood, and seeing things were almost settled here, he put his arm around Wang Hao's shoulder and said with a laugh, Brother-in-law, now that the race is done and Zhang Jiaxing's reputation is completely shot, do you think we should go celebrate? Celebrate? Throw a party? That sounded good. How about a barbecue skewer? Wang Hao's eyes lit up at the mention. Man, after all that effort today, I'm actually really hungry, haha. What are we waiting for then? Let's go. Lan Xinglong snapped his fingers with a pop. Let's go. Let's go. My brother-in-law said we're going for barbecue skewers. Let's go. Let's go, barbecue skewers. Everyone instantly cheered. Barbecue skewers were the best. At this moment, they were the true winners, receiving cheers from the crowd along the way. And Wang Hao even saw girls rushing towards him with flowers in their hands. How embarrassing, right? Wang Hao reached out to accept them, then saw Lan Xinglong block him. I'll take the flowers. My brother-in-law can't just casually accept flowers from other women. Damn it. They got in their cars and headed straight for the barbecue street in JH City. Soon, they found a clean food stall, and after parking the cars, everyone got out. Brother-in-law, how about this place? Lan Xinglong looked around and asked Wang Hao, I come to eat at this food stall often. The taste is really good, and they know my sister too, so there won't be any fan explosion incidents. Yeah, that works. Fans can be terrifying these days. If they knew that the big star Lan Zihuang was dining here, it would be chaos. Wang Hao had seen it firsthand when he first joined the Kung Fu film crew. Let's settle for this place. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction and said, Let's just eat whatever. All right, no problem. Lan Xinglong began giving orders to the owner. Boss, bring up your best dishes. Sea cucumber, abalone, bird's nest, shark fin, bring them all out. Today I have to treat my brother-in-law to a good meal. Don't mess it up, you hear me? Owner, I hear you, your brother-in-law. That means. That's right. Lan Xinglong slapped Wang Hao's arm. See this guy here? This is my brother-in-law, the car god of Jinming Mountain. Today my brother-in-law won 7 car badges. Boss, do you want to have a look? Wang Hao, can you not just randomly assign me titles? If my ice princess hears about this, she's going to skin me alive. Boss, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm just friends with his sister, strictly friends. Wang Hao hurriedly kicked Lan Xinglong onto a chair. If you keep calling me brother-in-law, beware I might hit you. Beside them, Zihuang covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Hao, my brother is just like that. If he doesn't like something, he won't give it any attention, but if he likes someone, then he really lets loose. Please don't mind him. I don't mind at all, but I'm worried about you minding, with him calling me brother-in-law all the time. The group then took their seats around the table. The business at this food stall was indeed booming, and nearly all the tables near Wang Hao were full, with people eating so happily that they were sweating profusely and their faces gleamed with oil, making Wang Hao's stomach rumble with hunger. By the way, Brother Hao, while waiting for the dishes, Zi Huang asked, Master Yuan has already arrived, and he is designing the fight sequences these past few days. The main shoot starts tomorrow. Are you coming to watch? Chapter 5:15. Start filming tomorrow? Wang Hao was a bit surprised. Have all the little bits and pieces already been shot? Yep, Lan Zihuang nodded and said. With your method, the crew's filming progress has increased a lot. Basically, all the non-essential extras scenes have been finished. Tomorrow's scenes will be shot in the film and television city, and once those are done, we'll prepare to go on location. Nice, I'll go take a look tomorrow, Wang Hao said, picking up a piece of salmon. By the way, Hua, where exactly are we shooting tomorrow? A mock ancient-style tavern inside the film and television city. Lan Zihuang, as a very dedicated and responsible actress, took out her phone and began to check the script. It's the scene where Ling Hu Chong kills Luo Renjia in the tavern to save Yilin. Oh, right. That's the one. Wang Hao suddenly remembered as Lan Zihuang mentioned it. Speaking of which, the actor playing Luo Renjia is my apprentice. I'll go and check it out tomorrow and see how my newly accepted apprentice is performing. That was such a satisfying dinner tonight. Wang Hao drove his Bugatti Hongguang back to the hotel with Lan Zihuang. But as soon as he entered the hotel entrance, he was completely dumbfounded. The entire core cast of nearly 20-something people were all waiting at the entrance, and the moment they saw Wang Hao, they swarmed up to him. Brother Hao is so badass. The showdown at Jinming Mountain. He won 7 car emblems. Yeah, absolutely epic. The internet is exploding now. Everyone is discussing the car race. Wuling Hongguang beat 7 race cars. Just this headline is enough to drop jaws. Brother Hao, where are all the emblems? Come on, take them out and let us have a look. The crowd was chattering away. Wang Hao was a bit overwhelmed. Take it easy, everyone. Don't rush. You'll all get a share. The emblems are in my car. What's the hurry? Then he saw a large group of people rushing outside, surrounding his car in no time. The emblems are really here. Damn, the Bugatti Veyron emblem. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Aston Martin. Brother Hao is simply invincible. Just these emblems must be worth a fortune. That's right. Brother Hao always hits the mark. Wang Hao, aren't you guys describing a robber with that remark? Am I that ferocious? Forget it. I've been busy all day. Time to sleep. Early next morning, Lan Zihuang and her brother Lan Qinglong were knocking on the door. Brother Hao, are you up? Lan Zihuang stood outside Wang Hao's door with a pair of big sunglasses, speaking sweetly. Everyone from the crew has already left. We're almost ready there. It's about time we headed out. Coming. Wang Hao got dressed and then opened his room door. He was momentarily stunned when he saw Lan Zihuang. Today, Lan Zihuang was wearing a simple blue skirt, exposing her snow-white long legs, which nearly dazzled Wang Hao's 24K gold dog eyes. A simple purple scarf was draped over her shoulders, paired with a pair of light blue sandals, and her charming appearance could hook away any man's soul. No wonder her brother looks at everyone as if they're rivals in love. Having such a beautiful sister really does create a full sense of crisis. Well, looking at it this way, a sister complex is entirely understandable. Good morning. Wang Hao paused for a moment, then quickly recovered and greeted her. Shall we set off? Of course, Lan Qinglong said with a cheeky smile standing beside her. Brother-in-law, you look quite handsome today. It's a society that values looks, after all. Wang Hao formally adjusted his clothes, laughed and said, if you're too unsophisticated, it's embarrassing to go out with you guys, isn't it? Let's go off to the crew. The 3 of them set off downstairs. Today's filming location was on an ancient-looking avenue in the film and television city. Actually, Wang Hao had been here for quite a long time, but he didn't really know what the film and television city looked like. After all, he was just a screenplay writer. It wouldn't be right to be always on set bossing people around, would it? But when he actually came over today, he realized that the film and television city truly deserved its reputation as the largest in Asia. Whether it was the ancient street sceneries, facilities, or the modern architecture, It was truly all-encompassing. Not to mention transport. Just this aspect was enough to amaze Wang Hao, especially that street known as Imperial City Avenue. At a glance, it seemed wide enough for at least 8 cars to drive side by side, with buildings on both sides mimicking the flying eaves and winding corridors of ancient architecture. Even the people in the small shops were dressed in ancient costumes. The most awe-inspiring thing was that there were no air conditioning units in sight on the entire street. It was a good thing he came with the Lon's siblings. Otherwise, he might have thought he had crossed into another time period. Chapter 516. Is it that amazing? This film studio has convenient transport, fully equipped facilities, and spans an enormous amount of land. Lan Zihuang explained as they walked. When we were audited, we received a substantial preference policy. The municipal government has put a lot of effort into supporting the entertainment industry. Have you seen this Imperial City Avenue? Lan Zihuang pointed at the broad road. This avenue is nearly 30 meters wide, and at the end of the road is a man-made Imperial City wall. Just this area alone covers more than 1,000 mu, and the surrounding courtyard houses, restaurants, and tea houses are too many to count. Nearly all of the ancient costume dramas in the Heavenly People's Republic are shot here, if the scenes are set within the city walls. Indeed, it's huge, Wang Hao exclaimed while looking around, feeling quite like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Gardens. Such a vast area of construction. That must have cost a fortune. At that time, it was said to be an investment of 20 billion. Lan Zihuang, who was genuinely an industry insider, had a level of detail and understanding far beyond that of an outsider like Wang Hao. To be exact, it was 22,680 million. Since this film studio was established, pretty much all the drama crews in the Heavenly People's Republic that shoot ancient costume dramas would come here. Actually, the domestic entertainment industry's environment isn't too bad. It's just the screenwriting that sucks. The scripts they produce are almost unwatchable. I can understand that. When I first crossed over, that domestic agent script. Let's not talk about that. Adapt slowly, adapt slowly. By the way, who is the male lead in our drama crew? After walking for a while, Wang Hao remembered he still didn't know who the male lead was. No way, brother-in-law. As soon as Lan Qinglong heard this, he suddenly exclaimed, "You don't even know who the male lead is?" That's Wang Yingwei. He's a top star in our country, a definite A-lister. Wang Yingwei. Who's that? Honestly, although Wang Hao had been in this world for over half a year, he didn't know much about the big stars in the entertainment industry. He was familiar with only a few, like Ice Princess by Yining and Lan Zihuang. As for this Wang Yinghui, Wang Hao really didn't know much. He was difficult enough to spot on set, and Wang Yinghui was even more elusive. Wang Hao had never seen him appear. Wang Yinghui. Wang Hao rubbed his chin. Why don't I know about him? Dear heavens. Lan Qinglong covered his forehead in exasperation. Are you really a part of the entertainment industry? You don't know such an awesome guy? Is he that impressive? Wang Hao asked curiously. Even more impressive than Little Huang Huang. Little Huang Huang. Initially, Wang Hao was only asking about Wang Yinghui, but Lan Qinglong got excited upon hearing this comment. You dare say you're not my brother-in-law when you call my sister that way? Brother Hao, Little Huang Huang. Especially when he mentioned Little Huang Huang. Lan Qinglong was so shrill and squeaky that Wang Hao really wanted to kick him back into the womb for a do-over. Quit your nonsense. Lan Zihuang's pretty face blushed red with embarrassment, pinching him hard. She said, Brother Hao and I met through a novel. The hottest book. Right now, Break the Heavens, is a book written by Brother Hao. You, a little kid who knows nothing better, don't talk nonsense. Our relationship is a purely innocent one between a writer and a reader, got it? Got it, got it, Lan Qinglong said with a grin. I understand. Yeah, Little Huang Huang. Lan Zihuang. Kids these days, if you don't spank them for 3 days, they'll climb to the roof and tear off tiles. All right, let's not talk about that. Wang Hao cleared his throat, quickly changing the topic. So, is this Wang Yinghui really that impressive? Indeed, he's a very impressive male star, Lan Zihuang nodded. How should I put it? His popularity should be roughly on par with mine, ranking quite high among male stars. To be on the same level of popularity as Lan Zihuang. That impressive, Wang Hao expressed his surprise. It seems the drama crew has really spent a lot on this. Sister Tong is quite capable to invite such a person. Of course, Lan Zihuang nodded, smiling. Actually, our drama crew as a whole is considered to have quite a high standard. What we lacked before was just the script, but now after you've worked on it, it's nearly perfect. With such quality in the script, the actors naturally rise along with the tide. Mr. Rin has said that we must shoot this film well, and we must use top-notch people, otherwise it would be a waste of such a good script. Oh, you compliment me so much, how can I be modest? Soon the three of them arrived at a corner of the ancient costume film area, and from a distance, Wang Hao saw crew members bustling about, with 2 cameras in operation and rails laid out for smooth camera movement. There was also a guy sweating profusely holding a reflector board, which was to ensure more effective light refraction, preventing color differences in the footage. What a lively and thriving scene. Director Yang, I'm here. Wang Hao and the others approached, waving and smiling. How's the shooting progress today? Chapter 517. A total of 12 assistants. Is that little Wang? Hurry over. Upon seeing Wang Hao, Director Yang Sholin, who was sitting under a sunshade, waved eagerly. Your timing is perfect. Today marks the leading man's first appearance, and I've been pondering what this character should be like, and then you showed up, ha. I'm really just here to enjoy the show. Wang Hao responded with a smile. After all, you're the director. I'm just here to watch and enjoy. It's just a formality to be polite to the boss. Taking it seriously would be a mistake. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Director Yang Sholin nodded appreciatively. This young man was extremely capable, and humbly so, which was truly commendable. It was said that the screenwriter, Li Fei, was particularly fond of him, and now it seemed there was good reason for it. All right then, stay by my side. Director Yang Sholin nodded, and then looked around the set, saying, hey, little Lu, move that camera angle back a bit. It'll be caught by camera 2, and we'll have a continuity error, you know? Little Zhang, what are you gaping at? Is everything set up in the store? This movie is a multi-million-dollar investment. If you mess up, you'll be eating dirt, got it? Pay attention to the details. Yue, how are things coming along? We're almost ready. Ding Yue, already dressed in her costume, replied sweetly. Just waiting for the lead actor to start, director. At this moment, Ding Yue was dressed in a nun's plain robe, her hair tucked into a cornet. In fact, nuns were supposed to be bald, but Director Yang felt that a bald head really wasn't visually appealing, hence the alternative, which seemed quite satisfactory. That's good. Director Yang nodded with satisfaction and then turned to Wang Hao with a smile. These people, if you don't keep an eye on them for a minute, they get distracted. But your classmate's girlfriend is quite good, obedient, and her acting is passable. With some more training, she'll be ready for an important secondary female role in the next drama. With you saying that, I'm reassured, Wang Hao grinned. As long as she isn't causing any trouble for the crew. As they spoke and chatted there, LV Junyu, dressed in a green robe and holding a long sword, came running over excitedly. Upon seeing them, he laughed. Little master, you finally arrived. I was just thinking if you didn't come, I'd feel uneasy. Quick, help me check if there are any flaws. While saying that, he turned a circle in front of Wang Hao. After careful examination, Wang Hao grabbed his arm. You stinky kid, wearing a watch while filming? If you move your arm and it shows, won't that be a giveaway? Hand it over, and I'll keep it safe for you. Damn, I forgot it in my nervousness. LV Junyu, drenched in a cold sweat, hurriedly took off the watch and handed it to Wang Hao. Little master, keep this for me. Any other flaws? Wang Hao inspected him again and then nodded. No more flaws for now. Not a bad look. You look exactly like a super annoying jerk. Hee hee, that's exactly what I was going for. LV Junyu chuckled, scratching his head. That's what you taught me, master. These past few days, I haven't done anything else, just pondered how to be the best jerk. Nearby, Director Yang Sholin gave a big thumbs up. Little Wang really has a keen eye. I didn't even notice just now, haha. We should indeed remind them about this. Otherwise, these issues can easily arise. Not bad, Wang Hao laughed, and then asked, so where's the male lead? How come he's still not here? At this point, everyone on the set was ready, just waiting for the male lead. He should be here soon. Director Yang Sholin glanced at his watch, puzzled. He should have arrived by now. Right, Wang Hao nodded. It was now past 9 in the morning, at the peak of the sun's intensity. And in October, the entire crew of sweaty people sat in chairs, unable to work due to lack of manpower but reluctant to idle away, creating a rather awkward situation. They ended up waiting until 11 in the morning and still saw no one. What's going on? Wang Hao fanned himself as sweat poured down his body. After waiting another half hour, Wang Hao could no longer bear it. Director Yang. Where is he? I don't know. Director Yang looked up at the sun and wiped his sweat, saying, What on earth is this guy doing? Fine, I'll have Li give him another call to hurry him along. What is this? Perhaps Director Yang's call worked? Or maybe the star had a sudden epiphany. Another 10 minutes passed, and Wang Hao finally saw 3 vans drive over, screeching to a halt around the set. Then, to Wang Hao's dumbfounded stare, a stunning procession of 12 assistants emerged from the 3 vans. There were those carrying parasols, folding chairs, water bottles, and incredibly, they even carried a fold-out bed down from one of the vehicles. Are you guys celebrity assistants or a moving company? Holy crap, is that a computer? Chapter 518. The Superstar Appears. A large group of people bustled around for a full half hour after getting out of their cars before finally finishing up, and what had been a perfectly good ancient-themed film set suddenly looked like a theme hotel, a martial heroes-themed room. Brother Hui, everything is ready. After all the arrangements were made, one of the lead assistants approached the door of the last car and respectfully said, Everything has been arranged according to your wishes. You can come out now. Good. A slightly deep voice came from the car, and then Wang Hao saw a young man in a black suit, with a small parted hairstyle and wearing large sunglasses step down from the car. Was this really the big star Wang Yinghui? Wang Hao was absolutely dumbfounded. This car could almost rival the President of the United States in terms of grandeur. Yinghui, you're finally here. Regardless, the man had arrived. Yang Sholin hurried over and said, Oh, it really wasn't easy. Hurry, the crew is all ready. Shall we start now? All right, Wang Yinghui nodded and said, I'll go change my clothes and get styled. Go. Yang Sholin couldn't worry about anything else. It was already noon and soon time for lunch. Change quickly. Let's try to get it in one shot. Everyone also stay focused. Wang Yinghui looked around and nodded. Okay. By the way, has the water I requested been delivered yet? Wang Hao listened, completely baffled. Water? What water? This. When he heard this, Yang Sholin hesitated momentarily and said with a forced smile, I'm truly sorry, but we don't have that water for sale around here. It wasn't really a big deal. According to Wang Hao's thoughts, for drinking water, a water dispenser would suffice, or in the worst-case scenario, buying some bottled spring water would do. However, Wang Yinghui nearly jumped. Upon hearing Director Yang's words, not for sale, Wang Yinghui shouted loudly, No, Evian, what am I supposed to drink when I'm thirsty? How do you expect me to act without it? Wang Hao stood by, completely slack-jawed. Evian. Was it really that imported Evian mineral water from France? Talk about being refined. This Wang Yinghui insisted on drinking only Evian? Refusing any other water? Can't even film without Evian? We really don't sell it here. Seeing Wang Yinghui's discontent, Yang Sholin was really anxious and kept soothing him. How about you start filming? I will immediately order the production manager, Mr. Zhang Chong, to go buy it for you. Would that be okay? By tomorrow morning at the latest, you will have Evian mineral water. You could say that Director Yang had shown real sincerity. Indeed, being the major director of the crew and still talking so calmly to Wang Yinghui was really giving him face. Wang Hao could see from the side, Director Yang's hand trembling slightly, clearly suppressing his anger in the interest of the bigger picture. At times like this, a normal person would just take the hint and let it slide, right? But clearly, Wang Yinghui was not going to comply. Director Yang, a middle-aged assistant, who was over 40 and the one who had earlier asked Wang Yinghui to get out of the car, hummed. Our young master will absolutely not work until his living conditions are met. Either you send someone to buy the water now and deliver it within an hour, or we'll call it a day today and wait till tomorrow when there's water, okay? This old guy looked extremely sleazy, every wrinkle on that face exuding a ruffian air. No acting needed to make him seem 100 times more annoying than the character Luo Renjia, played by LV Junyu. You need it right now? Yang Sholin visibly hesitated. then turned to look at the other members of the crew and said frowningly, "Look, everyone here in the crew has been busy all morning. If we don't shoot at all and just send everyone home, I might be the big director, but I won't be able to explain it." Wang Hao watched, absolutely dumbfounded. This guy really deserved a slap. Halting shooting because of no water? And forcing the director to have it delivered within an hour. "I don't care." Wang Yinghui showed no regard for Director Yang, turned around, and walked back toward his car. "Let's talk about it when the water arrives. I'm going back to the car to rest for a bit. Call me when it's ready. It's so hot outside, I'm all sweaty. Lee, turn the air conditioning up in the car. Oh, by the way, do you have Wi-Fi? If there's no Wi-Fi, let's go to a place that has Wi-Fi to rest. I always feel uncomfortable using 4G. He really just said it and did it, not giving Director Yang a chance. Wang Yinghui and his entourage got into the car, and after he left, a bunch of people gathered around. Though 100 times displeased, no one present dared to say anything. This situation had escalated to a point none had expected. "Director Yang, what should we do?" The production manager, Mr. Zhang Chong, came over and asked quietly, "Shall we just endure it? I'll go get the water now. The boxed lunches have already been delivered. They're over there at the food truck." "Director Yang, why don't you have something to eat first? We'll see to the rest after I bring the water. How about that? Let's have lunch." Yang Sholing clenched his teeth and then gestured with a wave of his hand. "Everyone take a break first. We're all pretty hungry having worked till now. Let's fill our stomachs first." So, everyone started to eat. Just then, Lan Xinglong took out his phone to scroll through Weibo, and after just a glance, he was completely stunned. Chapter 519, Really Hard to Please. WTF. "This dude actually has such a thick face," exclaimed Lan Xinglong, eyes wide with shock as he stared at his phone's screen, looking like he had just seen the date of the apocalypse. "What's with all the fuss?" asked Lan Zihuang casually as she fanned herself with a book, also stunned once she saw Lan Xinglong's phone. "No way. Did he really say that?" This piqued the curiosity of Wang Hao and LV Junyu, who were sitting nearby. They crowded around the phone and were equally dumbfounded. "Wang Yinghui V. It's so hot, but here we are filming. I can't believe there isn't even a bottle of water to drink." The idiot fans commented one after another. "Brother Hui is really suffering. I heard he's with that Laughing in the Rivers and Lakes crew. Looks like that crew isn't much. Poor my idol. Can't even have a sip of water. Ah, so pitiful. What does this crew even do? Can't they prepare some water?" Wang Hao and the others exchanged looks. Not only does this guy have a thick face, but he's also quite the expert in turning black into white. Now we know what true shamelessness looks like. Lan Xinglong lamented. "I was really blind to be a fan of his. From now on, I'll give him a wide berth. Can't be a fan of someone like that. I'm switching to black." After waiting for over an hour, when the crew finally collected all the lunch boxes and cleaned up the set, Zhang Chong, the life producer, and Mr. Zhang finally rushed back with 2 boxes of water bottles. "Water's here, water's here." Zhang Chong placed bottled water in front of Wang Yinghui's car door, saying, "Oh, I'm exhausted. It took me begging and borrowing to get these 2 boxes from the city. I just ran over 50 kilometers for this. I'm dead tired." He had run back and forth over 100 kilometers in just over an hour. Wang Hao's jaw almost dropped to the ground. "Mr. Zhang, how fast were you driving, my God?" Now that the water had finally arrived, Wang Yinghui walked up to his car door, took a bottle of water, and took a sip, finally satisfied. This is the taste. That's right. I can only drink Evian. Can't stand any other water." Little Zhang, where did you go, little Zhang?" Clearly impatient, he called out, and soon a young man seeking shade nearby rushed over, nodding and bowing. "Brother Hui, I'm here. You're up?" "Yes, I'm up." Wang Yinghui nodded and then said, "I feel all sore from that nap. It's quite uncomfortable. Help me with my shoes. It's time to get to work." "All right." Little Zhang hurriedly bent down and took Wang Yinghui's shoes to help him put them on. Wang Hao and the others were almost jaw-dropping. "Hey, did I see that right?" Wang Hao looked earnestly at Wang Yinghui. "How old is he this year? How can he need someone to help him with his shoes? Can't he take care of himself?" "Yeah," Lan Zihuang sighed softly, shaking her head helplessly. "The entertainment industry is smoky because of people like him. He just got a bit famous, and without increasing his abilities, his demands shot up like a rocket. Evian is one thing, Since it's not too extravagant, but needing an assistant to help with shoes, I really wonder how he got this far. Wang Hao deeply agreed. Just look at Lan Zihuang. Both her fame and abilities are streets ahead of him, yet she's so approachable. And then look at this guy, practically a vegetable. Wang Hao seriously doubted if without these assistants, this guy couldn't even make it to the toilet. Oh man, it's really hot today, let's hurry up and finish. Wang Yinghui finally got down from the car, fanning himself and grumbling. Such hot weather, what kind of filming is this, really? Yang Shoulin came over as soon as he saw Wang Yinghui getting off the car, cautiously asking, "Is everything ready now? Should we start?" He was clearly frustrated, but also a bit nervous. Frustrated because seeing this guy annoyed him, and nervous because Boss Rin had spent a ton of money to bring him in. So the film had to be shot, right? Fortunately, this time Wang Yinghui didn't say much nonsense, just nodded and said, "Yes, let's start. By the way, where's the makeup room? It's a private one, right? I don't want to share a room with a bunch of random people. It really ruins my mood and affects my performance." Wang Hao glanced at LV Junyu upon hearing this. Our disciple isn't random, right? Now, Yang Shoulin was really in a position where he could be angry but dared not speak. This is the film city, where every inch of land is gold. Where could he arrange a private makeup room? This. Yang Shoulin looked embarrassed. There really aren't any private makeup rooms here, and besides, the costumes are all kept together. It's not feasible to prepare a separate makeup room just for your clothes. Could you make do, please? Make do. Wang Yinghui firmly shook his head. I never make do. I need the best water, the best team. Look, Director Yang, why don't you take a couple of days to prepare? Otherwise, I'll feel uncomfortable all over while filming and it will affect my performance. Wang Hao, wow, today was really an eye-opener. Does this guy really think the whole world revolves around him? Chapter 520. Here comes the trick. Or, how about this? Yang Shoulin finally conceded and said, I'll clean up the makeup room properly, ask everyone else to leave, and I can guarantee that you'll be the only one there doing makeup. Is that all right now? Actually, this was already a significant concession from Director Yang, but Wang Yinghui still grumbled with great grievance. Just thinking about those seats being sat on by all sorts of people makes me uncomfortable. But fine, I'll endure the hardships. I'll just suffer a bit for the crew. Despite his reluctance and dissatisfaction, he followed Director Yang to get his makeup done. Wang Hao and the others exchanged looks. Acting all noble for the crew? Did your face not turn red when saying that, mate? You'd think that would be the end of the makeup issue, right? But just after Wang Yinghui entered the makeup room, the crew's makeup artist, Lu Hong, stormed out furiously, and upon seeing Director Yang he yelled, Director Yang, I can't do this anymore. I want to go home. Home. I'm done. I'm not serving him anymore. Oh my, what now? What's wrong with Lu? Gets so worked up. When Director Yang saw Lu Hong's state, his heart sank. But after all, he was an experienced director with excellent composure, and he asked patiently, Don't panic. Take it slow. What's the issue that we can't sit down and talk about? Right. Talk. How can we talk? Lu Hong, red-faced and neck bulging, roared. That guy actually said a male makeup artist can't do his makeup. He doesn't want people to think he's gay. Damn it. I've been doing makeup for more than a decade. Do I really need to change my gender for him? Hearing this, Wang Hao and the others gaped in astonishment. What a drama queen Wang Yinghui was being. A male makeup artist can't do his makeup? Lu Hong is a respected makeup artist on set. Everyone would give him a thumbs up. Look at how professionally he did the makeup for Junyu. And he even took lessons from Ice Princess's personal makeup artist, Su Hongya, recently. His skills are top-notch now. Are we really supposed to change makeup artists now? Is that really the case? Director Yang was also frustrated, realizing he couldn't ask Lu Hong to change his gender. So he scratched his head fiercely, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Never mind, just wait a bit. I'll go take a look. In the end, Director Yang helplessly shrugged. Lu, you know how it is. We're somewhat helpless. We've already signed a contract worth 20 million in salary. Even if he's being difficult, we have to bear with it. Otherwise, what can we do? It'd be even worse if it led to a breach of contract due to the crew, right? But I know that. Lu Hong responded dejectedly as he saw Director Yang head in. But he's really being too much. Out of over 100 people in our crew, everyone waited for him all morning. Zhang even ran to the highway just to get him water. I thought that would be it, but then he insisted on not having any male makeup artists. The other female makeup artists in our crew are all apprentices. He's the lead actor. If the makeup isn't good, who gets blamed? I understand, of course, Director Yang sighed. But what can we do? Just endure it for now. Slowly get used to it. It'll get better, right? All right. As an old classmate, Lu Hong had to give face to Director Yang and immediately nodded. Then you go talk. I'm not going anymore. Director Yang then entered the makeup room. He stayed inside for a good 10 minutes before coming out, drenched in cold sweat. All right, Lu, go ahead. This guy is really a pain to deal with. I nearly wore out my lips. Damn it. Director Yang, you really had a rough time. Lu Hong, knowing the difficulties Yang Sholin faced, displeased as he might be, still entered the makeup room. Finally, there were no more disruptions, and soon, Wang Hao saw a group of assistants, each holding an umbrella at the door, and then a young man in a green outfit walked out. Seeing this, Wang Hao immediately frowned. We agreed Ling Huchong was supposed to be a handsome, charismatic eldest disciple, at least 24 or 25 years old, right? But what is with this cream puff young man vibe? Wang Hao was already displeased with this styling for Wang Yinghui, but his assistants decisively started to flatter him. Madly, Brother Hui handsome. A group of assistants on the sidelines enthusiastically gave thumbs-ups, praising, this role was definitely meant for you. This look is a guarantee for high ratings. Isn't that obvious? If not Brother Hui, then who else could play this part? See, did you see? Our Brother Hui is simply born for this role. Director Yang, shall we start then? Wang Yinghui, conceitedly striding over to Yang Sholin, said, Director Yang, I look good, right? Let's start now. Let's aim for one take. All right, let's start. Yang Sholin finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were finally going to start filming. Chapter 521, Acting Out This Drama. So a big group of people proceeded to the restaurant. LV Junyu was both excited and nervous, incessantly seeking reassurance from Wang Hao. Little master, how do I look? I'm about to act with a superstar, a major role. Little master, you think I can do it, right? Of course you can, why not? Wang Hao hummed. Just act as despicable as you can. The more despicable, the better. LV Junyu nodded vigorously. Understood. Absolutely understood. Upon reaching the second floor of the restaurant, the rest of the Kung Fu production team had already been prepared. Upon seeing Wang Yinghui arriving, despite their utter unwillingness, they knew the scene had to be filmed, and so it began. Soon, the lighting technician set up the lights. Director Yang got all the camera equipment ready. The clapperboard was prepared, and everyone assumed their positions. Then it began. Episode 3, Scene 1, Huixian Building, Day Interior. Action. Wang Yinghui, playing Ling Huchong, sat at the table with a bowl of wine. LV Junyu, as Luo Renjia, stood in front of him, and Ding Yue, playing Yilin, sat beside him. Wang Yinghui put down his wine bowl and let out a chuckle. His expression left Wang Hao utterly dumbfounded. What kind of acting was this, deliberately trying to look cool? What was with that hair flip? And just when Wang Hao was still surprised, what happened next completely shattered his worldview. He heard Wang Yinghui say, 1 2, 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, 5 6 7 8. Damn it, didn't you even memorize your lines? LV Junyu, who had just adjusted his mindset, nearly stumbled and fell, speechless at Wang Yinghui's brazenness. Cut! Cut, cut, cut! Yang Sholin yelled for a cut, his neck turning red with frustration. Wang Yinghui, didn't I give you the script? Didn't you memorize your lines last night? Of course not. Wang Yinghui replied as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I'm so busy every day. Even just taking time out to come here for the shoot is tough, let alone memorizing lines, right? Anyway, a dubbing actor will be used after we've finished shooting, so why bother? My pace was fine just now, wasn't it? There won't be any issues with dubbing over it, right? You, Yang Sholin, who had been directing for many years, had never encountered such a shameless actor. But, after all, the man had been paid a 20 million fee. There was nothing to do but try to coax him gently. But this scene only has a few dozen words. Memorizing that shouldn't be too hard, right? A few dozen words isn't a lot. Wang Yinghui shook his head decisively. I'm so busy normally just to glance over the script, and understand the character is quite good already. Director Yang, don't be too demanding. Fine, fine, fine. Director Yang trembled with rage, but recalling the influence behind this guy, he impatiently said, all right, just get on with it. So they prepared to start over. But LV Junyu was clearly bewildered. He hadn't expected a scene like this. LV Junyu tentatively asked, if you don't say the lines, I can't follow. What now? Upon hearing this, Wang Yinghui jumped up, pointing at LV Junyu's nose and yelled, can't act without memorizing lines? Can't you follow if I don't say them? Do you even know how to act? If not, get someone else quickly and don't waste my time, got it? All right, okay then. LV Junyu walked back helplessly, and the scene restarted. Wang Yinghui flipped his hair, put down the wine bowl, and smirked at Ding Yuezi Lin. 1 2, 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, 5 6 7 8. Now it was LV Junyu's turn. To give him credit, the lad had potential. His portrayal of Luo Renjia was filled with a sly and smug demeanor. Pleased with himself, he gave his own thumb a triumphant lift and said, not bad. I am Luo Renjia of Qingqing's 4 talents. Wang Hao watched, his face lighting up with a grin. This guy was showing some real improvement in his acting. Not bad at all. Truly commendable. Wang Yinghui. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Now it was Ding Yue's turn. As he Lin, she shook her head. I don't know. Wang Yinghui curled his lips into an even more smug smile than LV Junyu's. 1 2, 1 2 3 4 5 6, 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4 5 6. LV Junyu interjected. What's the most brilliant move? Tell me. Wang Yinghui. 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Hearing this, Wang Hao slapped his forehead hard. This was supposed to be the iconic back-turning, level sand-falling wild goose move, but under Wang Yinghui, it had turned into a series of numerals. LV Junyu was gritting his teeth in anger. His fury was so palpable, there was no need for him to act. Everyone around could feel it. His line was supposed to be nonsense, followed by a punch, but as he raised his hand ready to strike, before the director could even call cut, Wang Yinghui was the first to shout, cut, 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 cut. Wang Yinghui, terrified, leapt up from the chair. What are you thinking, actually hitting me? Let me tell you, if you dare touch a single hair of mine, I will sue you into bankruptcy. I'm acting. Acting. LV Junyu retorted in exasperation. Who said I was really going to hit you? Everyone around heaved a sigh. It had been going well, with LV Junyu's expressions and mannerisms worthy of recognition. But with Wang Yinghui's interruption, the take was ruined. They would have to do it again. Chapter 522, Beating Up a Superstar. Don't actually hit me, okay? Wang Yinghui had no intention of turning in his performance conscientiously, grumbling as he sat down. Now we have to do it all over again, seriously. So it was Junyu who called cut just now? Forget it, let's do this again. Action. And everything restarted. This time, Junyu was obviously much more cautious. When it came to that same moment, Junyu lightly raised his hand, delivering a purely symbolic blow to Wang Yinghui. And for that, Wang Yinghui dodged way before the hand even got close, then let out an ouch as he fell backward. Good heavens! Such a handsome and dashing Ling Hu Chong, the senior apprentice brother, and you portray him like a timid, petty commoner. Cut, 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 cut. Wang Hao couldn't take it anymore. He really couldn't bear to watch. He jumped up and pointed at Wang Yinghui, yelling angrily. What kind of acting is that? In the original setting, Ling Hu Chong, senior apprentice brother, is handsome and dashing, but in your hands, he's no better than a thug. What the hell are you doing? This cut couldn't feel more satisfying. At this moment, everyone was giving Wang Hao a huge thumbs up in their minds. The scene he'd just performed was simply unwatchable. Who the fuck are you? Waving your arms and pointing fingers. Watching a stranger take the liberty to call cut, Wang Yinghui immediately jumped up, pointed at Wang Hao, and began to curse. Director Yang didn't call cut. So who the hell do you think you are to strut around here? Do you even have the right to speak? I'm the screenwriter of this production. Wang Hao was truly enraged, striding forward and saying, I created this character. Your performance is nothing like the original character. If this protagonist is aired like this, My whole series will be ruined. Shouldn't I care about that? Holy shit, you're just a screenwriter. What do you know about acting? Wang Yinghui, usually accustomed to throwing his weight around, was now even more enraged, screaming, "Do you have any idea how many roles I've played? Do you, a dumbass screenwriter, have any acting experience? Do you know how long I've been acting? My remuneration is calculated by the minute. You think you can call cut whenever you want? Can you afford the cost?" He ranted on one side, while Wang Hao calmly walked towards him, with a face full of anger. "What? You want to fight?" Wang Yinghui took a big step back, looking at Wang Hao and shouted, "Don't come any closer. I'm warning you. With all these people around, what do you want to do? Get physical?" Wang Hao took 2 more steps forward, sneering coldly. "I'm indeed coming over, so what? I'm warning you." Wang Yinghui backed away again, shouting, "I'm a person with standing, a big star. You'll face serious consequences if you dare lay a finger on me." "A person with standing, huh?" Wang Hao stepped forward with a menacing smile, clenching his fists tightly. "A big star, huh?" As he said this, he swung his fist angrily. "I'm going to punch you precisely because you think you're someone important, because you think you're a big star." And with that, he landed a harsh blow on Wang Yinghui's handsome face. Wang Hao's shout was so intense that it made everyone's hearts race. With the punch, Wang Yinghui cried out, "Ow!" His entire right eye swelled to a dark bruise in an instant, and he tumbled under a table. What on earth was happening? Wang Hao had actually started a fight, and against big star Wang Yinghui. In that moment, the whole crew was completely stunned, and Yang Sholin was soaked in cold sweat, even forgetting to intervene. He knew very well Wang Yinghui's background was not to be trifled with, a scion of one of the Big Four families, a signed artist of one of the Big Four family's subsidiaries. Yet, pinned down by Wang Hao and getting pummeled. Sure enough, with Wang Yinghui pinned to the ground, he kept shouting, "You dare to hit me? I'm a signed artist of Fong Film Group. You actually dare to hit me? Fong Group, huh?" Bam! A fist landed. "A signed artist. Huh? Bam! Another punch. You think you're so impressive, huh?" With every word, Wang Hao threw another punch, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Yinghui was on the ground getting the stuffing beaten out of him. Wang Yinghui couldn't stop his pitiful screams, still finding the breath to challenge Wang Hao. "You dare to hit me? You actually dare to hit me? Just you wait, just you wait." "Oh, still talking back." Wang Hao stepped on Wang Yinghui's chest and cursed. "You dare to be so arrogant with your sorry attitude, thinking you can do whatever you want just because you have some backing? Your performance is like shit." As he spoke, another punch landed on Wang Yinghui's nose, which started to bleed profusely, as if a condiment shop had opened with a burst of every flavor. Blood was gushing down his nose. There was dead silence on the second floor of the tavern. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who would have thought the normally easygoing Wang Hao could suddenly turn so ferocious? Chapter 523. Wait for me. Is this even happening? The security guards at the scene were dumbfounded, staring at the spectacle in complete shock. To fight like this, do they pull them apart, or do they not? Yang Sholin was also dumbfounded, watching Wang Hao brutally beat the big star Wang Yinghui, listening to Wang Yinghui's incessant screams. The group performers at the scene were completely stunned. Lan Zihuang and her brother's jaws almost hit the floor, and LV Juanyos' eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. He opened his mouth so wide that drool dripped out without him noticing. Can you even believe what happened? A well-known celebrity, a big star often seen on TV, a popular star whom ordinary people might never get a chance to see in real life. Now he was being pinned to the ground and beaten by Brother Hao. And it was a fierce beating at that. Hear that thumping sound? Oh, it was awful to witness. After Wang Hao finished this furious beating of Wang Yinghui, he finally stood up. Damn, that felt incredibly refreshing. You dare hit me. You dare hit me. Wang Yinghui struggled up from the ground, glaring at Wang Hao as if he wanted to slash him 1,000 times. Really? Wang Hao cocked his head, looking at him with disdain, and scoffed. So I hit you? What about it? Wang Yinghui touched his eyelid, which made him shudder in pain. Damn my eyes, panda eyes. You just wait. You know who my backer is? I can't shoot in this state. Do you realize the consequences? Do you know how angry my boss will be when he finds out? I'm telling you, you're done for. The whole production crew will suffer with you. I have business dealings with the four major families in entertainment, and now, because of this image, their affairs will be delayed. Just you wait. Just you wait. Hearing this, everyone at the scene was stunned. Oh no, I completely forgot about that. Yang Sholin slapped his forehead hard and said anxiously, he's telling the truth. What do we do now? Crew members whispered among themselves. I remember now, I indeed heard that he has recently been in contact with the Fong family, one of the four big families. It seems like a significant collaboration. Yes, what do we do now? This just got serious. It's over, we're doomed. To anger someone from the four big families, the Fong family at that, we won't have a chance. Everyone at the scene was frozen. Seeing the trouble that had already erupted, Yang Sholin could only make a final effort. He hurriedly brought a chair for Wang Yinghui, speaking in a low and servile tone. Look at how things turned out today. Please have a seat. Take a seat. Seeing the drastic change in everyone's expressions, Wang Yinghui suddenly perked up, briskly sitting down, leaning back with great force, and even cocking his legs in a triumphant posture. Just then, his assistants heard the commotion and ran upstairs, with the leader shouting, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and get water. Where are the ice cubes?" Seeing the state of their young master, they exclaimed, "Who's been so bold to hit him like this?" The crew members were all bustling about, fetching water and grabbing ice cubes, causing complete chaos. Soon, with ice cubes brought in, Wang Yinghui, while icing his face, said, "Damn it, all of you are done for. We've got a big problem. Brother Hao, this might be troublesome," Lan Zihuang whispered to Wang Hao. "This guy has a strong backing. What do we do? What do we do?" Just as Lan Zihuang said this, Wang Yinghui, growing even more smug, possibly grimacing in pain from his smile, said, "All of you have to apologize and admit your faults right now, and only then will I consider letting the production crew go. But you," he pointed at Wang Hao, saying, "Today, I must settle the score with you. Nothing you say will work today, not even if you kneel and bow down. How dare you hit me? Even at this point, you still dare to be so arrogant? Just because you've got a bit of backing," Wang Hao said. "Still daring to talk back? Haven't had enough, have you? Serious beating series." He said this and rushed forward, aiming another punch at the left eye, and with a bang, Wang Yinghui turned into a complete panda. Both eyes ringed black, coupled with a bleeding nose. The sight was comically pathetic. "You still dare to hit me? Just you wait." Wang Yinghui covered his eyes, bellowing, "I will not rest until I get you today. What's wrong with hitting you?" Wang Hao stared at Wang Yinghui's eyes, disdainfully said, "The four big families, right? Fong Film Group, right? Who do you know? Just call them out." "Who do I know?" Wang Yinghui shouted. "Saying their names might even scare you to death. I could call any one of them, and they would crush you. This production crew is doomed. No pleading will work today. Enough talk." Wang Hao looked at Wang Yinghui, disdainfully said, "You know some big family, whoever you may. Call, just do it. Fine, just you wait." Wang Yinghui directly took out his phone, saying, "Just you wait. I'm calling my boss right now. I'm telling you, my boss Zhang Xiaodong. Ever heard of him? He's the top guy at the Fong Family Entertainment Group." Chapter 524, People. Lots of people. Zhang Xiaodong. Upon hearing this name, the entire second floor of the tavern exploded into chaos. "My God, no way. Zhang Xiaodong. That's the head of the Fong Film Group. He basically has the final say in almost all the Fong family's entertainment business. He practically covers the sky with one hand in the entertainment circle. It's over. It's completely over now. The head of Fong Film Group. Can't believe this guy's backer is him. I heard he only got involved with the Fong family because he helped shoot advertisements for them. Now it seems this situation is thoroughly doomed. There's no chance of turning it around." In the face of the surrounding chatter, Wang Yinghui grew even more smug. "Wang Hao, huh? A little screenwriter, right? Dare to hit me? I'm too good to even bother with you. Wait until our head arrives. Not just you. Even your whole crew better prepare to compensate me. If this doesn't leave you bankrupt, my name might as well be spelled backwards." Zhang Xiaodong. Wang Hao touched his chin, completely unconcerned, just shook his head. Hee. Sorry, I've never heard of him." Instantly, there was a sound of jaws dropping all around. Brother Hao, at this moment, don't be stubborn with your dying breath. Hurry and apologize. If you don't apologize now, once their head arrives, it'll truly be hopeless. Yo? Being stubborn like a duck, huh? You just wait. Wang Yinghui couldn't believe Wang Hao was still dazing there, even saying he had never heard of Zhang Xiaodong's grand name. Fine. You're good. Wait until I call over our head. Then I'll see how you hop around. I'll make you cry without seeing the coffin. Wang Yinghui then took out his phone. I'm calling him right now. He spoke and went to make the call. By this point, the crew was in total panic. That's Zhang Xiaodong, the top figure in the Fong family's entertainment business, one of the big four families. Let alone him coming in person, even one of his secretaries, who here wouldn't nod and bow, showering praises on sight. What do we do now? What do we do? Yang Shoulin was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, pacing around. If Mr. Zhang comes, today's issue is completely disastrous. Little Wang. Sigh. Young people are just too impulsive. Yes, what do we do? Makeup artist Lu Hong and production life manager Zhang were also sweating profusely. Previously, they had been manipulated by Wang Yinghui turning them around in circles, and Wang Hao beating him up did indeed feel incredibly satisfying. But now that he was calling over Zhang Xiaodong, this big shot, how could they possibly resolve this? Brother Hao, this is indeed tricky, Lan Zihuang frowned and said, I've met Mr. Zhang Xiaodong once before, and he truly is a significant figure. I've heard that even within the Fong family, he is influential. Wang Hao looked at Lan Zihuang, curious. You know him? Kind of just seen him. Lan Zihuang sighed and said, barely acquainted. When he gets here, I'll talk to him, hoping to resolve this incident. Indeed our little Huang is on our side. Why else do they say adversity reveals true friendship? Without mentioning anything else, just for that statement, brother will acknowledge your kindness. At this moment, Wang Yinghui was making that call. While he flaunted power toward people from the crew, his attitude during the call was completely different. Is this Mr. Zhang? This is Yinghui here. Mr. Zhang, I got beat up here by someone in this crew. Yes, please send someone over quickly. Yes, at the film and TV city. Right, bring more people. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhang. Soon after finishing the call, Wang Yinghui walked back triumphantly, plopping down on a chair and coldly sneered at Wang Hao. There's no escaping now. I've made the call. The people are on their way. I'd love to see what you're going to do. The whole second floor of the tavern quieted down in a snap. You could hear a pin drop. They're coming over quickly. What do we do now? We must run now. Today's matter could be big or small, but once those people really come, we won't be able to handle it. Seeing the entire crew worrying profusely about him, Wang Hao was absolutely nonchalant about it. Not to boast, but could someone scare him with their background behind them? What a joke. Director Yang, Zhang, Lu, little Huang, relax. Wang Hao wasn't worried at all. Sitting there, he cheerfully said, what I'm waiting for is for him to send people. If we don't thoroughly defeat him today, we won't be able to continue filming our show. Yang Shoulin and the others exchanged glances, nodding helplessly. Wang Hao was right. Since they had already fought today, they had to completely subdue this troublemaker. Otherwise, given his disruptive extent, they might not finish filming the show, but instead end up dissolving the team morale. Not to mention, live production manager Zhang was nearly driven crazy by his antics. Though that was the logic, the problem remained. Could little Wang truly withstand the mighty background of one of the four big families? After upsetting their man, could you really get away with it unscathed? Just as they were pondering this, a member of the crew ran up frantically and burst in shouting, No. No good. The tavern has been surrounded. People. Lots of people. Chapter 5:25. What? The restaurant is besieged? Upon hearing this, Director Yang Shoulin sprang to his feet, and when he reached the window and looked down, he was completely flabbergasted. Below the restaurant, there were at least a dozen cars parked, a fleet of Audi A6 LS, with about 24 men dressed in black looking like bodyguards standing beside the cars, surrounding a middle-aged man in his 40s. This. Yang Shoulin was sweating profusely, and now that he saw the extent of the situation, even someone who had experienced countless big scenes like himself was completely at a loss. What do we do? What do we do now? The others were also sweating profusely and were completely dumbstruck. There was no choice. After all, these were people from one of the four big families. Now that Wang Hao had beaten up Wang Yinghui, and Wang Yinghui's boss, Zhang Xiaodong Mr. Zhang, had personally arrived. Today's matter became difficult to handle. How do we handle this? How do we handle this? The entire crew was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, a whole bunch of people not knowing at all how to deal with this situation. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Wang Yinghui suddenly started laughing loudly, his laughter growing prouder and prouder, until he slapped his thigh wildly and arrogantly said, "My boss is here. Mr. Zhang is here. I want to see what you'll do this time. I want to see what you'll do now. Ha ha ha. Little Wang ah. You've really made a big mess this time." Yang Shoulin, anxious and agitated, turned to Wang Hao and said shakily, "Now they've come knocking on our door. How can you still sit there?" "Don't worry." Yang Shoulin was frantic, but Wang Hao wasn't worried at all. Smiling at Yang Shoulin, he said, "The one who laughs last is the winner. I'm not scared. What are you afraid of?" Boom. Just as Wang Hao finished speaking, the restaurant door was suddenly smashed open, followed by a large group of people rushing up. Whoosh. About 24 men in black opened the way, escorting the middle-aged man directly up to the second floor and lined up. "Mr. Zhang, to think you personally came over." Seeing Mr. Zhang arriving in person, Yang Shoulin hurriedly summoned the crew members. "Everyone, quickly get some water for Mr. Zhang. What are you all staring for?" Then he dashed over with a chair and carefully wiped it down with his sleeve. "Mr. Zhang, please have a seat. Please sit down." Mr. Zhang, a Fong film group, didn't even give Yang Shoulin a glance, but instead looked at Wang Yinghui with a bruised face and asked in a cold voice, "Yinghui, what exactly happened?" "Mr. Zhang, you have to stand up for me." Upon hearing this, Wang Yinghui dove forward like a tiger, completely disregarding his image as he clung to Mr. Zhang's legs, his face a mess of snot and tears. "Mr. Zhang, you have to stand up for me. I was just filming in this crew, and that person actually attacked me harshly. Look at what they did to me. Even my eyes are turning black." "I got it." Mr. Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly, then casually glanced at the crew members inside the restaurant, finally fixing his gaze on Wang Hao. All the people on the second floor of the restaurant, under his gaze, bowed their heads in fear, silenced as if in the presence of chilling frost. There was no choice. This time Mr. Zhang himself had stepped in. This was far beyond what this crew could control. Not to mention they had no ideas. Even if Boss Ren came, it would only mean being at someone else's mercy. Mr. Zhang ignored Wang Yinghui on the ground and just looked at Wang Hao, asking in a cold voice, "It was you who hit him? Mr. Zhang, right?" Wang Hao nodded with a smile, saying, "That's right, it was me who did it." "Mr. Zhang, you have to stand up for me." Seeing Wang Hao admitting it, Wang Yinghui cried even more miserably, "Look how I've been beaten. Both my eyes are turning black." "Mr. Zhang, they're not just hitting me, they're slapping your face. After all, I'm an artist under your company's wing. Even if they beat a dog, they should look at the owner. They're not giving you any face, Mr. Zhang." Hearing Wang Yinghui say this, Mr. Zhang's expression instantly turned grim. "Very good." Mr. Zhang looked at Wang Hao and said in a sinister tone, "Beating my man into this state. Where does that leave my face? He has a 2-year contract with us. How are we supposed to carry on our cooperation with him looking like this? Who is responsible for the damages?" Wang Hao looked at him. "Then what?" "Then what?" Mr. Zhang said in a cold voice. "Either you head to the police station, or you pay up. I'm a fair man. You choose." "Mr. Zhang, hello, I am Lan Zihuang." Seeing the situation turn sour, Lan Zihuang hurriedly stepped in front of Wang Hao and said, "There's been some misunderstanding here. Could you please let me explain first?" "You are Lan Zihuang." Mr. Zhang looked at Lan Zihuang. He had some impression of this female star, but only just a vague one. Frowning, he said, "I'm not interested in the cause of the issue right now. I only want to know how we should settle this matter." Hearing Mr. Zhang say this, everyone's hearts sank once again. This was clearly a situation where they were being denied a chance to speak. This was truly problematic. Chapter 526. What's the background of this young man? "Mr. Zhang, could you give me some face?" Lan Zihuang whispered pleadingly. "I'll ask him to apologize and then pay some money to settle this privately. Do you think that would work? Give you some face?" Mr. Zhang took another look at Lan Zihuang. "Sure, but he must pay, right? You can't just beat someone for nothing. First, the emotional distress compensation, at least 2 million, right? For the loss of my company's time, I'm thinking 3 million. The medical expenses will be less. I'll take that as 500,000. A total of 5,500,000, not a penny less. 5,500,000. The entire crew took a sharp intake of breath. That was an astronomical figure. How could Wang Hao, just a minor screenwriter, afford that kind of money? Brother Hao, why not just settle this matter with money? If you don't have enough, I've got you covered. Lan Zihuang desperately signaled Wang Hao with her eyes. At the very least, we need to get past today's incident. Don't worry. Wang Hao was a few degrees more impressed with Lan Zihuang. She truly was a person worth getting close to. He gently patted Lan Zihuang's shoulder and then looked at Zhang Xiaodong with a smile. What if I don't accept any of it? Don't accept any? When Zhang Xiaodong heard this, his brow immediately furrowed. Staring at Wang Hao, he said word by word. Then you'll have to face the wrath of the Fong family. You represent the Fong family? Of course, Zhang Xiaodong said proudly. I'm the one who calls the shots for the entertainment side of the Fong family. My word is the law. I'm telling you, the fact I'm asking you to pay is already giving face to Lan Zihuang. Otherwise, you'll go straight to jail, and this crew will be finished. Every person here will become unemployed. Oh, Wang Hao tilted his head to look at him, sarcastically said, Did Fong Wenbin know when you were saying all this? At those words, Zhang Xiaodong suddenly froze. Our young master? Yeah, Wang Hao said with a grin. Do you represent your young master? Does he know when you started making the decisions? This time, Zhang Xiaodong hesitated momentarily before looking at Wang Hao. You know him? At this point, everyone on the second floor of the bar looked at each other. What was happening? The script's plot seemed to be taking a strange turn. Could it be that Wang Hao knew the young master of the Fong family, one of the 4 major families? Mr. Zhang, don't listen to his nonsense. Seeing that Mr. Zhang was almost fooled by Wang Hao, Wang Yinghui clung to Zhang Xiaodong's leg, shouting, He's just a minor screenwriter. How could he possibly know people from the 4 major families? He's definitely using the young master's name to scare you. This time, Zhang Xiaodong was indeed a bit troubled. He glanced at Wang Yinghui, then back at Wang Hao, and frowned. This? So you don't believe me? Wang Hao took out his cell phone, unlocked it, and held it in front of Zhang Xiaodong. I happen to have Fong Wenbin's number here. Call him. I'd like to hear if he also thinks I'm delaying the Fong family's business. If he wants me to pay, Wang Yinghui roared. Who are you trying to frighten? If you knew the young master, would you still be here? You've certainly found a fake number to show off. Zhang Xiaodong also thought that Wang Hao was putting on a brave front, but after only a glance, his face turned white instantly. This. Zhang Xiaodong was completely on autopilot as he glanced at the screen, and he froze completely with just one look. Because on Wang Hao's phone screen, the mobile number of the Fong family's young master, Fong Wenbin, was clearly displayed. He checked the number several times in detail, again and again, and the conclusion he came to was that the number was real. It might have been all right if it were just the phone number, but crucially, he also saw the names of several other high-profile individuals. Zhao Zhenhao of the Zhao family, Jiang Feng, who often accompanied Fong Wenbin, Duan Yunyun. And that wasn't all. Zhang Xiaodong even saw the name of Ice Princess Bai Yining. What kind of background does this young man have? Zhang Xiaodong was both surprised and skeptical. A common screenwriter from a film crew needed to know so many high-profile individuals? It was simply inconceivable. You see, this mobile number was indeed that of the young master Fong Wenbin. Information only insiders would know. Outsiders were absolutely out of the loop. But to say it was just the young master's number was one thing. The fact that he had so many numbers in his phone. Are these real or fake? Zhang Xiaodong looked at the phone and then at Wang Hao multiple times, his mind incessantly pondering. It might be possible if there were 1 or 2, but so many. Can this be? Of course, the probability of it being possible was difficult to say, as it wasn't likely for such a young man to have so much clout. But Zhang Xiaodong was an old hand at this, and naturally, he wasn't going to directly discount the possibility. Wow, who knew you would have the young master's number? Zhang Xiaodong's face suddenly turned all smiles as he said, Coincidentally, I have something I want to discuss with the young master. You wouldn't mind, would you? Feel free. Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Just use my phone to call. I'm not too worried about a few cents in phone charges. That's good. That's good. Zhang Xiaodong took the phone carefully and dialed the number. As soon as the call connected, the first words that came from the other end completely shocked him. Brother Hao, what's the situation? Fong Wenbin's voice came through directly. Got any good recommendations? Chapter 527. This has completely subdued him. It was really the voice of the young master Fong Wenbin. The most crucial thing was, for someone with the status of the great young master to actually call Wang Hao Brother Hao. Zhang Xiaodong was so scared he almost threw his cell phone away. Desperately clutching it, he stammered, Is that the great young master? I am Zhang Xiaodong. Zhang Xiaodong. Fong Wenbin on the other side of the phone hesitated for a moment, then suddenly lashed out. How is Brother Hao's phone in your hands? How is my Brother Hao? Zhang Xiaodong. Let me tell you, if you dare to touch a single hair on my Brother Hao, I want your head. Tell him to answer the phone. Hurry up. As soon as Fong Wenbin finished speaking, Zhang Xiaodong's forehead was dripping with sweat the size of beans, his hands trembling. The entire second floor of the tavern fell silent. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. It all felt like a dream. Is this for real? Am I dreaming? It must be real. At that moment, Zhang Xiaodong shakily handed the phone to Wang Hao. Mr. Wang, look at this. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. Wang Hao responded with a smile. You go ahead with your business first, then I'll talk to him later. Brother Hao. Brother, please no jokes. Zhang Xiaodong was soaked through. You better handle this. The great young master is anxious, you see. How could he not recognize the voice of Fong Wenbin? At this point, there was no doubt left. The young man before him was way out of his league. All right. Now wasn't the time for joke, which could scare someone to death. Wang Hao knew when to stop and took the phone, smiling. Hello. Fong. How have you been lately? Brother Hao, are you okay? Fong Wenbin's voice from the other side was clearly scared. He cautiously said, Zhang Xiaodong hasn't done anything to you, has he? Oh, it's nothing. Wang Hao glanced at Zhang Xiaodong and laughed. Just a small misunderstanding. It's no big deal. That's good. That's good. Hearing that it was just a small misunderstanding, Fong Wenbin laughed. You gave me a scare. I was wondering who would dare to make trouble for Brother Hao. When are you coming back to Central Sea? Our family patriarch is looking forward to meeting you. I should be returning soon. Wang Hao thought for a moment and replied, probably in the next few days. Fong Wenbin. All right, we'll get in touch then. Oh, and Brother Hao, can you have Zhang Xiaodong? Take the phone. Sure. Wang Hao handed the phone to Zhang Xiaodong. Fong wants you. What can I do for you, great young master? Zhang Xiaodong asked nervously. Please feel free to instruct me. What Brother Hao says is as if I said it. Fong Wenbin's tone was nowhere near as friendly as when he had talked to Wang Hao. He coldly said, handle the rest yourself. Then, with a snap, he hung up the phone. The whole scene was dead silent. Everyone was baffled. They looked at each other, wondering, what on earth just happened? This always amiable Wang Hao, he had such influence? Even the Fong family's great young master was calling him Brother Hao. Brother Hao, I had no idea you were friends with the great young master. Zhang Xiaodong's whole expression had completely flipped, and he desperately groveled. It's like a flood has hit Dragon King Temple, and we don't recognize our own family. Wang Hao slowly put away his phone and said, well then, about this matter. Brother Hao. Zhang Xiaodong went over to Wang Yinghui and kicked him, shouting angrily, blind fool, did you think you could afford to offend Brother Hao? Wang Yinghui now looked ashen, not daring to utter another word. Brother Hao, Zhang Xiaodong pleaded urgently. Brother Hao, I actually came here to break a contract with this guy. I've heard all about his prima donna behavior. Our Fong family has absolutely no ties to this person, and furthermore, I'll use my own connections to completely blacklist him in the entertainment industry. It's okay, Wang Hao waved his hand casually. I'm not really one to hold grudges. This guy has been pulling all sorts of diva antics in our crew. Just tell him to act diligently from now on. Oh, and next time you should really go over that script properly. If I ever again hear that he's just counting 1, 2, 3, and 4, you know what to do. Yes, of course. Zhang Xiaodong gave Wang Yinghui another kick. Now, quickly think, Brother Hao. You're only in one piece because Brother Hao is magnanimous. If it had been me, I would have wiped you out without a second thought. Wang Yinghui, who was no longer as aggressive and domineering as before, meekly said, Thank you, Brother Hao, for your magnanimity and for not stooping to my level." The crew members around them all stared in amazement. Brother Hao was incredibly badass, completely subduing him. "All right, just act well in the future and skip the useless chatter." Wang Hao waved his hand, then turned to Lan Zihuang with a smile. "Little Huahua, thanks for speaking up for me just now. I don't know which company you're with, or if you're able to switch, but if you ever have any trouble, just go directly to Mr. Zhang." Yes. Zhang Xiaodong nodded eagerly. "Whatever the issue, just come to me. I'll make sure it gets resolved." Chapter 528. Lan Zihuang looked at Wang Hao, wanting to say something, but in the end she didn't, because she knew that with what Wang Hao had just said, she could now confidently walk sideways in the entertainment circle. Now that everything had been settled here, Wang Hao looked at Yang Sholin and said, "Director Yang, I heard that after a few more scenes here, we'll be going on location?" "Yes, we've almost finished shooting in the city." Yang Sholin sighed lightly, and then said, "Brother Hao, are you planning to return to Zhonghai?" Before, he had always called him Little Wang, but now even Zhang Xiaodong and others called him Brother Hao, so he had no choice but to follow suit. "Yes, our ice princess is also about to return, and I'd have to pick her up from the airport, right?" Wang Hao touched his chin. "Director Yang, in that case, if there's nothing else here, I'll head back to Zhonghai first. If there's anything you need, just give me a call. Transportation is convenient nowadays, and I'll make sure to come over as soon as you need me." "Okay." Yang Sholin nodded directly. "We'll keep in touch then." That's settled then. Now that everything was in order, it seemed unlikely that the crew could film any more scenes today, so Wang Hao went back to his hotel to pack. Speaking of which, having been here for so long, it really was time to go home and visit. Soon, after Wang Hao finally finished packing, Lan Xinglong had already been waiting downstairs. As soon as he saw Wang Hao, he hurriedly approached, his demeanor extremely eager. "Brother-in-law, you're down. Look at you, carrying all these bags. Is that all you have?" The prepared script went unused, leaving Lan Xinglong quite disappointed. No choice, though. He had thought Wang Hao would at least carry a few suitcases, and that would have given him, as a brother-in-law, a chance to impress. But Wang Hao just had a small backpack. No opportunity given. Wang Hao laughed and scolded. "Enough, you talk too much." At this time, the crew members were already sending him off, as Wang Hao had been quite helpful during his time in the crew. Now that he was leaving, they didn't know what to say. Wang Hao, Lan Zihuang stepped forward and, after many thoughts, summed it up in one sentence. "Be careful on the road." "Yes, don't worry." Wang Hao opened his arms and chuckled. "See, you make a usual thing seem so sentimental. Come on, give me a hug." Lan Zihuang opened her arms and gave Wang Hao a tight hug. Lan Xinglong sniffled from the side. "Such a great brother-in-law. Definitely needs to be made official." "All right, no need to see me off." Wang Hao smiled and waved his hand, then got into Lan Xinglong's modified Wuling Hongguang and said, "Keep busy. Call me anytime if needed." Everyone nodded together. "Okay." At that moment, standing in the crowd, Xia Sueki said, "Brother Hao, your car is still at the 4S shop. I'll stay here first, ready to drive it back when it's repaired." That's fine. Saves me the back and forth travel. You stay here then. You'll be able to help the crew too. I have some personal matters to handle when I get back. Our ice princess is coming back. Having a beautiful manager around really isn't convenient. Xia Sueki knew what Wang Hao meant. She grinned and winked at Wang Hao. "Brother Hao, call me anytime you need me." Rest assured. Wang Hao finally waved his hand. "I'm off now, bye everyone." Everyone waved back. "Bye." Then they were on their way. On the road, Lan Xinglong was nonstop talking. "Brother-in-law, look at my sister. She's beautiful and has a great personality. As they say, an older woman is a treasured brick. You two are really well matched." "Wang Hao, that's how you behave as a brother? Afraid your sister won't get married, or what?" Actually, I've already got someone I like." Wang Hao looked at the retreating roadside scenery and smiled. "If I say I like Miss Ice Princess, would you believe it?" Lan Xinglong took a deep breath, looking all listless. I knew this brother-in-law was going to be a tough catch. But he quickly recovered. but I'll still call you brother-in-law, huh? Wang Hao. Ah, Zhonghai, I'm back. Lan Qinglong kept accompanying Wang Hao until he reached the apartment building. Wang Hao thought about inviting him up for a meal, but he firmly declined. When you actually become my brother-in-law, I'll come. This bumpkin. Wang Hao laughed and cursed, then waved his hand. Drive. Safely. Talking about it. It had been so long since he had been home, he really missed it. Mom, I'm back. Wang Hao shouted as soon as he entered the door. I'm hungry. Bark, 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 bark. Little Bai howled and dashed out of the house. But seeing that Wang Hao didn't bring any food, it meowed and went back inside. This darn dog. Chapter 529. Stinky kid, you finally know to come back, huh? Mom, wearing her apron, came out from the house, wiping her hands as she spoke. How's everything at the set? Finished filming. Almost done. Wang Hao tossed his bag onto the sofa and took off his coat to help in the kitchen, washing vegetables as he said. Things are going pretty smoothly over there. I didn't see how I could be of any more help, so I came back early. They're planning to shoot on location now. Traveling all over the country must be tough. It sure is. Earning a bit of money these days isn't easy. As Mom spoke, she brandished her kitchen knife, chopping frenetically while saying, You're not in a rush to leave again this time, are you? Not in a rush. Wang Hao nodded and asked. Why? Is there something up? Not a big deal. Mom expertly heated the oil and threw in the vegetables, adjusting the flame as she spoke. It's about that house you've got. The property manager personally delivered the keys a couple of days ago. Your dad and I went to take a look. The house is pretty good and reasonably sized too. Huh, the house is ready? That was fast. I gotta go check it out when I have the time. Renovations. I must make sure to do a good job this time. Mom and Dad have worked hard their entire lives. They deserve to live in a nice house. That house is nice, huh? Hee hee. Wang Hao placed the cleaned vegetables aside, flicked his hands dry, and said, Speaking of which, I haven't actually seen the place myself yet. I really should go check it out tomorrow. Yo, stinky kid, you're back? Dad's voice came as the door opened, and he entered laughing. You little rascal, been gone so long, and you couldn't even call a few times. How's everything? Going smoothly? Not bad, pretty good. Wang Hao cheerfully walked out of the kitchen and said, I'm not in a hurry to head out again. How about we drink a bit tonight? Drink a bit, absolutely. Dad took off his coat and said, Now that you've got your house, what are your plans next? Renovations must be pricey, right? It does need quite a bit of money. Wang Hao nodded and replied, I'll go check out the house tomorrow first. Then I'll start looking into the renovation stuff. By the way, Dad, any suggestions about the renovation? What suggestions could I have? Do as you like. Dad grabbed some beers from the fridge, then sat down at the table, pouring a glass for each of them, and said, You youngsters probably have different tastes from us. If it were up to your mom and me, we'd say save where you can. Too much luxury isn't practical, but you're making a decent living. Now, so I'm not going to stop you. Do it however you want. Hearing Dad say this, Wang Hao paused for a moment. Dad, aren't you and Mom moving in? What would your mom and I move in for? Dad gulped down a beer and said, Us old folks shouldn't bother with that hassle. Wait until you get married. Don't live together either. Look at the Lee family in our courtyard. Always bickering since they live with their son and daughter-in-law. I'd be glad if you could live on your own. Why suffer together? You'd probably drive me crazy. That can't be that serious. Of course, Wang Hao understood Dad's underlying message. He just didn't want to trouble himself. Indeed, it's common for conflicts to arise after young folks get married if they live with their parents. I wasn't thinking comprehensively. All right, if not living together, so be it. Wang Hao also downed his beer and said, Let's leave that for later. For now, let's drink. Father and son each drained their cups. Damn it, speaking of which, I ran into an old classmate a couple of days ago. Dad finished his drink, belched, and said, That guy was showing off how great his son is doing. Even bought a mansion in Goldenstone Town for over 8 million. I saw his tail almost wagging to the sky. Oh, right, you know his son, Guo Wenming. Guo Wenming. Damn, hearing that name just hits me like a thunderclap. Guo Wenming. I knew him well back in high school when he was the student council president, always showing off and flirting with the girls. And now he's buying mansions in Goldenstone Town? So it's him. Mom had just served 2 dishes and Wang Hao stuffed a peanut into his mouth, chewing as he said, He's doing that well now? Not bad. He is doing well, Dad snorted upon hearing this. The important thing isn't just that he's doing well. He even had to mention you. Said you weren't up to it during school, and now that you've stepped into society, you need to work hard not to be left behind by the times. How can my son be left behind by the times? Thinking about it just makes me angry. Damn, this really happened? Wang Hao was almost speechless. How dare he mock my old man? Forget it, forget it. Wang Hao quickly refilled Dad's cup, saying, let others say what they want. It's none of our business, doesn't matter. Come on, let's drink. Drink. Dad gulped down another, then vigorously patted Wang Hao's shoulder. You're the one who makes your old dad proud. I thought to myself that my son's doing so well. Why should I bother arguing with him? Right. Right. Wang Hao eagerly poured more drinks. We won't stoop to their level. Chapter 530. Speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow arrives. The next morning, Wang Hao got up, washed up, got dressed, and then saw the note his mom left. No breakfast. Go out and buy some yourself, and walk the dog while you're at it. Wang Hao. So not even a month at home, and you won't make breakfast for me? That hurts. Little Bai, come here. Wang Hao called out into the house, then saw Little Bai toddle out excitedly. Let's go. I'll take you for a walk. Wang Hao put the leash on Little Bai, who, hearing it was walk time, started jumping around excitedly. No sooner had the leash been secured and the door opened than Little Bai bolted out. Woof woof. The excitement along the way was unbelievable, and Wang Hao had a tough time holding on. Slow down. You little rascal. Am I walking you? Or are you walking me? He walked onto the street with Little Bai. Speaking of which, today's weather was really nice, with a gentle breeze and bright sunshine. Light rain just after dawn, air neither dry nor damp, refreshing. Woof woof woof. Little Bai strutted down the main street with Wang Hao, high-spirited and commanding. Brother Bai is mighty. After strolling for a while, out of nowhere, Little Bai suddenly sprinted off. Wang Hao. What are you up to? Slow down, slow down. Then he saw Little Bai beeline toward a pancake and crispy crepe stand at the side of the road, barking underneath it. Hey, Little Bai's here. The vendor brightened up at the sight of Little Bai. Still the same pancake and crispy crepe without chili, right? Wang Hao. Damn, has this silly dog got so much clout now? A regular patron, aren't you? Well, since he has ordered his favorite snack, guess I have to satisfy him, right? Speaking of which, pancake and crispy crepes are a specialty of the Heavenly People's Republic. Since I'm here, might as well eat two. 2 sets, one with the usual amount of chili. Wang Hao said cheerily as he took out the money and handed it over, then chatted with the vendor. Does Little Bai eat here often? Oh, quite often, said the vendor, flipping a crepe and laughing. Your Little Bai is smart. When he came before, he knew to bark for food. Once, I was about to add chili, and he just used his paw to push the chili brush aside. The little devil had everyone around stunned. Geez, is Mr. Bai that awesome? Could he be a crossing dog or what? Wang Hao grabbed Little Bai by the scruff and shook him. Spill it. What kind of reincarnation are you? Little Bai, woof woof. Wang Hao was waiting when he saw a black BMW 5 Series pull up beside him and the window rolled down. Hey, isn't that Hauer? The person in the car looked at Wang Hao, surprised. Are you eating this in the morning? Huh, who's this? Why does the voice sound so familiar? Wang Hao turned his head to look and was momentarily stunned. Well, talk about speaking of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow appears. Grinning at him from the car was none other than Guo Wenming, the one his dad mentioned yesterday. It's Guo Wenming. Wang Hao greeted his old classmate, a former student council member, hurriedly. Look at you. Already driving a BMW? Haha. It's not bad, Guo Wenming replied, patting the steering wheel proudly upon hearing Wang Hao mention this. Just taking my wife to check out some decor stuff, and then I saw you here buying a pancake and crispy crepe. Oh, this is my wife, Zhongli. Wow, he's married now? Out of curiosity, Wang Hao peeked inside the car and indeed, he saw a young woman about 23 or 4 years old sitting in the passenger seat, who could probably rate 75 points on looks. Hi, hello, Wang Hao waved and said. I'm Wang Hao, was high school classmate, but we weren't in the same class. Hello. Zhongli nodded politely. After exchanging greetings, Wang Hao smiled and said, Gua, when did you get married? You never even told me. That's not very kind. Haha, got married last year. Guo Wenming took out a pack of Fu Ronglong cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Wang Hao, and they lit up together. Guo Wenming continued, "After I graduated, I joined a foreign company. My boss thinks highly of me, and my wife is actually his niece. He introduced her to me, haha." Impressive, impressive. Wang Hao was astonished. That's a match made in heaven. By the way, I heard you bought a house in Goldenstone Town. This was a topic that Guo Wenming was proud to discuss. He nodded immediately and got out of the car. Don't even mention it. Those house prices have rocketed so much. I initially planned to wait, but then a feng shui master had a look and the prices soared. It was a now or never deal. Feng shui master. Should I reveal my identity? Wouldn't want to cause a misunderstanding, right? Chapter 531. Stop blowing. It's getting dusty. Feng shui master? Wang Hao touched his nose a bit sheepishly and laughed. Actually, that's not much to talk about. I was just casually browsing around at the time. Who knew they would spread it all around? Wang Hao was being serious, though. When he went with Fatty to look at the houses, he really did discuss feng shui with everyone and even resolved some harmful influences. It was a real deal, nothing fabricated at all. But the problem was, when Wang Hao told lies, people tended to believe him more easily, and the more truthful he got, the less people believed him. Sure enough, Guo Wenming was exactly this type. Ha ha ha. Little Hao, you're still the same as when you were in school. Guo Wenming laughed heartily as he patted Wang Hao's shoulder. You still haven't kicked that habit of bragging? You a feng shui master? If you're a feng shui master, then I must be the president of the United States. We're all old classmates here. Who doesn't know whom? All right, enough with the bluffing. You're kicking up dust. Wang Hao, damn it. I'm never telling the truth again. Happy now? All right, fine, no more truths. By the way, wanting to decisively change the subject, Wang Hao asked, I heard from my dad that you spent over 8 million on this house. Not that much. Guo Wenming flicked some ash. All in all, it's just under 6 million. 120 plus square meters, 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms. Pretty good. Wang Hao gave a thumbs up. With that size, it must be spacious to live in. But the renovation must have cost a bit, right? Ugh, don't get me started. I'm fired up just thinking about it. Guo Wenming heaved a sigh. My wife insisted that we must renovate such a big house properly. So here I am, running around for this lately. Renovations are a money burner, seriously. Not to mention anything else. Just a decent toilet costs over 10,000. My place has 2 bathrooms, so that item alone is over 20,000. And then there's the floor tiles. What Marco Polo, what Yeseli. Each piece costs hundreds. Also, that Toto bathroom stuff, just one basin costs over 10 grand. That's on the cheaper side, mind you. The home theater system I fancied, with wireless sound, just that costs over 60,000. It's too much. Wang Hao listened with his eyes wide open. He hadn't even heard of the things Guo Wenming was mentioning. You clearly don't know about these things, do you? Guo Wenming could tell from Wang Hao's expression that he was clueless and shook his head solemnly. I thought so. You wouldn't understand. Little Hao, you need to push harder. Nowadays, a house goes for a few million and renovations for hundreds of thousands. It's not small money. If you keep on walking your dog and wandering about aimlessly like now, be careful you can't even afford to marry. Wang Hao, am I not ambitious enough? I'm practically working myself to death. Your dog is a mixed breed, right? Guo Wenming finally glanced at Little Bai that Wang Hao was holding, continuing to shake his head. Little Hao, I'm not trying to pick on you, but when buying a dog, you must get a purebred. Look at those who have dogs nowadays. They all have French bulldogs or English bulldogs, costing tens of thousands each. It's much more impressive to walk them. Your dog, is it a mix of Alaskan and Samoyed? Sigh, just not that good from the start. Anyway, eat up. I've got to go, still need to look at tiles. Saying so, he got into his car, closed the window, and with a press of the accelerator, he disappeared in no time. Wang Hao looked at the car, then at Little Bai. Mr. Bai, Wang Hao sniffled. That guy said you're a mix. Arf arf arf. Mr. Bai's barking changed as he furiously barked towards the direction of the car. Arf 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 arf. Wang Hao grabbed a pancake and took a huge bite. Stop barking, what's the use? No matter what breed you are, you're our Mr. Bai. Enjoy your pancake. Little Bai, meow, rubbing against his leg. This Guo Wenming, Wang Hao said as he ate and managed a smile. Hasn't changed one bit since high school, still the same old preachy bird. Inside the car. Was that guy just now your classmate? Zhang Li, Guo Wenming's wife, waited until he had driven some distance, and then spoke up. From high school. Didn't he say so? From high school, although we weren't in the same class. Guo Wenming nodded. He was pretty good at studies back then and looked decent too, quite popular. But his performance at the college entrance exam wasn't great, ended up at some no-name university. Just look at him now, walking a mixed breed on the street, eating street food. His level has completely plummeted. Less contact with that kind of person in the future, Zhang Li huffed. You can tell he's a small fry with no prospects. You shouldn't have spoken so much with him today. What if he knows you're wealthy and later comes to borrow money? Will you lend it to him or not? Do I need to be told that? Guo Wenming held the steering wheel, laughing in response. Don't worry, I have my limits. I'll tell you, people like him exist just to highlight our success. Isn't everyone afraid of comparisons? With us compared to him, it's like heaven and earth. Hearing Guo Wenming speak, Zhang Li immediately chuckled. You do know how to flatter, but you do have a point. Well, just remember, if anyone comes to borrow money, just don't lend it. Otherwise, I won't let it go. Chapter 532. Clearly, you've never seen the world. Speaking of which, not having a car really is inconvenient for getting around. Otherwise, why do they say once you start driving, you can't do without it? The Maserati is over at the Jinhua 4S shop for repairs, and now Wang Hao has no car to drive, which really is inconvenient. Little Bai, come on, Big Brother is taking you to check out our new house. Wang Hao patted the fur on the back of Little Bai's neck and laughed. When it's time, I'll get you a new home, and you'll be a Villa District dog too. Huh? Meow. Mr. Bai rubbed against Wang Hao's thigh, proving his intelligence indeed was high, knowing to throw the plastic bag into the trash after eating a pancake and fruit roll. The others having breakfast were all astonished. Wow, young man, you have a really cool dog. Where'd you get it? I picked it up by the roadside. Wang Hao replied truthfully, almost making the diner's jaw drop to the ground. You can find such a clever dog on the roadside. Tell me where, I want to pick one up too. Wang Hao, could our Mr. Bai really be picked up just anywhere? Brother, that's because I was possessed by the fortune dice. Speaking of which, it really was time to use the fortune dice again to see what luck today would bring. Wang Hao pulled Little Bai aside, took out the fortune dice, and threw it on the ground. Good luck. Huh. Good luck again. It looks like today should still be a good day. Off we go to see houses. Hailing a taxi by the roadside, one quickly arrived, and Wang Hao waved his hand. Driver, need a ride. Get in. The driver, donning huge sunglasses looking all kinds of cool, also had an electronic cigarette dangling from his mouth. Where to? Off to Golden Stone Town to view some houses. Wang Hao got in with Little Bai, then hugged Little Bai in his arms and smiled. You know the place, right? I know. The driver perked up upon hearing the destination, giving a thumbs up right away. The houses over there are selling like hotcakes now. Let me tell you, some time ago a master did feng shui there, and that guy, he was like calling the wind and summoning the rain, turning beans into soldiers. It's said that the master is the 108th descendant of Ghost Valley. Really amazing. You're going there to view houses. That's choosing the right spot. Wang Hao, is my reputation really that big? Well, I must stay low-key. The key is even if I'm high-profile, no one would believe it. The property prices over there must be quite high now, right? Holding Little Bai, Wang Hao asked while stroking his fur. I heard it has risen to more than 40,000 per square meter. You haven't been there for a long time, have you? The driver shook his head decisively. 40,000 was the price a month ago. It's already up to 54,000 now, and people are really fighting over it. By the way, what kind of house are you planning to see? I suggest you buy a high-rise, as they have a smaller area. If you're looking at houses or villas, ordinary people shouldn't even think about it. Those are sky-high in price. I'm actually not going to buy. I'm just going to view. Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, I've already bought in the Villa District. Villa District? The driver glanced at Wang Hao. With amusement, buddy, you really like to joke. Anyone who can afford a house in the Villa District wouldn't need to take a taxi, would they? Your words make so much sense. Brother here is speechless. Actually, it was just a joke, Wang Hao smiled embarrassedly. I'm just going to take a look, you see. Can't a person pretend a little? No good. I must hurry and get the car back. Otherwise, whatever I say now, people will think I'm bluffing. Haha. Yeah, the driver laughed heartily. Actually, going there to broaden your horizons is good too. I had the fortune to visit once a while ago, and the houses there, so beautiful. I have no chance in this lifetime. But young bro, if you work hard, I reckon buying one in the high-rise district is still possible. Must strive. Hee hee. Wang Hao scratched his head. Sometimes you really can't tell the truth, and it's pretty annoying. Soon they arrived at the sales office, and Wang Hao directed the driver. Circle around from the front. The villa area is at the back. The driver muttered. Actually going to see the villas. All right, let's go. The taxi took a turn, passed through the townhouse area, and finally stopped at the entrance of the villa area's clubhouse for owners. Security from the villa area had already come out to greet him, and they were shocked to see Wang Hao. Master Wang. Master Wang, you've come? Please, come inside. Didn't Manager Zhao send you the keys already? Manager Zhao specifically instructed that if you came, we must treat you well. Sent them. Wang Hao took out the keys from his pocket and smiled. Here they are, and thanks to Manager Zhao for personally delivering them. It's really quite embarrassing. The driver was stunned, staring at Wang Hao dumbfounded and stutteringly said, Dude, you really have a house here? They even call you master? Before Wang Hao could speak, the security guard spoke first. You don't know? Let me tell you, this is that legendary master whose feng shui skills are unbeatable. You can tell you haven't seen much of the world. Go on, don't block the way. Damn, the driver slapped himself hard. If I had known he was the master, I would have sought more advice from him, sigh. Dejected, he drove off. Please, Master Wang, come inside. The guard was practically as obsequious as an ancient eunuch, leading the way for Wang Hao all the way to the clubhouse and even diligently opening the door for him. Please, master. This is as far as I can go. We security are not allowed to just enter the owner's clubhouse. Wang Hao nodded with a grin. All right, you get on with your work. I'm heading in. Once inside the clubhouse, Wang Hao strolled around, looking here and there. Manager Zhao had heard the commotion and hurriedly came out to greet him. Seeing Wang Hao, she smiled. Master, you've finally come. Did you get the keys? Got them. Wang Hao nodded and then casually asked, How are villa sales going? The prices must have gone up by quite a bit, right? They have. Mention this. Xiao Feng was extraordinarily excited. Just in this period, her commissions alone were substantial. Now the end units have gone up to 14 million, while the middle units are at 950,000. Looks like I'm also someone with 10 million in solid assets now, huh? The prices really have gone up. Wang Hao nodded again, and, looking at the model of the villa area, asked, How many units are left unsold? Now we only have 4 end units and 2 middle units left. Xiao Feng smiled. But we're not in a hurry to sell these now. Many customers have left deposits, so it's just a matter of who offers the highest price. I see. That's good. Wang Hao smiled and said, I'll just wander around a bit more. I'll go look at the houses in a bit. Manager Zhao, you go ahead with your work. Sure. Manager Zhao nodded. Just call me if you need anything. Soon after Manager Zhao went back to the office, Wang Hao spent some time looking at the model in the main hall of the clubhouse. Just as he was about to go look at the houses, he saw the clubhouse's main door being pushed open, and Guo Wenming walked in with his wife Zhongli. Chapter 5:33. As soon as they walked in, Wang Hao's mouth fell open in shock. Damn, is the world really this small? To run into them here. Clearly, Guo Wenming was also stunned to see Wang Hao there. In his mind, Wang Hao could appear anywhere normally, but showing up in this kind of wealthy area was absolutely abnormal. Little Hao. Guo Wenming looked at Wang Hao and said in astonishment, What are you doing here? I'm here to look at houses, Wang Hao replied, looking at Guo Wenming and his companion with curiosity. What about you guys? Are you planning to buy another one here? The houses in this area are beyond what we can afford. Guo Wenming started with a laugh, a look of pride on his face. We're accompanying Mr. Jiang to look at houses. He's quite a character, you know. He bought a house here, and we have been so envious. It's unbelievable. We've been nagging Mr. Jiang for days, and he finally found the time to bring us here to broaden our horizons. Mr. Jiang? Sounds like quite the big shot. Oh, is that so? Wang Hao said with a smile, nodding. Which building did Mr. Jiang buy a house in? Come, come, let me show you. Guo Wanming pulled Wang Hao to a scale model and pointed. See that one there? Building P15. His face was full of envy as he continued. This very building P15, our Mr. Jiang said. When the feng shui master reviewed it, he mentioned it had the best feng shui. See that tall building to the east? From a feng shui perspective, that's called Azure Dragon. It signifies nobility and great prosperity. This is all profound knowledge. You should learn a thing or two. Wang Hao, isn't this knowledge technically mine to begin with? It's that building. Huh, Wang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. That's amazing. Then we're neighbors. My house is P15-3. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, Guo Wanming's eyes bulged with disbelief. What's going on? Little Hao bought P15-3? How is that possible? Stop bluffing. Cut the crap. Cut the crap. Guo Wanming looked at Wang Hao disdainfully and said, why do you always talk big? Not to mention a house here starts at over 10 million. But what about building P15 now? Even for Mr. Zhang's sake, he had to spend 15 million to finally close the deal. The best location, and you're his neighbor? Yes, Wang Hao shrugged helplessly. I'm not fooling you. Enough already. Your mouth goes off like a runaway train without a straight moment. Guo Wanming shook his head like a rattle, firm in his disbelief, scoffing. If you could afford a house here, I'll eat the scale model. Come on, let's stop talking about this and go inside to take a look. Mr. Jiang should be arriving soon by my reckoning. As he led the way inside, his wife Zhang Li sneered disdainfully. Why does your classmate always spout nonsense? He wasn't like this before, but who knows what got into him recently. Guo Wanming stroked his chin. He must be green with envy seeing how well I'm doing, which is normal, I guess. Everyone feels jealous at some point. Let's leave him some dignity, don't expose him. Zhang Li said. Bah, why bother talking to someone like that? As the two ahead whispered conspiratorially, Wang Hao followed behind with Mr. Bai, looking around as he walked. After all, for Guo Wanming and company, visiting this place was just about satisfying curiosity and a change of scenery, but for Wang Hao, it was different. He was intending to move in. Truly befitting a high-end community, the villa area was filled with rows of townhouses, boasting deep red bricks and elegant architectural details. The overall landscaping of the community was also impressive, and most importantly, it was spotless, not a scrap of paper in sight on the streets. This is truly villa territory, Guo Wanming said admiringly as he looked around. It's completely different from our townhouses. Indeed, Zhang Li agreed with a nod. Alas, it's just too expensive for us. If we could live here, it would make life worthwhile. The three of them, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, made their way to Villa 15. Villa 15 was situated near the center of the complex, to the east. After passing the central fountain, they turned eastward and arrived. This is Villa 15, right? Guo Wanming raised his head to look at Villa 15 under the sun, impressed. What a nice house, so beautiful. It's definitely not bad. Having finally arrived, Wang Hao looked around, quite satisfied with everything. He started up the stairs with Mr. Bai, pulled out his keys, and began unlocking the door, laughing as he spoke. Mr. Bai, you'll be living here from now on. Is that okay? Mr. Bai, woof woof, rubbing against the leg. Holy shit, what's happening? Guo Wanming and Zhang Li watched Wang Hao take out his keys and open the door, their faces turning green with shock. Zhang Li's mouth gaped so wide, a duck egg would fit. Did little Hao really buy a house here? Little Hao, brother Hao, brother Hao. Guo Wanming's jaw nearly hit the floor as he hurried over, exclaiming, Is this really your house? Yes, Wang Hao replied with a grin. I told you so, but you wouldn't believe me. By the way, didn't someone say they would eat the scale model earlier? Cough, 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 cough. Guo Wanming almost drowned in his own saliva, saying, Just kidding, brother Hao, don't take it seriously. Geez, this house really is something else. This is what true high-end is. Now that Wang Hao was so impressive, Zhang Li had a complete 180-degree turn in attitude. Where was her previous scorn? She was like a completely different person. I told you brother Hao would be amazing, and you didn't believe me. Brother Hao, how much did this house cost you? Must have been a pretty penny, right? This one. Wang Hao touched his nose, looked around with the two of them, and said, "A little over 6 million, not bad. I bought it pretty early, he." 6 million. Once they heard this figure, both were completely dumbfounded. Guo Wanming exclaimed in awe. "Doesn't that mean you've already made over 10 million by now?" Zhang Li pinched his arm nonstop on the side. "Look at him. Look at him. This is what you call investment. Isn't comparing what makes people afraid? You don't realize it until you compare. Only then can you distinguish who the real successful ones are." "It's all right. I'm not planning to sell it anyway. It's worth whatever it's worth," Wang Hao replied, not making a big deal out of it. But truthfully, he was very satisfied with the house. The house is really good. Just install an elevator in the future, and it'll be perfect. "Look at him." Zhang Li pinched Guo Wanming's arm again. "He's even planning to install an elevator at home." Guo Wanming grimaced and said, "What can I do? Can we even compare? Look at his place. Almost 5 stories just for the driveway, and we only have 1. Wang Hao, walking Mr. Bai, watched the two make a fuss with considerable delight in his heart. "Little rascal, you tried to show off to my dad. Now who's slapping your face, huh?" After looking around for a while longer, they stepped out. Guo Wanming's arm was nearly pinched blue, his face the epitome of misery. Brother Hao. You see, there was a misunderstanding before." Guo Wanming scratched his head with a gloomy face, quickly trying to change the subject. "Why hasn't Mr. Jiang arrived yet? Isn't it just the way people can't stop bringing things up?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the roar of an engine sounded, followed by a red Porsche 911 charging in recklessly. "Mr. Jiang has arrived." As soon as the Porsche 911 came to a stop, Guo Wanming hurriedly jogged over, waving and calling out, "Mr. Jiang! Mr. Jiang, we're here." Wang Hao, holding little Bai, curiously looked over and was momentarily stunned by the sight. The door of the Porsche 911 slowly opened, and a young girl in a white sundress stepped out from the car. She was exceptionally beautiful. She looked to be around 25 or 26, with long hair draped over her shoulders, bangs hanging to one side, partially covering her eyes. A gentle breeze blew and her hair danced with the wind, creating an almost celestial aura around her. Her slim and long legs combined with her tiny waist and the delicate ankles were enough to capture everyone's attention in the blink of an eye upon just these features alone. Full bosom, slender wrists, a trench coat draped over her shoulders. Even Wang Hao, who was used to seeing the otherworldly beauty by Yinning, couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. What's going on? To encounter such a person here? The traffic was bad on the way. I'm late. Mr. Jiang nodded slightly, then looked up at the completed villa with a shaded gaze and nodded. Indeed, it's not bad. It wasn't anything special at first, but soon enough, there was something. Because just then, another person stepped out from the passenger side of the Porsche 911, Manager Zhao Fang. Master Wang, it's great you're here too. As soon as Zhao Fang got out of the car, she completely ignored Guo Wanming and went straight to greet Wang Hao. This is my best friend Jiang Jiang, and from now on, you'll be neighbors. Then she introduced Jiang Jiang to him. Jiang Jiang, this is Master Wang Hao Wang, the feng shui master I've often mentioned to you. Our villa complex is so popular now because Master Wang helped with the feng shui when we started. So, you are Master Wang. Hearing that the person before her was the mysterious to the extreme feng shui master, Mr. Jiang was taken aback for a moment, then promptly extended a hand. Hello, I've heard so much about you. My name is Jiang Huanyu, and from now on, we'll be neighbors. What does this mean? Master Wang. Guo Wanming looked at Wang Hao, then at Zhao Fang, and then at Manager Zhao, his brain not quite wrapping around the revelation. This little Hao is actually that legendary 108th generation heir of Ghost Valley, Master Wang Hao Wang. Good heavens and earth. Which divine sister is playing this joke on me? Chapter 534, Where to Reason. Brother Hao. Guo Wanming's voice trembled as he spoke. You couldn't be the feng shui master who changed the fortunes of the entire neighborhood, could you? When Guo Wanming said this, Zhang Li's gaze at Wang Hao had completely changed. Now, that legendary feng shui master had become a mythical figure. According to neighborhood legend, the feng shui master broke the evil spell for someone on the day, and the effects were just too obvious. Such a mythic and awesome figure turned out to be the young man standing in front of them, walking a dog. Is there any doubt about it? Before Wang Hao could speak, Zhao Feng affirmed from the side. I was there at the scene. Master Wang's feng shui skills were simply unbeatable. You really shouldn't doubt it. There was even a swindler there, who was left speechless by Master Wang's arguments. The feng shui corrections he provided were nothing short of miraculous. You might not believe this, but I've been researching feng shui these days. Alas, it's just not the same. My knowledge is too shallow. Sigh. If I could become a disciple of Master Wang, I'm sure I would sell houses much more successfully in the future. Is he really that amazing? Guo Wenming exclaimed. I heard that Master could practically summon the wind and call the rain. I've seen the video Sister Zhao recorded at the time. Jiang Huanyu joined in, her face full of admiration as she looked at Wang Hao. It was such a scene. Since then, I've always wanted to meet the Master. I never expected that he would become my neighbor. It's truly my honor, hee. Now, I feel as if I'm dreaming. Well, now that Mr. Jiang had spoken like that, what else could be said? Looking at Wang Hao, Guo Wenming stammered. Brother Hao, about all this. Please don't take any offense from what I've said before. He must smooth things over quickly, or if Brother Hao insisted that he eat a sand table, what would he do then? Look at you, making a big deal over nothing. Wang Hao smiled and then rubbed his hair. It's unnecessary. I never took it to heart. He genuinely didn't care. After all, being misunderstood was routine to him. Master, Jiang Huanyu clearly took feng shui very seriously. And now that the Master was right in front of her, she definitely wanted to ask for his advice. Of course, asking for advice shouldn't be for free, right? It was only proper to show some appreciation. Now that you're here today, and we're neighbors, I insist on hosting you at lunch. I need to ask for your advice on the layout of my house. What do you say? A beautiful lady is offering to take him out for a meal. That works. Oh, how could I possibly impose? Wang Hao chuckled and then decisively agreed. Sure, I don't have anything else on today. Shall we go now? Let's go, get in the car. Jiang Huanyu opened the car door and smiled. Tell me whatever you wish to eat today, Master. Your every wish is my command. Well, then I'll just graciously accept your kind offer, Wang Hao said, grinning as he got into the car holding little Bai. The Porsche 911 is said to seat 4, but the 2 seats in the back are really just for emergencies. Once Wang Hao and Jiang Huanyu were seated, it felt fully occupied. Jiang Huanyu buckled her seat belt and then called the others. Everyone get in. We'll all have a nice meal together at noon. Guo Wenming and Zhang Li had driven there, but of course, their car could not compare to the Porsche 911. Zhao Feng had her own Mazda. With transportation arranged, they set off. On the road, Wang Hao holding Mr. Bai casually asked, I heard Guo refer to you as Mr. Jiang. Do you own a company? It's not really a big deal, Jiang Huanyu replied while driving. My dad has a foreign trade company in the country, and I just hold a nominal position there. I have my own business, a bar called Fusion in the city center. It's pretty decent. Of course, it doesn't compare to what you, Master, can accomplish with feng shui. I have great admiration for your skills. Hearing the name, Wang Hao was immediately taken aback. Fusion Bar was one of the most famous bars in Zhonghai City. It had 5 luxurious VIP rooms, each with unique themes. With its luxurious and avant-garde interior design, the main floor was bathed in light from an integrated lighting system, visual systems, and reflective materials, filled with purple, silver, and blue hues that radiated throughout the venue. The fusion of surfaces manifested in the modern visual systems that displayed lines and spatial layouts, perfectly showcasing the scattered distribution of 36 booths. Fusion, as a party bar, could arguably be said to have reached the pinnacle, with smoke columns and grand lighting creating an enchanting, cloud-like effect. The luxurious dance floor featured a movable DJ booth, backed by 2 LED screens, with the front screen displaying 3-dimensional images. As the music played, the people in front of it seemed to be drawn into a futuristic space-time. LED screens could be seen all over the place, intentionally subverting trends with a sense of artistry to deliver the highest quality music experience, epitomizing the colliding forces of chaos, fantasy, and fusion. The soon-to-be open rooftop space on the 6th floor offered a breathtaking view of the entire Xinjiang at night. Wang Hao had only heard of such a bar and had never visited it in person. He didn't expect that today he'd share a ride with the bar's owner. It was quite the honor to speak truly. Wow, I didn't expect to meet such an important business owner today. Wang Hao quickly expressed his admiration. I had heard before that Fusion is ranked among the top 10 bars in Zhonghai City. But seeing the owner today, I think it's definitely selling it short to say top 10. It's got to be at least top 3. You're exaggerating. Jiang Huanyu demurred, clearly very pleased with herself. To be praised by a master felt completely different from the customary flattery of lesser figures. After this, we're neighbors, and whenever you come to my bar, everything's on the house. Jiang Huanyu hurriedly offered a good deal to Wang Hao, then curiously asked, by the way, Master Wang, you seem quite young. How come you're so good at feng shui? This question now. Of course, one mustn't tell the truth. Well, there's a bit of a story behind it. Wang Hao, holding Mr. Bai, started spinning a tall tale. When I was in high school, I went for a walk in the mountains once. It was fate, I guess. Back then I was young and fearless, swimming in the river. After I dived in, when I got back to the shore, I found a cave. Jiang Huanyu exclaimed in surprise. How coincidental. Yeah, it is, Wang Hao said with a chuckle. Out of curiosity, I went into the cave and guess what book I found there? What book? Jiang Huanyu blinked her beautiful eyes at Wang Hao. Don't tell me it was Ghost Valley? Exactly. Wang Hao nodded vigorously, proudly saying, the book was Ghost Valley's predictions, the 36 stratagems. Speaking of it, it's quite a pity. The writings of Ghost Valley are really a bit arcane and hard to understand. I studied it for nearly 8 years, only just grasped the feng shui part. The rest, well, I only got a slight understanding. Such a pity, such a pity. Damn, Brother Hao's fabricated story is just so awesome. A full 100 points. Sitting in Wang Hao's arms, Mr. Bai, woof woof. Wang Hao, crap you damn dog. At critical moments like this you better not let me down, you hear? That really is a pity. Jiang Huanyu also sighed with a feeling of loss. Ghost Valley's ancient book. What else does it document? Could you tell me about it? Of course, that's no problem. All these things Wang Hao could make up on the spot. Astronomy, geography, humanities, politics, physiognomy. Predictions, you name it. Especially physiognomy and predictions. Those are the real mysteries. Really, why else would women generally be interested in these things? The mention of physiognomy and predictions immediately piqued Jiang Huanyu's interest. Could you take a look at my fortune later? Or do some sort of prediction? How could I say no? Wang Hao immediately felt like he was floating. What should he examine? Facial features? Figure? Palm lines? Well now? Sure. Wang Hao agreed, without even a moment's hesitation. Holding little Bai in the car, he said with a laugh. Then I'll have a look at you later. But just to be clear, I'm not that skilled in this area, so don't laugh if I'm not accurate. Haha, why would I? Jiang Huanyu laughed, and then stepped on the gas. Don't worry, I have a lot of confidence in the master's abilities. Jiang Huanyu was after all a super rich and beautiful woman, not to mention on par with Bai Yining, but certainly no less than Jiang Ruyan, Wang Hao's apprentice. So the place she chose was also quite upscale. It was a very famous Western restaurant in Zhonghai City, Hai Bai Goga. Although Wang Hao had never been there, he had heard of it. To use the words of the famous gourmet Alvaro, the food here was unexpectedly delicious. The terrace was stunning, with a view that took in nearly half of Shanghai's nightscape and all its glitz. Chef Turley knew how to cook food in a modern, fun way that ensured guests would be delighted from start to finish. Of course, corresponding to its reputation, the food here wasn't cheap. But Wang Hao didn't feel any pressure. When dining with a beautiful woman, it was necessary to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor, and in the end, it was he who would be paying. Wow, Mr. Jiang is really something else. Guo Wenming parked the car outside and came over with his wife, marveling as they walked. To think it's this place. I've only heard about it, but never been. Zhang took a deep breath. At times like these, it's hard not to be overwhelmed by such a dramatic change in status and position. The young man she looked down on before, in the blink of an eye, owned a villa in one of the best villa areas, Golden Stone Town, had become a master, and now her husband's boss had to cordially invite him to dinner. Where could one even begin to complain? Chapter 535. Master Wang Hao, the Great Deceiver. Just go with this one. This restaurant serves really authentic steaks. Zhang Huanyu and the others parked the car and then led everyone into a private room. It was obvious she was familiar with the place, probably a regular customer. Even the waitstaff at this Western restaurant greeted her with beaming smiles. Mr. Jiang. Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh. Look at her, young and successful, both beautiful and wealthy. Then look at Guo Wenming and his wife who once acted all high and mighty, but now could only be little followers. Truly, some people just can't be compared. Let's sit here. Zhang Huanyu found a relatively quiet corner, and everyone took their seats. Actually, Wang Hao rarely ate Western food. He had been busy lately and hadn't frequented this type of restaurant. When it came to ordering, he was somewhat clueless. It's a Western restaurant, sure, but why make the menu entirely in English? Zhang Huanyu was obviously well-cultured, casually ordering several dishes off the menu in fluent English, leaving Wang Hao totally amazed. Stewed fish slices with brown sauce, French steak, creamed crab meat soup. She ordered several types of dishes in one breath, then passed the menu to Zhao Fong next to her. Clearly, Zhao Fong was not a regular here. She cleverly just said one word. Again. Wang Hao understood that word. It meant to order the same again. Sure enough, Guo Wenming and his wife both ordered the same and then handed the menu to Wang Hao, waiting to see how he would order. Normally, dining in this kind of Western restaurant represented the upper class, the elite, where ordering in English and dining elegantly with utensils like knives and forks was expected. But the problem is, others are others, and Weirdo Wang is Weirdo Wang, not to be spoken of in the same breath. That thing. Wang Hao flipped through the menu back and forth, then asked, "Do you have a Chinese menu?" "Yes, sir." The waiter nodded seriously. "Would you like me to get it for you?" "Absolutely." Wang Hao handed back the English menu right away. "A Chinese menu would be best. I can't understand English at all." Everyone around widened their eyes. Truly, the master is impressive, just so straightforward. The waiter quickly brought over the Chinese menu, and Wang Hao looked at it, very satisfied. This is more like it. Look how comforting the dishes on this menu look. I'll have the same as them. Zhang Huanyu, Zhao Fong, Guo Wenming, Zhang Li. You're like my own brother. If you're ordering the same, why on earth did you need to change the menu, dear heavens? The waiter almost laughed his head off after hearing this. He hesitated for a while, then finally nodded. Understood, sir. As if you could stump me, no way. The waiter then went on to report the order, while the chefs immediately started cooking, and the group began to chat. It was clear that Zhang Huanyu was very interested in metaphysics. She looked at Wang Hao with big twinkling eyes and asked, "Master, could you read my face? I've always wanted someone to do it, but I could never find someone reliable. All those charlatans out there. One even told me I can't marry until I'm 35, which I knew was nonsense. Could you take a look for me?" Once Zhang Huanyu finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Wang Hao, waiting to see what this legendary master would say. Face reading. Well, Wang Hao had read books about face reading and geomancy in the past, studying geomancy more thoroughly, but his knowledge of face reading was just average. That didn't stop him from confidently rambling on. This stuff is detailed in the teachings of Ghost Valley. Though it's profound and vast, I've only touched on it. My skills aren't sharp yet. If you'd like, I can just say a few things, and you can just listen casually, okay? Zhao Fong, Guo Wenming, and Zhang Li exchanged looks. Master Wang can read faces too. Sure, no problem. Zhang Huanyu nodded continuously, saying, "Then, Master, please tell me, how's my facial structure?" Don't rush. At this time, one must first drop some professional knowledge to bamboozle them. You can't just start off with this or that directly. It's too low-end. So Master Wang Hao, the Grand Deceiver, began from the beginning. Face reading, you see, is divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and master. So impressive. Hearing that there were 4 different levels, everyone present was instantly astonished. Not to mention anything else, this Master Wang Hao really seemed to know everything. Firstly, let's talk about the beginner level. As soon as Wang Hao opened his mouth, he captivated everyone with a steady flow of words. What does the beginner level include? First, the nose. Second, the eyes. Third, the spow's palace. Fourth, moles. Fifth, eyebrows. Sixth, ears. Seventh, mouth. Eighth, hands. The usual face reading analysis that we often talk about, like fortune-enhancing features, all fall under the beginner level. As soon as he spoke, he sounded so professional that everyone present was stunned. See that? The master truly has skills, not just blathering by sheer luck. I told you Master Wang is amazing, right? Zhao Feng said proudly. Jiang, you believe now, don't you? I believe. Jiang Huanyu looked at Wang Hao with a new respect. If this is just the beginner level, then what about the intermediate level? The intermediate level is a whole other realm, Wang Hao said, as the words just flowed naturally. First, the methods of face reading and various schools. Second, the overall view. Third, the analysis of the 3 stops and 6 governments. Fourth, the 4 outflows. Fifth, the 5 mountains. Sixth, the 5 elements face reading. Seventh, the 12 palaces of face reading. Eighth, the 13 parts to determine good and bad fortunes. Ninth, the prediction of annual fortunes. 10th, health. Warnings. So profound. Indeed, profound. A master is truly a master. His words carry weight. Brother Hao, you can predict annual fortune too. Guo Wenming stared with his eyes as big as eggs, focused intently on Wang Hao. Maybe you could take a look for me, Brother Hao. Brother Hao. Damn. With a beautiful and powerful CEO sitting across from you, who has time to read your fortune? With one comment, Wang Hao shut Guo Wenming down. Finish eating your sand table, and then I'll take a look, haha. Guo Wenming's face turned green. Brother Hao, please continue you first. As for the advanced level, Wang Hao started counting on his fingers, not worrying whether he knew them or not. His aim was to astound everyone first. First, the divine bone inspection. Second, the balance of hardness and softness. Third, the appearance inspection. Fourth, the state of mind inspection. Fifth, the eyebrow inspection. Sixth, the voice inspection. Seventh, the complexion inspection. Listen to that. Just the names sound powerful. Master. As an enthusiast in metaphysical studies, Jiang Huanyu's eyes sparkled. She stared at Wang Hao, excitedly asking, So, what level have you reached now? Have you reached the advanced level? I'm barely at the intermediate level, Wang Hao sighed, careful not to overcommit as this could corner him, so he casually chose intermediate as a safe bet. I haven't fully mastered the contents of the advanced level yet. After all, Ghost Valley's teachings are profound and extensive, and I would need at least another 10 to 20 years of study to possibly advance to a higher level. As for becoming a master, that I dare not even think about now. A master must encompass the strengths of all schools, and the critical materials like human ethics generalization, Tai Ching divine mirror, jade tube divine array. True balancing of face reading might have already been lost. It's truly a pity. Hearing Wang Hao to this point, some people were quite disappointed. It's tough to accept that the person most likely to become a true face-reading master couldn't achieve it due to the loss of books. Of course, Wang Hao said without batting an eye, laughing it off as he spoke unconcernedly. As they say, unexpected weather changes around us, and life's fortunes change day by day. People experience joy and sorrow, separation and reunion, just as the moon waxes and wanes. There's nothing perfect in this world, right? So if I can become an advanced face-reading master in this lifetime, I consider it a complete success. He even pretended to clasp his hands together in a prayer, actually embodying the aura of an enlightened sage. Master. After hearing Wang Hao boast, Jiang Huanyu wasn't able to wait any longer. However, being a CEO, she's relatively more thoughtful and wouldn't experiment on herself recklessly. She took out her phone, scrolled through it, and showed a photo to Wang Hao, asking, Master, take a look at this first. How do you feel about this woman's facial features? As soon as Jiang Huanyu asked her question, Zhao Feng and Gao Wenming exchanged a look. Here it comes. This was the moment to see if he truly knew his stuff. Let me see. Wang Hao took the phone, examining the photo carefully. The photo was of a woman whose overall appearance was quite good, but Wang Hao was struck with a sense of familiarity as soon as he saw her. It wasn't just a vague familiarity, but judging from her facial features, there was really Something noteworthy about this woman. This woman. Wang Hao scrutinized the photo on the phone again, then looked up at Jiang Huanyu and cautioned, Jiang, what I'm about to say might be a bit unpleasant. You can choose whether to continue listening now. Huh? Jiang Huanyu was momentarily stunned, but after a brief hesitation, she decisively nodded. Master, please speak your mind. I promise it won't leave this room. That's good. Wang Hao nodded, then pointed at the photo in the phone, closed his eyes as if contemplating, then said, if I'm not mistaken, this woman must have cheated within her marriage and even plotted to kill her husband while secretly transferring assets, right? Chapter 536. Master of Face Reading. Wang Hao. Wang Hao had barely finished speaking when everyone present was staring with their mouths agape, silent for a long time. Extramarital affairs and plotting to kill her husband while secretly transferring assets. What on earth is this situation? Normally when you read someone's face, don't you just pick out the nice things to say? You come up with such a heavy bombshell. What's going on here? Brother Hao, Guo Wenming, sitting by the side, was sweating cold with fear, constantly making eyes at Wang Hao. Could you please take another careful look? I think Mr. Zhang's friend shouldn't possibly be. He was truly terrified. Brother Hao, you can't play around like this. Mr. Zhang's friend. Declaring it so definitively, you wouldn't be able to turn it around even if you wanted to. Zhao Feng also nodded and said, yes, master. Could you possibly take another good look? No need. Wang Hao simply smiled and looked at Jiang Huanyu, asking, Jiang, you just tell us if this person is like this. My God. Jiang Huanyu was totally dumbfounded. She nearly jumped up from her seat. Master, you're really a deity. Jiang Huanyu widened her pretty big eyes, exclaiming in disbelief. This woman is a friend's wife, and she matches exactly what you said. Not only did she have an affair, but she also arranged a car accident that nearly killed my friend. And she has been secretly transferring property too. Master, how on earth did you see that? You're too amazing. Really? For real. The woman in this photo, is she truly that terrifying? For a moment, everyone present was stunned. The looks they gave Wang Hao were as if they had seen a ghost. Holy shit, Master Wang is so awesome. Does that mean he already sees right through us? Brother Hao, I'm completely convinced. Guo Wenming exclaimed. Brother Hao, how did you see it? Tell us about it. I'm so curious. Can you really tell so much just from the face? Wang Hao glanced sideways at him. Did he not know what he, Brother Hao, was capable of? Was the nickname King of Society for nothing? Do you want to know how I figured it out? This woman in the photo, she's a spitting image of Ma Xiaorong from the world we crossed from before. Oh well, it's actually quite simple to explain. Wang Hao cleared his throat, then put his cell phone on the table and began to elaborate. Let me tell you about it so you can know to stay away from such people as much as possible. Exactly. Jiang Huanyu nodded energetically, eagerly saying, Master, please tell us. How did you find out this woman was off? At that moment, everyone was looking at Wang Hao, waiting to hear him reveal the secrets betrayed by her facial features. Sure, no problem. Wang Hao nodded and, holding Mr. Bai, he began. First of all, when looking at a face, we must be objective and not just look at the flaws. We must also speak of the strengths. This woman here, with a full upper part of the face, surely didn't come from a bad family background, at least middle-class level. Then, deep nostrils without exposure. Such a nose indicates she isn't wasteful with money, quite tight-fisted actually. Thirdly, her ears are higher than her eyebrows, which is a very distinct trait, signaling that this woman is smart and scheming, and became famous early. Exactly. Jiang Huanyu now admired Wang Hao even more and said, You're spot on. This woman's name is Ma Xiaorong, and while her origins weren't too fancy, they definitely weren't poor. After marrying my friend, she didn't spend frivolously. She always kept a tight grip on money. She is indeed quite clever. Otherwise, my friend wouldn't have taken so long to find out she's been having affairs. Can it be this accurate? Everybody looked at Jiang Huanyu, with Zhongli being the most curious, asking, Mr. Jiang, how exactly was she caught? That was something everyone was eager to know, and Jiang Huanyu naturally did not hide it, saying, It was when my friend happened to go through her WeChat and saw the exchanges with a man So cheesy and explicit. My friend kept his cool at the time, didn't show much reaction, but later caught her red-handed in bed, and that cleared everything up. Holy moly! Hearing Jiang Huanyu say that, everyone turned their gaze to Wang Hao. Master Wang, you're too awesome. Heh. As I said, it seems that even though the world is different, people aren't too dissimilar. Wang Hao nodded gently and proceeded with the analysis. We've talked about the good. Now let's mention the bad. First off, her ears stick out, not hugging the head, which is characteristic of arrow feather ears. Arrow feather ears paired with phoenix eyes is good, but peach blossom eyes are undesirable. Women with arrow feather ears tend to be stubborn and have a strong desire for attention. That alone wouldn't be the issue, but she just happens to have a pair of peach blossom eyes. Peach blossom eyes mean great appeal to the opposite sex and lots of admirers. With the arrow feather ears already prone to seeking attention and paired with peach blossom eyes, naturally this would lead to a propensity for extramarital entanglements. Everyone nodded as Wang Hao analyzed. That makes sense. That makes sense. And then, her glabella, also known as the area between the eyes on the nose, which is also referred to as the spouse seat, is one of the parts that measure marital prospects. Wang Hao pointing at the photo and said, "Look, her glabella is sunken, indicating troubles in career or marriage. If there are also clear horizontal lines across the sunken glabella, then it suggests a high possibility of marital upheaval." Furthermore, to see the marital misfortunes in more detail, one can examine the yearly fortune on the forehead. The area representing the ages between 20 and 30 is shown on the forehead. Before 30, she was in her glory, marrying a wealthy man at a young age. One could say she was free from worries about food and clothing, with brand names by her side. This year, if I'm not mistaken, she just turned 30. From 31 to 34, she will experience the eyebrow fortune. Look here, her eyebrows are messy and unsmooth, indicating affairs and infidelity. Add to that the fierce look of her eyebrows. It suggests that in these years, there will be significant upheaval in marriage or career. Actually, if she had kept to the duties of a wife in the past and dedicated herself to her family, she would have definitely had a happy and fulfilling life. It's a pity that with all this turmoil, her latter years are probably going to be troublesome. Wang Hao's words ended here, and then several people in attendance all touched their own eyebrows and noses, praying that they don't end up like that. Otherwise, they would be ruined in society. Guo Wenming was particularly concerned and held Zhang Li's face, looking left and right while incessantly asking Wang Hao, Brother Hao, take a look at my wife. She's not like what you described, is she?" Wang Hao glanced casually and concluded directly, "Don't worry needlessly. Your wife's facial features are fine. Just remember that she shouldn't talk too much, lest troubles arise unnecessarily." Ah. Zhang Li was clearly alarmed, covering her mouth with her hand, her face filled with dread as she looked at Wang Hao. "Hee, kid, did you really think I didn't hear you talking about me at the homeowners clubhouse before? Humph, from now on you better watch yourself, or else who knows what kind of disaster might fly your way, right? Is there more?" Jiang Huanyu was also very anxious. Being a woman herself, she naturally feared having any negative facial signs and asked eagerly, "What about the other parts?" "Yes, of course, there is." Wang Hao nodded and smiled. "Take a look at her nose. Her nose type is called monkey nose, and people with such a nose might acquire wealth and status, but they're also likely to ruin their hard-earned good fortune and reputation with frivolous affairs. Especially her mouth, large with a thicker lower lip and showing gums when she laughs. Such women are often unfaithful and frivolous. If you look closely, her mouth is just like that, with a thick lower lip, unclear lip line, lips curled outward, gums visible when laughing, a mouth like blowing on a fire. Such women have no restraint in speech, adept at twisting truths, dishonest, unduly assertive, and not likely to stay committed. So, men encountering such women should be careful who they marry, or else ma xiaorong would just be another warning. When Wang Hao finished speaking all this, everyone present was frightened. Good heavens, there are so many interpretations to a person's facial features. This Master Wang really does seem to know everything, from astronomy to geography. Amazing. Master, I'm convinced. Jiang Huanyu couldn't stop herself from asking. Could you please read my face quickly? How is my facial appearance, good or bad? If there's anything bad, how can I remedy it? Having talked about someone else, now it was naturally time to talk about oneself. Zhang Huanyu's main purpose in bringing up Ma Xiaorong was to test how accurate Wang Hao was. After all, accuracy is the most important thing about face reading. Now that Wang Hao's face reading couldn't be more accurate, Zhang Huanyu's heart instantly hoped for the best. Reading the face of Zhang Huanyu, his female neighbor, was the real business, and Wang Hao started immediately. Don't be in such a hurry. Let me take a look first. Wang Hao naturally straightened Zhang Huanyu's face with his fingers, then swiveled it left and right. It was quite miraculous that Guo Wenming's image of the powerful female, Xiao, Zhang Huanyu, Mr. Jiang, was now as compliant as a little kitten in front of Wang Hao, turning obediently to any position he needed, fearing that Wang Hao might not get a clear view. Wang Hao examined carefully, then withdrew his hand and let out a long sigh. What is it? Zhang Huanyu was so frightened her heart nearly leaped out of her throat. Master, is there something wrong with my face? Good heavens, what am I to do? Guo Wenming, Zhang Li, and Zhao Feng all had their hearts in their throats, staring intently at Wang Hao, waiting to hear what he would say. How should I put this? Wang Hao suddenly smiled and said, It's not that your facial features are bad. They are actually too good. I hadn't noticed it before, but now that I've taken a close look, I'm even a bit startled by how good they are. Really? Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, Zhang Huanyu instantly felt relieved, then excitedly grabbed Wang Hao's clothes, shaking them fervently. Master Wang, please tell me, how are my facial features good? Tell me, please. Wang Hao, lady, please go easy. I'm going to get a concussion if you keep shaking like this. Chapter 537. The Smell of Gunpowder. A strong smell of gunpowder. Don't rush, Wang Hao said hurriedly. Look at you, everyone else is finished. Could yours possibly be bad? Mr. Jiang, Huanyu loved to hear this the most. She quickly sat up straight, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Wang Hao. Finally, it was her turn to be talked about. They say she has a good face for fortune-telling. First of all, we need to talk about the characteristics of a good female face, Wang Hao said in an unruffled manner. After listening to my previous analysis, I guess everyone is afraid of meeting a terrible woman like Ma Xiaorong. Since ancient times, us people from the Heavenly People's Republic value marrying for virtue and taking concubines for their beauty. Concubines, in modern terms, can refer to girlfriends, and some are also called mistresses, where beauty is sufficient, but a wife must possess virtue. What does it mean to marry for virtue? Simply put, it means to find a wife who brings prosperity to her husband, a woman of virtue and good fortune, especially so in wealthy and powerful families. So what does it look like to have a face that brings prosperity to her husband? Wang Hao began using Mr. Zhang Huanyu as an example. Firstly, let's look at Zhang Zhang's face. Wang Hao pointed to Mr. Zhang's forehead and said, the space between her eyebrows is full, meaning the shape of the forehead is very good, round and lustrous, which looks very comfortable. Then he continued downwards. These eyes, people often talk about phoenix eyes, almond eyes, peach blossom eyes, and such, but actually, Zhang Zhang's eyes are the standard time trend eyes. What? Are time trend eyes? Look at the shape of Zhang Zhang's eyes. They may not seem very large when you look at them from top to bottom, but they are very clear and the distinction between the black and white parts is distinct. The corners of the eyes tilt slightly upwards, altogether looking very elegant. The eyes are smiling, showing an air of elegance. People with such eyes are noble in appearance, gentle in temperament, and often accompanied by wealth and honor. Could it really be that good? A few people immediately started to stare hard at Mr. Zhang's eyes, making her face turn red with all the attention. It's not as good as you say, Mr. Jiang said in modest refusal, yet she was actually very excited. Master, hurry and tell me about my other features. The other features are also good. Wang Hao sipped his water with a smile, and then continued. Let's talk about the eyebrows next. Zhang Zhang's eyebrows are very nice too. The hairs are soft and smooth. This is called eyebrows longer than the eyes, no contrary eyebrows, signifying a lifetime free from worries about food and clothing. Then there's the high and straight bridge of her nose. which brings prosperity to her husband and herself. Your nose, Jiang, is also very beautiful. The bridge is straight without being too prominent, and there's fleshiness at the tip, indicating wealth and honor. He praised her so much, she was practically perfect. Mr. Jiang was grinning so hard she could barely close her mouth, chattering away. How can I be as good as you say? Is there more anymore? Of course, there's more. Wang Hao continued enthusiastically. Your lips curve upward, which is charming. This shows you generally have a positive mindset and don't engage in too much deceit. Your jawline is full, which predicts a satisfactory late life. Plump cheekbones mean wielding power without being sinister, which I don't even need to say. The fact that you get along with Guo and the others is proof enough, right? Exactly. Guo Wenming had authority to speak on this matter. Mr. Jiang is always so good to us. She gives us big bonuses every year. With him saying this, those present believed him even more. Oh, don't make me sound so good. Mr. Jiang playfully slapped Wang Hao, covering her face with embarrassment. If I turn out not to be as good, what am I going to do? The others burst into laughter. Zhao Feng teased. It seems our Jiang truly has the face of a noble lady. Comparing her to Ma Xiaorong earlier, the impression is all the stronger, such a stark contrast. Yes, indeed. Zhang Li also nodded in agreement. Mr. Jiang's facial features really are good. They're very pleasing to look at. I've been watching them for a long time, and the more I look, the more I like. She really does have the look of a joyful bride. Indeed. Guo Wenming wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to flatter, his head bobbing like a pecking chicken. It's true, Mr. Jiang looks like a lady of nobility, while that one is the epitome of a mistress. And that's why Mr. Jiang is so different from those flashy internet celebrities out there. Wang Hao said jokingly, I bet Mr. Jiang will definitely find a good husband in the future, a lifetime of worry-free happiness. That's for sure, no doubt about that. With that said, Mr. Jiang Huanyu was nearly ready to go buy some wedding candies on the spot. Master, you really speak so wonderfully. Mr. Jiang's face flushed with excitement. She felt making the decision to check out the houses today was truly smart and heroic. I'm so lucky to have met you today, Master. Now I have a lot more confidence in my heart. Everyone laughed heartily. After a little while, Zhang Li, who was sitting on the side, suddenly asked, Right, Master, I heard you say just now that you've reached an intermediate level and that you can see the fortunes of the upcoming years. Why don't you take a look at Mr. Jiang's recent luck? This could be interesting. Okay. Wang Hao immediately nodded. Then let me show my limited skills. As he was about to read Mr. Jiang Huanyu's fortunes, suddenly, from the side, a young man in a suit and leather shoes approached, looking to be in his late 20s, his suit crisp, his shoes shining bright, wearing a tie around his neck, a picture of success. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw Mr. Jiang Huanyu, expressing his surprise. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect to see you here. Talk about destiny. Huh, what's this? A successful professional suddenly appears? Mr. Zhang. Just now Master Wang had spoken highly of her fortune, and then immediately afterward a successful man appeared. So Mr. Jiang also felt it was indeed fateful. Even her greeting became more enthusiastic. I didn't expect to meet you here. Have you had lunch? Would you like to join me? Upon hearing this from Jiang Huanyu, Mr. Zhang was startled at once. What's the situation? The Jiang Huanyu, known as the strong-willed queen, is so enthusiastic today. Heaven and earth, has my luck and love finally started to pick up? Really, I can join. Mr. Zhang was surprised for a moment. Then without another word, he took a seat. That's wonderful. I was just worrying about feeling lonely eating alone. I'm truly honored to share lunch with Mr. Jiang today. The sudden intrusion of this guy threw Guo Wenming into a state of confusion, who whispered, What's going on? Sitting beside him, Zhao Feng shook her head. No clue. I almost forgot. Jiang Huanyu quickly introduced everyone. This is Mr. Zhang Baowen, a very famous financial analyst in the circle. I often consult him when I trade stocks. He's very capable. Then he solemnly introduced Wang Hao and the others to Zhang Baowen. This is Master Wang Hao. In the realms of feng shui and face reading, he can call the wind and summon the rain. Simply unstoppable. This is Manager Zhao Feng. the sales manager of Golden Stone Town. These two are colleagues from our company, Guo Wenming and his wife, Zhang Li. Mr. Jiang introduced the identities of everyone in just a few brief sentences, and Zhang Baowen quickly extended his hand. Nice to meet all of you. With the sudden addition of one more person at the dinner table, the atmosphere became a bit delicate. After sitting down, Zhang Baowen casually glanced around. Zhao Fong was a woman, an immediate pass. Guo Wenming brought his wife and was an employee of Zhang's company, naturally negligible as well. So that left only this Master Wang Hao, who knew what this guy was about and whether he was pursuing Jiang Huanyu. This required some serious analysis. Of course, as a very famous financial analyst in the circle, Zhang Baowen was far from those online celebrity Jezebels. He didn't take Wang Hao seriously at all, but chose to take a roundabout approach, shifting the topic. Mr. Jiang, have you looked at any stocks recently? Done any trading? Wang Hao, who had been enjoying the scene from the side, was surprised. This guy's not bad, straight away steering the conversation to his field of expertise. No matter how the situation evolves, he can claim to have an assured victory. Quite the pro. Sure enough, Mr. Jiang had not considered that angle at all. Upon hearing Zhang Baowen talk about stocks, an industry she was also involved in, she immediately laughed and replied, "Lately I haven't seen any good stocks, so I haven't been doing much." Mr. Zhang, do you have any recommendations? Now that the conversation had turned to his specialty, Zhang Baowen naturally had no issues. With a confident smile on his face, he said, "I've been researching a few, and I've had some modest success." Mr. Jiang, do you trade stocks too? Wang Hao looked at Jiang Huanyu and asked with a smile, "How much have you invested?" Huh, Mr. Jiang? What exactly is the relationship between this guy and Jiang Huanyu? Zhang Baowen felt a sudden sense of crisis, but quickly got over it. Is this guy trying to challenge me on this? The moment Wang Hao spoke, Zhang Baowen, who had already regarded him as his primary rival, glanced at him with amusement. Kid, an astrologer like you should stick to your superstitious tricks instead of embarrassing yourself here. You probably don't even know how to buy stocks, do you? It's not too much, just over 5 million. Some spare cash I had no place to put, so I threw it in, said Jiang Huanyu, taking a sip of water and laughing. Master, you know about stocks too? Right, you were about to tell me about my fortune for the year. Do you think I can make money from trading stocks? Does this gentleman also trade stocks? Zhang Baowen took over the conversation very appropriately, sizing up Wang Hao with a barely concealed disdain and said with a smile, I heard from Mr. Jiang that this gentleman is very skilled in feng shui and face reading. But as for stocks, relying solely on calculations might not cut it right. As soon as Zhang Baowen finished his remark, all eyes at the table turned to Wang Hao. The smell of gunpowder. A dense aroma of gunpowder indeed. Chapter 538. The awesome Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang had just had Wang Hao do a face reading for him, and at this moment, he held an exceptional trust in Wang Hao. So, when he heard what Zhang Baowen said, he immediately became disgruntled. Mr. Jiang, he said, the readings that Master Wang does are very accurate. I think that while technical analysis is important in stocks, predicting should not be completely overlooked either. You agree, right? Seeing Mr. Jiang defend Wang Hao like this, Zhang Baowen was momentarily stunned, then his brow furrowed slightly. The relationship between these two didn't seem ordinary, which was problematic. Speaking of which, Zhang Baowen was currently single. Ever since he had caught a glimpse of Mr. Jiang, he was instantly enamored. His presence here today, as if by chance, to encounter Mr. Jiang was, in fact, the result of quite a lot of effort behind the scenes. If such a great opportunity was spoiled by this so-called Master Wang, that would indeed be a huge loss. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, Zhang Baowen said, his face breaking into a sly smile, giving Wang Hao an amused look. I've been in this industry for a few years now, and I've seen countless so-called masters who can divine and calculate enter the market full of confidence, only to lose everything and leave defeated. After all, the money you're investing is real hard cash. If this master is only good at talking and you end up actually losing money, you'll have to foot the bill. His words were quite malicious, but they hit on the typical ruse used by many charlatans. Why didn't those acclaimed masters who claimed they could predict everything dare to enter the stock market? It was because they were simply unable to calculate it. Otherwise, Wouldn't they all be billionaires by now? Wow, I'm surprised you have such insight, Wang Hao said with a smile, looking at Zhang Baowen. Actually, I'm quite interested in this area too. Why don't you start by giving us a lecture, Mr. Zhang? To be honest, I'm quite curious myself. You must be really accurate at predicting stocks, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Baowen suddenly puffed up with pride. See, didn't I say he wouldn't dare? Just a charlatan from the streets. How could a swindler like that dare to make grandiose claims in the presence of a professional like me when dealing with something as intricate and ever-changing as stocks? However, since you're being smart about this, brother will show you a thing or two today. There's no harm. Of course, there's no problem, Zhang Baowen said with the arrogance of a victorious general, his face beaming with smugness as he spoke with a swagger. Since everyone's here today, I'll take this opportunity to explain. No matter what, I can assure all of you that you're entering the most valuable period of the next few years. This period could multiply your future income many times over, propelling you into a new realm of your stock market career. Wang Hao, oh my, could you make it sound any more mystical? Of course, since it's tied to wealth, no one here would complain about having too much money, right? So although everyone was quite cold towards him, they at least wanted to hear him out. Actually, I'm not one for empty talk and gossip, Zhang Baowen paused, then continued. What I'm going to explain today addresses just one question. How to use your existing funds, say 100,000, and solely through your own wisdom, earn your first 10 million. To put it another way, the distance from 100,000 to 10 million is how far? Wow, isn't that topic enticing? From 100,000 to 10 million. It's no exaggeration to say that everyone present could come up with 100,000. If you could really turn 100,000 into 10 million, you'd obviously have to listen carefully. Great, great. Guo Wenming's eyes shone with the gleam of gold. So, Mr. Zhang, how can we multiply our money? Wang Hao was sitting on the side, smiling as he watched Zhang Baowen. Please proceed with your performance, comrade. How can you turn 100,000 into 10 million? Zhang Baowen cleared his throat, beginning his indoctrination. This varies from person to person. For some, it's an insurmountable gap, but for a select few, it's actually very close, merely leaping over the 7 steps of 20, 40, 80, 160, 320, 640, 1280. The key lies in crossing the first step. The remaining process is the same, just repeating what you did the first time a few more times. Wang Hao was utterly flabbergasted. You make it sound so easy. What do you think this is, mahjong, where you can call double score just like that? 7 steps? If making money in the stock market was that easy, what would be the point of having a real industry? Then Zhang Baowen began his continuous chatter. First, let's see. 100,000 doubled, compounding the interest, just need to profit 10% 7 or 8 times in a row. If you have a highly refined and perfect trading system, and you earn an average of 5% per week, in 10 weeks that turns 100,000 into 260,000, minus the profits cut short by timely stop losses. Let's just count it as a double to 200,000. Repeat this 7 times, 70 weeks, and you go from 100,000 to 13 million compounded. There are 50 weeks in a year, minus holidays, stock consolidation periods, and times when you're out of the market. Let's again be conservative, cut it in half. Only 25 weeks, so 3 years is more than enough to go from 100,000 to 10 million. See, isn't that simple? What you're saying sounds simple enough, but as for actually putting it into practice, it does seem to make sense. The group exchanged glances, and that's when Zhao Fong asked, you mentioned something about a highly precise and perfected trading system just now. Do you have such a successful trading system? Hearing Zhao Fong's question, Zhang Baowen chuckled confidently and said, of course I do. If I didn't, what would I be talking about? Not only do I have one, but it's also currently the only one in the country that incorporates technical logic with philosophical thinking, and it's the best system tested in practice every day. I'm not exaggerating when I say that my system could blow those pieces of trash written by barely literate fools out of the water by dozens of streets. Holy shit, this guy's bragging is out of this world. If you're really that amazing, you'd be the world's richest man in the future, making even Buffett stand aside. Is it that powerful? Guo Wenming's eyes widened as he said, if you're that great, then why would you tell us about it? Wouldn't it be better to just make a fortune quietly at home? Hearing Guo Wenming ask this, Zhang Baowen felt even more proud. He even took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it up, squinted slightly as he took a puff, and then said, "The height of a person is always limited by their own perspective. As for what lies beyond their perspective, they can't understand." This is the typical mindset of the poor, using their narrowness to measure the vastness of the world, especially the intellectual world of others. It's like the ancient peasants who could only imagine the emperor as rich as can be, thinking under his bed must be stuffed full with giant radishes, believing counting money at home every day is life's ultimate pursuit. But what is human life but a fleeting moment? Quietly earning money is just so low level. How could it count for anything? Of all the great and famous people in world history, how many are remembered for their wealth? This act could score a 99 out of 100, and the missing point is to keep him from being too proud. This, Mr. Zhang, does make sense. Guo Wenming was completely dazzled as Zhang Baowen's image in his mind grew more elevated. Mr. Zhang's realm is indeed far above ours. Of course, Zhang Baowen went into full flow. The boundless universe harbors the stars, while time hastily circles the sky. In the alternating prosperity and decline of myriad things, fading flowers once flirted with the colorful insects. Heroes and generals are etched in bamboo and silk, while fishermen and woodcutters dance on the water. The ebb and flow of fortunes are but a dream through generations. A single paper can trap the past and present, unrolling the dominance of the world. This poem, A Riverside Immortal, encapsulates the innate limitations and the fleeting freedom of life in the universe, as well as the similarity and dynamic balance of life forms at all levels. Against this limitless backdrop, the grand battlefield where individuals and groups spin themselves in pursuit of interests unfolds. The characteristics of stock price movements are an extension of these limitations and similarities in the realm of strategic action. Wang Hao, damn, brother, you really know how to show off. Have you memorized A Riverside Immortal, or what? Zhao Feng quietly nudged Jiang Huanyu and whispered, "Has this guy always been like this, such a bragger?" "I hadn't noticed it before either." Jiang Huanyu glanced at Zhang Baowen, then at Wang Hao, and immediately said, "I'm going to test him out." "Mr. Zhang." Jiang Huanyu quickly took out her phone, opened the stock app, and asked, "Mr. Zhang, can you tell which of these stocks look better?" Actually, she wanted to see if Zhang Baowen was really as impressive as he claimed, but instead, Zhang Baowen cleverly passed the buck to Wang Hao. "Well, I think it might be better to let this master have a look first." Zhang Baowen placed the phone in front of Wang Hao and said with a smile, "Master, you've got the touch and the knowledge. What do you think about which of these stocks has a better outlook?" One had to admit, his strategy was absolutely ringing. That way, if Wang Hao chose correctly, he would praise the decision and take credit for it. But if it turned out to be wrong, then he could completely dismiss the charlatan and bury him underground, and give him a good stomp on top of that. Oh, why the formality? Wang Hao understood exactly what Zhang Baowen was up to, but he wasn't worried in the slightest. "Kid, I'm on a lucky streak today. Scared of you? Just wait. I'll show you how you won't even know how you die." Let me see. Wang Hao took the phone, randomly picked a stock that had suffered the biggest loss, and after pretending to examine it for a moment, grandly declared, "This one." Master Wang has chosen a stock. Everyone at the scene quickly looked over, and upon seeing it, their eyes bulged. The stock Wang Hao had picked was actually one that had hit the limit, pinned under hundreds of thousands of orders right at the limit down threshold. Such a stock was obviously a losing proposition, so clear that anyone, including fools, could tell buying it meant losing money. Chapter 539. This slap on the face really resonates with a smack. This. Zhang Baowen stared agape at the stock Wang Hao had chosen for quite a while before suddenly bursting into uproarious laughter. "Ha! Little bro, you are really funny. This calculation of yours is too amusing. Ha!" His laughter grew more and more exaggerated until finally, as he hugged Wang Hao's shoulders, he could hardly catch his breath from laughing. "You must be joking with me, right? With this stock, I don't even need to look. An idiot would know there's no future in it." Ah! Seeing Wang Hao actually choose such a stock, the few others present also started getting anxious. There's no helping it. Even someone who doesn't know how to trade stocks wouldn't buy this kind of stock. But he actually picked it. Isn't this giving others the opportunity to slap our faces? Master Wang this. Jiang Huanyu was also anxious. There was nothing to be done. Wang Hao had picked such a plummeting stock. Even if she wanted to help, she wouldn't be able to be of any use. Actually, it's no big deal. Wang Hao stayed totally unfazed. He smiled and took a sip of water, saying, I was just randomly picking he. I knew it. Zhang Baowen cleared his throat and said earnestly, Master, you might barely get by with reading fortunes, but when it comes to stocks, that's an absolute no-go. However, since the master has made his choice, let me analyze this stock for everyone. It will give the master a chance to understand what stocks are. He started explaining. First of all, this stock does have a trend. Zhang Baowen pointed at the stock and began his analysis for everyone. Let me explain to you the 4 types of K-line patterns. You see this little square here? This is called a K-line, and combinations of 3 K-lines can form the 4 most basic types of stock market trends: top patterns, bottom patterns, falls, and rises. What is a top pattern? It's when the high point of the second K-line is the highest among the neighboring 3 K-lines, and its low point is also the highest among these 3 K-lines, defined as the peak of the top pattern. So what is a bottom pattern? It's just the opposite of the top pattern, the high point of the second K-line is the lowest among the neighboring 3 K-lines, and so is its low point, defined as the bottom of the bottom pattern. This is what they call fleeing the top and scraping the bottom, referring to these tops and bottoms. Next comes the trend. If the bottoms of the 3 K-lines fall consecutively, that indicates a downturn. If the tops of the 3 K-lines rise consecutively, that's an uptrend. Logically speaking, a single K-line or 2 K-lines alone can arrange only upwards or downwards anywhere in the trend and cannot form a stable characteristic. Only 3 K-lines, having confirmed the final direction, can constitute a basic stable unit. Similarly, the trend's resultant force that we deduce later on is also based on the combination of 3 as the basic unit of stable direction. The top pattern, bottom pattern, rising, and falling are the 4 most basic units of stock market trends, equivalent to the primary unit in geometry, the point. Then, larger concepts such as lines, planes, and solids are all derived from the concept of a point. Similarly, any shape in stock market trends is a combination of these 4 basic units: top and bottom patterns, rise and fall. A finite classification of trend shapes will ensure a clear and precise categorization of the complex stock price movement, which also provides a basis for eventual mechanized trading. He truly lived up to being a professional-level financial analyst. His fundamental theory on stocks was impeccable, and even those without trading experience, like Guo Wanming and Zhang Li, could understand the gist of it. Having finished the basics of the theory, Zhang Baowen began to analyze the stock for everyone. Having discussed the theory, let's now look at this stock. You see, this stock has always been in a state of hitting the lower limit. Count back, hasn't it hit the lower limit 6 times already? This is a typical downward trend. In the stock market, everything can be analyzed except for trends that cannot be changed by an individual's power. What does this mean? It means whoever buys this stock now will lose, as nobody knows how many more lower limits are ahead. He said this and glanced at Wang Hao again, smiling and saying, Master, your analysis of this stock isn't that great. And that's just from a superficial glance. Normally, a professional analyst like me certainly wouldn't just look at the surface. Now let's take a look at the fundamentals of this stock. First, you see, the total assets of this stock are around 3 billion, yet last year's net profit was a loss of about 20 million. In the realm of loss-making stocks, it's clear that whoever buys will lose. No need to think about it. So Master Wang, if you stick to reading fortunes or something, you might manage. But with stocks, I suggest you better not say, He had just gotten to this point when his speech suddenly came to a complete halt. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw that the chips piled on the lower limit of the stock, in just the blink of an eye, were actually completely eaten up. And then, they saw a line begin to shoot up from the lower limit like a rocket taking off, and in the blink of an eye, it went from the lower limit to the upper limit. Then hundreds of thousands of orders nailed the stock sternly to the upper limit. Zhang Baowen, Jiang Huanyu, the other shocked onlookers. How is this possible? Zhang Baowen's eyeballs almost stuck to the phone screen as he shrieked in disbelief. What's happening? How can this stock reverse such a downtrend? It's impossible. I must be seeing things. Saying so, he took off his glasses, vigorously rubbed them, and then, after he put his glasses back on, the stock was still at the upper limit. Well, this is awkward. He had just said that the stock's various K-lines were bad and the fundamentals were poor, when in the blink of an eye, it hit the daily limit increase. His face was smacked so loudly it practically echoed. Wang Hao looked at him with a mischievous smile. Mr. Zhang, what do you think about this? This. Zhang Baowen was instantly sweating buckets. His mouth quivered, but there was no help for it. Once the words were out, he had to see the face slapping through, even if he had to get on his knees. He quickly tried to find a way back. Well, the thing is, if you look at this stock, there must have been some amazing twist for it to do this. I feel that this belongs to the unexpected events in the stock market. It doesn't have much reference value. I still believe in taking it bit by bit. Master Wang, Jiang Huanyu didn't bother with Zhang Baowen anymore. The way she looked at Wang Hao was now like the most devout believer gazing at their deity. She hurriedly said, I can't buy that stock now. Could you recommend another one? Sure. Wang Hao nodded, then grabbed his phone, randomly selecting another. This time, it wasn't a stock at its daily limit down, but one that had dropped 7 to 8 points. He couldn't be bothered to look at any K-lines or other such nonsense, just casually saying, How about this one? I feel it's pretty good. Okay, I'll buy it now. Jiang Huanyu said, preparing to buy, when Zhang Baowen promptly grabbed her phone. Hold on. Mr. Jiang, what just happened was purely accidental. Let me analyze this one for you properly this time. Grabbing the phone, he started to look it over. This stock's K-lines don't look optimistic. Look, it's broken several major support points and is sure to continue plummeting. Mr. Jiang, you can't be so impulsive. After all, it's several million at stake. One stop down could mean hundreds of thousands gone. Damn it. Like before, just as he finished his analysis, he saw that this stock too shot up, within 2 minutes rising from the 7 to 8 point drop straight to the daily limit. Increase. And just like that, his face was slapped again. Snap, snap, snap. Mr. Zhang. Jiang Huanyu was livid. Feeling like she had just missed out on billions in an instant, she said furiously, If it weren't for you, I would have bought it. Look, that's hundreds of thousands not earned. I. Zhang Baowen, dripping in cold sweat, stammered, I was just trying to make you be cautious. After all, the stock market changes in the blink of an eye. Brother Hao, I need your guidance. Guo Wenming, not caring for him any longer, clung to Wang Hao. Brother Hao, please pick another stock for Mr. Jiang. We've already missed out on 2. All right. Wang Hao laughed and nodded, then casually flipped to another stock, this time picking one that had already risen 2 points, saying, How about this one? I find it quite pleasing to the eye. Masters really are masters, huh? Picking stocks based on personal appeal and not analysis. Jiang Huanyu hastily began to place her order, given the rhythm just now. Any delay could mean missing out on hundreds of thousands. I refuse to believe this. Zhang Baowen was now completely frustrated. He decisively picked a stock he had always been fond of, saying, I'm buying too. Today I will show everyone what real stock market technique looks like. After quickly finishing his purchase, Zhang Baowen proudly shook his smartphone to show everyone, then analyzed while looking. Look at this stock. It has already broken through 3 resistance levels. It will surely soar like breaking bamboo. Plus, the fundamentals are good. It earned over 30 million last year. This is what you call a long-term stock. I've just bought about 300,000 worth. As for those few stocks the so-called master mentioned, they were just flukes. Wang Hao, it seems pretty average to me. Doesn't look as good as mine. Sure enough, no sooner had Wang Hao spoken than Jiang Huanyu exclaimed from the side. It's gone up. It's gone up. Master Wang is truly amazing. Zhang Baowen. Damn, it's gone up again. How is that possible? He was 1,000 times, 10,000 times skeptical, but one glance, and wasn't it just that? Another increase. And it wasn't over yet. The stock from before had skyrocketed from 2 points to hit the daily limit, and given the momentum, it looked set to continue the next day. But Zhang Baowen's stock, that was a tragedy. It's dropping. Guo Wenming shouted. Mr. Zhang, your stock is dropping. Chapter 540. What? Zhang Baowen panicked. He stared dumbfounded as the stock he had bought soared 3 points, and then suddenly crashed to the limit down. How is this possible? Zhang Baowen was sweating profusely. He had just bought stocks worth over 3 million yuan, and now he had lost over 400,000 yuan in an instant. This can't be happening. This absolutely can't be happening. Beads of sweat rolled down Zhang Baowen's forehead as he stammered. How can this be? Such a good stock. This is... He began to refresh the comment section under the stock listing, and once he saw the updated comments, he was completely stunned. It's over. Completely over. It turned out that a new message had appeared under the stock. Securities Regulatory Commission. This stock is suspected of financial fraud and is currently under review by the Securities Regulatory Commission. Financial fraud. Under review by the Securities Regulatory Commission. Having played the stock market for several years, Zhang Baowen understood what that meant all too well. If the listed company were found guilty of financial fraud, its stock price would undoubtedly plummet. A series of limit downs was inevitable. If that happened, the more than 3 million yuan he had earned with hard work over the years would be lost in the blink of an eye. Large beads of cold sweat dripped from Zhang Baowen's forehead. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? After all, that was more than 3 million yuan of principal, an amount not to be taken lightly. What do I do? What do I do? He muttered blankly for a while, and then, suddenly, as if driven mad, he lunged toward Wang Hao, crying out, Master! Save me, Master! You are omniscient and adept in divination. You must tell me what to do. Please show me a clear path, Master. Everyone around, including Jiang Huanyu, was flabbergasted. Just moments ago, Zhang Baowen, who had been quite arrogant toward Wang Hao, seemed almost ready to fall to his knees and beg for his life. Wasn't today's scene a bit too dramatic? Everyone felt that the plot was turning too quickly and that it was hard to accept. Well, Wang Hao stroked his chin. He didn't harbor any deep-seated animosity toward Zhang Baowen and believed in forgiving others when possible. It was fine to spare him losing 1 or 2 million yuan, truly. So Wang Hao touched his chin, then closed his eyes. Let me calculate for a moment. Just be patient. Then, Wang Hao began his calculations. 1 times 1 equals 2. 2 times 2 equals 4. 4 times 4 equals 8. 8 times 8 equals 16. While he muttered elementary arithmetic aloud, the people nearby couldn't stop exclaiming, Xiaofang, look! Only a master could make such a unique incantation. Guo Wenming. It's a done deal. My brother Hao can definitely predict accurately. His incantation once spoken must surely make the situation better, like swiftly flowing water after you slice it, and not turning back from 1,000 miles away. Zhongli. That's leaving at dawn from Baidi, surrounded by vibrant clouds, traveling 1,000 miles to Jiangling, returning within a day. You illiterate. Guo Wenming. Anyway, it's definitely settled. Jiang Huanyu was full of admiration. The master is really cool when he does his calculations. I've decided to follow the master from now on. I'll ask later if the master has time lately to come to our company as a senior consultant. Zhang Baowen at this point couldn't care what Wang Hao was muttering about. He was totally preoccupied with hearing what Wang Hao would conclude. Between 3.141596 and 3.141597, 6 plus 7 equals 13. 6 times 7 equals 42. Wang Hao shook his head back and forth, mumbling for quite some time, and finally, when everyone was almost at their breaking point, slowly opened his eyes. I have carefully calculated. Wang Hao touched his chin, assuming the air of a seasoned sage. If you want to quickly escape this bind, then within this half-day, there will be one and only one chance. The stock will break the limit down. It might even rise a little. You must quickly sell then. If you delay, you'll regret it for life. Okay, I got it. Zhang Baowen nodded frantically. If there's a chance, I'll run. I definitely will. By now, Zhang Baowen was almost ready to build a shrine for Wang Hao, considering everything he said was so accurate, almost godlike. The Western food had already been prepared and served, and they began to eat. But Zhang Baowen had no appetite at all, considering he might lose over 1 million yuan. How could he eat? His eyes were glued to the screen. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Master, you were so accurate. There's movement. Movement on the trading board." "Really? That effective?" They hurriedly put down their knives and forks and ran to look. Indeed, they saw the chips on. The limit down of the stock rapidly decreasing, and then the stock price began to soar at a breathtaking pace. "Good heavens, that's incredible!" Jiang Huanyu exclaimed. "The master was too accurate. It's really sharp. We have to keep this." Wang Hao, however, decisively shook his head. "No, no, no. I calculated carefully. Today's rebound is merely like the last glow of the setting sun. It will probably close it even. And remember tomorrow, the moment you can sell, take the chance and run, or else, you know what could happen." "Understood. I understand." This time, Zhang Baowen was completely convinced. "Master, master, please take me as your disciple, master." "Damn, take you as a disciple? Brother Hao, this is luck dice at play. You don't have this stuff. What can you learn?" "No, no, no." Wang Hao was just like the Bodhi patriarch from Journey to the West. "I've seen your physiognomy, and your personality is too flamboyant and extravagant. It's not suitable for you to engage in such intense activities. After you escape tomorrow, invest in a stable business. That's the right path." Everyone around was stupefied. Brother Hao was incredibly awesome. If he had a halo behind his head, he could totally go on a pilgrimage to the Western paradise. "Brother Hao is invincible," Guo Wanming exclaimed. "Did you see that demeanor? He's truly a master. With that style, he's definitely a terrestrial deity. Do I even need to say it?" Jiang Huanyu looked at Wang Hao with shining eyes. "A master indeed. The 108th descendant of Ghost Valley. He totally holds his own." After turning around at Ghost Gate, Zhang Baowen was completely convinced, both in heart and speech. Master's lessons are right. Once I'm out of trouble tomorrow, I will focus on transitioning to legitimate business, no more speculative dealings. If he had brought his hands together in prayer, people would believe he was about to convert to Buddhism. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, as long as you understand." "All right, go back and rest well. Your future life will have a different kind of brilliance." "Ha ha ha. Little buddy, trying to fight with your brother? You've hit a steel plate, haven't you?" "Understood. Disciple understands." Zhang Baowen quickly stood up, bowed deeply to Wang Hao, and said, "Thank you, master, for your mercy. I'll take care of the bill for today's meal. Disciple will settle it. May we meet again if fate allows." Jiang Huanyu, Guo Wenming, Zhongli, Zhao Feng. Oh heavens and earth! Who would believe what happened today? A so-called brilliant financial analyst utterly failed in front of Brother Hao. At the end, he looked as if he had just spared his own life. "Master." Jiang Huanyu stared in shock as Zhang Baowen went to the front desk to pay the bill and said in a daze, "Why do I feel like he's suddenly become a different person? Was today's blow a bit too much for him?" Zhao Feng chuckled and glanced at her. Jiang, do you even need to ask? He obviously had designs on you when he came, and now he's lost face so massively. He nearly blew his entire fortune. Isn't that shock grand?" "Ah." On hearing this, Jiang Huanyu was totally stunned. "He had designs on me? Didn't you notice?" Zhao Feng exclaimed in surprise. "Why else do you think he coincidentally turned up here? No normal person comes to this kind of place to eat alone. He must have known you were coming. So he orchestrated this chance meeting. Such deep scheming." Jiang Huanyu was clearly frightened. "He wants to pursue me? Lord, how could he entertain such thoughts?" Wang Hao, Guo Wenming, Zhongli. "Speaking of which, sis, you really are thick-skinned. How could you not notice something so obvious? Hey, why are you all staring at me like that?" Jiang Huanyu giggled shyly. "I never even thought about that. And besides, how could I be interested in someone like him? I am indeed a spouse-boosting type." "Yes, that sounds about right." The group began eating merrily, and after a bite of steak, Jiang Huanyu looked at Wang Hao and asked, "Master, I've been meaning to ask you, where are you employed now? Are you usually busy? Busy on usual days?" Wang Hao thought carefully. This needed some serious calculation. "Currently, there's no need to worry about the film crew. The house is down waiting for decoration. Our ice princess Mua Mua hasn't returned yet, and apparently, she's negotiating a big deal. Speaking of which, it seems I really don't have much going on recently. It seems I'm really not that busy. Wang Hao scratched his head with a smile. Why? Do you need help with something? We're neighbors after all. Just say the word. No, no, no. Not like that. Jiang Huanyu suddenly got anxious when she heard Wang Hao's words. I just thought, I'd like to invite you to be our company's advanced consultant, a consultant. Would you be willing? Of course, salary is negotiable, and I imagine, Master, that you're not short of money, but will still provide a salary. How about 100,000 a month? Right after Jiang Huanyu said this, everyone was utterly astonished. Oh my, did you see that? What's called awesome? This is truly awesome. Opening with an offer of 100,000 a month. Chapter 541. If you do this, the company might go bankrupt. Guo Wenming was baffled looking at Wang Hao. Such an envious expression. The starting salary was 100,000 per month. What did that mean? It was nearly 10 times his. He was only making slightly over 10,000 a month. Look at him, just look. Zhang Li pinched Guo Wenming hard on his arm out of frustration. A monthly salary of 100,000. Now that's what you call real strength. You always brag to me. Can you still brag now? Guo Wenming's face was full of gloom. No bragging anymore. I'll never brag again. Why even brag at this point? Look at his capability, then look at my own. From now on, I'd better keep a low profile. A consulting position. A monthly salary of 100,000. Anyone else would probably be unable to stop smiling. But Wang Hao stroked his chin, still hesitant. The position is no issue, just wondering whether I'd have to work regular hours. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked again. Oh my God, Master, you're my real master. With a monthly salary of 100,000, and you still wonder if you need to work regular hours? 100,000 a month just to employ an idler? Everyone was stunned by Wang Hao's question, but then Jiang Huanyu unexpectedly agreed without hesitation. No need to work regular hours. Just come and solve problems whenever our company encounters them. I know you must be busy usually, so we absolutely won't require you to just sit in the office every day. Everyone present was agape. 100,000 a month and no need to work regular hours. Oh my, this was just like a dream job. Could this be the legendary case of a fool and his money soon parted? No need to work regular hours? Well, then I can do it. Wang Hao finally seemed satisfied. All right then, I'll be an advanced consultant for your company and help solve problems when they arise. Deal. 100,000 a month, no work requirements, and all kinds of reluctance. But Jiang Huanyu was genuinely as happy as if she had found a treasure. She stared at Wang Hao, extremely excited. With the master working in our company, I predict our company's assets reaching over 100 million won't be too difficult. Who says it's hard to reach 100 million in assets? But either way, Jiang Huanyu was a straightforward and beautiful woman, so helping out at her company shouldn't be a depressing matter. Wang Hao sipped his lemon juice with a smile and asked, assets over 100 million, huh? That shouldn't be too difficult. How far are we from that now? Our total company assets are currently 60 million. Jiang Huanyu said excitedly. Master, can you predict how long it will take to reach 100 million in assets? 60 million to 100 million. Let's see. Wang Hao then started to pretend to calculate, his fingers swiftly moving as he recited. Yesteryear this day from this very place, by sunlight the lotus red sets apart from others. A waterfall drops 3,000 feet, as if the river of heaven falling to the east. Zhang Li whispered from the side. Isn't he reciting an ancient poem? But why does it feel off? Guo Wenming replied. Brother Hao is a master. What he's reciting are secret formulas, not just some old poem. You can tell you're inexperienced. What Brother Hao recited has deep meanings. Don't speak. Just listen carefully and feel it. Wang Hao continued his pretense, turning utterly into a charlatan. Red apricots grow beside the sun. For you today the humble door opens. I stride out the door, laughing skyward. No one knows it's the lychee that arrives. So-called transactions are but yin and yang opposing each other. Change moves as yin and yang flows. Qian metal, Dui metal, Li fire, Zhen wood, Sun wood, Can water, Jin earth, Kuan earth. Guo Wanming exclaimed, did you see that? Do you think Brother Hao is just babbling? I've heard about these. They're from the Book of Changes. So profound. This is definitely going to work. Jiang Huanyu stared wide-eyed, fixated on Wang Hao, waiting for him to announce the result. I've got it. Wang Hao, feeling he'd pretended enough, smacked his thigh hard. I've calculated it. At the earliest, in 3 months, or at the latest, half a year, Jiang, your company's total assets are bound to reach 100 million, and there might even be a substantial surplus. Reaching 200 million isn't impossible. Heaven, he really calculated it. Everyone present's eyes widened. In 3 to 6 months, the company's total assets could break 100 million or even 200 million. This was literally like waking up from a beautiful dream laughing. Master, you're really too amazing. Jiang Huanyu almost wanted to rush over and give Wang Hao a big kiss, quickly pouring him a beverage, her eyes shimmering like searchlights. Bless your lucky words. If our company's total assets really break 100 million, Master, we'll definitely give you a grand thanks. Ah, why be so formal? We'll be neighbors from now on, no need. Ah, sure. Wang Hao laughed heartily as he adjusted his hair, looking utterly cool. All that's easy to handle. So it's settled then? Shall I come over to have a look at your company tomorrow? Absolutely. Jiang said excitedly. Master, it just so happens that you'll be visiting our company tomorrow to check out the layout. I've always felt that things at our company have been a bit off lately. Master, you must help us adjust. Ah, isn't that a piece of cake? Isn't it a snap for me? Sure, no problem. Wang Hao nodded immediately. Just send me the location tomorrow. I'll come to report at the company and adjust it for you. Don't worry. Those are just minor issues, not worth mentioning. Everyone cheered together. Master, mighty and powerful. The meal today was really satisfying. I even managed to snag a nominal position at the company, with a monthly salary of 100,000. This is really quite unexpected. Full and content, time to head home. Driving that Porsche 911 and dropping Master Wang Hao off at home, Jiang Huanyu was still in a very good mood. Today was truly a big win, being able to connect with this master. Not to mention, just with stocks, I could make hundreds of thousands. So thrilling. Time to go to the office and arrange a resounding title for the master. Humming a tune, I drove back to the company, parked the car in the basement parking, and then went upstairs. This company, left to her by her father, is located on the 8th floor of an office building within the East 2nd Ring of Zhonghai City. It's named Zhonghai Xinyan Foreign Trade Company. The company isn't very big, about 50 people in total, mainly involved in foreign trade of clothing, food transportation, and some other little trades on the side. No wonder breaking assets of 100 million isn't so easy. In this day and age, scoring a big contract isn't easy at all, especially since Jiang Huanyu is a woman. And sometimes that's the downside of running a business. A lot of CEOs see that she's young and beautiful and don't want to negotiate seriously. Being a very decent woman herself, negotiations often go well initially, but stall right before signing, as the counterparty with bad intentions refuses to finalize, dragging the deal into oblivion. It's just unavoidable. But now things should improve with the master here. Everything will be worry-free. Mr. Jiang, what's got you so happy today? As Jiang Huanyu reached the 8th floor and entered the main door, the HR manager Mr. Tang noticed that today's Mr. Jiang looked distinctly radiant and immediately greeted her with a smile. Looking at you, Mr. Jiang, you must have encountered something great. That's for sure. Jiang Huanyu smiled and then went straight into the HR office. Actually, Mr. Tang, I brought a real talent to our company today. He'll report tomorrow. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Wow, talent. Upon hearing this, Mr. Tang was immediately surprised. He asked while pouring water, what kind of talent has made Mr. Jiang so happy? What position? How much is the monthly salary? Let me record it so I won't fail to recognize him when he reports tomorrow. This talent was not easy to invite. Jiang Huanyu recalled how Wang Hao dominated at the Western restaurant and made Zhang Baowen speechless and couldn't help but smile. The position I've arranged for him is a senior consultant at a monthly salary of 100,000. With a clatter, the teacup in Mr. Tang's hand dropped unsteadily to the floor, splashing hot water onto his feet. Ouch! Hot! Mr. Tang jumped around holding his foot and exclaimed, What did you just say, Mr. Jiang? Senior consultant. What kind of senior consultant is worth a monthly salary of 100,000? Good heavens! Doing this could very well bankrupt the company. Senior consultant. Monthly salary of 100,000. Mr. Tang's voice was loud, and the entire company's staff heard it. Whoosh. Instantly, a crowd gathered, eavesdropping at the door, whispering among themselves. Holy shit, really? A consultant with 100,000 monthly salary? What kind of talent deserves such a compensation? Am I dreaming? A monthly salary of 100,000. Isn't that salary too high? Exactly. I've been working here for 3 years, and my salary is nowhere near that. This guy comes in earning 100,000 a month. Is he that incredible? Does he have horns on his head or wings on his back? As the crowd outside buzzed with disbelief, Mr. Jiang threw out another bombshell. Not just 100,000 a month. I really struggled to invite him. Jiang Huanyu sat on a chair, smiling. He wasn't even willing to come at first. It was only after I agreed to his conditions that he reluctantly agreed to help us. What conditions? Mr. Tang felt as if today was just like a dream. What did you agree to? Jiang Huanyu chuckled and said, I agreed that he doesn't have to come to the office. We'll just call him up when we need him. As soon as she finished her sentence, the entire company's roof almost burst open. What? 100,000 a month, and he doesn't even have to come to the office. Chapter 542. Oh my gosh, there's such a move. The next morning, Wang Hao got up bright and early, got dressed, and did his morning routine of washing his face and brushing his teeth. Oh, speaking of today, it was the day to report to Jiangjiang Company. He really couldn't afford to be careless. After getting ready, Wang Hao took out his luck dice from his pocket. Let's see what kind of luck he had today. Clatter, clatter. The luck dice rolled and spun on the table before finally stopping. Unlucky. Wang Hao stared at the luck dice for a good while before carefully tucking it away. As the saying goes, fortune and disaster lie within a single breath. If I'm unlucky, then I'm unlucky. Anyway, it's not like I'm extremely unlucky. I can accept it. Wang Hao was actually quite calm about this result. The luck dice is a luck dice. After all, there are 6 sides. You can't have good luck every day, right? Leaving now, with his mood adjusted, off he went. Although today was an unlucky day, Wang Hao still felt fairly confident. Just a bit of bad luck. He knew the drill. He went out to hail a taxi, waited for half an hour, and didn't get one. Well, that was to be expected with bad luck, but it was a minor inconvenience, nothing serious. After waiting for an hour, he finally got a taxi. He was on his way. He told the driver the company address directly. Zhonghai Jinjiang office building. Got it. The driver nodded, started the meter, and then pressed down on the gas pedal with a vengeance. Half an hour later. Beep, beep, beep. Cars were everywhere. He had been betting on this road for almost an hour. Wang Hao looked at the taxi meter and broke out in a cold sweat. Master, is there something wrong with your meter? The fare keeps jumping like crazy. The driver gave Wang Hao a cold look. Haven't you taken a taxi in a long time? This is an air-conditioned ride. The starting fare includes an extra yuan, and then it's 1 yuan for every 3 minutes in a traffic jam. It's not like I'm ripping you off. Wang Hao. The fare had already jumped by more than 20 yuan while waiting in traffic. But bad luck can be. Understood. After all, he had money. These were all trifles. No big deal. After waiting another 20 minutes or so, they finally arrived. Oh boy, what a journey. Into the building now. Following the address given by Jiang, he headed straight to the 8th floor. Zhonghai Xingyun Foreign Trade Company. This was the place. As soon as he entered, the pretty receptionist at the door quickly asked Wang Hao his business. Good morning, sir. Are you here to discuss business or to see someone? This girl's pretty cute, fair, and beautiful. An example of like attracting like. Oh, my name is Wang Hao, and I'm here to report for duty. Wang Hao said while taking a look around the company. It was clear that the scale of the company was decent, not very large, with around 30 or 40 workstations visible. No wonder Jiang said the total assets were around 60 million. Indeed, not very big. But unexpectedly, as he was speaking, the receptionist suddenly froze. After giving Wang Hao a thorough once-over, she said, Excuse me, sir, but aren't you the renowned Master Wang Hao, the advanced consultant? She knows me. Yes. Wang Hao nodded. Mr. Jiang has told you guys about me. What are you doing? Before he could finish, he saw the receptionist's excited face as she grabbed him and then began to shout. Everyone, come quick. Master Wang Hao is here. Boom. It was like an earthquake. In an instant, All the young employees in the company gathered around, chattering away. Where? Let me see, let me see. Doesn't look all that special to me. So young and already earning a monthly salary of 100,000? I don't really believe it. Yeah, he doesn't seem that different from the average person, and he's so young. Does he really have such talent? Doesn't seem very reliable. The crowd surrounded him with their buzzing, and Wang Hao was sweating buckets. Excuse me. Please let me through. Let me through, folks. I need to go to the HR department to report. After saying this, the crowd finally made way for him. Once Wang Hao went in, everyone looked at each other. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and have a look. Right. Let's hurry and see what's going on. Move. A large group of people followed Wang Hao to the HR department and then gathered outside to watch. Wang Hao entered the Human Resources department, where the manager was a plump fellow around 50, sipping tea. Seeing Wang Hao come in, he immediately asked, "Are you that Wang Hao, Master Wang?" Wang Hao smiled and nodded, replying, "That's me. I'm here to report for duty today." "Right? I've heard all about it from Mr. Jiang. I'm Tang Yi, the HR manager. You can call me Manager Tang or just Mr. Tang." Mr. Tang nodded, then scrutinized Wang Hao from head to toe with a face full of disbelief. "Little Wang, I've heard from Mr. Jiang that you're quite something. I wonder what are your specialties?" "Specialties? Does writing novels, songs, and screenplays count?" "Not too bad." Wang Hao touched his nose and said, "I mainly specialize in feng shui and face reading." "Why do you ask? Is that so?" Mr. Tang stroked his chin and then slowly said, "Well, little Wang, it's not that I don't trust you, but you also know that the price Mr. Jiang is paying isn't low. You're joining our company as a freelancer who doesn't need to clock in. So, shouldn't you give us a demonstration? Look at how many people are watching outside. If I go ahead and just sign the papers without asking anything, I'm afraid the other employees might have some objections." HR manager Mr. Tang said this, and Wang Hao got it in a second. So he wanted him to show off a trick, huh? Simple enough, but unlucky for me today, whatever I show off might not be easily accepted by others. All right, Wang Hao shrugged indifferently. But let me just say, my fortune isn't looking so good today, so if anything happens, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Hearing this, Mr. Tang was visibly confused. He looked at Wang Hao up and down again, and curiously asked, "What do you mean by that? Are you saying you could mess things up when checking the feng shui? Now you just don't understand." Wang Hao laughed, then began to speak nonsense with a serious tone. "It's like the moon that waxes and wanes as people experience good and bad fortune. It's a rare thing to be perfect in ancient times. A person's chi fortune naturally has its ups and downs. At good times, going with the flow naturally doubles the effect of one's efforts. But if you try to reverse the forces of nature when the time is unfavorable, at best the chi fortune takes a big hit. At worst, one suffers illness or injury due to a major loss in vitality. So, you see, I calculated my fortune before leaving home this morning, and the sign showed my luck today is only going to go downhill. If you want to see what I've got, I can't promise anything good, only the bad." The people at the door were all stunned upon hearing Wang Hao's words. "Oh my God, is this even possible? Really? Can he bluff like that? Yeah, I've never heard of summoning one's own bad luck. Deserving of a master with a six-figure monthly salary, not following the usual path." Then, Mr. Tang was sweating buckets. Looking at Wang Hao differently now, he said, "You're not trying to avoid showing us by making up this bizarre excuse, are you? Fine, bad luck is bad luck. Whether it's good fortune or bad fortune doesn't matter to us. Just show us some of your skills." "That's your word then. I'll get started." Wang Hao glanced at Mr. Tang with a cheeky smile and stood up. "Let's take action then. If you can't stand it anymore, remember to shout, so I can stop." All right. Seeing that things were about to kick off, Mr. Tang stood up and led the way out of the office. "Come on, let's check out the master's style." With that said, the crowd outside started winking and whispering among themselves. Ha. We're really in for a treat today. Who knew this kind of thing could happen? I mean, isn't this Master Wang some kind of con artist from the streets? I am eager to see what this bad luck of his amounts to. Right? I've heard feng shui masters talk about adjusting fortunes, but it's my first time hearing one can bring on their own bad luck. The crowd buzzed with speculation, waiting to see how this so-called master would operate. Wang Hao then began striding around the company, muttering under his breath. Awaken the primordial forces, oppose at the drop of a hat. First set a small goal of earning 100 million. Friendships can go to the dogs. Life isn't just about the immediate needs. There is also poetry in the distance. Repeat the important things 3 times, say it 3 times. As he muttered this nonsensical string of words, the crowd following behind was rather impressed and bewildered. Is he chanting some spell that's needed for casting? It seems like it, so mysterious. Hey, do you think it'll actually work? Need you ask? He's clearly a charlatan. Just wait and see how he skulks away in disgrace. While others chattered away, Wang Hao continued his babbling. Look how handsome I am. Feels like I'm drained. Come at me. Let's hurt each other. I just want to be a quiet, beautiful man. Could have relied on my looks, yet I insist on my talent. After babbling for a while, he suddenly stopped in front of a large aquarium in the company, exclaiming loudly, Bingo! This is it. What's going on? Has he chosen his target? Little Wang, this aquarium, what about it? Mr. Tang asked curiously. Isn't the aquarium fine? Does it have a problem? Wang Hao took a glance at Mr. Tang, explained with a mischievous smile. Water represents wealth, you see. So, the best way to strengthen my fortune today is to move the water. You know what moving water means, right? It means changing the position of this water here. The crowd gave each other bewildered looks, and immediately a few strong young men stepped forward, smiling at Wang Hao. Master Wang, just tell us how to move it. We'll make sure to meet your requirements. Kid, whatever you ask for today will oblige. Let's see if you have any excuses left when we're done. Chapter 543. We are convinced. We are really convinced. Seeing everyone's expressions, Wang Hao knew these guys definitely didn't believe in his power. He snorted, even if you don't believe, soon you'll see just how powerful the fortune dice really is. Actually, it's simple. Wang Hao pointed directly at the company's entrance. All you need to do is push this fish tank to the position right in front of the door, right next to the reception desk. Understand? What's there not to understand? How simple is that? All right. Several people began pushing the fish tank. After all, it was a large fish tank, with several 100 kilograms of water inside. 4 sturdy guys pushed it, sweating profusely, until they finally got the tank into position. Everything is set, master. The guys gave Wang Hao a playful look and asked, So, when will this unfortunate event begin? They had already prepared to spend the day with Wang Hao. But unexpectedly, just as they finished speaking and before Wang Hao could respond, the company started experiencing misfortune, and it was a huge disaster. Squeak, squeak. Pop, pop, pop. Crackle, crackle, crack. They saw one of the company's printers first emit a burst of electrical sparks, making a squeak, squeak sound, and then it started smoking. And that wasn't all. As the smoke billowed, likely due to the high temperature, the papers on top immediately caught fire. My God, there's a fire. The whole office turned chaotic. Women screamed, and then a knowledgeable male colleague immediately unplugged the printer and shouted, What are you staring at? Go get water. With a rush, a crowd started frantically running to the water room to fetch water. This was initially just a small incident, but everyone forgot that today was Brother Hao's unlucky day, and moreover, he had specifically moved the fish tank. As you know, a fish tank in an office or home is considered an attractor of wealth, and Wang Hao had moved it to the entrance. If it were just that, it wouldn't be enough, but he had the fortune dice for protection. One of the dice's functions, which Wang Hao had recently discovered, is that it can naturally amplify the luck factor. So today was supposed to be unlucky, right? And wasn't the fish tank moved? That naturally meant even worse luck. At that moment, someone curiously asked, Huh? Why is there a wind? Then, everyone looked up and saw the air conditioner directly facing the printer suddenly crackle and then blow a gust of wind. This is bad. A girl pointed at the printer and screamed, The fire. The fire is getting bigger. The wind. That air conditioner is blowing. Oh, for crying out loud. Everyone stared dumbfounded as the burning papers were blown all around the room by the air conditioner, creating a spectacular scene. As they say, a little spark can set a prairie on fire, and once those papers flew up, who could stop it? Since the office was full of paper, the burning papers flew around. You couldn't tell where they'd land. And then flames started sprouting up all over the office. It looked like they were going to burn down the entire building. Put out the fire. Why are you standing around? Go get water, someone in the crowd shouted loudly. Forget everything else. Put out the fire first. Otherwise, if it gets bigger, our company is done for. Yes, yes, yes. Hurry and get water. Quick, quick. Go get water. Put out the fire. A large group rushed toward the water room, and by then the fire had significantly grown. People fetched water, others poured soda on the fire, and soon they nearly extinguished the flames. But they forgot that Wang Hao was a master, and when he said it was going to be an unlucky day, it really was. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The smoke from putting out the fire triggered the ceiling fire extinguishers, and then the entire office's ceiling sprinkler system began to spray water. My clothes are completely soaked. Good Lord, I just bought these clothes yesterday. They are Levi's. Cost me a lot of money. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My computer. The files I was working on are gone. You see, water and electricity have always been inseparable. Where there's water, there's electricity. Once the sprinklers started, the electrical outlets naturally got wet, causing a short circuit. And once there was a short circuit, crackle, crackle, crackle. All the computers in the company sparked a fire, light bulbs were broken, and the ground everywhere was covered with water. The employees were in total disarray. One by one they fell, slipping every few steps. Goodness gracious! Mr. Tang's eyes almost popped out of his sockets. This. Clearly, it wasn't over yet. With the 5 elements being metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Now it was a mess of water and electricity. The fire had just extinguished, and computers were fried. A mess lacking only wood and earth. Boom. After such chaos, the employees' desks, which had been perfectly fine, suddenly collapsed, spilling water, books, monitors, mice, keyboards, and computer towers all over the floor. During the fall, they knocked over some indoor flower pots, such as small cacti, and then someone ended up sitting on them. Ouch! My butt! Some who saw it covered their faces. Oh my God! You didn't even have to sit on it yourself to feel the pain. Seeing that a perfectly fine company turned uninhabitable in the blink of an eye was too much. Mr. Tang completely lost it, almost stuffing his hand in his mouth. After standing shocked for a while, he suddenly grabbed Wang Hao's arm, shaking it frantically. Little Wang, Master Wang, please stop all this. If this continues, our company will be totally ruined. There was no need to wait any longer. The company was already in big trouble. At that moment, everyone remembered Wang Hao, the instigator. One by one, they ran towards him like madmen. Master, please stop. We give in. We truly give in. Master, please spare us. If this goes on, our company will be finished. Master, we believe. We will never challenge your authority again. Oh, now you're scared? You see, if only you had known this from the beginning. Wang Hao stood like a fortune teller, leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed. If he had a pair of sunglasses and a cigar in his mouth, his look would score a perfect 10. Although he was also drenched and unlucky, that didn't stop him from posing. So you all believe now? Wang Hao said slowly. I told you, my luck today is bad. I can't do a good job. I can only amplify the misfortune. But you didn't believe me, and now, aren't you hurt? In the crowd, the one whose butt was pricked by a cactus believed the most, yelling desperately, I believe. Master, please cast your spell now. If you don't, our office will be uninhabitable. Okay. Wang Hao nodded with a grin and began to explain. This fish tank is a symbol of wealth attraction, so we just need to move the fish tank to a different spot. Now, people were completely obedient to him. Then those strong young men, drenched, asked urgently, Master, where is the best place to put the fish tank? If just placing the tank at the entrance had such a great impact, imagine if it was placed in a good spot. First, move the fish tank somewhere else. Initially, everyone's intention was positive, but Wang Hao naturally shook his head and said, Today is my unlucky day. Bad luck can't be reversed. So just move the fish tank anywhere for now. As for where specifically, that's a secret not to be revealed. All right. At this point, no one cared too much, and they clumsily moved the fish tank to another spot. Interestingly, as soon as the fish tank was moved, The continuously spraying faucet immediately stopped. The crowd was amazed. Master, this is truly incredible. Yeah, for such power from the master, not to mention a salary of 100,000, even 200,000 a month, is a steal. Absolutely. Master is too awesome. From now on, we're sticking with him. People were discussing animatedly, and now Mr. Tang, looking at Wang Dao, was breaking out in a cold sweat. Master, Master Wang, please don't take to heart how we've offended you in the past. Brother Hao, why would he take it to heart? It's not his company. But whether Zhang would take it to heart, well, that's not guaranteed. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse. Wang Hao had just thought of this when he heard a scream. Heavens! What have you all done? My company. What has happened to my company? Everyone turned their heads to see Mr. Jiang Huanyu, standing at the company entrance, staring dumbfounded at the disarrayed company, completely bewildered. What on earth is going on? I was only late for a moment, and the company turns out like this. Was there a mafia here for a shakedown? Mr. Jiang, listen to me explain. Mr. Tang was completely devastated, rushing forward, continuously shouting. Mr. Jiang, hear me out. There were reasons for this. What exactly happened? Jiang Huanyu looked around, growing more agitated. Mr. Tang, what have you done? Are you planning to run a swimming pool in our company for some extra cash? Look, there's water everywhere. Mr. Jiang, it's like this, Mr. Tang said, looking like a defeated rooster. Today, little Wang, No, Master Wang reported to work today. I was considering his high salary and wondering if he was really up to it, so I asked him to show us something. You asked Master Wang to show something? Zhang looked like he could strangle Mr. Tang. I offer such high salaries because there's good reason. Why wouldn't you believe that? How could anyone believe that? Mr. Tang muttered, then hurriedly said, At first I didn't believe. Then Master Wang said today was his unlucky day. He couldn't turn around the bad luck. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe, so he could only try to amplify the misfortune. Jiang Huanyu gaped. And then it turned out like this. How exactly did you cooperate with the master? Actually, we really didn't do anything. Mr. Tang spread his hands helplessly. We just followed the master's instructions to move the fish tank, and then, you see. Chapter 544. Master, please don't be impulsive. After hearing Mr. Tang's words, Jiang Huanyu was utterly speechless. This guy actually dared to challenge Master Wang's authority. Does he not know that just yesterday, if Master Wang hadn't been lenient, Zhang Baowen's assets would have been slashed by half at least? But now it seemed all right. Apart from some office equipment damage, there were no other significant issues within the company. As for the office equipment, it didn't really matter. The stock bought yesterday had just been sold at the opening of the market today, earning a total of 12 percentage points. With a principal of 5 million, that one day had made over 600,000, more than enough to cover this hole. What are you all standing around for? Jiang Huanyu's queenly aura was bursting now, as she stood with hands on hips, directing the people present. Hurry up and clean up, or else soon you won't be able to use your stuff. As she finished her words, everyone snapped out of it and hurried into action. Seeing everyone busying themselves, Wang Hao said to Mr. Tang with a grin, Manager Tang, can I check in for work now? Of course, you absolutely can. Mr. Tang was breaking out in a cold sweat at the sight of Wang Hao. He pulled out a tissue and vigorously wiped his forehead, nodding continuously. Master Wang, please follow me. I will take you to check in right away. It was finally time to check in, wasn't it? Wang Hao followed Mr. Tang into the office, and then, the computer burned out. Master Wang, look at this. Mr. Tang felt like he wanted to commit suicide. He wished he could slap himself a few times. Why had he been so foolish to test him? The computer is burnt out. I can't register now. So let's do this. I'll take down your information with a pen for now, and enter it into the database once the computer is fixed. Wang Hao actually felt quite embarrassed. Okay, whatever works for you is fine. So they began the registration. Once registration was finally complete, Jiang Huanyu, who had been as commanding as a queen just a moment ago, was now quietly waiting by the door like a docile kitten, leaning against the door frame, her large eyes blinking at Wang Hao. Master Wang, do you have a moment now? Now that the registration was done, what could Wang Hao be busy with? Curiously, he asked, "Yes, what's up?" "Master, come quickly." Jiang Huanyu beckoned to Wang Hao, and when he approached, she whispered, "This morning I went to negotiate a deal, and it didn't go through. I was hoping maybe you could help me think of something." After all, they had just hired such an impressive person at the company, with a monthly salary of 100,000. It was only natural for him to help with business negotiations, right? But everyone in the company was stunned to hear this. Good heavens, today the master must be running into bad luck. If he were to negotiate a deal at this time, it could only get worse. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope before, but if the master went today, it was bound to be completely disastrous. Mr. Jiang. Quickly, a bald man stepped out from the crowd, cautiously saying, "Master's luck isn't good today. Maybe we should wait until his luck turns before going?" The man was Jiang Company's deputy general manager, surnamed Lu Kuan-yu, and he was quite a responsible person. Today he had witnessed the master's power for himself. He just hadn't expected its magnitude. Mr. Jiang wanted to go negotiate a business deal given the master's condition today. Wasn't that asking for failure? Yeah, Mr. Tang also chimed in, now one of Wang Hao's diehard fans. You see, the master has already been working hard today. Why not let him rest first? He truly feared that if the master went to the client's company, another scene like this might happen. If so, their company wouldn't be able to face the industry ever again. I would like to. Jiang Huanyu certainly understood what the two executives meant, but today's situation was obviously special. But the problem is, there are already 4 foreign trade companies talking to them. They are there in their office right now. My thinking was to ask the master's help. If we don't go today, tomorrow they'll have signed the contract. Then it'll be too late. It was that serious. Mr. Tang and Lu Kuan-yu exchanged glances, and Lu Kuan-yu asked softly, "Mr. Jiang, I still think it's better to be safe. How much is the deal worth? Let's just not pursue it if it's not viable." In his mind, if it was just a small order worth 10 or 20,000, it would be better to just let it go. After all, that amount might not even cover the fuss. Look at the company's current state. But the stakes were actually quite high this time. It's a deal for 5 million. Jiang Huanyu was anxious. It's not a small amount. To give up on a 5 million deal, that would be such a waste. 5 million. That was a lot. When they heard this figure, everyone present was stunned. That was 5 million. To land such a big deal once or twice a year would be considered quite good. Oh no, what should we do? Instantly, those around who heard about the issue became anxious. A deal worth 5 million. If that could be secured, the company's performance for the year could be elevated to a new level. No wonder Mr. Jiang personally went to negotiate this deal. With such a huge deal at stake, anyone would be anxious. To say the least, securing this deal could feed the company for several months. The deal is indeed big. Wang Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully, then smiled and said, "Okay then, I'll come with you to see what the situation is." Wang Hao had no sooner spoken than Lu Kuan-yu, Mr. Tang, and the employees of the company all froze in shock. Good heavens, could it be true? Was he really going to go? Was he seriously not joking? Master, please don't be impulsive. Now, everyone didn't disbelieve him. In fact, they believed him too much. With such an awesome guy heading over there, what if that company caught on fire? What if an earthquake happened? What if the building simply collapsed? Master Wang, hold on a second. Listen to me. Lu Kuan-yu broke out in a sweat as he hurriedly spoke. We can negotiate this deal slowly, and if push comes to shove, we can write them a check to buy some time. At least we still have something to discuss. But if you really go today and something happens, then there's no turning back. The people around them nodded in agreement. Exactly, Master Wang. Think twice before you act. Master Wang, please don't be impulsive. Why not have some lunch first? Right. Have some lunch, then take a relaxing bath. Wait until your luck turns around tomorrow, then we'll clinch the deal for sure. Listening to the surrounding discussion, Wang Hao helplessly shrugged his shoulders. What a joke. He was having nothing but bad luck today, and if he went now, there might still be a chance to figure something out. If he waited until tomorrow, no need to ask. By then, they'd have sorted everything out, and the goods might already be on the ship. Actually, Wang Hao had been pondering the working principles of the dice of luck during this time. Good luck needs no explanation, but there seemed to be something very mystical about this bad luck. For instance, today, It started with him being unlucky, but soon that scope widened. Did it mean that if there were no people around him, he'd be the only one unlucky, but if there were many people around, the bad luck would spread? Everyone, don't worry, Wang Hao said with a smile, brazenly showing off. Actually, bad luck can accomplish great things too. I have a deep understanding of this fortune, and I believe that there's at least an 80% chance of a successful negotiation if I go today. Just wait for my good news. At his words, people exchanged glances. You look at me, I look at you. Really? Is it that miraculous? 80% chance. Is it true, or is he just bluffing? If the master's luck was good today, I'd believe it, but he's unlucky today. Of course, they had their doubts, but the master had spoken. Who dared to object? The guy who got pricked in the butt by the cactus was still lying on the couch, yelling for his colleagues to help him remove the thorns. Well, Lu Kuan-yu was at a loss, hesitated for a while, and then said, "All right, but master, please remember not to overdo it. After all, Mr. Jiang is with you, and you have to ensure her safety." As if I needed you to tell me that. Jiang is my good neighbor. Don't worry, Wang Hao replied confidently, sending shivers down everyone's spine with his smile. Then I'm off now. After Wang Hao and Jiang left, the master and Mr. Jiang have gone. Nothing serious will happen, right? Who knows? Let's hope it doesn't get too messy. Hey, do you think that company's going to explode on the spot later? I think it's quite possible. I hope Mr. Jiang doesn't run into any danger. Once outside the company building, Wang Hao got into Jiang's Porsche 911. Master, are you sure it'll be all right? Jiang buckled up, then stepped on the gas. If there's no problem, I'll drive off. Should be no issue. Wang Hao nodded and also buckled up. Just remember not to drive too fast. I'm quite unlucky today, so it's best to be cautious. Okay. Jiang nodded, and then the two of them set off. Ironically, they didn't run into any significant trouble along the way. Even when they reached the underground parking lot of the company building, Jiang began to doubt her life. Master, are you really unlucky today? Yes, Wang Hao nodded. Why? Nothing. It just doesn't seem to add up. Jiang muttered under her breath, only to hear a loud bang from behind, followed by frantic car alarm sounds blaring. Woo, Jiang, and she saw a piece of ceramic tile fall from a wall, smashing right on top of her car roof. My car, Jiang almost cried out in distress. Could it be this effective? She had only casually asked a question, and it came true just like that. See, what did I say? Wang Hao sighed and gently patted Jiang's shoulder. You really shouldn't have doubted my luck today. You'd better call someone to handle this now. Chapter 545, Not Taking the Usual Path. He called the lawyer and contacted the insurance company. By the time everything was settled, nearly half an hour had passed. Master, I will never doubt you again. Jiang Huanyu still looked distraught when she entered the elevator. There was no choice. The influence of the master right in front of her was just too overwhelming. Any slight doubt about his capabilities turned out to be a slap in the face. Yesterday Zhang Baowen was skeptical, and look what happened. The total assets almost shrank by half. She had her doubts just now as well, and then her beloved car got smashed. It's really nothing. Wang Hao smiled and winked at Jiang Huanyu. The insurance company will handle it, so no worries. But you must keep your composure during the business negotiation later. The steadier you are, the better. Otherwise, if you panic, I won't be able to perform well. I know, Jiang Huanyu nodded. Reassured by Wang Hao's comforting words, she felt much better. After all, she was the CEO of a company with over 60 million in total assets. She was just a bit heartbroken just now. Such a small incident wasn't enough to cause her significant distress. The company they were visiting was located on the 16th floor of this office building. During the elevator ride, Jiang Huanyu gave Wang Hao a detailed introduction to the company they were visiting. The company we're visiting is called Yuanfeng Import Fruit Trading Company. Jiang Huanyu had obviously done her homework about this deal and spoke smoothly and fluently. This company mainly imports bananas, longan, and mangosteen from Indonesia and is quite sizable. This time, they've purchased over 40 million worth of goods to be shipped back to our country, and that's no small sum. As a result, several foreign trade shipping companies are currently vying for the contract, and the competition is fierce. Wang Hao was not very familiar with foreign trade transportation. He thought for a moment and asked, "Are these fruits usually shipped by sea or by air? I don't really understand much about foreign trade." True, each profession has its own specifics, and it was normal for Wang Hao to be unfamiliar with this area. Generally, fruits are shipped by sea. Jiang Huanyu explained without making a big deal out of it. Air freight is too expensive, costing about 17,000 yuan per ton. Such prices would significantly increase the costs, adding about 17 yuan per kilogram. Including other various expenses, the price of the fruit could end up nearly 20 yuan per pound at the customer's end. So most people would not choose air freight. "Oh, that's how it is." Wang Hao nodded and said, "It does seem that sea transport is more cost-effective. But given the extended shipping time, won't the fruits rot?" "That won't happen," Jiang Huanyu explained. "Imported fruits generally aren't picked fully ripe. That would be too late. The current practice is to harvest the fruits once their sugar content reaches a certain level. After harvesting, the fruits are stored in cold storage where both humidity and temperature can be regulated. Nitrogen is also pumped in to keep the fruits in a dormant state. The preservation conditions vary due to technological factors, but the ocean shipping vessels our company leases can keep them fresh for a year without any problems." Wang Hao smiled and said, "It's an eye-opener, really high-end, hee." During their conversation, they arrived at the entrance of Yuanfeng Import Fruit Trading Company. The customer service at the front clearly remembered Jiang Huanyu well. After all, it's rare to see such a beautiful lady. "Mr. Jiang, you're here. Our boss, Mr. Wei, is currently in a meeting in the conference room. Would you like to see him?" I'll just go to him directly." Jiang Huanyu nodded. She clearly had interacted with this receptionist often and didn't need to be too polite. She proceeded to enter the company with Wang Hao. As soon as one could see, Yuanfeng Import Fruit Trading Company was quite significant within the industry, capable of handling 40 million worth of goods in a single transaction. At that moment, about 20 people were working in the office. Wang Hao glanced briefly. The employees seemed in good spirits and highly motivated, especially a few who were on calls using a series of professional terms. Wang Hao couldn't understand much, but he could be certain that it wasn't just some fly-by-night operation. Knock, knock. At the conference room door, Jiang Huanyu knocked first before gently pushing it open and walking in with Wang Hao. Inside the conference room, 6 people were already seated, with a middle-aged man in his 40s taking the principal seat. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and a Rolex gold watch on his wrist and was holding a cigarette. He was likely the Mr. Wei mentioned by the reception. Beside Mr. Wei sat a young man in a suit and dress shoes, who was busy with something on a laptop, his role unclear. The other 4 people were seated on either side of the conference table, each representing different companies. The atmosphere among them was obviously very tense. At that moment, one of the young men was discussing with Mr. Wei. "Mr. Wei, you must be well aware of our Shuri Ocean Transport Group's scale and strength. We are sincerely looking to collaborate with you this time," spoke a young man in his early 30s, exuding confidence and composure, clearly a seasoned salesman. One could guess that ordinary sales reps wouldn't be allowed to handle such a large deal. "Little Chun, I am, of course, aware of Shuri Group's strong capabilities." Mr. Wei flicked some ash from his cigarette and smiled. "But the price your company is offering is still too high. As you know, there's not much profit in this deal for me. So pricing is, naturally, of utmost importance." At this moment, Jiang Huanyu quietly filled Wang Hao in. "This little Chun is a formidable salesperson from Shuri Group, named Chen Xiao. This man holds significant power. He can almost make decisions on external transactions on his own and is very tough to deal with." Wang Hao nodded and replied, I can see that. He's good." "Mr. Wei." Chen Xiao pondered for a moment, then slowly continued. "You also understand that the current international environment isn't very favorable. Our company is among the top 3 ocean transport groups in the industry. Choosing our group would absolutely guarantee the safety of your goods, and the price of 5.5 million isn't really too high, is it? Ranked top 3 in the industry." As soon as Wang Hao heard this number, he glanced at Jiang Huanyu and asked, Jiang, what does our company rank in the industry?" "This." Jiang blushed slightly upon hearing the question. "We should, probably, maybe, be able to make it into the top 100? Wang Hao, Damn, a company that barely makes it into the top 100 is competing with one ranked in the top 3? And the price difference isn't even that big? What on earth gave you the confidence to come here and discuss business? At that moment, another salesman spoke up. Mr. Wei, our Zhenjiang Ocean Shipping Company's capabilities aren't much less than those of Shuri, but I can offer Mr. Wei a lower price, 5.2 million. What do you think? He directly lowered the price by 300,000, which was quite a significant concession. 5.2 million. Mr. Wei stroked his chin and frowned in thought for a moment. That price. Jiang Huanyu whispered. This person is Zhang Jiang, a powerful salesman from Zhenjiang Company. He's quite formidable. Wang Hao. So many impressive people. Jiang Jiang. You really are a fearless newborn calf. Faster still, a third person chimed in. Mr. Wei, our Zhonglu Ocean can also offer you the best price, 5.15 million. A fourth person added, Mr. Wei, our Ningbo Marine can go as low as 5.1 million. Choosing our company guarantees you won't have any worries. At that point, it was evident. For major companies, Shuri Group at the highest with 5.5 million, followed by Zhenjiang Company at 5.2 million, then Zhonglu Ocean at 5.15 million, and finally, Ningbo Marine at 5.1 million. Overall, our company really doesn't stand a chance. Jiang, what's the lowest our company can go? Wang Hao asked quietly. How much lower can we go than them? The lowest would also be around 5 million, Jiang said with a helpless shake of his head. That 5 million includes costs. Just like this order, the lowest cost would be over 2.6 million, and actually, the profit from transporting it would only be about 2 million. Wang Hao, if we can't lower the price and we don't have their scale, what's the point? This girl really does have the drive. Most others would have probably just walked away by now. All right, well, Wang Hao stroked his chin and shrugged helplessly. It seems today we really can only rely on my luck. While they were quietly discussing, Mr. Wei noticed the two and looked at Jiang, then focused on Wang Hao, asking, Mr. Jiang, you're here again, and this is? He is our new senior consultant, Wang Hao. Jiang hurriedly introduced him to Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei, you can discuss any requirements directly with him. He can fully represent my opinions. Ah, I see. Mr. Wei smiled and nodded. Then looking at Mr. Wang, he asked, Mr. Wang, I'm not sure what terms your company can offer us. I suppose you've heard what they've mentioned just now, right? This was truly a moment where bayonets were drawn. If it were anyone else, they'd probably try every possible means to promise all sorts of benefits to win over the customer. Even many companies would want to snatch this order even at no profit. But the problem is, our brother Hao is obviously not one to tread the beaten path. Ah, well, Wang Hao first took out a cigarette and lit it. Then looking at Mr. Wei, he smiled and said, Mr. Wei, I've heard all the terms they've mentioned. I know you would certainly hope for our company to offer something cheaper, but I think our company could offer you a higher price. 6 million, firm. Chapter 546. Is it that magical? 6 million. And no bargaining. At that moment, everyone in the room looked at him as if he were a fool, their faces etched with disbelief. Has this young man gone crazy? Such a large company only quoted 5.1 million, and even that price was too high for Mr. Wei. And now you dare to quote 6 million. Who gave you such confidence? Ha 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 ha. This is too amusing. Chen Xiao was stunned at first, then suddenly burst into laughter, slapping his thigh and saying, Mr. Jiang, the person you've brought with you, has he lost his mind? Ha 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 ha. With your company's small scale, you hardly have any competitive strength in our industry, yet you dare to make such an assertion. Ha ha ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Jiang. Did you bring him here specifically to make us happy? Zhenjiang Company's salesman Zhang Jiang also burst out laughing, saying while laughing, I know you want to win this business deal, but clearly the brother you've brought here is a joke. Ha 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 ha. Hey, what did I hear his title was just now? An advanced consultant? Isn't he just in his early 20s? At that point, everyone in the conference room started laughing. To everyone present, Wang Hao seemed to be dreaming an impossible dream. Speaking of it, indeed, the top 3 or 5 major ocean freight groups had only quoted around 5 million. So, what a joke that your small company is quoting 6 million. Even Jiang Huanyu started to feel unsettled. She listened to the mockery from everyone in the room and wanted to ask Wang Hao what was going on, but recalling what Wang Hao had instructed her before, she decisively kept quiet. She had just slightly doubted the situation earlier, and her car got smashed. Now, how could she dare speak again? Villains die of too much talk. This truly is a timeless adage. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Wei said with amusement, looking at Jiang Huanyu. With things as they are, don't you want to say something? Ah. Jiang Huanyu hesitated upon hearing this. She really wanted to say it was just Master Wang making a joke, but the words stopped on her lips. I have nothing to say. His words fully represent my views. Whatever he says goes. Hearing Jiang Huanyu so affirmatively back him up, Wang Hao instantly gave her a thumbs up. Good girl, just for these words. From now on, the market value of your company will be under my protection. Ah, what a pity, Mr. Wei said upon hearing Jiang Huanyu's words, shaking his head helplessly. He had given an opportunity, but since you insist, then you can only be completely out of the running. That's not my fault. Little do. Mr. Wei looked around the room and finally turned to the young man sitting beside him. You are our company's top consultant. Go ahead and share the conclusion you've just reached. All right, Mr. Wei. The top consultant, Little Do, flipped his computer around and began to analyze for Mr. Wei. First of all, let's talk about Mr. Zhang's Zhonghai Xingyun Foreign Trade Company. Little Du said without even glancing at the laptop. Overall, Mr. Wei, because this company is really small in scale, I did not look up their detailed information earlier. But considering their high price today, I think they are not worth considering anymore. So they are the first to be disqualified. Ha 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 ha. As expected, the first to be disqualified. Chen Xiao of Shiri Group winked at Zhang Jiang from Zhenjiang Company. I told you, he's definitely here as a joke. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jiang nodded. Yes, indeed. It's not a big deal to have a bad brain, but to come out and show it off like this, that's where he's wrong. With such a self-kicking start, Jiang Huanyu's face instantly turned sour, and she was almost ready to leave when Wang Hao pulled her back. Don't rush off, just watch for now. Wang Hao winked at Jiang Huanyu. Who knows? There might be a good show later. Watch first. All right. Jiang Huanyu sat down fuming and kept muttering in her heart. Bad luck. Bad luck. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Wang Hao looked at Jiang Huanyu. Jiang's company is indeed having a rough time, not even qualifying to warrant a background check. At that point, Little Du began to analyze the other four companies in detail. Let's start with Shiri Group, Little Du said. Shiri Group mainly excels in international business, but their domestic operations are slightly weaker, with a bit slower delivery speeds. Of course, despite some minor issues, as a company ranked in the top 3 of the industry, they can definitely ensure safety in customs clearance and security. As for the slower domestic transportation, this issue isn't a major one. Chen Xiao felt quite proud as Little Du praised his company. Hee. After all, our company is a giant in the industry. Its competitiveness is top-notch. This is true. Our company mainly needs to ensure safety. Mr. Wei stroked his chin, thought for a while, and said, then, let's sign with. But unexpectedly, just as he was about to finish his sentence, he saw someone, drenched in sweat, running into the room and shouting as soon as he entered. Manager Chun, something terrible has happened. Our boss sent me here to tell you no matter what, don't sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao, who had just been very smug, suddenly froze. He had waited so long for this moment, and Wei was just about to sign the contract. How could it suddenly become impossible to sign? What on earth is going on? Chen Xiao stood up abruptly and demanded, why can't we sign the contract? It's. The person hesitated for a moment, then continued. Just now, for some reason, the cargo ship running to Indonesia encountered a huge wave on its way back and capsized. The cargo ship capsized? And just now? God! Chen Xiao was so frightened that he plopped back down into his chair, utterly baffled. He knew all too well what a capsized cargo ship meant. Just the salvage and repair of the ship would take months, and their company had only that one ship running to Indonesia. Wei was stunned too. What was happening? A ship capsizes on its return voyage? Chun, my friend. Seeing that Chen Xiao could no longer sign the contract, Zhang Jiang immediately got excited. Thanks for giving way. Thanks a lot. Now that Shiri Group was out of the picture, Only 3 companies remained. Let's talk about Zhenjiang Company then. Little Du looked at his laptop and said, Zhenjiang Company's strength is in domestic shipping. They're quite fast domestically, with excellent control over timeliness. Moreover, they maintain a clear route for both progress and operation. Each link has a dedicated department in control, from pickup to distribution at the destination, with no confusion at any stage. Though Zhenjiang Group may have minor issues with ocean shipping, the impacts are negligible and acceptable. Well, let's sign with Zhenjiang Company first. Wei nodded and then turned to Zhang Jiang, saying, I still have a lot of confidence in your company's capabilities. Thank you, President Wei. Shall we sign the contract now? With a smug look, Zhang Jiang took out a pen, ready to sign, when his phone rang. Mr. Liu, everything here is settled, and we're about to what? Zhang Jiang started off quite pleased with himself, but his expression drastically changed in an instant. You just said, our ship running to Indonesia has been detained. Everyone in the conference room was shocked. What's happening? Just after Shiri Group's shipwreck, now a cargo ship gets detained. Wei broke into a sweat and quickly gathered up the contract documents. Little Du, take a look at Ningbo Marine Transport now. Right, Little Du muttered as well. Things are really haunted today. Of course, haunted or not, there's still work to be done. Little Du looked at his laptop and began to speak. Ningbo Marine Transport is a long-established shipping company. It's not just a shipping company, but integrates logistics, supply chain, financial services, information services, and e-commerce services. It has 6 major transshipment centers in the country, and its range and delivery capabilities are slightly superior to the previous 2 companies. Their control over failures is also very strong. The only downside is a slightly weaker capability in customs clearance and passing through customs. That's not too bad. With 2 options eliminated and only 2 left, there wasn't much choice anymore. Wei quickly agreed. Then let's go with Ningbo Marine Transport. But before he could finish his sentence, Ningbo Marine Transport's representative's phone also rang, and he suddenly stood up. What? The warehouse is on fire. It looked like their company was in trouble now. Now only Jianglu Ocean was left, and as Little Du anxiously stared at the computer screen, he couldn't help muttering to himself. Things are really haunted today? What on earth is going on? The others also looked at each other in amazement. Could this all be a dream today? This coincidental? Of course, surprised as they were, there was still business to attend to. Jianglu Ocean's overall pricing is still very good. Little Du explained, looking at the information on his computer. Their operational capabilities in various fields are not much different from Ningbo Marine's, no big disparity. President Wei, I suggest we choose this company. Their prices are reasonable and quite solid. All right, everything's fine. With only 1 vendor left, of course, anything would pass. Just now there was competition, but now they were the sole contender. Wei hurriedly took out pen and paper. Let's go ahead and... Then the last salesperson, before even managing to stand up, watched as someone rushed through the door and grabbed him, dragging him away. Hurry, we have to go. Something big has happened at our company. What now? Another incident. The salesperson was clearly still not processing the situation. What exactly happened? There's a problem with the ship. It stopped out at sea and can't make it back, the man said anxiously. You haven't signed the contract yet, right? Thank heaven. Otherwise we would have to pay a penalty. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them disappeared from sight. And there was Wei, left holding the contract in midair, unable to put it down for a long time. Chapter 547. This move is really freaking awesome. Everyone was dumbfounded. What on earth happened today? For overseas cargo shipping companies, all wiped out. I wasn't dreaming just now, was I? Chun Xiao stared blankly at the few people in the conference room. Ships capsizing, being detained, warehouses catching fire, even mechanical failures. Zhang Jiang was completely flabbergasted too. He could never have imagined that something like this would happen. This kind of exaggeration doesn't even happen in novels. Mr. Wei, Wang Hao finally spoke up, smiling cheerfully at Mr. Wei. It seems like we're the only company left now. What do you think? This. Mr. Wei looked at Wang Hao as if he'd seen a ghost, completely at a loss for words. How much was your company charging again? Wang Hao grinned and winked at Mr. Wei. 6 million, Firm price. 6 million. Mr. Wei's hands were shaking. The other companies were just a bit over 5 million, and even the most expensive was only 5.5 million. And now it's 6 million. The worst part was that they had no choice but to choose it. Currently, there were only a few companies qualified to take the order and had the capacity to ship goods immediately. The other companies either had no available ships or weren't big enough. Even if you could find 1 or 2 qualified companies, who knows what else might happen? With such dire outcomes for those 4 companies, if he didn't choose this one, would his company face some kind of accident? Would there be any problems? Could he handle it if something did happen? 6 million it is then. Mr. Wei's hands trembled as he shakily placed the contract on the table. So, shall we sign right now? Oh, of course, Wang Hao said with a chuckle, seeing that Mr. Wei had finally agreed. He then cheerfully said to the remaining 3 salespeople present, "We appreciate your concessions. Since that's the case, our company will respectfully take the business. Hee. Chen Xiao, Zhang Jiang, and the other salesperson were all stunned. Today's events were simply too surreal, even. Witnessing it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe it. Is there really such fierce competition in business? Hey, Jiang. Wang Hao looked toward Jiang Huanyu and nudged her. What are you spacing out for? Go and sign the contract. Ah, what? Did we really get it? Jiang Huanyu still couldn't believe it and asked Mr. Wei cautiously yet again. Mr. Wei, are you really going to sign with our company? Could it be fake? Mr. Wei looked at Jiang Huanyu full of speechlessness. I really didn't expect that Mr. Jiang could dig up such an impressive advanced consultant. You truly have exceeded my expectations. It's just my good luck, hee. Jiang Huanyu said excitedly, almost jumping up as she quickly grabbed the pen and signed the contract. Then she said, Mr. Wei, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Definitely. As Jiang Huanyu and Wang Hao were about to leave, Mr. Wei quickly stepped forward, pulled out a business card, and stuffed it into Wang Hao's hand. Mr. Wang, please wait. This is my card. I insist you take it. If there's time, I will definitely visit, and I ask for Mr. Wang to please do me the honor. He was really impressed with Wang Hao now, such an impressive young man. If he could poach him for his own company. Even if he couldn't, just being on good terms with such a person would be a great boon. All right. Wang Hao took the card and glanced at it, which had a line of fine print. Wei Changfa, Yuan Feng import fruit.